Chapter 1. Stalked by the Unknown. Ding. Check-in successful. Now let's indulge in some reading while slacking off. You. How did you get in here? A sharp rebuke pierced the air, causing M.O. Fan to scratch his head in confusion. He found himself in an elegantly antiquated room, facing a steaming wooden tub. Leaning against the tub's wall, a pair of arms shielded her modesty, and as he raised his gaze, he encountered the furious, flushed visage of a woman. With gritted teeth, she seethed in the mortal realm. She was a princess, and in the Daoyin sect, she was a saintess, adorned with such prestigious titles. How dare someone watch her bathe? The sheer humiliation made her tremble all over. As their eyes met, M.O. Fan felt a jolt of surprise. In broad daylight, witnessing a lady bathe before him seemed rather excessive. Please, have some decorum, he thought. Splash! Just as M.O. Fan grappled with the awkwardness of the situation, the hot water surged from the tub as she leapt out, her long black hair gliding through the air like a flowing gown, concealing her form. With a sound akin to a sword's whistle, she swiftly wrapped herself in a garment, gripping a gleaming sword, resembling a celestial being. With a single, swift motion, she charged at M.O. Fan. He could see the sword shimmer with a faint light. It glows. As a modern man, he found the notion of a glowing sword to be quite extraordinary. However, before he could utter another word, the blade pierced through him with chilling precision. Wait a moment. His vision darkened, and M.O. Fan collapsed to the ground, the sword having impaled him cleanly. The death was alarmingly abrupt. Is this some kind of joke? At least let me understand what's happening. This was the last thought that crossed M.O. Fan's mind. Gazing down at the lifeless body of the mortal, M.O. Fan's face still bore traces of indignation, but in the next instant, a swirling vortex materialized in the air, and a figure stepped forth, standing before her. With a mere gesture, the figure caused M.O. Fan's lifeless form, along with the blood, to disintegrate into dust. M.O. Fan's, the figure addressed her. I pay my respects to my master. The one addressed as master, after tidying up the remnants on the ground, furrowed his brow. A flesh-and-blood mortal, how could he silently enter your chamber? Strange, this matter cannot be taken lightly. M.O. Fan's, from this day forth, you shall relocate to the Forbidden Pavilion. Yes, master. Meanwhile, M.O. Fan abruptly awoke in a sweat, surveying the familiar surroundings. A dream? Is it merely an illusion caused by the tumor pressing on my brain? Even now, he was still in a daze, for everything felt far too vivid. Ding. At that moment, a sudden voice echoed within his mind. Host has perished. Return complete. This time's yield. 7 units of spiritual energy from the unknown continent. This time's talent. Innate sword body, purple not retained. Hearing the voice in his mind, M.O. Fan was bewildered. Ding. System function. Daily 10 instances of traversing unknown worlds, returning upon each demise. Tip. Each traversal allows for random talent selection. Tip. Survive for 1 hour to retain the selected talent. Different talent effects can stack, with no upper limit. Tip. Remaining traversal instances. 9. Resets at midnight. As the notifications concluded, M.O. Fan raised his gaze and pinched his thigh, struggling to comprehend the situation. Especially upon confirming that the voice emanated from his mind, a wave of excitement surged within him. Half a month prior, a tumor had been detected in his brain, and based on its growth rate, he had only a month to live. He had resigned himself to this fate. Yet, to his astonishment, he had now acquired a system. No wonder the experience of death felt so real. Could it be ha? Taking a deep breath, M.O. Fan was overwhelmed with joy. A system, a chance to traverse worlds. She not only had hope, but could even pursue immortality. Just as he contemplated this and prepared for a leap into another world, the system chimed again. Hundredfold backpack activated. Any non-living item can be placed into the backpack for hundredfold duplication. Duplicated items cannot be replicated again. M.O. Fan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Just after binding the system, he found an additional hundredfold backpack. The sudden notification caught him off guard as he scrutinized the new prompt. Any non-living item placed into the backpack can be duplicated a hundredfold. Casting his gaze around, he quickly spotted a pack of instant noodles on the bedside. Let's see if this truly works. With that thought, he reached for the noodles. Before long, as he tossed the noodles into the backpack, he watched in astonishment as the translucent window displayed the quantity, changing from 1 to 100. Golden Finger X2? Wow, is it really this powerful? He couldn't fathom the implications of a system that allowed him to enter another world, coupled with this bug-like ability. His growth would undoubtedly be meteoric, breathing heavily. He realized time was of the essence. System, let me traverse. Ding. Talent selection in progress. Selection successful. Congratulations on acquiring the talent. Vengeful Retribution Blue. Description, you never let go of a grudge once marked. Even a mouse would scurry away in fear. Talent effect. While seeking vengeance, your cultivation efficiency increases by 10 and opportunities increase by 10. Ding. Opening. You once again step into an unknown, fantastical world, recalling the celestial being who had so swiftly slain you, fueling your inner rage. It was merely a case of stumbling into her chamber. Was it truly necessary? Vengeful Retribution Blue effect triggered. You decide to secretly investigate her, ensuring she faces the consequences of her actions. As the system's words faded, MO Fan found himself endowed with a buff. Cultivation efficiency 10, opportunities 10. With each breath of the surrounding air, a refreshing sensation enveloped him. Fantastic! MO Fan was ecstatic he could genuinely avoid death and even grasp the prospect of immortality. Suppressing his excitement, he examined the system's talent description. This talent is remarkable. Recalling the system's introduction, he understood that surviving for 1 hour would solidify the talent. Thus, he must remain cautious during the first hour. MO Fan surveyed his surroundings. This time, he had appeared not in the antique room, but outdoors. At IT seems each traversal location is random. He mused, seeking a sturdy tree to climb. Once the talent is solidified, I shall thoroughly explore this fantastical world, he thought as he settled into a branch. However, just as he was planning his next move, a notification sounded. Ding! Opening. As one marked by vengeful retribution, you strive to recall the layout of the bathing woman's chamber, seeking useful clues. Yet, your actions seem to breach some forbidden taboo. You perceive a pair of icy eyes erasing your memories, accompanied by a voice that seemingly materializes in your ears. This aura belongs to that mortal. His physical form has perished, yet he remains alive. Strange. And within less than half an hour, he has vanished billions of miles away. Very well. Ding. You are being stalked by the unknown time remaining until their arrival. 49 minutes and 59 seconds. A series of notifications left MO Fan in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 2. Again, being stalked by the unknown, with only 49 minutes remaining until their arrival. MO Fan's mind buzzed. Just as he had secured a location to hide for an hour to solidify his talent, he was already being hunted by an unknown entity. And within less than half an hour, they could traverse billions of miles. If the system's words hold any truth, does that mean this unknown existence can cover vast distances in just 49 minutes? At this thought, he felt a shiver run down his spine. In this moment, even if he wished to flee, it was already too late. While others could traverse billions of miles in 49 minutes, he would be fortunate to cover 10 kilometers. System, what's the deal with the vengeful retribution talent, and why does it include tracking through the void? All he wanted was to survive in this fantastical world and find a technique to address the tumor in his brain. Yet, he was immediately targeted by an unknown force. Was this truly necessary? Hastily descending the tree, MO Fan understood that given the current circumstances, surviving for an entire hour would be no small feat. An entity capable of tracking through memories was not something he could evade simply by digging a hole to hide. Surveying his surroundings, he stroked his chin. It's not entirely hopeless. A sudden inspiration struck him, and he smiled as an idea blossomed in his mind. However, there remained 49 minutes. Within this time frame, he needed to maximize his gains. After all, this was a fantastical world. Even a small harvest would not go amiss. Yet above all, what MO Fan valued most was undoubtedly the cultivation techniques. Yet in this desolate wilderness, there are only trees and grass. It seems that techniques are out of the question. Nevertheless, what of it? He could still amass profits. After all, he possessed a hundredfold backpack. The flora of this mystical realm must surely possess medicinal properties. With that thought in mind, MO Fan stretched his limbs and scanned the area. As his meridians flowed freely, he wasted no time and began to uproot the grass. and no matter what it was, all of it come to me. Acquired ordinary money grass X1. Copy successful. Money grass X100. Acquired ordinary money grass X1. Copy successful. Money grass X100. Acquired ordinary hoof grass X1. Copy successful. Hoof grass X100. Acquired. The notifications from his infinite backpack continued, but these did not hinder his actions. In addition to grass, he did not spare stones or dirt. Acquired a clump of dirt X1. Copy successful. Dirt X100. Acquired a clump of dirt X1. Copy successful. Dirt X100. Acquired a piece of gravel X1. Copy successful. Gravel X100. Acquired a piece of gravel X1. Copy successful. Gravel X100. He continued his demolition spree. This was what maximizing opportunity truly meant. He cultivated every inch of land he could see. In the blink of an eye, Mo Fan wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at the countdown on the system. You have been targeted by the unknown. Time remaining until their arrival. 7 minutes and 22 seconds. They are coming. With little time left, he ceased his uprooting. Taking a deep breath, he gathered a clump of cotton, ignited a fire, and retrieved a bag of instant noodles from his backpack, placing it over the flames to cook. As the savory aroma wafted through the air, he hoped this plan would be effective. All he needed was to delay for 11 minutes to solidify his talents. This was the only strategy Mo Fan could conceive, using instant noodles to deceive. Even if the unknown entity was formidable, so what? Instant noodles were ultimately something they had never encountered. Moreover, the system hinted at a crucial point. They were equally astonished that he could escape so far in such a short time. On this premise, as long as his acting skills were up to par, he would prevail. 7 minutes swiftly passed. Soon, a voice of ethereal quality graced Mo Fan's ears. As anticipated, the unknown presence had arrived, signaling the moment for Mo Fan to put on his act. However, just as he prepared to begin, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness on the spot. A vortex materialized in the void, and a figure stepped forth. Yet before the figure could stabilize, it paused upon seeing Mo Fan, who lay sprawled on the ground with blood trickling from his ears. Curious. Ding. Host deceased. Return complete. This time's yield. Weeds X123, dirt X99, gravel X111. Unknown continent's spiritual energy 731 units. This time's talent. Revenge blue. Not retained. In his rented room, Mo Fan's eyes widened. What? Did I just die? Is this some kind of joke? His mind sputtered, recalling the unknown voice from earlier. A sharp pain surged through his head. Could it be that I couldn't even withstand the voice? Mo Fan took a deep breath. He understood how terrifying the entity was, but this was taking it too far. He couldn't even bear the sound. Good heavens! He shook off the thoughts and opened his hundredfold backpack to examine his haul. He gazed at the thousands of weeds, dirt, and stones resting quietly within, and a smile spread across his face. Compared to the first time, though he had also met an inexplicable demise, he had not come away empty-handed. By the way, it seems the system is unaware of my hundredfold backpack. He glanced at the system's yield notification, a smirk forming on his lips. Over 100 weeds? No. What lay in his backpack was over 10,000. Casually, he extracted a weed from his backpack and scrutinized it closely. A fragrant scent wafted towards him. His appetite stirred, and without hesitation, he took a bite. Instantly, a refreshing sensation coursed through his body, especially in his mind, which felt 3 times clearer. Useful. Mo Fan exclaimed in delight. This was the essence of the fantastical realm. Even the grass by the roadside could benefit him. 8 more opportunities. Let's go again. As long as I'm not targeted by some unknown being at the outset, and I can acquire a cultivation technique, I can completely resolve this brain tumor. Therefore, system, enter the fantastical world. Ding. Remaining number of crossings today. 8. Ding. Talent extraction and progress extraction successful. Congratulations, you have acquired the talent. Dual pupils purple description. The eye of fortune, the dual pupils are. An invincible path, why borrow the bones of others? Talent effect. Cultivation efficiency 300. Opportunity 100. Comprehension 50. Ding. Opening. You have entered the fantastical world, recalling the terrifying unknown. Presence from last time. You silently clench your fist this time. You must be extremely cautious. Dual pupils talent effect triggered. Opportunity. Accompanying jus fruit. A mature jus fruit will grow in the place you descend. Mo Fan reappeared in the wilderness, but this time was different. After reading the notification, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Jus fruit. That name was familiar to him, whether in martial arts or Xinxia tales. Jus fruit could be deemed a precious medicine. A wave of medicinal fragrance approached, and turning his head, Mo Fan spotted a small, unknown tree nearby, bearing a singular fruit. The fruit was peculiar in shape, adorned with fiery red patterns. Upon discovering the fruit, Mo Fan wasted no time. He sprang forward and grasped it. With ease, the fruit was in his hand, and he breathed a sigh of relief. For some reason, he felt an overwhelming sense of urgency in this fantastical world. Perhaps it was fitting. The system notification appeared. Ding! Opening. Your aura has leaked, and you have been targeted by an unknown entity. The aura has resurfaced? Curious. 1,000,000 miles, is it? Excellent. Ding! You have been targeted by an unknown entity. Time remaining until their arrival. 9 seconds. Chapter 3. Woohoo! Caught the system notification concluded. Mo Fan exclaimed, "What the hell?" Even he couldn't help but curse at this moment. The last time he was exposed due to his innate talent. And now, was it because of a leaked aura? So, they wouldn't even pretend anymore? And it took only 9 seconds to arrive. Mo Fan's mind raced, wishing he had 2 brains. The moment he heard the sound, he would surely perish. Once those 9 seconds were up, he would undoubtedly be finished. He could not afford to lose the dual pupil talent at this juncture. It was absurd. 300 cultivation efficiency, 100 opportunities, and 50 comprehension. Such extraordinary attributes. Who knew if he would ever encounter them again? You have been targeted by an unknown entity. Time remaining until the entity's arrival. 00007. Casting a glance at the system prompt, a sudden thought struck Mo Fan. He had an idea. He quickly rummaged through his hundredfold backpack and retrieved a packet of instant noodles. Simultaneously, he picked up a thin stick from the ground. There was no escaping. It was merely a matter of dying upon hearing the sound. He decided to puncture his own eardrum. Let's see if he could still perish. Time was of the essence. And Mo Fan gritted his teeth. It was just pain, after all. He could endure it. With determination, he aimed the stick at his ear and thrust it inward. There was no other choice. Such a remarkable talent must be solidified. However, just as he made his move, a suffocating sensation enveloped him, halting his actions. Before him, a vortex materialized, distorting space, and a pair of indistinct bare feet stepped forth, followed by a pale blue skirt. Are you preparing to self-destruct your ears? How intriguing. A voice echoed in his mind, this time not resounding in his ears, but directly within his thoughts. On the ground, Mo Fan felt an overwhelming discomfort. Once the bare feet appeared, he realized he could no longer breathe. The air around him felt as solid as stone, utterly unbreathable. Simultaneously, although the feet were unclear, a sharp pain pierced his brain with just one glance. Was it forbidden to even look? Dual pupils? A voice of surprise emerged in Mo Fan's mind. How peculiar. The aura was the same, yet the foundation was different. As Mo Fan neared suffocation, the entity turned its gaze, and a droplet of water swiftly vanished into his brow. The moment it entered, darkness enveloped his vision. What the hell? How can this be so twisted? Was Mo Fan's final thought before he succumbed to the void. Daoyan sect. A pair of bare feet traversed the void, each step carrying a terrifying aura that made the disciples within the sect shudder. Though her steps were small, her figure was beyond the comprehension of the naked eye. Awaken. Ancient, she murmured, lifting the unconscious Mo Fan. Forbidden ground. As her voice fell, an ancient stone statue trembled. Chunks of stone crumbled, and in a matter of breaths, a man clad in black emerged, his eyes snapping open as a terrifying aura began to surge forth. In the council hall of Daoyan sect, whispers of astonishment arose. Another forbidden one has awakened? What on earth was happening to cause 2 forbidden ones to awaken in succession? The one perplexed was the current sect leader. Despite his high status and immense power, he felt as vulnerable as a 3-year-old in the presence of the forbidden ones. Though curious, he dared not inquire further. for matters concerning the forbidden were beyond his jurisdiction, even as the sect leader, unless summoned directly by the other party. At that same moment, as the being known as Ancient awakened, atop a peak of Dalian sect, a middle-aged man suddenly lifted his gaze. Master? Before him sat a disciple, surprised at the abrupt halt in his master's teachings. The middle-aged man turned back. I have awakened. It is time to go. As he spoke, a gust of wind swept through, and the man disintegrated into dust, scattering across the cosmos. Master has awakened? The seated disciple watched as his master turned to dust, his breath catching in his throat, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Though he understood that his master was merely a thought of an existence within the forbidden realm. The thought belonged to his master, yet the awakening was both his master and not. Welcome back, master. In the forbidden ground, the figure in a pale blue skirt stood, Emo fan unconscious at her feet. Soon, a figure emerged from behind her, swiftly approaching her side. The new batch of prodigies has yet to mature. Why do you call upon me now? The gaze of the figure, known as Bai Shui, fell upon Mo Fan. I require your assistance. Following Bai Shui's line of sight, Ancient noticed the unconscious Mo Fan. Immortal flesh? No, wait, he possesses dual pupils. His talent comparable to our most cherished disciples. He is worthy of cultivation. Bai Shui shook her head. This child is peculiar. The causality is unclear. She turned to Ancient. I wish to traverse the river of time to discern his origins. You must stabilize his current state and protect him from destruction. Such significance? Merely immortal flesh. Not a foe of ours, Ancient remarked. Bai Shui said no more, raising her hand and pointing at Mo Fan. In an instant, the cold ground beneath him transformed into a vast river. Is this the river of time? The sect leader stumbled, nearly losing his footing. Turning, he cast a fearful glance into the distance. How long has it been since we stabilized? What are the two awakened forbidden ones doing? That is the river of time, a realm of countless terrifying existences. The forbidden ones each came from different paths, some practicing the way of water, others the way of formations or the sword. When these paths touched the concept of time, they glimpsed the threshold of the forbidden. The myriad paths of the world converge in the same ultimate destination, devoid of distinction. Take the way of fire as an example. Fire is not merely fire. When it burns, time coexists with it. Similarly, the ways of water and the sword are no different. Time is not a solitary path, but the inevitable journey of all paths. Thus, the river of time reveals that to venture within it is to collide with individuals who have reached the pinnacle across different eras. For this reason, the river of time is also known as the battlefield of the forbidden. I shall see where you hail from and what your entanglements are. Bai Shui spoke softly, and as the stone slab beneath Mo Fan transformed into the river, an inexplicable force began to wash over his body. Ancient stepped forward, cultivating the way of the body, peering into the forbidden with flesh and blood. By your will, with a breath, Ancient exhaled a wisp of aura into Mo Fan's body. Under the protection of this aura, his form began to undergo a tremendous transformation. Regardless of how the river of time washed over him, his body showed no signs of aging or decay. Bai Shui observed, how strange. Ordinarily, the river of time would reveal both past and future selves. How has this child yet to change? Without needing to be reminded, Bai Shui sensed that something was amiss. Within the river of time, even forbidden ones possess past selves. Yet, furrowing her brow, Bai Shui's thoughts shifted as she began to delve deeper into the river of time with Mo Fan in tow. Mo Fan's body began to exhibit changes. All things have a past, which is immutable. However, as the changes began to manifest, Ancient was left bewildered. How peculiar. His past self? Just a moment ago? Chapter 4. The lame leg runs swiftly amidst the flowing river of time. Bai Shui stood, gazing at Mo Fan's past self within the currents. Her thoughts entwined in a web of confusion. It was impossible. She furrowed her brow, poised to retrieve Mo Fan as she ventured deeper. Suddenly, a wave surged within the river of time, accompanied by an ancient sword box. Only a corner of the box was visible, and Mo Fan's form disintegrated with the crashing wave. Bai Shui cast a sidelong glance, Directly ahead, a hazy silhouette materialized above the river of time. Tension coursed through her as she took a cautious step forward, her body swelling in size, grotesque muscles rippling into a terrifying form. The atmosphere echoed with the roar of unseen tides. Two figures stood before her, one from an epoch long past, the other halted in the present. The blurry silhouette coalesced into a figure shouldering the swordbox. Only one stood against Bai Shui and the ancient entity, his gaze as tranquil as an unfathomable well. Their eyes locked across the expanse of time, each step echoing the vast epochs that had come before. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. In a humble rental room, Mo Fan gasped for breath as he awakened. Perhaps due to the earlier suffocation, he now savored each breath of air with profound satisfaction. That presence, was it truly so terrifying? Neither to be seen nor to be perceived. Ding! Host's death. Return completed. Current rewards. Zhu Fruit X1. 30 breaths of spiritual energy from an unknown continent. Inherited talent. Dual pupils, purple. The system's notification chimed, and Mo Fan understood the significance of this harvest. However, upon glancing at the inheritance details of the dual pupils talent, he found himself momentarily astounded. Ding! Talent inheritance successful, personal panel activated. Before Mo Fan could ponder further, a luminous screen appeared before him. The content was simple, a personal information panel and a backpack. Yet perhaps due to the influence of his second golden finger, the system's backpack seamlessly merged with a hundredfold backpack, the words hundredfold emblazoned at the forefront. Opening his personal information, he scrutinized his panel. Personal information. Name, Montauk Fin. Rel Nun. Talent. Dual pupils, purple. Talent bonus. Cultivación efficiency 300. Fortunes 100. Comprensión 50. Had the system encountered a glitch? Hadn't he waited barely an hour? How had he inherited a talent? After examining the panel, Mo Fan scratched his head. With the talent bonus, he sensed an enhancement in his perception. The once eerily silent rental room now resonated with the sounds of activity from the neighboring unit. Moreover, his eyes tingled with a peculiar sensation. He picked up the mirror from his bedside and gazed at his reflection. In an instant, he noticed the transformation of his pupils. Dual pupils. Was this what they were? It wasn't merely two adjacent pupils. Rather, one was larger, two inky black pupils overlapping. A wave of inexplicable dread washed over him. This was it. He could no longer gaze directly at others. Though he mused thusly, a smirk crept onto Mo Fan's lips. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the inheritance of this talent, every journey begins with a single step. Having taken this step, was he not closer to mastering techniques? Opening the backpack, he found 100 Zhu fruits nestled within, instantly uplifting his spirits. These fruits must be utilized alongside techniques to maximize their potential. Patience. Mastering techniques must be the priority. Recalling the unknown entities in the fantastical world, Mo Fan remembered the last system notification indicating that unknown entities were drawn by his aura. Thus, he realized he had wrongly accused the talent of vengeance. Ohaditik. Stroking his chin, he acknowledged his lack of knowledge on how to obscure this phenomenon. A solution for the unknown presence was imperative. Otherwise, if the inheritance of the dual pupils was a mere fluke, what would follow? Regardless of the nature of the aura, he decided to experiment. With a determined thought, Mo Fan declared, "System, transport me to the fantastical world." Ding. Remaining instances of traversal today, 7. Ding. Talent extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, you have acquired the talent. Sleight of hand blue. Description: within 10 meters, there is nothing you cannot procure effortlessly. Talent effect: successful sleight of hand. Cultivation efficiency 10, fortune 10. Ding. You have entered the fantastical world. Your innate dual pupils have awakened the attention of the unknown entity, compelling you to take decisive action. Effective sleight of hand talent triggered. Others are guaranteed to be present in your vicinity at the moment of your birth. The notification concluded. Mo Fan's gaze brightened. Initially skeptical of the blue quality sleight of hand talent, he found its effects rivaling those of the dual pupils. It was essential for him to cultivate techniques, which required human interaction. Previously, he had materialized in desolate wilderness, devoid of any presence, but now this situation had irrevocably changed. The bustling sounds of the town filled his ears. As Mo Fan surveyed his surroundings, he discovered himself on a street paved with gray stone slabs. On either side stood ancient wooden structures, 2 stories high, with vendors calling out their wares. Tofu, tofu, chickens that lay 10 eggs a day. Don't miss it, passers-by. Candied hawthorn. The sounds filled the air, and a smile tugged at Mo Fan's lips. The townsfolk, clad in traditional garb, strolled in groups, their colorful fabric banners fluttering in the breeze. A town. Mo Fan understood what this meant. The unknown presence loomed large in his mind. Snapping back to reality, Mo Fan quickly sprang into action. Although the system had yet to warn him of aura leakage, his instincts whispered that it would happen soon. This time, he was determined to survive. A town undoubtedly harbored techniques. With unwavering resolve, Mo Fan prepared to sprint forward, but suddenly felt a filthy arm tugging at his clothing. What a nuisance! Time was of the essence, and as he prepared to kick away the grabber, his eyes met a pair of glistening, watery orbs, halting him in his tracks. The one grasping his garment was a small child, around 7 or 8 years old, barely reaching his waist. She looked up at him, her dirty cheeks framing a pair of exceptionally bright eyes. Mo Fan thought, is there really a beggar in this fantastical world? With so much grass around, one could easily find sustenance. Why resort to begging? Despite her pitiful appearance, Mo Fan forcefully withdrew his clothing from her grasp, leaving her with a parting remark before he dashed away. He understood what awaited him once the system notified him. Therefore, regardless of the child's plight, he could not afford to squander his time. Meanwhile, the little beggar remained momentarily stunned before a sudden force hit her, causing her chest to feel cold. Huh? What did she just lose? Realizing he had taken something, Mo Fan looked down to find a soft piece of fabric in his hand. What was this? Behind him, the little beggar glanced down at her chest and instantly blushed crimson. Where's my undergarment? Turning swiftly, she spotted the item in Mo Fan's hand. Her indignation echoed. My undergarment? Puzzled, Mo Fan heard her outraged voice and promptly dropped the item on the ground. What the hell? How did a beggar's undergarment end up in my possession? Chapter 5. The fish leaps over the dragon gates soon. Mo Fan merged into the crowd, leaving only the little beggar stamping his feet adorably in place. A few minutes had passed since he entered the fantastical realm. However, the system had yet to deliver any news of being targeted by an unknown entity. He stroked his chin. Something felt amiss. Mo Fan squinted, having perished 3 times at the hands of an unknown presence. It was improbable that this time the adversary would suddenly show mercy. He opened the system panel to confirm that he was indeed not being watched, rather than having overlooked something. He gazed intently. Astonishingly, there was truly nothing. He felt perplexed, yet this suited him just fine. Exhaling deeply, Mo Fan's tense heart relaxed slightly. It was time for development. An unknown presence, you say? Just wait. 30 years of fortune and 30 years of adversity. With a smirk, he abandoned the notion of attempting to conceal his aura and turned to enter the bustling street. As he rounded a corner, he collided with someone. The other person was in a hurry, and they bumped into each other forcefully. Without uttering a word, the stranger continued on their way. Watching the hurried figure clad in white, Mo Fan pouted, thinking, are people in this fantastical world so uncouth? They don't even look where they are going. Unperturbed, Mo Fan resolved to first find an inn to inquire about any martial arts techniques available. However, as he lowered his head, he suddenly discovered an additional item in his hand. What the? In his grasp lay a book, its cover yellowed with age, embossed with golden characters. The Rainfall Sword Technique. Montakfen. Damn, a secret manual. He swallowed hard, to know that he had endured 3 deaths just for the sake of a martial technique. And now, the Rainfall Sword Technique, a manual, had simply appeared in his possession. This was what one called effortless acquisition. Looking around to confirm that the figure in white had not returned, Mo Fan hastily stowed the manual into his hundredfold backpack and walked away. Detected, the Rainfall Sword Technique. White. Do you wish to learn? On the lively street, a system prompt appeared before Mo Fan. Without hesitation, he clicked to learn. Instantly, the panel transformed. Personal information. Nama, Montauk Fin. Rel None. Talent. Dual pupils, purple. Light-fingered blue. Not solidified. Talent bonuses. Cultivation efficiency 320. Opportunities 120. Comprehension 50. External skill. The Rainfall Sword Technique. Entry level. White. As the panel displayed the new external skill, another prompt appeared. Ding. Detected. The Rainfall Sword Technique. White. Manual X1 can be decomposed into external skill experience. Do you wish to decompose? After placing the Rainfall Sword Technique into his backpack, the quantity changed to X100. Initially, he thought that after learning, the other 99 copies would be useless. Who would have thought the surplus techniques could actually be decomposed into experience? MO fan S. Hart skipped a beat. Decompose. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded. Decomposition successful. Based on current cultivation efficiency, gained external skill experience 310. After the decomposition, an experience line added to his personal panel, and a plus sign appeared next to the Rainfall Sword Technique. Tentatively, MO fan clicked the plus sign. Consume 100 external skill experience to upgrade the Rainfall Sword Technique level. Once the prompt concluded, a flood of sword technique memories surged into his mind. It was the essence of 10 years of arduous practice, night and day, honing his swordsmanship. Suddenly, MO fan S. demeanor shifted dramatically. At first glance, he resembled a seasoned swordsman. External skill. The Rainfall Sword Technique, minor completion. White. On the system panel, the Rainfall Sword Technique had transformed from entry level to minor completion. Was 100 experience this potent? Moreover, the experience gained from decomposing techniques seemed to correlate with cultivation efficiency. After absorbing the insights of the sword technique, MO fan felt a surge of excitement. Simultaneously, a thought struck him. He opened the door to a new world. It turned out that cultivation efficiency was not solely for training. With a sly grin, MO fan smirked. He still had 98 copies of the Rainfall Sword Technique in his backpack. Decompose the Rainfall Sword Technique system, decompose them all. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided. Instantly, his panel underwent a remarkable transformation. Personal information. Nama, Montauk Fin. Rel None. Talent. Dual pupils, purple. Light-fingered, blue. Not solidified. Talent bonuses. Cultivation efficiency 310. Opportunities 110. Comprehension 50. External skill. The Rainfall Sword Technique, minor completion. White. External skill experience 30,380. Rubbing his eyes, MO fan confirmed that the external skill experience had reached a staggering 30,000. Fortune indeed favors the diligent. Now was his time to shine. Glancing at the plus sign behind the sword technique, MO fan clicked it once more. Ding. Do you wish to consume 200 experience to elevate the Rainfall Sword Technique from minor completion to major completion? The experience had increased? Not a problem. Upgrade. It was merely 200 experience. MO fan felt no remorse. In an instant, another wave of immense sword technique comprehension flooded into him. Alongside the insights, he sensed an augmentation in his strength. Now, if given a sword, he felt he could take on a tiger single-handedly. And this was merely the beginning. System. Continue to allocate points. Even if the Rainfall Sword Technique reached major completion, he still had 30,000 experience left. Thus, he would not hesitate. Allocate points. Allocate points. In the blink of an eye, MO fans recently acquired the Rainfall Sword Technique surged forward, progressing from major completion to perfection, from perfection to pinnacle, from pinnacle to return to simplicity, and from return to simplicity to transcendence. The experience consumed was as follows. Perfection 400, pinnacle 800, return to simplicity 1600, transcendence 3200. When the sword technique reached transcendence, the experience was barely sufficient. At this point, upgrading to the next level required an astounding 64,000 experience. Each experience expenditure exhibited exponential growth. Yet upon reaching transcendence, the next level demand increased by more than tenfold. Currently, he had 24,080 experience remaining. Alas, the cultivation efficiency was too low. If he had 1,000 now, he could probably leap to the next level, but regrettably, he scrutinized the panel. shaking his head in disbelief. If this thought were to reach other prodigies, they would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Even a transcendent level sword technique would demand an immense amount of time for any prodigy to refine, with some not achieving it in their entire lifetime. Yet now, he had attained it in mere breaths and was still unsatisfied. After reaching transcendence, Mo Fan discovered that every person on the street had glaring flaws. Should he wish, he could send them to their demise in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, his physique had undergone a transformation. Although he did not sense any internal energy akin to airflow within him, he could control himself down to the cellular level. The power unleashed from this newfound control was exponentially magnified. The fish leaps over the dragon gate. Today, I understand that I am no longer the same. Exhaling a breath of murky air, he now brimmed with confidence. Even with a sword in hand, he would dare to challenge the unknown presence he had previously faced. Chapter 6. The decaying would transformed into a sword. Silent sword light, a sudden deluge poured down without warning, catching the bustling crowd by surprise. Mo Fan, amidst the hurried passers-by, could hear their low curses about the misfortune of the rain. Perhaps it was the transcendental essence of the rainfall sword technique that inspired him. He lifted his gaze to the sky, watching the large raindrops magnify in his pupils, and inexplicably, his insights deepened. Lost in thought, he began to stroll through the rain, listening to the water cascading from the eaves beside him. His comprehension grew further. The rainfall sword technique. The sword is rain, the rain as a sword. Mo Fan found himself unconsciously mimicking the movements of swordplay. Though lacking a weapon, it felt as if an invisible sword was at his side. Enveloped in this epiphany, he allowed time to slip away, wandering aimlessly until he stumbled upon a secluded spot. A dilapidated house, long abandoned and partially collapsed, caught his eye. At the same time, he heard a voice filled with desperation. I have given you all my food. There is nothing left. This utterance jolted Mo Fan back to reality as he turned to the house, perceiving 3 breaths rising and falling within. With a creak, he pushed open the door. Brother, look at her. She has quite a sight now, haha. What are you doing? Third brother, hey, shut your mouth. As he entered, Mo Fan witnessed a small child held captive, her mouth stuffed with cotton to stifle her cries. Damn it, is that fool blind? In front of the girl, a burly figure was loosening his clothing, his enthusiasm shattered by the interruption. He barked angrily. A scholar? Mo Fan, not particularly imposing in stature and clad in ancient garb, bore an uncanny resemblance to a scholar at first glance. Damn it, a mere scholar dares to ruin my mood? Seeking death. The burly man, cursing, seized a large knife from his side, malice gleaming in his eyes as he advanced toward Mo Fan. A subtle smile graced Mo Fan's lips. Initially, he had merely been driven by curiosity, but now, to provoke him, that was a death wish. He had been searching for an opportunity to test his swordsmanship, and this moment was perfect. Though he held no sword, he was undeterred. Reaching for a nearby window, he found the aged wood easily splintered with a forceful tug, producing a sturdy piece of timber. A wooden sword, after all, could still serve as a weapon. Ha ha ha. Brother, am I mistaken? This kid not only stays put but dares to wield a rotten piece of wood. Is he preparing to spar with you? The slender man holding the girl laughed heartily, as if he had stumbled upon a great joke. The rain continued to rage outside, thunder rumbling. Mo Fan, one hand grasping the decayed wood, cast a calm gaze upon the man known as Brother. In silence, the wooden sword transformed, its blade unseen. The burly man, robust and formidable, would have instilled fear in an untrained soul. Yet the past was the past. In this moment, Mo Fan perceived nothing but flaws in his opponent. With no sound or visible technique, he struck with the wooden sword. The only witness left was the astonished gaze of the burly man, as pain surged through his neck. Disbelief washed over him. You! With a thud, he fell to the ground, clutching his throat, where a crimson wound seeped, desperately wishing to halt the flow of life. Mo Fan turned his head. Was that it? A mere casual strike, intended only to test for weaknesses, had proven devastatingly effective. Brother, the third brother, witnessing the fall of his companion, gasped in horror and hastily tossed aside the girl to rush to his brother's side. Quick run! blood frothing from his lips. The burly man struggled to speak. This was Mo Fan's first act of taking a life. Yet curiously, his heart felt no tremor. Perhaps it was the depth of his comprehension of swordplay. Shaking his head, he focused on the frail third brother, the wooden sword poised for another strike. The wooden sword transformed again, its blade silent. No need to invoke the rainfall sword technique. One thrust was sufficient to end a life. The third brother, wide-eyed with terror, clutched his throat as he fell. "Little girl, it's over now." After dispatching the third brother, Mo Fan turned his attention to the tearful child left abandoned. "They are dead?" The girl stared at the two bodies, a crimson pool forming beneath them, fear evident in her eyes. "Yes, they're dead." Mo Fan, too, had not anticipated that death could be so uncomplicated. In fact, it was astonishingly simple, reminiscent of his initial moments after crossing over into this world. "My sword strikes swiftly. They did not perish, but merely fell into darkness," he reassured her, wishing to alleviate her fright. The girl, despite her tender age, displayed maturity, trembling yet rising to her feet. Thank you. Thank you." Just as she began to express her gratitude, she realized her choice of words was inappropriate. Hastily correcting herself, "Master, thank you." Though her address had changed, Mo Fan was not deaf. His eyes narrowed in amusement. "Little thief? What little thief?" As he scrutinized the girl more closely, he was struck by a sense of familiarity. This was the little beggar. The grime on her face, perhaps washed away by the rain, revealed her youthful beauty. It was no wonder the two men had harbored ill intentions. With recognition dawning, Mo Fan chuckled awkwardly. "Ah, it's you, little beggar. About that earlier incident, it was not my intention. Do you believe me?" The girl nodded obediently. Mo Fan glanced at the decayed wood in his hand and promptly discarded it. He had no desire to threaten her. Opening his backpack, he retrieved several packets of instant noodles and tossed them before her. "Consider this an apology." The thunder rumbled on. As Mo Fan prepared to leave, standing at the door, he added, "Those are delicious. Just add water. Oh, and don't go begging anymore. There's plenty of grass outside that can fill your stomach." He had tasted the grass, finding it both palatable and beneficial for health. With that, Mo Fan stepped into the rain, his silhouette gradually fading. Meanwhile, the girl was left pondering. Grass is edible? Yet before she could voice her thoughts, Mo Fan had vanished. An hour slipped by swiftly. The talent for thievery has been inherited. At a roadside tea house, Mo Fan took a sip. What is the situation with that unknown presence? It's been quite some time since they last appeared. His curiosity was piqued, for the absence of this entity was indeed unusual, creating a sense of unease. Regardless, this could be fortuitous. Setting down his cup, Mo Fan began to eavesdrop on the idle chatter around him, seeking information. Where better to gather intelligence than a tea house? "Have you heard? In 3 days, the major sects will unite to exterminate the demon sect." Exterminate the demon sect? But they have an innate master. ISNT, that tantamount to seeking death? Ah, you are mistaken. Which master from Wudong has broken through to the innate level? Mo Fan was taken aback, absorbing their words. Major sects? Demon sect? Innate? Wudong? Could it be? This fantastical world was so grounded in reality? Chapter 7. I Am Dugu by Mo Fan took a sip of tea, pondering the nature of this world. Was it supposed to be a realm of fantasy? Why was it so steeped in martial energy? As he eavesdropped, another intriguing piece of information captured his attention. There were sects within this town. It just so happened that this was the time for the sect to recruit disciples. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan set down his teacup. Qingshan sect. If I could effortlessly master the rainfall sword technique, I would surely ascend like a butterfly. What would happen if I were to learn the authentic techniques of a formal sect? After confirming the location for recruitment of disciples at Qingshan sect, Mo Fan smirked and strode forth. Is this really Qingshan sect? The wooden tables and chairs creaked as he entered. Seated at a table behind, a figure clad in a blue robe lounged with one leg crossed over the other, fanning himself while casually inquiring if he had seen the registration form on the table. To join, one had to fill in their name, place of origin, and age. Mo Fan noticed there was no line before him, The disciple recruitment area was unusually desolate. How could it be so quiet? Even though the name Qingshan sect sounded martial and imposing, it was still a sect, wasn't it? Doubts began to creep into Mo Fan's mind. Was this the correct approach? Despite his uncertainty, Mo Fan hesitated only briefly before picking up the pen and paper. Naturally, he wrote, Name, Dugubai Tian, place of origin, nameless mountain village, age, since it was a sect, being younger would surely be advantageous. As for his appearance, he merely looked a bit anxious. After some contemplation, he settled on the age of 8, finished his writing, and handed the paper to the man fanning himself. Name, Dugubai Tian. The man, who had been relaxed, suddenly straightened up, placing the fan down and gazing intently at Mo Fan. Indeed, I bear the surname Dugu, and my given name is by Tian. Mo Fan replied unabashedly, meeting the man's gaze. Wait, you're 8 years old? The man exclaimed. Yes, in my nameless village. I am a hunter and have had ample sustenance, resulting in a robust physique, Mo Fan replied, maintaining his composure. Let me see your hand. The man narrowed his eyes, clearly skeptical of the tale. Did he think to mock him? Bone age cannot be deceived. As he gripped Mo Fan's wrist and squeezed, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Bone age of 1 year? You must be joking. Clad in blue, the man walked ahead, followed by 3 children and 1 mature individual, Mo Fan himself. As he walked, he tapped his head in contemplation. Dugubai Tian? He looks older than I do, yet his bone age is merely 1 year? The truth of bone age is undeniable, and this left him deeply puzzled. Absurd, utterly absurd. Soon, Mo Fan followed the blue-robed figure to the foot of a mountain, where the 3 children's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing a massive stone bearing the words Qingshan sect. Their reaction restored a bit of confidence to the blue-robed man. This place is Qingshan sect. However, do not rejoice too soon. Joining Qingshan sect is not as simple as just filling in your name. You must also pass a test. The blue-robed man turned to the 3 children and, after briefly glancing back at Mo Fan, gestured toward them. If you wish to truly join Qingshan sect, do you see that 1,000-layered staircase behind the stone? He pointed to a winding stone path that seemed endless. Only by conquering the 1,000-layered staircase can you officially become a member of Qingshan sect. But the journey ahead depends solely on your own abilities. Whether or not you succeed in ascending the staircase is entirely up to you. I will await you at the end. With that, the blue-robed man leaped into the air, his toes lightly touching the leaves as he gracefully soared away. Incredible! A martial arts master. The children had never witnessed such a spectacle, and their eyes sparkled with awe. As for Mo Fan, he thought, it's merely climbing a staircase. Is this truly a test? He gazed at the staircase behind the stone, wondering if there were illusions within. The blue-robed man's lightness of form indeed exuded an ethereal quality. The fact that the blue-robed figure was there to recruit disciples indicated that his strength must belong to the leisure class of Qingshan sect. If a leisure disciple possessed such prowess, perhaps I had underestimated the situation. Despite the martial air, this world truly was fantastical. Mo Fan regarded the staircase ahead with caution. Although he had attained a transcendent level in the rainfall sword technique, external martial skills were still just that, external. It was wise to remain vigilant. As he pondered, the 3 children had already ascended the staircase with fervor, clearly eager to be the first to reach the top. Youthful exuberance, indeed. Mo Fan shook his head, then adjusted his posture. The gentle breeze caressed his face as he mentally rehearsed the rainfall sword technique, entering a state of profound enlightenment. Thus, with a single step, he successfully set foot on the first step of the staircase. He anticipated various illusions to assault him. Yet where were they? The absence of illusions startled Mo Fan out of his meditative state. He pressed down on the stone step beneath him, bewildered as he looked ahead. Where are the illusions? He retreated and, not willing to succumb to superstition, stepped onto the staircase once more. There was not a single gust of wind to be felt. After confirming the absence of illusions, Mo Fan ascended the 1,000-layered staircase with steady determination. The steps felt ordinary, and he too felt unremarkable, moving at a leisurely pace, as if he were out for a stroll rather than taking a test. The 3 children, having sprinted ahead, were now gasping for breath, struggling to catch their wind. Before long, Mo Fan surpassed them effortlessly. In the woods, the calls of birds echoed harmoniously. How delightful! Could it be that Qing Shan sect was truly a martial arts sect? Not only were there few recruits, but the assessment was merely to climb a staircase. Truth be told, Mo Fan began to doubt himself. Yet, as he continued, he noticed a few unfamiliar children laboriously climbing. Recognizing that they too were participants in the assessment, he deduced that the recruitment at Qing Shan sect was not confined to a single location. It seemed that Qing Shan sect was not so trivial after all. This realization reassured Mo Fan, solidifying his resolve to continue onward. Soon, he reached the halfway point of the mountain. Here, one side presented a sheer cliff while the other was a steep wall. A single misstep could send one plummeting into the abyss. Help! Help! A faint cry for help echoed from ahead. Mo Fan turned his gaze and spotted a pair of small hands clinging desperately to the edge of the staircase. Was someone about to fall off the cliff? Mo Fan reached out, pulling a little girl up from the brink. With a thud, the girl collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Upon seeing her face, a peculiar expression crossed Mo Fan's features. She was none other than the little beggar girl. Having escaped a dire fate, the girl initially felt relief, but soon her countenance shifted to one of anger. Clearly, she had nearly fallen into the chasm, not by chance, but by design. Thank you, she said, suppressing her anger and speaking softly. Upon recognizing Mo Fan's face, her surprise and delight were evident. Mo Fan waved his hand, advising her to be cautious. After uttering this, he turned to continue his ascent. Sir, may I know your name? Dugu Bai Tian, he replied. Chapter 8. Mastery of Internal Techniques Achieved. In the square, Mo Fan's figure emerged from the steps, and upon observing Mo Fan's mature demeanor, an elderly man furrowed his brow. Is this the disciple we are recruiting? Beside the elder stood a man in a green robe who presented Mo Fan's information to him. This is the one I accepted. Master. The elder turned to the man in the green robe, concern flickering in his eyes. Are you out of your mind? Allowing someone of this age to enter? No, master. The man in the green robe looked at Mo Fan and cleared his throat. He is not older than 8 years. Upon hearing this, the elder was taken aback. He then swiftly struck the back of the green-robed man's head, causing him to stumble. 8 years. You're telling me this is an 8-year-old? In the square, the children present were all around 7 to 8 years old or 11 to 12, making Mo Fan's presence particularly conspicuous. It's true, master. The man in the green robe lamented. The bone age has been assessed. While he may not appear to be 8, the bone age does not lie. The elder squinted. How is it that you are the peak master? Forget it. Arrange a menial position for him. After stating this, the elder ceased paying attention to Mo Fan and shifted his gaze to the other children. The square was filled with many children, approximately 70 to 80 in total. The elder stroked his beard, a smile gracing his lips. With such a plethora of talented children, in no more than 10 years, our Qing Shan sect will rise to the ranks of second-tier sects. The elder chuckled heartily, his eyes brimming with satisfaction, save for Mo Fan. Soon, as the last batch of children arrived at the square, the assessment began. A disciple resembling a Qing Shan sect member leaped to a high point and announced, I will demonstrate the Qing Shan sword technique. Those who can recall the first 3 moves will enter the outer sect. Those who remember the first 10 moves will enter the inner sect. The Qing Shan sword technique consists of 12 moves, and memorizing 10 is already considered extraordinary talent. After finishing his announcement, the disciple remained silent and began demonstrating the sword technique. The children watched intently, their hands mimicking the movements of the performer on the platform. An incense stick later, it was time for evaluation. The Qing Shan sword technique was not overly difficult. Perhaps Mo Fan's rainfall sword technique had already reached a transcendent level. With just a glance, he not only memorized all the moves, but also found that the system interface indicated he had mastered the Qing Shan sword technique. Now, he merely needed to infuse experience to elevate the Qing Shan sword technique to a transcendent level as well. However, he refrained from acting for the moment. At the assessment area, There were 7 or 8 examiners, each responsible for a line of children, evaluating them one by one. Only remembered 3 moves? Enter the outer sect. 7 moves? Outer sect. Outer sect. I was just 3 moves short. The child who remembered 7 moves was disheartened, but after being reprimanded, he could only sulk away to collect his garments. While remembering 7 moves indeed signified greater talent than remembering 3, the outcome remained the same, unable to alter their fate. Time passed. 12 moves? A voice of surprise echoed, causing all the children to turn their heads. At this point, dozens of children had been assessed, yet none had entered the inner sect. Now, unexpectedly, one had memorized all the moves, a prodigy. Ha ha, splendid. Extraordinary talent. Enter the inner sect. The examiner laughed heartily, proudly guiding a child out of the crowd. What is your name? E.O.M. Cool. Soon, it was M.O. Fan's turn for assessment. Seeing the familiar figure in the green robe, M.O. Fan smiled. He had not only memorized all the moves, but had also entered the realm of mastery. With such talent, he ought to secure a place in the inner sect. Yet, after appraising M.O. Fan from head to toe, the green-robed man stated, "You need not demonstrate. You will enter the menial position. Montak Fen. Enough. Go to the far corner and collect your menial garments." The green-robed man said, moving on to the next child without pause. Remember 2 moves? Enter the menial position. 3 moves? Outer sect. Watching the retreating figure of the green-robed man, M.O. Fan was bewildered. However, upon realizing that even menials could acquire internal techniques, he accepted it with joy. Being a menial was inconsequential as long as he had access to the techniques. The items available to menials included a long sword, a manual on sword techniques, and a volume on the Qingshan heart technique. Gazing at the heart technique, M.O. Fan smiled. This is sufficient. Subsequently, after all the children had completed their assessments, M.O. Fan followed a leader to his designated thatched cottage. Although he was a menial, he had his own exclusive thatched residence. After bidding farewell to the leader, M.O. Fan immediately stored the sword technique and heart technique in his hundredfold backpack. Instantly, a system prompt appeared. Ding! Qingshan heart technique detected. Would you like to learn? Needless to say, he eagerly selected to learn. Upon completing the learning process, M.O. Fan instantly grasped the distinctions of the realms. The Qingshan heart technique was divided into 6 realms: skin training, bone training, organ training, internal breath, acquired, and innate. However, upon comprehension, M.O. Fan furrowed his brow at the terms skin training and bone training. Acquired and innate? These realms seemed peculiar. Pondering for a moment, he dismissed the thought and looked at the remaining 99 volumes of the Qingshan heart technique in his backpack, a smirk playing on his lips. The sword technique could be decomposed into experience. Surely the heart technique could be as well. With that thought, he began to decompose the Qingshan heart technique. Decomposition successful. Based on current cultivation efficiency. Gained internal skill experience 310. Haha, it indeed works. The prompt was gratifying, and M.O. Fan was elated. Thus, could not the realms be elevated at an astonishing pace? Without hesitation, he proceeded. Decomposition successful. Based on current cultivation efficiency. Gained internal skill experience 310. Decomposition successful. Based on current cultivation efficiency. Gained internal skill experience 310. The 99 volumes of the Qingshan heart technique were soon fully decomposed, and he began to allocate points. Ding! Would you like to consume 1,000 internal skill experience to elevate the realm, from none to skin training? Elevating the realm required such an amount? Although somewhat surprised, in the next moment, he decisively clicked to enhance. Thus, his panel transformed. Personal information. Nama, Montak Fen. Realm, skin training, first tier, talent, double pupils, purple, light-fingered blue, talent bonus. Cultivation efficiency 310, fortune 110, comprehension 50. External skill, rainfall sword technique, transcendent white. Qingshan sword technique, entry white. External skill experience, 24,080. Internal skill, Qingshan heart technique, entry white. Internal skill experience, 29,690. First tier? What is this? M.O. Fan frowned at the realm section of the panel. Yet, After a moment of reflection, he smiled. It must be the so-called acquired and innate, merely the first tier. He wondered what tier the unknown existence was. Mo Fan's eyes narrowed. Regardless of the tier, as long as I have enough experience, I can elevate my realm. Just wait. No sight, no sound, is it? System. Elevate my realm. Ding. Would you like to consume 2,000 internal skill experience to elevate the realm? From skin training to bone training. Elevate. Crack. As the command was issued, a crisp sound resonated through Mo Fan's entire body, and simultaneously, he felt a lightness envelop him. In that moment, he sensed that with a gentle leap, he could burst through the thatched cottage. Once more. Chapter 9. The Battle of Righteousness and Evil. Ding. Do you wish to consume 4,000 internal skill experience to elevate your realm from bone training to organs training? Elevate. Ding. Do you wish to consume 8,000 internal skill experience to elevate your realm from organs training to internal breath? Elevate. As the realm reached internal breath, a surge of warmth surged within Mo Fan, washing over his limbs and bones, enveloping him in a wave of comfort. The practices of skin, bone, and organs training were all pathways leading to internal breath. Stepping into this realm marked the true beginning of his journey into cultivation. With a deep breath, Mo Fan expelled a mouthful of impure air like a sword. As he opened his mouth, the straw-thatched house swayed, and with a muffled thud, a small hole appeared above. Glancing at his remaining experience, he found he could ascend another level. The elevation granted by the system required no consolidation, as every strand of internal breath was earned through arduous training. With this thought, he commanded the system, elevate. Ding. Consuming 16,000 internal skill experience to elevate. Current realm, postnatal. Experience exhausted. Mo Fan's remaining internal skill experience stood at 5690. Boom! The moment he entered the postnatal realm, his hair stood on end as if stirred by an invisible wind, akin to a chaotic dance of deities and demons. If internal breath marked the initial foray into cultivation, then postnatal signified a complete transformation, placing him among the ranks of the adept. With a mere thought, Mo Fan recalled the information he had overheard in the small town. In the battle of righteousness and evil, even the pinnacle figures were merely innate. The postnatal realm already constituted a formidable force, and he had ascended in less than an hour. What a disparity! Taking a deep breath, Mo Fan clenched his fist. With his intention, a faint azure light coursed through his palm, the unique mark of the postnatal realm. Internal breath unleashed. At this point, his fists and feet could summon the might of heaven and earth. He glanced sideways at the long sword sheathed nearby, and with a thought, the sword came to him. With internal breath finely attuned, it erupted from his entire being. Buzz! The sheathed sword quivered and vibrated, and then, with a whoosh, the long sword flew into his hand like a silver flash, seemingly imbued with spirit. Upon his first foray into the fantastical world, a woman had held a sword and struck him down. Now, unexpectedly, he could wield a sword. In truth, the postnatal realm was still far from the standard of sword mastery, which was an art reserved for the innate. However, the rainfall sword technique, having reached a transcendent level, was not merely about wielding a sword against adversaries. While external skills lacked the profoundness of internal skills, there remained a substantial gap. Beyond mere techniques, it represented intent. He did not command the sword with energy. Rather, he directed it with intention. In some aspects, this was more challenging and far less easily achieved. Opening his panel, Mo Fan examined his personal information. Nama, Montak Fen. Realm, postnatal, first tier. Talent, double pupil, purple. Master of Snatching, blue, talent bonus. Cultivation efficiency, 310. Opportunities, 110. Comprehension, 50. External skill, Rainfall sword technique, transcendent white. Green Mountain sword technique, entry white. External skill experience, 24,080. Internal skill, Green Mountain Mind Method, entry white. Internal skill experience, 5,690. Still in the first tier? Despite such a profound transformation, Mo Fan felt that leaping through the Dragon's Gate seemed an understatement. Yet, to his surprise, the panel still indicated he was in the first tier. Is a junior disciple present? At that moment, a voice called from outside the wooden house. As he closed the panel and stepped out, a broom was tossed into Mo Fan's hands. From today onwards, you are responsible for sweeping the thousand-layer steps. The newcomer was an inner sect disciple, taller than Mo Fan, yet possessing a lower realm. Observing his muddled internal organs, it was evident he had yet to practice organs training. After tossing the broom, the person did not linger and turned to leave. However, he scratched the back of his head, feeling a prickling sensation. Perhaps he hadn't slept well. He paid it no mind, unaware that his instincts had been triggered, warning him not to turn his back on Mo Fan. Meanwhile, Mo Fan gazed at the broom in his hands. Sweeping the thousand-layer steps? This suited him perfectly. Though the system's elevation was solid and profound, he felt it paralleled the rainfall sword technique. Observing the wind, the mountains, and the steps, there was no harm in contemplating them again in a state of enlightenment. Time flew by. Soon, Mo Fan diligently swept the fallen leaves on the thousand-layer steps. The children who had entered the sect with him also received their tasks. Yet besides completing their duties, they needed to carve out time to practice the Green Mountain Sword technique and the Green Mountain Mind method. As for Mo Fan, he focused solely on the quiet task of cleaning the leaves, watching the sun rise and the clouds billow. Cultivation? That was non-existent. Understanding was sufficient. On the third day, a grand troop set forth from the thousand-layer steps. Mo Fan leaned on his broom, and from their grand rhetoric, he discerned their destination, the battle of righteousness and evil. You've done well these past 3 days, showing self-awareness. Just before their departure, the sect leader glanced at Mo Fan, standing by the thousand-layer steps, and nodded. During these days, Mo Fan had diligently fulfilled his responsibilities, impressing the leader. At his age, understanding his limitations in cultivation, he remained content, not forcing himself, and kept the thousand-layer steps clean and beautiful, a commendable role as a handyman. The troop set off in a grand procession. Among the crowd, a familiar figure glanced at Mo Fan, smiling faintly, raising her fist and patting the sword at her waist with confidence. Kaguya, as a gifted individual, she was taken to experience the world. Once everyone departed, Mo Fan continued sweeping the fallen leaves, immersing himself in the rhythms of the universe. The battle of righteousness and evil had no bearing on him. The only connection he felt was with that unknown presence. He pondered why this time there was no action from her. Entering the postnatal realm, he yearned to test the distance between himself and her. I miss you, unknown presence. The following day, with most of the sect members away, Mo Fan stroked his chin, directing his attention to the scripture pavilion. Ridiculous. Decomposing techniques can enhance oneself. I must enrich myself thoroughly. Of course, he had no authority to access the scripture pavilion. However, was it necessary for him to extend greetings upon entering the postnatal realm? Clearly it was not. Thus, while the majority of the sect ventured into battle, apart from his daily task of sweeping the thousand-layer steps, spent each evening wandering the scripture pavilion. Time passed swiftly. Within the pavilion, there were numerous external skills. The Green Mountain Sword technique, body forging techniques, mountain shaking fist, ethereal steps, and so forth. However, there were only 2 internal skills. One was the Green Mountain Mind method, and the other was the 7-star Spirit method. 7-star Spirit method, green level technique? Though there were only 2, upon seeing the green glow accompanying the 7-star Spirit method, Mo Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absurd. Just the term Spirit method indicates its extraordinary nature, let alone its green designation. After obtaining this technique, Mo Fan immediately began to copy and practice it, without a hint of delay. Upon practicing, he discovered that the original Green Mountain Mind method had been entirely overwritten. Technique, unlike external skills, seemed to allow only one to be practiced at a time. After the overwrite, his realm remained unchanged, yet the internal breath within him doubled instantly. If previously his breath flowed like a brook, now, after practicing the 7-star Spirit method, it surged forth like a mighty river, relentless and unending. Chapter 10. The return. Mo Fan felt the transformation within him, overwhelmed with joy. Truly, the green cultivation method was formidable. He then glanced at the remaining 99 volumes of the 7-star spiritual arts in his backpack. System decompose. The experience required to ascend from the acquired realm to the innate was 36,000. Soon, the decomposition was complete, granting him 36,000 experience points. Combined with the previous surplus of over 600, just enough for a level up. Here I come, innate realm. Montag van Fokusate intently. He relished this method of upgrading. Without hesitation, he commanded, System, elevate my realm. Ding. Consumed internal energy experience. 36,000. Realm upgraded to innate. Boom. Though the difference between acquired and innate was but a single character, the disparity was as vast as the heavens and the earth. While the acquired could manipulate energy externally, the innate was fundamentally about internal essence transforming into spirit. Furthermore, with the harmonious internal essence, every movement he made would generate a protective aura. This aura was impervious to blades and untouched by spells. The innate stood invincible. Boom! A wave of energy swept through the thatched cottage, which was already fragile, instantly shattering into fragments. Dust swirled, leaving M.O. Fan standing amidst the chaos like a demonic deity. Innate. Achieved. He opened his panel to assess his personal attributes. Personal information, name, M.O. Fan, realm, innate first tier, talent, double pupils, purple, thieving hands, blue, talent boost, cultivation efficiency 310, fortune 110, comprehension 50, external skills, rainfall sword technique, transcendent white, green mountain sword technique, beginner white, external skill experience, 54, 770, internal skills, 7-star spiritual arts, green, internal skill experience, 380. Though his internal skill experience was scant, M.O. Fan felt elated. Innate. This journey through the realms had not only allowed him to transcend, but also catapulted him into the ranks of innate masters. And external skills. A smile crept across his lips as he surveyed the diverse external skills in his backpack. Body forging technique, mountain shaking fist, mysterious step. So many options. With such a plethora of external skills, the rainfall sword technique could now transcend. Although he possessed numerous external skills, they were all of the same white tier. Naturally, it was most beneficial to enhance the rainfall sword technique directly. Since they shared the same color, precision was paramount. Without a moment's pause, M.O. Fan resolved to decompose. Soon, the system panel displayed a new line. External skill experience surged from several tens of thousands to 244, 770, 244,000. Ding. Would you like to consume 64,000 external skill experience to elevate the rainfall sword technique from transcendent to sword intent? Sword intent? Was this the next realm beyond transcendent? M.O. Fan stroked his chin, then decisively replied, Elevate. Swish. Just as he elevated, an enormous surge of enlightenment flooded his mind, compelling him to close his eyes. Simultaneously, the sword beside him began to hum incessantly, not under his control, but responding to its own consciousness. Sword intent, a pivotal distinction of the sword. Perhaps due to his practice of the rainfall sword technique, M.O. Fan, with his eyes shut, sensed the humidity in the surrounding air, which he could now command at this moment. Whoosh! With a thought, rain began to fall around him, void of thunder or dark clouds. Sword intent transformed into rain. If any other innate masters were present, they would surely be astounded. The manifestation of sword intent as rain had entered the realm of myth. What was divine might? This was true divine might. Fine raindrops enveloped the entire mountain gate. Meanwhile, within the mountain gate, some disciples who remained behind looked up in confusion at the clear skies and bright sun, puzzled by the inexplicable rain. Rain during the day? Some disciples were fetching water, some cleaning the plaza, others practicing their swordplay, while a few meditated to comprehend their heart techniques. The rain fell, not cold but rather imbued with an indescribable sensation. One curious individual extended his hand, watching the raindrops that landed in his palm vanish without a trace, leaving him stunned. He looked up bewilderedly at the rain, asking, "What is this rain? Why does it disappear upon touching my hand?" He was utterly perplexed. How strange. Meanwhile, M.O. Fan, with his eyes now open, realized that in the realm of external skills, quality trumped quantity. Exhaling deeply, he remarked to himself, with still over 100,000 experience points remaining. He was eager for more. Ding! Insufficient external skill experience. Mo Fan intended to fully maximize the rainfall sword technique, but when the system notification appeared, he was momentarily taken aback. Insufficient external skill experience? What nonsense! I still have over 100,000. Even if the next level required double the experience, needing 120,000 external skill experience, that would still suffice. Opening the system panel, he checked the experience required for the next level. Instantly, a long string of numbers jumped into view. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000. 1, 280, 000. 1,280,000? What? After transcended, each level increases tenfold, does it? The rain of swords continued to fall. Mo Fan surveyed the flattened thatched cottage and began to gather wood to rebuild. Just over 1 million? Not a problem. He hadn't collected everything from the external skills in the scripture pavilion last time. He would raid it again tonight. Given the abundance of external skills, Mo Fan hadn't taken them all at once. Upon acquiring the 7-star spiritual arts, he had rushed back. Now he was at the innate realm, with sword techniques transformed into sword intent. All in all, he felt quite satisfied. The rain of swords persisted for 3 hours, and even after the rain ceased, the discussions among the people within the mountain gate continued about the peculiar rain. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 more days had gone by. On this day, atop the 1,000-layer steps, Mo Fan was sweeping away fallen leaves when a whiff of blood filled the air. He halted, and as he gazed ahead, a group of people emerged, supporting one another as they navigated the 1,000-layer steps. It was early morning. The mist was light, and the chirping birds had fallen silent. The group moved slowly along the path, leaving behind a trail of blood with each step they took on the stairs. Mo Fan recognized the leader as the sect master. Unlike when he had departed, the sect master remained silent as they passed each other. He bore severe injuries, his shoulder displaying deep white bones. The others were equally silent, their expressions somber. Among the crowd, only Chow Air managed to muster a faint smile upon seeing Mo Fan, but after a moment's hesitation, she withdrew, accompanying the sect master into the mountain gate. She seemed to have matured quite a bit, having learned restraint. That day, Mo Fan inquired about the outcome of the righteous versus demonic battle. The righteous side had been defeated, even though the pinnacle figures of the righteous path, such as Wudong, had entered the innate realm. There was still no match for the formidable powers of the demonic sect. In this battle, the righteous side suffered heavy losses. Their strength significantly diminished. The Qingshan sect had dispatched 238 individuals, 1 in the acquired realm, 8 in the internal essence realm, and several others in the bone and organ training stages. Upon their return, only 30 remained, 1 in the acquired realm, 3 in the internal essence realm, 1 without a realm, and the rest were merely a handful. Chapter 11. A worthy endeavor before Mo Fan could fully comprehend the implications of his defeat. A white cloth was hung within the sect. The master of the Qingshan sect, who had returned from the realm of the postnatal, issued instructions regarding subsequent affairs, and then breathed his last within 3 short hours. In his final moments, he took Chower as his personal disciple, while the position of sect leader was entrusted to another of the internal energy realm. Consequently, the Qingshan sect was left with only 3 individuals of the internal energy realm to uphold its integrity. Before the thatched cottage, Mo Fan had crafted a rocking chair during his recent repairs, and now he found himself helplessly seated in it. As he reclined in leisure, the night sky above was adorned with an array of dazzling stars. Once merely an ordinary man gazing up at the cosmos, he now extended his hand, fingers gently splayed, as if the stars were mere toys within his grasp. The decline of the Qingshan sect was inconsequential. He had mastered all the external techniques within the sect and merely awaited the time to digest and reflect upon them before seeking a new sect to join. At that point, he would be able to transcend the sword intent of the rainfall sword technique. In truth, he was only a mere 500,000 to 600,000 external energy experience points away, not much at all. In this moment of contentment, an unexpected visitor appeared. Bathed in the silvery glow of the moon, the visitor donned a flowing green gown, none other than the esteemed Miss Dugu. as she stood before Mo Fan. He lifted his eyelids slightly and spoke, "Chow, it's quite late. Is there something you need?" "I have been accepted as a personal disciple," she replied. After glancing around to ensure they were alone, she reached into her sleeve and retrieved a tome of techniques. The 7-star spirit method. This was an exalted technique only accessible to personal disciples, and such a method was strictly forbidden from being shared. If others were to discover her actions, not only would she lose her status as a personal disciple, but she could also face immediate execution. Observing the technique Chower had produced, Mo Fan felt a pang of embarrassment. Though her intentions were good, he had already perused the 7-star spirit method. "What are you doing? Put that away. Do you understand the gravity of your actions?" he admonished, tightening his throat. Rising from the rocking chair, he added, "Chur, I have already stated that this is merely a matter of convenience. There is no need to take it to heart. I will not disclose today's events, and the hour is late. You should return." "Miss Dugu," she began, but Mo Fan interjected, "Go on." Chower grasped the 7-star spirit method tightly, fully aware of its immense value since becoming a personal disciple. It was a treasure coveted by countless individuals. However, she had not anticipated that he would dismiss such a precious technique with just a glance, and so decisively. The night breeze was cool, tousling Chower's hair. Observing Montauk Fen, she could not help but sigh softly as she returned the 7-star spirit method to her sleeve. "Then, I shall not disturb you any further. Farewell." Shaking his head, Mo Fan paid her little mind and reclined once more in his rocking chair, gazing at the myriad of stars overhead. Days passed, and 3 days later, a storm of sword rain descended. After a period of contemplation, Mo Fan's insights deepened as he witnessed a bird perched against a backdrop of white clouds, chirping merrily. Closing his eyes, he summoned the sword rain instinctively. It was time to change sex and break through the sword intent. The sword rain fell silently, leaving no trace, cleansing the Qingshan sect in its wake. An hour later, Mo Fan opened his eyes, prepared to depart. Within the sect, many remained unsatisfied, particularly Chower, who, after experiencing the sword rain, fell into a state of enlightenment. Drawing her sword from her waist, she began to practice the sword technique, each movement synchronized with her breath, forming a breathtaking sight. Many of her fellow disciples, witnessing her, became utterly entranced. Even as the sword rain ceased, Chower continued her performance, lost in her epiphany. Meanwhile, Mo Fan had little to gather. Rising from the rocking chair, he discarded the broom used for sweeping the layered steps at the entrance before proceeding down the mountain. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to his comprehension of sword intent, he preferred not to rely on vast internal energy or agile movements. Instead, he cherished the grounded sensation of taking one step at a time. With a light-hearted stride, he soon reached the foot of the mountain. The Wudong sect, known for nurturing innate talents, was not short of techniques, perhaps even those of superior quality. With a thought, he made plans and then vanished from the front of the Qingshan sect, as if he had never been there at all. What on earth? Is Wudong so far away? After purchasing a map in the closest town to the Qingshan sect, Mo Fan was taken aback. The map indicated that Wudong was a considerable distance away, as depicted by a finger's length. If that was the case on the map, how far must it be in reality? It was enough to make one's legs weary. Nevertheless, it mattered not. He had long desired to explore the unknown, and regardless of the distance, he had to visit Wudong. However, due to the length of the journey, he decided to alter his plans to include a few sects along the way. After all, one could never have too many techniques. Thus, he shouldered the long sword provided by the Qingshan sect and set forth on his journey. Ding! 3 days later, the system chimed. Survive for 15 days. Coordinates of the unknown world recorded. Ding! You may name the unknown world. On the official road, Mo Fan paused, contemplating the message before scratching his head. What is this? Name the unknown world? After the system prompt, a blank window appeared before him, allowing him to input a name with a mere thought before confirming it. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been in this world for half a month. Let me name it. Shouldn't the name appear directly since it's a record of an unknown world? Montauk Fen Pundut. Looking at the blank window, he decided to input Chower for ease of remembrance, for in these past 2 weeks, she had made the most profound impression on him. Ding. Naming successful. Current world, Chow. Remaining lifespan, 200 years. Having completed the renaming, Mo Fan was met with a new prompt, causing him to squint in surprise. Current world, Chow. What does this mean? Is the world I'm currently in not the previous one? Am I traversing different worlds each time? In a daze, Mo Fan thought. The implications of this system prompt were vast, enough to leave him feeling somewhat awkward. The current world, coupled with the unique realm divisions here, postnatal and innate, would be clear to even the most dull-witted individual. Taking a deep breath, he looked skyward and exclaimed, "What the hell? Where's my fantasy?" On the official road, human presence was sparse. One man and his horse stirred up clouds of dust, which struck Mo Fan's face, causing him to inhale a mouthful of dirt. Ugh, who is that? Can't they see someone is standing by the road? As he turned, in the blink of an eye, the rider passed him, leaving only their silhouette behind. From the back, it was evident that the rider was a woman, her back adorned with 2 long swords. Already feeling disheartened by the system's revelations, and now having unexpectedly swallowed dirt, he raised his hand to grab a small stone from the ground. Yet, after contemplating the rider's retreating figure, he thought better of it and let the stone fall. A gentleman does not engage in conflict with a lady. It was best to let it go. What a worthy endeavor. With a swift motion, Mo Fan pointed his hand like a sword, and immediately, the stone he had just discarded sprang to life, floating into the air. It lingered for a moment before slicing through the air and soaring away. A resounding neigh echoed from afar as the horse stumbled, crashing into the dust. Chapter 12. Truth lies within the realm of fist and foot. Observing the chaos in the dust, with individuals tumbling about, Mo Fan felt a surge of satisfaction within. After a brief chuckle, he leisurely resumed his journey. Ah, in such a desolate place, there exists a tea stall? After several hours, Mo Fan caught sight of a makeshift tea stall ahead and stroked his chin in contemplation. The stall was devoid of customers, featuring only a steaming stove and a scruffy old man. Settling down, Mo Fan beckoned the old man to serve tea. Soon, a chipped bowl was unceremoniously placed before him, with the old man casually tossing in a handful of leaves before pouring boiling water. During this process, he subtly shook his head. Mo Fan furrowed his brow, perplexed. What was this? Why shake your head while serving tea? Furthermore, was this truly the manner of a tea vendor? Though bewildered, Mo Fan decided to overlook it, blowing on the steaming tea as he awaited it to cool. Half an hour later, a group of travelers, dusty and weary, who initially seemed intent on bypassing the tea stall, inexplicably altered their course and approached directly. There were about 17 or 18 of them, all clad in armor, their strides exuding an air of authority. With a resounding clap, one of them strode towards Mo Fan, slamming a large blade onto the wooden table. A solitary stall, a solitary cup, a solitary path. Contrary to the rumors, this solitary tea is not so solitary. The leader's words prompted the armored men surrounding the stall to draw their weapons in unison, creating a palpable tension in the small space. Coughing lightly, the old man clutched his fist, stooping slightly. "My lord, your words are too harsh. I am but a poor man, barely scraping by with this tea stall. I genuinely fail to comprehend your meaning." Serve the tea," the leader declared, throwing back his cloak, the bench beneath him creaking ominously. "Old man, I have only 9 bowls left. With so many of you, it may be difficult to distribute fairly." The old man busied himself at the boiling kettle, lifting the lid, tending to the charcoal, and wiping the bowls. Hearing this, the apparent general replied, "Not enough to share? Even if there were only 1 bowl, we would take turns. How can there be a notion of scarcity?" The old man set down the bowl. "My lord, one cannot say it so simply. The first bowl may bring sweetness to your heart, but the subsequent drinkers may not share the same sentiment. Moreover, this land is barren, with scarce water and withered trees. Rather than contest over this tea, why not return it to the earth to nourish the people? Once the calamity passes and everything revives, who would lament over a bowl of tea? Isn't this conversation rather peculiar?" Mo Fan, standing nearby, felt a bit lost amidst the dialogue. What did the number of bowls left and returning to the earth have to do with one another? And why draw swords? Was it merely about the insufficient bowls? In a bold move, Mo Fan tossed the bowl before him behind his back and soon retrieved 99 additional bowls. Let us just enjoy the tea, old man. You should have prepared more bowls. However, consider yourself fortunate today. Here, I have 99 bowls to give you. As Mo Fan concluded his statement, the general and the old man paused, gazing at the towering stack of bowls before him. The old man, the general, the soldiers. Cough, my lord, may I offer a suggestion? The old man, feigning ignorance of Mo Fan's bowls, continued addressing the general. Old man, it is not that I disregard you, but you must understand calamity has come. We, merely seeking to protect ourselves, are left akin to withered trees, destined to decay without this cup of tea. The general pretended not to hear. Am I speaking too softly? There are plenty of bowls here. Feel free to take one each. It's more than enough. Mo Fan, observing the ongoing riddle, declared, You seem to be in an impasse. I'll leave the bowls here. Feel free to take your share. Once again interrupted, the old man and the general twitched at their lips, unable to contain their reactions as they finally turned to Mo Fan. Can you not keep quiet? They exclaimed in unison. Simultaneously, perhaps prompted by the general, a soldier stepped forward, slamming his knife onto Mo Fan's table with a resounding clang. The threat was clear. Had it not been for the general's orders, that blade might have struck Mo Fan's head. However, unfazed by the intimidation, Mo Fan faced the old man and the general. I come in peace, yet you threaten me instead. I must inform you, I am not well and cannot tolerate scorn. With a sigh, Mo Fan rose, mimicking the general's earlier gesture, slamming his sword onto the table. Since it has come to this, you owe me. Hand over your internal and external skills as compensation. Upon concluding his statement, the old man, the general, Are you serious? The general, barely restraining his temper, began to curse. Do you not see the numerous, glimmering blades around you? Am I being extorted right before the general's eyes? The general narrowed his gaze. Young friend, I did not catch that. What did you just say? Am I hard of hearing? I, Duga Baitian, demand compensation from you. Mo Fan stated succinctly, getting straight to the point. Place your external and internal skills upon the table. Following this, laughter erupted. Old man, the general chuckled, turning to the old man, his eyes clearly questioning if this was his accomplice. The old man shook his head in response. Receiving the answer, the general turned back to Mo Fan, resting his hand on his blade. Young friend, considering your youthful audacity, I shall pretend I did not hear your earlier words, and I will overlook any prior rudeness. The general's realm, peak internal energy. He was merely a step away from the postnatal stage. Such strength could already be deemed supreme. From a moment he entered the tea stall, he had noticed Mo Fan leisurely sipping tea. However, upon observing the absence of any internal energy fluctuations, he dismissed him as an ordinary person. Yet, he had not anticipated this individual would leave him speechless repeatedly. And now, he had the audacity to rob him? Now, I will give you 3 breaths to vacate this tea stall. As he spoke, the general's profound internal energy surged, a wave of invisible pressure sweeping through the entire tea stall. The soldiers surrounding the stall found themselves pushed back several steps, while the old man remained unaffected. Calm as before. Of course, there was one exception, Mo Fan. He, a natural-born talent, was joking if he thought he could be intimidated by someone of the internal energy realm. Without uttering a word, Mo Fan concentrated, and in an instant, the surrounding wind seemed to come to a standstill. Is it larger than a fist? One must remember, there are mountains beyond mountains and skies beyond skies. Thus, if the general's pressure was akin to a stone bearing down upon everyone's hearts at this moment, it felt as though a mountain had collapsed, an overwhelming force causing everyone present to hear their bones crack. Especially the bench beneath the general shattered on the spot, and everyone, without exception, found themselves bowing to the ground under the immense weight. If you insist on disregarding my words, I shall be compelled to take more drastic measures. Have you finally come to your senses? Chapter 13. The fall of the Qingshan sect on the ground. The general and the elders stared at each other in disbelief, their internal energies swirling within them. yet they found themselves utterly unable to resist even a fraction. How could this be? The general was astounded. At the pinnacle of his internal energy, he believed he could traverse the world without fear, but now, damn it, he couldn't even rise. The elder's reaction mirrored his own, his eyes wide with terror as he felt the overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. Meanwhile, Mo Fan casually crossed his legs and addressed the two men of internal energy. Are you being honest? There was no need for further words. Upon hearing this, both men nodded vigorously. What did it matter if they were at the pinnacle of their internal energy? They had no choice but to comply. Thus, they obediently handed over their techniques. Turning away, Mo Fan felt a sense of satisfaction as he cradled the 4 tomes of external techniques in his arms. Once he departed, the tea house became a scene of shared disbelief between the general and the elder, who exchanged glances and swallowed hard. The weight of that pressure lingered in their memories. Even now, recalling it made their breaths feel heavy. Once they confirmed Mo Fan had gone far, the conversation began. Who is that fellow? His aura is undoubtedly not that of someone merely postnatal. At the very least, he possesses innate strength. Aren't there only 2 innate practitioners in the martial world? The elder's beard quivered as he spoke, his murky eyes shifting in the direction Mo Fan had taken, his pupils slightly dilating. Such a young, innate practitioner. The heavens are about to change. A prodigy, indeed, a true prodigy, reflecting on their earlier ambitions. The elder and the general had been filled with grand aspirations as they discussed the affairs of the martial world with a hint of humor. Yet, with one overwhelming pressure, their lofty ideals were shattered, and they were reduced from the pinnacle of internal energy to the status of ordinary men. On another front, the moss-covered gate of Qingshi City revealed its age. As the crowd thickened along the official road, Mo Fan prepared to enter the city, eager to take in its sights. However, he was suddenly confronted. Road pass. 2 long spears barred his way. Road pass. Mo Fan was taken aback, as it was his first time entering a city and he was being asked for a pass. The farmers ahead hadn't shown one. Were they trying to take advantage of him? Mo Fan's lips twitched. Your attire clearly indicates you're not from around here. Enough chatter. I require a road pass. The soldiers' gazes were fierce, and ordinary folk would hardly dare to meet their eyes. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan's expression hardened. He certainly could not produce a road pass. However, look at the flying saucer, Mo Fan suddenly exclaimed, glancing up at the sky. Flying saucer? The 2 gates soldiers exchanged puzzled glances. They had no idea what he was talking about. What flying saucer? Don't try to stir up trouble. Yet, just as those words left their mouths, the immense figure of Mo Fan vanished before their very eyes. Am I seeing things? Where did he go? What a joke. Montag Fen, an inata partizione, was stopped at the city gates. With ease, he slipped into the city. This city was the largest he had encountered since arriving in this world, its vibrancy taking him by surprise. Such a large city surely housed numerous sects nearby. Stroking his chin, Mo Fan nodded to himself. It seemed this was a place where one could break through to innate strength. With a smile, Mo Fan transformed into an ordinary person and began to savor the local flavors. He found the largest tavern and seated himself at a window on the 2nd floor. Glancing to the side, he admired the unevenly arranged ancient architecture. The bustling street below was alive with people engaged in various pursuits. Compared to the modern world, the ancient times indeed possessed a unique charm, and Mo Fan couldn't help but marvel. However, just as he was lost in thought, a conversation from the adjacent table caught his ear. The world is in turmoil. Those with children at home should refrain from sending them to the major sections. Just recently, the third-rate Qingshan sect, can you believe it? An overnight annihilation. Qingshan sect. Mo Fan turned his head, his eyes gleaming with interest. Calculating the time, it had only been 4 or 5 days since he left the Qingshan sect. Now, it had been eradicated? His brow furrowed as he continued to listen. How could a third-rate sect be wiped out overnight? This is unbelievable. A voice questioned. Indeed, this was a question echoing in Mo Fan's mind. Although the Qingshan sect had suffered significant losses when he departed, 3 practitioners of internal energy were still present to defend it. You may not know, But the one who destroyed the Qingshan sect was the Long Hu sect. The speaker then shifted topics. Strangely enough, there's another oddity. The internal energy master of the Qingshan sect actually sacrificed himself to allow a common person to escape. I have no idea what that internal energy master was thinking. Standing at the pinnacle of internal energy, he could have escaped and ensured the survival of the sect. Yet he chose to die for an ordinary person. Mo Fan's gaze sharpened upon hearing this. An ordinary person could be Chao Er? Her image flashed in his mind. Among the Qingshan sect, the only one who could inspire such loyalty from an internal energy master was indeed Chao Er. With a sigh, Mo Fan's gaze drifted. Was this how it ended? The martial world was truly a fickle place. Though he held no allegiance to the Qingshan sect, he felt a hollow ache within. Indeed, power was everything. Without strength, death and annihilation awaited just around the corner. That night, Mo Fan opened a map in his hands, gazing at the bright moon before venturing out. The city he resided in was called Tian Yuan City. Surrounding it were 3 established sections. Perhaps due to the fall of the Qingshan sect, Mo Fan hastened to gather techniques. Lan Wu sect. Glancing at the marked sect on the map, Mo Fan blended into the darkness and sped away. The Lan Wu sect was a third-rate sect, with only postnatal practitioners among its top experts. Such strength was no match for Mo Fan, who was innate. Guided by the moonlight, Mo Fan swiftly reached the location of the Lan Wu sect. After a brief reconnaissance to determine the storage location of their techniques, he once again slipped into the shadows. When he revealed himself, he found 2 practitioners of internal energy dutifully guarding the entrance. Who goes there? One of them sensed Mo Fan's presence just as he appeared. However, before he could finish his sentence, Mo Fan struck with an invisible hand, and with 2 muffled groans, the guards collapsed into unconsciousness. Stepping over their bodies, Mo Fan confirmed that no one else was in the scripture repository before entering. Then, bring it on. He opened his backpack and began to devour the techniques, tossing everything into his bag without hesitation. This was experience. As dawn broke, Mo Fan completed his task and departed, keeping his accomplishments hidden, exuding a sense of nonchalance. Meanwhile, the 2 guards were left in a dire state. In the distance, the sky gradually brightened, and they slowly regained consciousness. After a night of unconsciousness, they rubbed their temples and rose from the ground, feeling a throbbing pain in their heads. Why does my head hurt so much? And how did I end up sleeping on the ground? One of them questioned in confusion. The other, after lowering his head a few times, seemed to recall something and exclaimed, "Wait. Last night I think I saw a ghost." "A ghost?" The other asked, intrigued. "Yes, a ghost. It just appeared out of thin air before my eyes." Chapter 14. A sword to vanquish the celestial. Is there truly a spectral presence in the realm of martial arts? Clearly, there is not. Listening to such absurdity, another person chuckled. However, before he could mock further, a disciple approached them with utmost respect, stating, "Esteemed uncles, I apologize for the interruption. Here is my token. I have come to retrieve the martial arts techniques." Observing the young, polite disciple, the 2 men patted his shoulder in surprise. "So you are an intersect disciple? Impressive. Go ahead, and after you acquire the techniques, come to me for registration." "Yes, esteemed uncle," the young disciple replied, then proceeded directly into the repository of scriptures. At the entrance, the 2 uncles exchanged glances, noticing that their headaches had lessened, and thus, they chose to disregard the events of the previous night. However, not long after, a shrill cry echoed from within the scripture repository. The sound was filled with despair, confusion, and terror. What is happening? Wait, that disciple hasn't knocked over the candle, has he? Hearing the commotion, the 2 men at the door shuddered and immediately dashed towards the repository. Before they could enter, one of them exclaimed, "What have you done, you rascal? Why the uproar?" Initially scolding, he then released his internal energy, scanning the area for any flames to extinguish. But, have I come to the wrong place? Where is this? What is going on? The entire scripture repository was desolate. What should have been lined with shelves filled with books was now completely bare. A glance revealed only 4 walls. "Uncle, where are the books?" The first disciple to enter turned around, eyes widened in disbelief. In response, the two men could only utter, indeed. Where are the books? Damn it, where are they? In the realm of martial arts, news spread swiftly. The third-rate Lanwu sect had been entirely emptied overnight. Not a single trace remained. Upon learning of the situation, the current leader of Lanwu sect fainted thrice. Meanwhile, in a nearby tavern, Mo Fan lay on his bed, delighting in his spoils. He swiftly dismantled the external and internal martial arts techniques in his backpack. The total yield was external martial arts experience, 420,000. Internal martial arts experience, 60,000. Why is the internal martial arts experience so meager in every sect? Mo Fan mused, clicking his tongue in dissatisfaction at the paltry internal experience. However, the external experience was commendable, with 420,000 external martial arts experience credited. Mo Fan opened his panel, now totaling 720,000, surely enough to elevate the falling rain sword technique to the next realm of sword intent. He immediately aimed to break through to the next level of sword intent. Ding! Soon, a system notification appeared. Insufficient experience, upgrade failed. To elevate sword intent to the sword path requires experience. 280,000. Still lacking? Mo Fan gazed at his external martial arts experience. A series of numbers dancing before his eyes. External martial arts experience, 754, 770. What? How am I still short by over 400,000? He felt a wave of frustration. It seemed he would need to sweep through 2 sects tonight. Fortunately, there were 2 nearby. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from downstairs. The Longhu sect is here. All bystanders step aside. The voice reverberated through the wooden floor, causing it to tremble, revealing the depth of its resonance. The Longhu sect? Mo Fan rolled off his bed, and the voice continued from below. Waiter, come here. Have you seen this person recently? Mo Fan seized the sword on the table and descended the stairs. A dozen robust men surrounded the first floor, with a burly man at the forefront unfurling a scroll depicting a vividly illustrated woman. Kawe? Mo Fan recognized the woman in the painting. Who just murmured? Step forward. Perhaps hearing Mo Fan's voice, the leading man retracted the scroll, his gaze icy as he scanned the area. No need to search. It's me, Mo Fan declared from the staircase. Although he had only spent a few days in the Qingshan sect, he was acutely aware of the proverb, a man is soft when he is fed. Yu Longhu sect annihilated the Qingshan sect, and still dare to appear under their very noses? Isn't that dancing on a grave, courting death? Moreover, it seemed they were still pursuing Chao from the Qingshan sect. Upon hearing this, the burly man looked up, their eyes locking. The next moment, his pupils constricted, for he recognized the sword Mo Fan wielded, the insignia of the remnants of the Qingshan sect. Good, kill him. The source of the burly man's confidence was unclear. Upon recognizing the sword in Mo Fan's hand, he harshly commanded the others to attack. Mo Fan remained still. Before he could even make a move, the others had already leapt into action. Crack! The men from the Longhu sect acted decisively. Almost as soon as the leader finished speaking, several brandished large blades swung towards him. Mo Fan sidestepped, narrowly evading the strike, which cleaved the staircase beneath him in 2. Seeing that Mo Fan managed to dodge, the leader's eyes narrowed, and in the next instant, he unleashed his internal energy, exerting force in his thighs, leaping towards Mo Fan with a fist aimed at his face. The leader was at the post-celestial stage, a true pinnacle figure in the martial world. This punch could be said to be unstoppable, save for the 2 most formidable pre-celestial beings. However, what awaited him was a flash of white light. Montak Fen, at the pre-celestial stage, had entered the realm of sword intent. Before such prowess, let alone a post-celestial being, even a pre-celestial would seem like mere ants. In the wake of the white light, Mo Fan sheathed his sword. The disparity in strength was insurmountable, so vast that Mo Fan didn't even need to employ the falling rain sword technique. A single strike was sufficient to eliminate them all. Boom! Due to inertia, the post-celestial man crashed through the wooden wall, falling silent. The others, caught off guard, could only clutch their throats in agony when they finally regained their senses. But it was futile, for as the crimson line appeared around their necks, their heads fell away. The tavern keeper, sensing the post-celestial presence, felt his legs weaken and immediately fled. Especially upon hearing the deafening crash, he felt a chill run down his spine. It's over, a post-celestial punch. That Qingshan sect member must have been reduced to a pulp. With a shudder of his shoulders, the tavern keeper's heart raced, his steps hastening as he prepared to escape the tavern. "Why are you leaving, tavern keeper?" Mo Fan called. "Are you abandoning the tavern?" Montauk Fan remarked casually. Upon hearing this, the tavern keeper froze, mechanically turning around. Esteemed Longhu sect master, I assure you, I have no ties with the Qingshan sect." He pleaded for mercy at once. However, upon realizing that it was Mo Fan speaking, he became utterly perplexed. Who is this person? And what are the post-celestial powerhouse from the Longhu sect? Mo Fan tossed 2 coins in front of the tavern keeper. "I've dirtied your floor. Please clean it up yourself. Also, there is no need to be so terrified of just one Longhu sect member." Having said that, Mo Fan exited the tavern. Once Mo Fan left, the tavern keeper remained in a daze for a long while. What has happened? He found it utterly incomprehensible. At that moment, his gaze shifted, and he saw the post-celestial man from the Longhu sect who had crashed through the building, lying on the ground like a pile of mangled flesh. Who is that mighty being? He is dead? How can this be? Just a glance left the tavern keeper's eyes wide with disbelief. To him, a post-celestial being was like the chasm between a beggar and a billionaire. In his impression, a post-celestial was an invincible entity, capable of slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Yet, when did a formidable post-celestial meet such an untimely and trivial demise? Chapter 15. The Escaping Grass Boom. Just as the innkeeper was taken aback, a resounding explosion reverberated through the air as a group of soldiers burst through the wooden door. "Esteemed guest, this is Tianyuan City. Regardless of your grievances, might you consider pausing for the sake of the city lord's authority?" A man, resembling a squad leader in attire, entered the inn and clasped his fists in greeting. Although he had not yet encountered the main figure, the post-heavenly aura that had erupted moments ago was unmistakable. Given such strength, it was prudent to show respect first. However, his words were met with silence. "Esteemed guest?" The squad leader withdrew his fists, perplexed, and surveyed the inn's interior. With a mere glance, he hesitated, his pupils constricted. Inside the inn lay 7 or 8 burly men sprawled haphazardly, their eyes wide in shock at the sight of the innkeeper. "Where is the post-heavenly powerhouse?" The squad leader, slightly confused, stepped forward towards the innkeeper and inquired directly, "Innkeeper, what about the post-heavenly powerhouse who just unleashed their aura?" He cut straight to the point. Meanwhile, the innkeeper swallowed hard and glanced at the figures on the ground, resembling mud. After contemplating for a moment, he remained silent. Noticing the innkeeper's gaze, the squad leader furrowed his brow and also looked towards the pitiful figures on the ground. At that moment, his breath caught. This is the post-heavenly individual? How was that possible? Through the lingering aura on the bodies, the squad leader identified them as the post-heavenly powerhouse. Yet, a post-heavenly adept, normally a figure of great renown, now lay lifeless on the ground, utterly devoid of vitality. "Damn!" After the shock subsided, the squad leader exclaimed. Meanwhile, Grass had been pursued to the vicinity. After leaving the inn, Mo Fan raised his gaze. Since he was nearby, he might as well lend a hand. To be honest, he held a certain fondness for her. Thus, with a thought, Mo Fan activated the sword rain technique. Suddenly, the sunlit sky darkened, and a torrential downpour began. Each droplet struck the eaves, the ground, and the clothing of those below, all within Mo Fan's perception. This was yet another marvel of the sword rain, like an arm. It enabled him to sense everything within its domain. Soon, Mo Fan turned his gaze. Through the awareness of the sword rain, he locked onto a bloodied figure, who had been struck by a palm and sent flying amidst the rain. Just as during their first encounter, she was now disheveled, her attire stained with blood and mud. A pitiful sight. "I found you." Mo Fan's lips moved. On the other side, Grass, witnessing the ruthless gazes of the Longhu sect, felt a surge of indignation. I am but a mere mortal, yet 2 post-heavenly powerhouses have been dispatched for me. Truly, I am held in high regard. Although she had taken a hit, she merely spat a mouthful of blood and managed to stand, albeit unsteadily. In her arms, a shattered bronze mirror fell apart into fragments. Her ability to survive that strike was evidently due to the mirror's protective properties. However, now that it was broken, she had nothing left to safeguard her life. Should another blow come, her fate would be sealed. Yet, even in such dire straits, she did not falter. She fixed her gaze on the 3 hulking figures before her, her eyes resolute as she brandished her sword in defiance. You really can run, one of the burly men smirked. If given 10 years to grow, perhaps you could escape. Unfortunately, you can only stop here. With that, the burly man advanced, his fingers clenched, unleashing a series of crisp, resounding strikes. Perhaps the Longhu sect understood that villains should not linger. His strikes were vicious and decisive, undeniably lethal. Whoosh! His movements were swift, stirring the air with a whoosh as his fist hurtled towards Grass's face. If all went as expected, despite her fearlessness, the outcome of taking such a blow was clear: death. However, under the sword rain, how could there not be unforeseen circumstances? As the fist was about to connect, the burly man wore a triumphant smile. Qingshan sect, the last remnant. Mission accomplished. Ha ha! Just as he celebrated inwardly, an odd scene unfolded. The suddenly pouring rain transformed from gentle droplets into blades, sharp and unyielding. It was no longer rain, but a downpour of daggers. What is happening? The burly man was momentarily stunned. In the blink of an eye, his body was lacerated by the rain. Yet, being a post-heavenly adept, he quickly realized the danger and unleashed his full inner strength. A semi-transparent shield materialized, barely shielding him from the torrential sword rain. However, while he managed to withstand it, his companions suffered greatly. They were not post-heavenly beings and could not project their inner chi outward. Under the relentless barrage of the sword rain, they screamed in agony, rolling on the ground, each drop piercing their skin. This was akin to 1,000 arrows piercing their hearts. The rain? There's something amiss. Retreat. The burly post-heavenly man barked in alarm. Unfortunately, his warning came too late. The cries from behind grew fainter until silence enveloped them, leaving only pools of crimson, glaringly vivid. Brother, damn it! Feeling his companion's life force dissipate, the burly post-heavenly man gritted his teeth in fury. A sharp pain spread within him. The 2 who followed him were not merely his comrades, but his own brothers. Come out. Who is it? What kind of trickery is this? Whoever has killed my Longhu sect members, no matter who you are or what means you possess, you shall pay with your life. He vented his sorrow, shouting threats into the void. Yet, no one emerged to answer him. What awaited him was the steady patter of rain, sharp and potent. Whoosh! Though the intensity had only increased marginally at that moment, his protective chi shattered like foam, unable to withstand even a single encounter, disintegrating upon impact. Following that, the torrential rain pierced through his flesh, creating gaping wounds, blood misting into the air. How is this possible? In an instant, his body was riddled with holes. In disbelief, he collapsed into the rain. Posteavendi, Mereans. On this side, everything shifted too rapidly. So fast that Grass felt her mind stall. The rain fell upon her, but rather than feeling comforted, she was bewildered. Why did the rain, which should have been soothing, now seem so lethal? How had those 3 from the Longhu sect, especially the invincible post-heavenly man, met such a bizarre and tragic end? Their bodies had been reduced to mere sieves. As she pondered, the torrential downpour ceased simultaneously with the deaths of the 3 Longhu sect members. The sun's rays pierced through, illuminating the ground as if the rain had merely been an illusion that never occurred. Not a trace of the downpour remained on the ground, the trees, or on Grass herself. Although surviving was a positive outcome, the situation felt exceedingly strange. The grass quivered with trepidation, its eyes darting about as it swallowed hard. After confirming the absence of others nearby, it covered its wound and hastily prepared to depart. However, just as it began to move, a voice resonated from behind. Where are you headed? Chapter 16. Breakthrough in the Sword Path, a sudden voice, coupled with the earlier bizarre scene, caused a tremor to run through Kar's delicate frame. What was she doing? Mo Fan emerged from behind, calling her name. Initially, Cotter flinched and instinctively prepared to flee. However, upon hearing her name, she turned around in bewilderment. Upon recognizing Mo Fan's face, a wave of joy surged through her. Almost instinctively, "Duga Gongzi!" Cotter exclaimed in disbelief, overwhelmed with happiness. After Mo Fan had departed from the Qingshan sect, the one who felt the deepest sorrow was undoubtedly Cotter. In his absence, she gazed at the broom leaning against the door and the desolate room beyond it. For reasons unknown, her heart felt suddenly hollow. It seemed to awaken certain painful memories, prompting her to clutch her chest and sink to the ground. These were memories from a time before she had become a beggar, her life's most painful recollections. Later, she inquired around, even questioning a few surviving masters of inner breath. Yet she found no trace of Mo Fan. After the initial joy, Ka'er's expression shifted, revealing confusion and a hint of reproach. This look puzzled Mo Fan, yet he refrained from probing further. Ka'er contemplated asking Mo Fan why he had left without a word, but inhaling deeply, she suppressed her emotions. She understood that their encounters had been fleeting, and she owed him more than she could express. Thus, certain sentiments remained unvoiced. "Dugu Gongzi, I never expected to encounter you here." As she spoke, a jolt of pain from her wounds caused her legs to weaken as she fell gently to the ground. In such circumstances, any normal person would rush to assist her. However, Mo Fan merely glanced aside, releasing a breath of energy that lifted Ka'er. "Given your severe injuries, you should refrain from speaking," he admonished softly. The energy flowed into Ka'er's body, initiating the repair of her damaged meridians. "First, you should sleep well." Ka'er lifted her gaze, but a wave of drowsiness caused her eyes to flutter shut once more. When she awoke, it was already the following day. "No, don't." Uncertain of the distressing images that had invaded her dreams, she struggled, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Only when she bit her lip and gasped for breath did she realize it had all been a nightmare. As memories surfaced, a delightful surprise brightened her vision, banishing the remnants of her nightmare. "Dugu Gongzi." She looked around, feeling utterly exhausted from the days prior. Yet it was all worthwhile. For yesterday, she had met Dugu Gongzi. Her voice soared with joy, reminiscent of a morning bird's song. However, she found herself in a modest room on the second floor of an inn, alone. Rising, she opened the door, ready to call out Dugu's name again, only to collide with the innkeeper. "Miss, you're awake." The innkeeper presented a wooden tray laden with roasted chicken, vegetables, and a bowl of soup. Quite a feast. Cotter blinked in confusion at the innkeeper and was about to step aside when the innkeeper remarked, "Miss, that gentleman instructed me to tell you upon your awakening. Your room is booked for 3 more days, so you can rest assured here. Don't worry, the gentleman has already paid for your stay. It's truly your fortune to meet such a gentleman." The innkeeper spoke with an air of admiration. Ka'er was taken aback. "Room contract? What room contract?" Furrowing her brows, she dismissed the thought of the contract. It was unimportant. What mattered was, where's Dugu Gongzi? She finally managed to ask, "Where is that gentleman?" "Ah, he has departed," the innkeeper replied, then continued, "Miss, that property is one of the finest in the city. The gentleman truly has a grand vision. That neighborhood is home to the wealthy and noble. I've heard that even at night, guards are always present." The innkeeper chattered on, but Ka'er felt as though she were in a daze. "He has left. He has departed." On the official road, this path led out of Tianyuan City. After rescuing Ka'er, Mo Fan not only ensured her well-being, but also took the opportunity to rob the remaining 2 sections. Instantly, his martial arts surged. The techniques from the 2 sects propelled his sword intent to a breakthrough, reaching the realm of the sword path. At this moment, his status was as follows. Personal information, name, Mo Fan, realm, innate first tier, talent, dual pupils, purple, swift stealing blue, talent bonus. Cultivation efficiency 310, opportunities 110, comprehension 60. External skills, falling rain sword technique, sword path white, Qingshan sword technique, entry white, External skill experience, 1 254, 770. Internal skills, 7-star spirit method, green. Internal skill experience, 163, 233. The enhancement in his sword path not only granted him immense personal augmentation, but also increased his comprehension by 10. Although he was currently unaware of the practical applications of this comprehension, its cultivation efficiency hinted at significant future benefits. This leap propelled him to new heights. Regrettably, the internal skill experience was still insufficient. In this martial arts world, can't there be a bit more internal skill experience? He lamented, shaking his head. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the sword strapped to his back sprang forth, dancing around him in joyous spirals. This was one of the remarkable advantages of entering the sword path. He could imbue any sword with sentience. Once endowed, the sword transformed from mere metal into an extension of his own hand. And such hands appear to have no limits. Mo Fan sensed that as long as his mental energy was sufficient, he could control as many swords as he wished. Hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands, all at his command. Perhaps he could create an alternative version of a myriad swords returning to their source next time. Half an hour later, Mo Fan opened the map. Glancing at his destination, Shaolin, 2 more days of travel. Almost there. Upon seeing the name Shaolin on the map, he immediately marked it as one of his must-visit locations. After all, the name Shaolin resonated with unparalleled prestige within the realm of martial arts, especially with its 72 unique skills. This journey would undoubtedly be far more exhilarating than those with lesser sections. This was the first thought that sprang to mind upon seeing Shaolin, and he felt a deep conviction. However, since it was Shaolin, it certainly would not be as easy to handle as the lesser sects he had previously encountered. Shaolin was a preeminent force in the martial world, home to countless postnatal masters. While he had not yet heard of any innate masters residing there, it was rumored that Shaolin possessed teachings that transcended the innate realm, the legacy of Bodhidharma. Just this alone would deter even innate masters from recklessly intruding into Shaolin. Yet, for Mo Fan, it was merely a trivial concern. The hesitation of others did not apply to him. Moreover, he not only intended to visit, but also to seize everything they had. As time flew by, 2 days later, Mo Fan arrived at the foot of Shaolin Temple. He looked up, inhaling the rich aroma of incense, and even from the base of the mountain, he could glimpse a magnificent portion of its grandeur. His expression brightened with delight. Chapter 17. Even Dharma cannot defy the heavens. As Mo Fan ascended the mountain, a large, bald figure followed closely behind him, hands clasped in prayer. The young man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, emanated a formidable aura that caught Mo Fan's attention. This presence was indicative of a postnatal realm practitioner, truly impressive. Indeed, the reputation of Shaolin was well-deserved, as he encountered such a strong adversary even before entering the temple. Pondering this, Mo Fan and the bald figure soon arrived before a grand ancient edifice. Mo Fan looked up at the gilded characters spelling Shaolin, nodding in satisfaction. Just then, a voice resonated from the side. A humble monk has come from Tianju, having heard that Shaolin gathers the martial arts of the world, inheriting the true teachings of Dharma. I have come to discuss the law. The bald figure behind Mo Fan stirred, his internal energy surging, his voice booming as if amplified, resonating across the mountaintop. Surprised, Mo Fan glanced back at him, thinking, what an audacious individual. He is not even a Shaolin monk, yet it seems he has come to challenge them. With a creak, the tightly shut gates of Shaolin swung open, and 2 monks clad in simple robes, wielding long staffs, swiftly stepped out. Upon seeing Mo Fan and the bald figure before the steps, one of the monks declared, "Gentlemen, Shaolin does not engage in disputes over the law. We kindly request you to leave." Mo Fan interjected, "What do you mean, gentlemen? He isn't here to challenge anyone." However, before he could elaborate, the bald figure remarked, "Not engaging in disputes? Truly, this is Shaolin. Even a mere monk possesses such profound understanding of Dharma. To avoid dispute is indeed the finest discourse." With that, the bald figure seemed to disregard the 2 monks entirely and began to ascend the steps. To avoid dispute is the finest discourse? Mo Fan stared at the retreating figure, momentarily dazed. What kind of twisted reasoning was this? On the steps, as the bald figure advanced, the two monks immediately assumed a stance, their staffs whirling forward. Gentlemen, we ask you to leave. Otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite. The bald figure, observing their posturing, chuckled. This is indeed the finest discourse. Please enlighten me. With that, he brought one hand together in prayer and then suddenly swung it outward, prajna palm. Boom! With a single strike. The gust of energy sent the two monks flying, their tremendous force shattering the gates of Shaolin as they fell to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. Ignoring the fallen monks, the bald figure strode into Shaolin. Boldness! How dare you trespass upon Shaolin? A deep voice reverberated from above as the bald figure's aura became apparent. As he entered the temple, a figure gracefully wielding prayer beads blocked his path, scanning the scene before him. Postnatal realm, and a mere mortal as well. Huh, do you truly think Shaolin has no defenders? You two dare to intrude? What two? Mo Fan hastily explained. That monk ahead, don't get it twisted. I'm not affiliated with that bald man. However, the monk with the beads seemed deaf to his words, turning to the injured gatekeepers. You have harmed my temple's disciples. If you do not receive appropriate punishment today, Shaolin shall be a laughingstock. With that, the monk's garments began to rustle ominously, and a wave of pressure surged toward the bald figure and Mo Fan. Bring it on. The bald figure, undeterred, stepped forward and unleashed another strike, proclaiming, Prajna Palm. Do you dare to flaunt your limited skills before me? The monk with the bead scoffed. As the bald figure's palm approached, he remained unfazed, countering with a punch, great compassion, great mercy, great leaf fist. Boom! The clash generated an explosive sound, both combatants recoiling a few steps, each footstep shattering the ground beneath them. The monk with the beads, though older in appearance, was equally adept in the postnatal realm. This exchange revealed their equal prowess, prompting the monk to take a slight notice. He had assumed that such a young man could not possess a solid foundation, but the depth of his internal energy was surprisingly comparable. Indeed, Shaolin harbors hidden talents. The bald figure steadied himself, but unbeknownst to him, a flicker of intense excitement sparkled in his eyes. What exhilaration! It has been ages since I felt this alive. One more time. Charging once again, he moved like lightning, creating 3 afterimages. Shadowless steps? The monk with the beads frowned. Shadowless steps was a technique accessible to all, yet to create 3 afterimages was a mark of exceptional understanding. The bald figure, moving swiftly, wore a smile as he executed the great compassion, great mercy, great leaf fist, a technique that caused the monk's pupils to constrict. Though this punch lacked the earlier force of his prajna palm, the monk's disbelief was palpable. How could you possibly learn our secret technique? You dare to steal from Shaolin? The bald figure, his technique still unrefined, retorted, Steal? I did not steal. I comprehended it openly. With a few deft movements, he engaged the monk once more, fists colliding in a fierce exchange. Huh! Again! This time, the bald figure was pushed back even further, yet he seemed unyielding, re-emerging in a heartbeat. He continued to employ the great compassion, great mercy, great leaf fist. The monk with the beads widened his eyes. The bald figure's punch exhibited a noticeable increase in skill, suggesting years of practice condensed into mere moments. From clumsiness to a certain level of proficiency, the monk discerned an alarming thought emerging in his mind. Could this individual truly learn martial arts through combat? This was utterly extraordinary. As the monk with the beads grappled with his astonishment, the commotion quickly attracted others. A few more individuals, also wielding prayer beads, approached. Xianming, Huijue Kongjian. This man from Tianzhu is peculiar. His comprehension is astounding. Just by observing me once, he has already grasped my techniques. Looking at the newcomers, the monk with the beads exclaimed, "What did you say?" The trio stabilized themselves, bewildered by his words, as they turned their gazes toward the bald figure. Nianzhu, are you jesting? To observe your technique once and learn it? Even if Dharma were present, such a feat would be unfathomable. Chapter 18. He was struck away. Xianming, Huijue. and Kong Jian exchanged doubtful glances, shaking their heads slightly, as if lamenting that the bead could utter such words. However, when the bald man unleashed the great compassionate and great leaf fist once more, "How dare you privately transmit my temple's secret art? I did not privately transmit anything to you." The bead found it difficult to argue. This was his own enlightenment. Enlightenment? The three of them exchanged glances. If they believed that, they would surely be foolish. Meanwhile, the bead felt a pang of anxiety under their skeptical gazes. Suddenly, the bald man appeared before him in a flash. Startled, the bead held his breath and hastily retaliated. In the blink of an eye, the two were locked in combat. The air filled with explosive sounds. Great compassionate and great leaf fist. During the battle, the bald man's fist techniques became increasingly adept, as if he had entered a state of enlightenment. Each strike flowed seamlessly, indicative of at least a decade of practice. Previously, he could be repelled, but now, amidst the relentless barrage, they were evenly matched. Perhaps fueled by his rising spirit, the bead shouted fiercely, "Damn it, you infuriate me. Witness my Arhut fist." This was his primary martial art. After more than 30 years of dedication, he had brought his techniques to great perfection. With a fierce glare, his fist resonated with inner energy, manifesting the illusory form of an Arhut. Boom, boom, boom. Now, the bead seemed like a true Buddha descending, each punch causing the earth to tremble. Had he truly ignited his inner fire? Not far away, Xianming, Huijue, and Kong Jian looked on in astonishment. Despite the bald man's astonishing comprehension, he could not withstand the onslaught and began to retreat step by step. It was no joke. The perfected Arhut fist had entered a semi-mythical realm, not something mere flesh could withstand. Even blades could break upon contact. The bald man possessed remarkable insight, but not extraordinary defense. Though both were of the acquired stage, the disparity became apparent once the perfected fist art was unleashed. Even if he immediately switched to his own lesser perfection Prajna Palm, it was not long before he was sent flying, crashing through a stone wall, unable to rise amidst the dust. "Bead, is it really appropriate to use your full strength against a junior?" Xianming, Huijue, and Kong Jian clasped their hands together, shaking their heads with a smile. "Appropriate? Was it appropriate for you three to splash dirty water earlier?" The bead retorted, feeling indignant. At this moment, Xianming stepped forward and said, "Bead, that battle just now revealed that this young man possesses something extraordinary. Even against your full strength, he was able to endure for a while. Is that not telling? Damn it, this kid's comprehension is simply comparable to that of the patriarch Bodhidharma." The bead approached the barely conscious bald man and exhaled deeply. "So, he truly can learn his opponent's techniques through combat?" Huijue's expression shifted, and he also moved closer to the bald man. On the ground, the bald man was exhausted but still conscious. After struggling for a long time without getting up, he remarked, "Truly, Shaolin is remarkable. I, a humble monk, am in awe. 3 days hence, I shall pay another visit." These words made the bead smile. He wishes to return in 3 days? He shot a glance at Xianming, Huijue, and Kong Jian, his meaning clear. "Take him away." The three understood and nodded, promptly lifting the bald man off the ground. "What are you doing?" The bald man was momentarily stunned by the scene and hastily protested. "Shaolin is among the best in the Central Plains." He attempted to resist, but before he could finish his sentence, someone struck him on the back of the head, causing him to instantly lose consciousness and slump down. Thus, only Mo Fan remained, a mere bystander. "Take this anomaly to the abbot," the bead instructed. He glanced at Mo Fan, who exhibited no trace of inner energy, and continued, "Though I do not know from whence you gathered the courage to provoke my Shaolin, seeing that you possess no aura, perhaps you were deceived. Depart." With that, the bead turned and ignored Mo Fan. "I assure you I do not know that bald man," Mo Fan said, raising his hands in surrender. However, being ignored suited him just fine. He offered no further explanation, instead casting a sidelong glance at the overall layout of the Shaolin Temple, thinking, "I plan to sneak in and learn the techniques tonight, so I should familiarize myself." Yet, just as Mo Fan thought he was out of the woods, Xuanming's gaze suddenly sharpened. locking onto Mo Fan. Bead, you misjudged him. This fellow is no ordinary person. As he spoke, Xianming furrowed his brow and, as if testing the waters, pointed his finger at Mo Fan with the wei-dua finger. Upon hearing this, the bead turned back, puzzled. However, upon meeting Xuanming's subtle smile, he understood it was a feigned test. This fellow is indeed cautious. Shaking his head with a smile, the bead chose to disregard it. But as Xianming made his move, Mo Fan was taken aback. How'd he perceive that? Wasn't he merely at the acquired stage? Almost instinctively, Mo Fan waved his hand casually at the incoming figure, sending Xianming flying. Although it was a mere casual gesture, it inadvertently carried the essence of the great compassionate and great leaf fist. While observing the battle between the bald man and the bead, he had unwittingly absorbed this fist technique. However, unlike the bald man, he had only grasped the fundamentals. Given his extensive external martial arts experience, the basic technique felt somewhat lacking. Thus, he had swiftly elevated it to the transcendent realm. As for the essence of the fist, he chose to forego it, for after transcending, there was a divide, and the required experience was rather daunting. Over here, Xuanming's intention was indeed to test. He merely aimed to intimidate this ordinary man. However, to his surprise, he coughed up blood, becoming as fragile as a kite with its string cut, vanishing in a flash within a few breaths. Once Mo Fan's great compassionate and great leaf fist ascended to the transcendent realm, even without utilizing special techniques. A mere casual wave emanated tremendous power. Watching Xianming transform into a streak of light and disappear, Mo Fan was momentarily stunned. Wait, did he really fly that far? Is he that weak? Mo Fan pondered, scratching his head. He had not yet realized that after his great compassionate fist had reached the transcendent stage, fortified by an unparalleled sword path, his current transcendent fist technique was no longer ordinary. One could say that even those with equal comprehension of the transcendent realm could be easily subdued by him with a single move. There was no denying that mastery in one method led to mastery in all. I hope you're all right. Next time, I'll use less strength than Mo Fan's side. Gazing at the figure that had flown far away. Meanwhile, the commotion caused Xianming, Huijue, and Kongjian to pause, turning to witness the sight of Xianming transforming into a shooting star, still spewing blood. Xianming? When did you learn such a powerful skill? You can actually ride the winds. Huijue exclaimed, his eyes lighting up in delight. He had assumed that Xuanming's ascension into the sky was solely his own doing. Kongjian also expressed his amazement. Oh, this lightness skill is truly remarkable. It allows one to soar into the skies. Such prowess is surely hard for even innate masters to match. Hearing their astonishment, Mo Fan thought, these two seem a bit daft. Of course, not everyone was oblivious. The bead narrowed his eyes, witnessing the blood spewing from Xuanming's mouth as he soared above, his expression suddenly widening. How could this be a self-propelled flight? It appears more like he was struck into the air. You two fools, what kind of divine skill is this? Xianming was struck away. Chapter 19. Who has destroyed my Shaolin? Who? Who has struck? Nianzhu looked around, striving to identify the one who had sent Xianming flying. On the scene, apart from a few members of the temple, there was also the utterly unremarkable Mo Fan. After scanning the area, Nianzhu's gaze settled on Mo Fan. Even though he possessed no cultivation, he was now the only one worthy of suspicion, especially since it seemed Xianming had been testing him moments ago. With this thought, Nianzhu's eyes flickered, and as he focused on Mo Fan, a surge of energy welled up within him, emanating an overwhelming aura. If Mo Fan were indeed an ordinary person, he would have no means of resistance against such a force, perhaps even collapsing to his knees. Yet, sensing the terrifying energy, Mo Fan remained unfazed. With a mere lift of his gaze, the oppressive aura from Nianzhu quietly dissipated. Though the gap between innate and acquired realms was significant, without entering the innate, one remained insignificant. Nianzhu's pupils constricted. Just moments ago, he had used his energy merely to probe Mo Fan, but it felt as if his essence had plunged into an abyss, accompanied by a sharpness that extended from his own energy. This sensation, suddenly, Nianzhu instinctively recoiled 3 steps, hastily severing his internal energy to narrowly evade that peculiar sharpness. He sensed that if he had not acted promptly, calamity could have befallen him. Nianzhu, what is wrong? Observing Nianzhu's retreat, Kong Jian and Huizhu were perplexed. Just a moment ago, he had appeared perfectly fine. Why did he suddenly seem as if facing a formidable foe? You two fools, can't you see? This ordinary person is peculiar. Nianzhu couldn't suppress his anger. This ordinary person is peculiar? Upon hearing this, Kong Jian and Huizhu turned their attention to Mo Fan. His appearance was utterly unremarkable, causing them to exchange incredulous glances. How could he possibly be deemed peculiar? They scrutinized Mo Fan, noting the absence of any internal energy. He was clearly an ordinary person. Where could the peculiarity lie? The two of them pursed their lips in disbelief. Seeing their bewilderment, Nianzhu seized his words and decisively launched an attack, initiating with a powerful move. A Rohan fist. With a furious roar, a Rohan figure materialized behind him, shrouded in mist. The Rohan's presence augmented Nianzhu's fist, rendering him akin to a Buddha incarnate. This punch was formidable. One could foresee that even a peak-acquired master would be struck with terror. However, as Nianzhu charged toward him, Mo Fan remained nonchalant, simply uttering a phrase from the martial arts he had just learned. He then lightly swung his fist. Having learned from the example of the one who had been sent flying earlier, Mo Fan restrained 99% of his power, or rather, he exerted no force at all, merely employing the technique. What? The Great Compassionate Leaf Fist? Nianzhu's eyes widened in astonishment upon witnessing Mo Fan's technique. Damn it! Another monster capable of stealing martial arts in the midst of battle? With this thought, he increased the power in his punch. Yet, as Mo Fan effortlessly unleashed his strike, a massive wave of energy began to surge forth, and Nianzhu's astonished eyes transformed into sheer horror. Oh no! He grimaced, desperately attempting to redirect the trajectory of his punch. What in the world is this? The intent of the punch was transcendent? Boom! Due to his force control, Nianzhu's internal energy became unstable, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he managed to evade the attack, embedding himself into a nearby wall. Although he escaped, the building behind him suffered greatly. With a resounding crash, half of a 2-story ancient structure was obliterated. Countless wooden splinters scattered in disarray. The force of the punch did not relent. It continued to shatter the subsequent buildings. In merely a breath, 4 or 5 adjacent structures were reduced to ruins. Transcendent. What a farce. Nianzhu crawled from the debris, now covered in dust, his previous dignified demeanor utterly gone. Rising, he stared at Mo Fan, his mouth agape, as if he could swallow a whole egg. The bald-headed monk from Tianzhu had shown extraordinary comprehension, even surpassing that of the Bodhidharma. He had been able to grasp the fist technique during battle, compressing 10 years of effort into the entry-level realm. Yet now, an inconspicuous individual devoid of any internal energy had inexplicably elevated a martial art to the transcendent realm. What does this imply? Damn it! The Rohan fist he had spent his entire life mastering had only just reached completion. Beyond completion lies perfection, and beyond perfection is the pinnacle. It is at the pinnacle that one attains transcendence. Upon realizing this, Nianzhu felt as though he were questioning his very existence. At this moment, the dazed Huizhu and Kong Jian also began to comprehend. They gazed at the crumbled buildings behind them, struggling to believe their eyes, pinching their own cheeks. How could a perfectly good house explode? What was happening? Huizhu scratched his head, utterly baffled. That ordinary person seemed to have thrown a punch just now. But wasn't that punch light as a feather? Why did the house explode, and why so many? He couldn't fathom it, and looked quizzically at Kong Jian. Kong Jian shrugged, his gaze landing on Nianzhu. Meanwhile, Nianzhu thought, damn it, dealing with such incompetence is truly challenging. Returning to the matter at hand, Nianzhu struggled to breathe as his gaze remained locked on Mo Fan. Transcendent, a realm unattainable even by innate masters. Now, it appeared right before his eyes. Moreover, there was a deeply terrifying reason he dared not contemplate. That ordinary person could not have merely observed and elevated a martial art to the transcendent level. Could he? This is madness. With this thought, Nian Zhu stared at Mo Fan, as if rendered utterly petrified. At the same moment, Mo Fan surveyed the chaos caused by a seemingly effortless punch and stroked his chin. Were these houses made of paper? He had restrained his strength by 99%. It still managed to puncture through. Shaking his head, Mo Fan glanced at Nian Zhu, relieved that the fellow had managed to dodge. Otherwise, there might have been another star added to the sky. He had come to explore martial arts, not to engage in a duel. Sometimes, isn't it wise to leave a line for future encounters? Observing the ruins he had inadvertently created, Mo Fan concluded it was time to make his exit. Otherwise, once they regained their senses, it would surely result in a relentless pursuit. With this in mind, Mo Fan tossed down 2 copper coins. I didn't do anything. Your buildings are simply dilapidated, but I have a kind heart and cannot bear to see others suffer. Consider these 2 coins a donation. With that, Mo Fan swiftly made his way down mountain. However, due to the overwhelming commotion from his punch, the foundation of Shaolin had been stirred. Suddenly, a figure soared from the ruins, surrounded by a halo of golden light, emanating an imposing aura. Shaolin, my Shaolin, who has reduced it to this state. Chapter 20. The great son Tathagata's method. Listening to the commotion behind him, Mo Fan swiftly unleashed his innate power, vanishing in an instant, his movements so quick that not even a speck of dust was disturbed. It would be absurd to linger here. Staying would only invite calamity. From the ruins, a figure clad in a robe emerged, surveying the devastation with a heart-wrenching pang. Shaolin was the fruit of his labor. Now, in the blink of an eye, nearly half of the structures had collapsed. The sky had fallen. Who was responsible for this? The anger surged within him. In front of the ruins, Nian Zhu turned at the sound, instantly recognizing the figure in the sky, an embodiment of Shaolin's profound heritage. A peerless master who had reached the innate realm, known as Master Kai, the living Buddha. At that moment, a wave of compassion enveloped the entire Shaolin as Master Kai, having found no suspicious individuals, flickered into motion, appearing beside Nian Zhu in an instant. Before Nian Zhu could comprehend, a hand rested on his shoulder, and a piercing gaze penetrated him. Very well, you are here. Answer me. Who has destroyed my Shaolin? The voice reverberated in Nian Zhu's ears, leaving him momentarily dazed. Instinctively rubbing his ears, he stammered, Master Kai. It was, he recalled Mo Fan's terrifying punch and the overwhelming aura of compassion that transcended all. Overwhelmed, he exclaimed, Master, he is a monster. That fellow, a mere mortal, has audaciously stolen our temple's techniques and reached an extraordinary state. Nian Zhu, overwhelmed with emotion, pointed towards the spot where Mo Fan had been. However, at that moment, Mo Fan had already vanished without a trace. He was just here. Where has he gone? Nian Zhu exclaimed in confusion. Master Kai, upon hearing this, was taken aback. A mortal stealing techniques, achieving an extraordinary state? Can these words be intertwined? Clearly not. Moreover, the place Nian Zhu indicated bore no trace of anyone. It was evident he was merely flailing in panic. His innate realm, Master Kai mused, the essence of Shaolin, one of the 3 in this world. Do you think I am unaware of whether someone had been here? With a glance at Nian Zhu, he dismissed him, recognizing the madness that had taken hold. Not only has he destroyed my Shaolin, but he has also terrified my disciple. Master Kai's cold gaze sharpened, his aura rising dramatically. Under my watchful eyes, you dare to flee. Reveal yourself. Great son Tathagata's method, commence. A surge of golden light erupted as he spoke, illuminating the heavens and altering the very fabric of the sky. Dense Buddhist scriptures manifested in the void, swirling among the clouds, as if a terrifying force were about to descend. The great son Tathagata's method, the pinnacle of Buddhist wisdom, was said to be the path to enlightenment. Even for the legendary Bodhidharma, who transcended the innate realm through its understanding. Of course, such claims were never verified. Even Bodhidharma could not fully master it. He merely validated it to combine with his own techniques and break through. Similarly, Master Kai's grasp of this method was merely superficial. Yet, Even a fragment was sufficient for his purpose. Within the great sun Tathagata's teachings lies a consciousness known as Alaya. As long as he could locate you, 3 layers of essence would not be wasted. After invoking the great sun Tathagata's method, Master Kai visibly aged, the immense toll evident. Yet, with Alaya's emergence, divine and demonic beings could not hide from his sight. No matter how far they roamed, they would be marked. This was the true Buddha's mark from the scriptures of the great sun Tathagata. Meanwhile, not far from Shaolin, numerous villages dotted the landscape. Close by, farmers toiled in their fields, while children frolicked along the furrows. One child, noticing something unusual atop the mountain, halted in awe, staring at the heavy clouds parting mysteriously. Suddenly stopping caused a collision with the chasing children behind him. "What are you doing?" One child protested, rubbing his forehead in annoyance. The child in front offered no response, merely gazing upwards, lost in trance. This peculiar scene piqued the curiosity of the other children, who ceased their games and followed the first child's gaze. "What is that?" They gasped in unison. As the clouds parted, it appeared as though a second sun had emerged, radiant and golden, casting a breathtaking glow. Yet, beyond its beauty lay an unsettling aura that made their hearts race. However, the children, oblivious to the dread, instinctively rubbed their chests, feeling a sudden unease. Mani, Padma. Above the clouds, the golden light intensified, accompanied by a deluge of sacred Buddhist mantras cascading down like rain. "Wow, it's raining. What a beautiful rain. Golden rain." In their innocence, the children rejoiced, dancing with glee. However, the villagers accompanying the children reacted differently, their expressions filled with alarm at the strange phenomenon. At the same moment, Mo Fan was also taken aback. While he had anticipated the evening's potential bounties from Shaolin, he suddenly felt the hair on his body stand on end, a looming sense of crisis enveloping him. Mo Fan froze in place. Damn it, this sensation is all too familiar. It was the same feeling he had experienced in previous forays into the fantastical realm, when an unknown presence had been watching him. Wait, has the unknown arrived? He thought frantically, opening his system panel to check the notifications. Crap, could it be that the unknown is here? Though he had been prepared and believed that with his breakthrough to the innate realm and mastery of the sword path, he could confront the unknown. The reality of that day still sent a shiver down his spine. But then he noticed something odd. Where were the system notifications? No alerts appeared on the otherwise mundane panel, leaving him utterly baffled. No notifications? What could this sensation mean? Just as he pondered this, a voice imbued with compassion resonated from the clouds above, accompanied by a palpable pressure that seemed to freeze the very air around him. At that moment, the torrent of sacred mantras surged toward Mo Fan like a relentless tide. Chapter 21. The tattoo Mo Fan gazed intently, feeling a chilling sensation pierce his bones from behind. He turned around. The Buddhist incantation, enveloped in an aura of mysterious power, caused his pupils to constrict at the mere sight. What on earth? The scene before him transcended his understanding of this world. By heaven, he was now certain that this was indeed a martial arts realm. But what was this torrent of incantations? Who could explain how this could exist in a martial arts world? The torrent surged rapidly towards Mo Fan. As he watched the golden light descending from the heavens, he sprang into action. Though he could not comprehend the extreme surrealism of this moment, he could not remain passive. He was no longer the powerless mortal of before. He was now a being of innate talent. Moreover, he had stepped into the realm of swordsmanship. Whatever it was, he was not afraid. Unafraid sword technique. His gaze sharpened, and Mo Fan muttered as the sword at his waist leapt forth with a sudden vitality. This was his first time employing the rainfall sword technique, and it was not merely that. The sword intent he had cultivated also activated in that moment. Swish! Wasn't he this merely a celestial phenomenon? He had one too. Sword energy transformed into rain. In an instant, the heavens cleared, dividing into 2 realms. One filled with the soaring Buddhist incantations, while the other witnessed an endless downpour of sword rain. At that same moment, at Shaolin, Master K leaves, upon seeing the emergence of the sword rain, was taken aback, gazing in horror towards its direction. Sword energy transforming into rain? How could this be possible? His eyes widened in disbelief. As a practitioner of innate talent who had mastered the great sun Tathagata Sutra, he understood certain secrets that set him apart from ordinary practitioners. Although he could invoke celestial phenomena through the sutra, it required him to expend 3 layers of his essence blood, putting forth his utmost effort. Celestial phenomena were not something that could be summoned by mere innate practitioners. Even those who transcended innate talent could not achieve this. The expended essence blood activated the residual intent left by the scripture, allowing him to summon the phenomena. Furthermore, this phenomenon had no practical effect. It was merely a marker, akin to loud thunder, yet scarce raindrops. In contrast, the sword energy transforming into rain was something entirely different. It was genuine, tangible phenomena. It stood in stark opposition to the Buddhist realm. What a jest! How could there be someone capable of sword energy transforming into rain in this world? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Master K. Leaves pinched his arm, questioning whether he was dreaming. Buzz! In the distance, the golden Buddhist light collided with the sword rain. Yet, a peculiar scene unfolded. Under Mo Fan's command, the sword rain unleashed its full power, with each droplet taking the shape of a blade. However, as the two forces clashed, the endless sword rain found nothing to strike, directly penetrating the dense web of Buddhist incantations. In this moment, Mo Fan was taken aback. Had passed through? He scratched his chin, astonished and somewhat self-doubting. Was the sword rain of my sword intent so feeble, to the extent that it resided on a different plane than the Buddhist incantations? Unable to land a blow, Mo Fan was astonished. In such circumstances, only one thought surged through his mind. I must flee. This was absurd. If they were not even on the same plane, remaining here would be tantamount to waiting for death. With that thought, he turned without a second thought and fled. What was this Buddhist incantation about? Could it be that Shaolin harbored a true Buddha? As he ran, Mo Fan pondered. However, before he could contemplate further, golden illusory characters such as Om, Ma, and I, Padme, Hum appeared around him. Mo Fan's pupils constricted. Good heavens, did it have to come so swiftly? He was at the innate level. Having mastered a lightness skill to an extraordinary degree, each step akin to a phantom, comparable to hitting the accelerator. Yet, how could it be that only a few breaths had passed, merely a thought-s span, and the Buddhist incantation was already before him? Alas! Realizing there was no escape, Mo Fan reflected on this world. Since mastering martial arts, he had embarked on a path of plunder. This method seemed somewhat reckless. The Om, Ma, and I, Padme, Hum before him was undoubtedly linked to Shaolin. Thus, he had stumbled upon a formidable obstacle. Damn it! It appeared that next time, he ought to proceed with caution. With no choice but to abandon his escape, Mo Fan accepted that this encounter was destined to conclude here. As he resigned himself to this fate, the dense array of Buddhist incantations penetrated his body, leaving behind faint golden symbols, and then vanished without a trace. Mo Fan closed his eyes, sensing the anticipated death notification that had yet to arrive, and opened them in confusion. After the Buddhist incantations left faint golden symbols upon him, they dissipated as if they had never existed. Thus, Mo Fan was left bewildered. Had it ended? He scratched his cheek and turned back to find no trace of the grand phenomenon that had once enveloped Shaolin. At this moment, aside from the aimless, frenzied sword rain, there was nothing else. No, it was not entirely devoid of remnants. Mo Fan glanced at his arm, where mysterious golden symbols were etched. So this was a tattoo? The entire celestial display of Om, Ma, and I, Padme, Hum was merely to adorn me with ink? Upon confirming this, Mo Fan was left speechless. He turned to the direction of Shaolin, and through the sword rain, he sensed an elderly monk hurriedly leading a group of young monks away from the area of the sword rain. Without a doubt, the elderly monk was none other than the esteemed Master K. Leaves of Shaolin. However, in that moment, he lacked the previous imposing demeanor, displaying only a look of panic and confusion. From him, Mo Fan sensed a familiar aura. Indeed, it was the essence of the Buddhist incantations. This fellow? Was the tattoo on my body his doing? How could he possess such ability and yet exhibit such a countenance? Mo Fan noticed the expression on his face, perplexed. Moreover, having inexplicably received a tattoo, he was uncertain of the repercussions that lay ahead. Damn it. Consider my lifespan reduced to but an hour. Why wait for nightfall? It is time to take down Shaolin. Meanwhile, at Shaolin, Master K leaves and his followers sheltered beneath an eave. The aimless sword rain caused no harm to the buildings, merely drizzling down. Master K leaves. Though this rain appears odd, it is still rain, right? Is there really a need to be so anxious? A voice questioned, perplexed, as they gazed at Master K leaves. It was known that Master K leaves was an innate existence, yet upon witnessing the rain, he displayed an unusual fear. An innate being, how could he exhibit such a demeanor? Upon hearing this, Master K leaves remained silent, merely gazing at the sword rain outside. He did not respond, but someone beside him attempted to clarify. Huiju, what do you mean by that? Master K leaves is concerned for us. What do you mean there is no need to be anxious? It is absurd. The panic on Master K leaves' face stems from his worry for us, not fear of the rain. As the speaker looked at the incessant sword rain, they thought, it is just rain. What is there to fear? Indeed, if Master K leaves was unafraid of the rain, how could he, as an innate being, harbor any fear? This was the most genuine thought in the speaker's mind. Yet, at that moment, the silent Master K leaves gazed at the rain outside and finally spoke. I fear this rain may not cease. We should relocate the temple. Chapter 22. He, the earthly immortal, we shall relocate the temple. Master with withered leaves gazed gravely at the rain outside the eaves, his voice low and solemn. The crowd? Relocate the temple? Just two simple words sent a buzzing sensation through everyone's minds, their scalps tingling. What nonsense is this, relocating the temple? Shaolin had stood in this place for over 300 years, a site once graced by Bodhidharma's enlightenment. Now, as the most formidable representative of Shaolin's legacy, the very notion of relocating the temple escaped from his lips. The crowd was dumbfounded, utterly unaware of what was unfolding, their throats constricting, yearning to speak but unsure of what to say. At that moment, Master with withered leaves' expression shifted. A sense of impending danger surged from the depths of his heart. This is bad. It seems relocating the temple may no longer be an option. In the next instant, he resolved to act decisively, without a trace of hesitation, immediately retrieving an ancient tome from his robe and tossing it to a side disciple. Disciple, this is the essence of our temple. As long as it exists, our temple shall endure, wherever we may go. Take it and descend the mountain. The ancient tome bore several large, crooked characters, unmistakably inscribed. The Sutra of the Great Sun Tathagata. Disciple, do not dawdle, descend the mountain. With those words, Master with withered leaves gathered his inner energy and struck towards the disciple, unleashing a surge of vitality as he stepped into the rain of swords. Everything transpired in a blur, too swiftly for the crowd to comprehend, their minds momentarily short-circuited, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. The rain of swords pattered incessantly, and outside the temple, a figure approached on foot. After stepping into the rain of swords, Master with withered leaves focused his gaze warily on a certain spot, his vision penetrating walls as if they were transparent, resting upon Mo Fan. Indeed, a prodigy of innate talent. Mo Fan sensed the scrutiny upon him, murmuring to himself. Turning his head, a sly smile crept upon his lips. Beneath the rain of swords lay his realm of perception, where all things were laid bare. As the tome was sent flying, he glimpsed the scripture entrusted to him. The Sutra of the Great Sun Tathagata. Master with withered leaves had acted decisively, yet he underestimated Mo Fan's capabilities as well as the power of the sword rain. Upon detecting a familiar aura emanating from the scripture, Mo Fan's expression shifted. In the next heartbeat, the pattering sword rain seemed to come alive, morphing into a hand, seizing the scripture before it could even warm in the disciple's grasp. Thus, the technique was acquired. Opening his system bag, Mo Fan beheld the scripture. The Sutra of the Great Sun Tathagata, Gold, X100. Golden techniques? A mere glance caused Mo Fan's heart to skip a beat. He halted in front of the Shaolin Temple doors, and to prevent himself from misperceiving, he scrutinized the sutra once more. Confirming its authenticity, he was met with an auditory hallucination. Wow, a golden legend. This is what one calls surprise. This is the very essence of delight. Truly, Shaolin is remarkable. Even at the entrance, one could stumble upon golden techniques. Instantly, Mo Fan was exhilarated. At the same moment, Master with Withered Leaves sensed Mo Fan's pause and immediately transmitted a thought. Elder, I have yet to ascertain the reason. It was improper of me to impose a mark upon you. Cold sweat beaded on Master with Withered Leaves' forehead. If the rain of swords had instilled in him great fear, it was only upon Mo Fan's close proximity that he understood the depths of the profound aura he emanated. Each step he took resonated with the very essence of heaven and earth. Such a presence could only belong to a realm spoken of in whispers, the earthly immortal, also known as a living Buddha, a state even Bodhidharma had never traversed. Thus, Master with Withered Leaves' address transformed, his stance becoming exceedingly humble. Elder, I wish to atone for this transgression. Regardless of whether you require me to ascend a mountain of blades or descend into a sea of fire, I am willing. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan regained his composure, stepping forward once more. His demeanor left those around him astounded. Disciple? Master with Withered Leaves, are you unwell? As the essence of Shaolin, a being of innate talent, to refer to oneself as a mere disciple, have you lost your senses? With each step, the sound of crisp footfalls drew nearer. From the sound, one could discern the approach of a leisurely, post-meal stroll, unhurried and contemplative, like that of a melancholic soul. The rhythm of footsteps intertwined with the falling rain, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Soon, Mo Fan's figure appeared before the crowd. Isn't this the mortal who came to challenge us? Did he not descend the mountain? How has he returned? Huiju recognized Mo Fan, his eyes lighting up. Smack! Before Huiju could finish his words, he was met with a heavy blow to the back of his head from Master with Withered Leaves. Simultaneously, he respectfully addressed Mo Fan. Elder, I apologize. It is my failure to properly discipline. Master with Withered Leaves wiped the sweat from his brow, fearful of inciting Mo Fan's wrath. The fury of an earthly immortal was beyond his imagination. Gazing at the humble figure before him, Mo Fan was genuinely perplexed. Confirming the familiar aura surrounding Master with Withered Leaves, he tentatively inquired, just now, those countless Buddhist scriptures were your creation? Yes, it was indeed my doing. Master with Withered Leaves respectfully affirmed. Upon confirmation, Mo Fan's eyes narrowed. Even if those scriptures could only be tattooed, they were still imbued with extraordinary effects. Why then, such a display of subservience? Something felt amiss. Mo Fan remained vigilant. Elder, I was indeed blind. I am willing to compensate. I am aware that the mundane items within the temple may not meet your standards, but should you require anything, I shall provide it for you, even if it means relinquishing this mountain gate. Master with Withered Leaves declared. This. Mo Fan was bewildered by the monk before him, but the mention of compensation piqued his interest. Though still cautious, he ventured to speak. Is that so? Then, I desire all the techniques of your temple. Techniques represent the very foundation of a sect. In a previous small town, a minor sect's techniques were stolen, leading its leader to weep inconsolably thrice. Mo Fan anticipated that such a request would provoke an immediate backlash, igniting a fierce battle. However, all the techniques of this temple? Elder, that is quite reasonable. Come, I shall lead you there. For reasons unknown, a look of relief flashed across Master with Withered Leaves' face upon hearing these words, as if the request was trivial. Meanwhile, Mo Fan prepared to strike with thunderous force. Yet Master with Withered Leaves' response nearly caused him to falter. What did you say? Montag van exclaimed in astonishment. The Sutra Repository. Mo Fan gazed at the numerous volumes of internal and external techniques, along with the 72 extraordinary skills laid out before him, still trying to process the situation. What on earth? Is Shaolin truly made of soft persimmons? This is it truly being handed over so readily? And without any hesitation, so smoothly? No. Shouldn't techniques be extraordinarily precious? Mo Fan collected the techniques while feeling utterly bewildered. Regardless, this was indeed fortuitous. On the other side, Master with Withered Leaves, while retrieving the techniques, was filled with glee. Elder, it is a great fortune that Shaolin techniques have captured your esteemed attention. The fact that Shaolin techniques have caught the eye of an earthly immortal is something that could astonish others and significantly elevate Shaolin's reputation. What a jest! The earthly immortal, an existence at the pinnacle of the pinnacle. That such a being would take note of Shaolin techniques indicates that they are far from ordinary. At this moment, Mo Fan remained oblivious to the inner thoughts of Master with Withered Leaves, still in a daze as he collected the techniques. But at that instant, ding! Chapter 23. Another unknown existence beep. You're being targeted by the unknown. Time remaining until their arrival. 00:59. In this mortal realm, my intentions are surprisingly cast aside. Strange, quite strange. If that is the case, there may be some connection. May the Buddha's compassion be with me. Gazing at the notification before him, Mo Fan pondered. Especially the latter part. May the Buddha's compassion be with me? What does that mean? Is this unknown existence different from the last? Confused, Mo Fan noticed the countdown dwindling to only a minute. A nameless fury ignited within him. How dare they think him easy to bully? One after another. Without delay, Mo Fan hurriedly packed the Shaolin martial arts techniques. Before Master Kai could utter a word, Mo Fan burst through the roof and departed. The countdown ticked away rapidly. At that moment, all beings in the realm who had achieved a transcendent level felt their hearts cease to beat. It was an indescribable terror, mingled with a sense of exalted compassion. What was happening? As one's level of mastery increased, so did the intensity of their fear, particularly among the three great innate masters. They coughed up blood and their vitality waned. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Just as their expressions shifted drastically, an even greater anomaly descended. A flower, a world. A leaf, a Buddha. Originally devoid of all things, where could dust arise? As if a myriad of Buddhas were softly chanting. Those above the innate realm heard these ethereal whispers echoing in their minds, causing their brains to explode. Not merely a burst of thought, but a genuine explosion, scattering red and white across the ground. This was true, unknown, transcendent, and otherworldly. Unheard, unseen, unspeakable. Master Kai of Shaolin, perhaps having practiced the teachings of Buddhism, clutched his head and rolled on the ground. The Buddha's words resonated within him. These should have been sacred. However, he felt both clarity and confusion. They had come. The Buddha had come. But why? Boom! As an innate master, Master Kai managed to hold on for a while longer, but soon his head too exploded. Blood and brain matter splattered upon those of lower realms, their eyes betraying unending terror. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated through the clear sky. Yet there was no lightning to be seen. The earth stretched endlessly, and the sound of thunder echoed for miles. Countless bewildered mortals and those of lesser realms stepped outside, halting their actions in curiosity, peering out their windows. Outside, the skies were clear. Everything appeared normal, devoid of any strangeness. How odd! That thunder startled me. Shouldn't it be overcast? Why is the weather so fine? These ordinary people, unable to perceive anything unusual, resumed their activities after a brief glance at the horizon. Yet, within a certain imperial city, a eunuch burst from the grand hall, his disheveled hair swirling as if he were mad, blood pouring from his eyes, ears, and mouth. Upon closer inspection, one could see his head bristling with countless silver needles, trembling as if they might fall at any moment. He was the hidden fourth innate master, renowned for his unparalleled sunflower needle technique. After breaking through the grand hall, he could no longer suppress the overwhelming Buddhist words threatening to burst from his mind. No longer mad, he disregarded the astonished crowd below and gazed toward the horizon. Unlike ordinary individuals who saw nothing, he beheld a breathtaking seven-colored wheel reflecting a Buddha. The clouds blazed red, and that nearly celestial Buddha, with eyes slightly open, leaned down toward the mortal realm. Ha ha! One glance was all it took for the eunuch to fall into madness once more, and then his head exploded. In the imperial city, the prince, young eunuchs, palace maids, and guards all bore expressions of sheer terror. The rainfall sword technique. Before the Buddha could arrive, only one innate master remained in the entire realm, Mo Fan. Damn it, come. Let me see the gap between my current strength and that of the unknown. Sword, come fort. Previously, his sword intent could not counter the true flow of words, but now he was ready to unleash a multitude of swords. Surely that could not fail as well. Thus, Mo Fan unleashed his innate internal energy to its fullest, simultaneously stepping into the realm of swordsmanship, causing his intent to soar into the sky, nearly materializing. Centered around him, within a radius of 10,000 miles, all swords trembled in unison. The sword path, beyond mere intent, was terrifying despite lacking the support of cultivation. As he had thought before, even if he could not return to the source of a myriad of swords, what of it? With a thought, the law manifested. Return to the source of a myriad of swords. Emerge. In that instant, ordinary people, who could not perceive the abnormality above, were taken aback as they noticed the swords at their waists and backs beginning to move uncontrollably. These swords seemed to come alive. Before they could react, they shot toward the sky. Clang, clang, clang. Countless swords soared in a singular direction, leaving the martial artists below in awe. Each sword floated eerily, coalescing into a vast ocean in the sky, indelibly impressing the onlookers. At that same moment, watching the swords ascend into the heavens, narrowed her eyes. Unlike the others, she sensed a familiar essence from those swords. This familiarity brought back memories of the sword rain from Qingshan's sect. Is it you, Dugu? She murmured, gazing upward. Meanwhile, Mo Fan felt exhilarated. This was the first time he had given his all. After confirming the existence above him, he declared, Buddha es Dharma form? Good, good, good. Come, taste my sword. Mo Fan brimmed with bravado, even if the immense and terrifying Buddha's Dharma form loomed above him. It mattered not. He, Mo Fan, would rise again if he fell. What was there to fear? In this mortal realm, the sword shall ascend to the pinnacle, extraordinary, indeed. In the heavens, the Buddha's ethereal figure spoke, observing the ocean of swords composed of mortal blades charging toward him. Unafraid, he offered a slight nod of appreciation, lowering his gaze toward Mo Fan, just as he prepared to discern Mo Fan's true nature with a glance. Unexpectedly, as the Buddha's words fell, Mo Fan could no longer bear the pressure, and, like the other innate masters, his mind exploded. Red and white splattered across the ground. Buddha? Dead? So feeble? How could this be? Wasn't he this child at the pinnacle of swordsmanship? Beep. Host deceased. Return complete. This time's rewards. Great Son Tathagata, Sutra X1. Qingshan, Sword Technique X1. Rainfall Sword Technique X1. This time's talent. Pickpocketing Blue retained. In his rented room, Mo Fan paused upon hearing the system's prompt. Dead? Am I not an 8? Damn it. How could I die after just hearing one phrase? What a joke. Is he innate realm this week? In his final moments, he had truly savored the sensation of being a sword immortal, commanding 10,000 swords with a mere thought. Yet the outcome, did it have to slap him in the face so swiftly? He and T even unleashed the sword ocean upon that Buddha, his ethereal figure before his head exploded. So that's the extent of the gap. Is it? Chapter 24. Breaking through innate and reaching the One Chi realm, opening the panel. Mo Fan examined his recent gains. Due to the sudden arrival of the Buddha's phantom, he had not yet had the opportunity to study the martial arts he had packed at Shaolin. Thus, his backpack was filled with an eclectic array of techniques, particularly a radiant volume of the Great Son Tathagata Sutra. Of course, another item gleaming with golden light also caught his attention, the vermilion fruit. As he surveyed these treasures, the gloom in his heart dissipated. Rising from the bed, Mo Fan felt the innate energy flowing within him and casually threw a few punches, instantly filled with a sense of comfort that enveloped his entire being. Closing his eyes, he sensed that the tumor in his brain had shrunk significantly, almost vanishing entirely. Upon opening his eyes, surprise flickered in Mo Fan's gaze. His ailment was nearly cured, and this was merely the innate stage. With a sense of delight, Mo Fan turned his attention to the martial arts in his backpack that had yet to be decomposed. There was no need for further deliberation. It was time for an upgrade. System, decompose the external technique. Arhut Fist. System, decompose the internal technique. Dharma Mind. System. Within the span of an hour, he had successfully decomposed all the techniques. Now, his backpack contained only the vermilion fruit and some initial herbs he had gathered in the fantastical world. The system opened the panel. Decomposition complete. Mo Fan glanced at his information panel. Personal information, name, Mo Fan, realm, innate first tier, talent, double eyes purple, pickpocketing blue, talent bonus, cultivation efficiency 310, opportunity 110, comprehension 60. External technique, falling rain sword technique, sword path white, green mountain sword technique, entry white. External technique experience, 754,770. Internal technique, Great Sun Tathagata Sutra, gold. Internal technique experience, 65,000. To elevate the falling rain sword technique to the next realm required an experience of 25. 6 million. Although he currently possessed over 700,000 external technique experience, it was still insufficient. However, despite the high requirements for the next tier, Mo Fan could sense that a successful upgrade would enable him to contend with unknown entities. As he realized he could not elevate his swordsmanship, Mo Fan's gaze shifted to his internal technique. The Great Sun Tathagata Sutra lived up to its name. After substituting this technique, although his realm remained unchanged at innate, the internal energy within him underwent a revolutionary transformation, a hundredfold increase, no less. What did this mean? One must understand that in the innate realm, possessing even a marginally greater internal energy than another could allow one to dominate. Now, he had multiplied his energy a hundredfold. He was invincible at his current tier and could even engage in battles beyond his level, with over 65,000 internal technique experience. Oh, his realm could be upgraded. The innate realm required 64,000 internal technique experience to ascend to the next stage, and he had just enough. His eyes lit up with excitement as he beheld the upgrade opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, he elevated his realm. Ding! Consumed internal technique experience, 64,000. Upgraded realm from innate to 1 chi. Next level requires experience. 1,280,000. Boom! As the realm ascended, outside his rented room, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. Boom! Crackling thunder echoed. The clouds churned with dense lightning, creating a breathtaking yet terrifying spectacle. The entire city paused in astonishment. The dark clouds loomed ominously, and a howling wind scattered pamphlets into the air. Wasn't he rain unannounced today? These ominous clouds were frightening. Back in the rented room, after breaking through to the 1 chi realm, Mo Fan felt a tightening in his chest. He realized he was not yet truly in the 1 chi stage. He needed to endure the thunder tribulation to reach the genuine 1 chi realm. Mo Fan's expression shifted. Wait, why didn't anyone mention the tribulation? I'm still in my rented room. If it strikes down, I might end up with millions in mortgage debt. What if the landlord comes after me? Thinking of this, Montag van Shivat. He hadn't even had a moment to fully experience the changes brought by his new stage before he turned and fled. He sensed the thunder tribulation would strike within 3 minutes. Bang! The door slammed as he dashed away without looking back. Beep, beep, beep. Due to the sudden arrival of the dark clouds, many vehicles slowed down, with impatient drivers honking furiously behind them. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept by. The driver blinked in surprise. What has passed by? Rubbing his eyes, he saw nothing unusual. Turning back, he dismissed it and continued honking. Are you a turtle reincarnated? What kind of car are you driving? My mother can run faster than you. The dark clouds centered around Mo Fan. Wherever he went, the ominous clouds followed. Just as many prepared for an unexpected downpour, they were astonished to see the black clouds quickly drifting away. Such massive clouds could still float away? What a sight! Was the heavens playing a prank? In every street and alley, people were amused by this strange phenomenon. It was more bizarre than a rainstorm in broad daylight. Meanwhile, Mo Fan ran furiously. Due to the suddenness of the event and the urgency of the situation, he couldn't cover much distance. Ultimately, just as the long-awaited thunder struck, he barely reached a nearby mountain peak. This was a scenic area. Although there were still many people around, he had no choice but to face the tribulation here. Boom! The thunder tribulation did not descend in singular strikes, but cascaded down like a ruptured sky. The terrifying sound and blinding white light made it seem as if the sun itself had fallen from the clouds. A dense, radiant sun glowing amidst the lightning. Atop the mountain, Mo Fan, unsure how to face the tribulation, instinctively activated the sword rain technique. Whoosh! A rare sight of sword rain from the martial arts realm began to fall in the real world. Phoenix Mountain. Some elderly folks, having climbed the mountain for leisure after a meal, and young couples were caught off guard by the sudden arrival of the thunder tribulation. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, they were instantly petrified. A sphere of lightning rolled down from the dark clouds above. Who in the world is undergoing a tribulation here? Can someone let me run for an hour first? A somewhat dramatic youth gazed at the strange phenomenon in the sky, exclaiming in awe. This was a jest, and no one took it seriously. In modern times, whenever lightning flashed, people would make such jokes and record videos to share online for amusement. However, this time, he was correct. Indeed, someone was undergoing a tribulation. Atop Phoenix Mountain, the terrifying lightning struck the peak, erupting with a thunderous roar that shook the air itself. Montauk Fen, bathing in the lightning, recalled his childhood encounter with electricity, expecting excruciating pain from the might of nature. Yet, upon touching the lightning, a surge of spiritual light flickered and appeared at his brow. Then, the lightning resonated with the spiritual light in his brow, enveloping him in a wave of comfort from head to toe. Boom! The second wave of thunder followed closely behind the first. In the distance, many spectators gazed in astonishment at the extraordinary scene unfolding on the mountain peak. Chapter 25. Targeted again at the restart. What? Could there truly be someone undergoing tribulation? The unusual lightning atop Phoenix Mountain sparked speculation among a few individuals. Yet, such conjectures seemed far-fetched, for it was almost impossible that anyone could be experiencing such an outrageous event in the real world. At the summit, Mo Fan reveled in the divine lightning, feeling an unprecedented sense of liberation coursing through his entire being. Simultaneously, under the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, the tumor that had shrunk significantly before vanished completely. A mere brain tumor, easily dealt with. In the midst of the lightning, Mo Fan felt exhilarated. At last, he was free from the torment of the tumor. Moreover, he could now pursue immortality. The tribulation lasted for over 2 hours. As the storm dissipated, Mo Fan's garments were reduced to ashes, leaving his skin as smooth and pristine as that of an infant. This was what it meant to be reborn. Though the gap between the innate realm and the chi realm was but one level, the difference was immeasurable. Once the tribulation ended, curious onlookers began to ascend the mountain. At this moment, Mo Fan no longer required his sword rain. He could sense everything within a kilometer radius. Observing the ascending crowd, he swiftly gathered some green leaves to modestly cover himself and departed. Ding! Host detected a breakthrough to the chi realm. Innate internal circulation activated. Comprehension function successfully engaged. Ding! Host has activated automatic cultivation. Based on current comprehension, 60. You can acquire 60 points of internal power experience per second. Just as he descended the mountain, the system's voice chimed. Montag van Pauset in astonishment. Automatic cultivation? Is this the wondrous advantage of comprehension? With a comprehension level of 60, he could gain 60 points of internal power experience every second. In disbelief, he realized that in 1 hour, there were 3,600 seconds. And in a day, 86,400 seconds. Even if he gained just 1 point per second, he would still accumulate over 80,000 experience points daily. Calculating in his mind, 60x, 86,400, 500, and 18,400. The realization left him astounded. 518,000 internal power experience in a single day. In his previous world, acquiring 6,000 experience points took him an eternity to amass. Yet now, He could achieve 5 million experience points daily without lifting a finger? Incredible. Quickly, Mo Fan turned his gaze to the experience required for the next level beyond the Chi realm. Chi. Experience needed for next level. 280. 000. Had the comprehension function not been activated, such a staggering amount of experience would have overwhelmed him. But now, only 280. 000? Who does it look down upon? Just wait for me. As he passed by a residence where someone dared to hang their clothes outside, Mo Fan seized the opportunity to take a few items. Though they were oversized, at least he had something to wear. By this time, the tribulation had consumed several hours and night had fallen. The streetlights flickered to life, casting a warm glow. Clad in loose garments, Mo Fan strode confidently under the dim light. System, let us head home and continue the battle. As he spoke, his figure gradually melded into the shadows. In an old, dilapidated neighborhood, a girl leaned against a window, boredly gazing at the twinkling stars. As Mo Fan walked by, she noticed him. His loose attire contrasted with his physique, resembling a cloak at first glance. The warm streetlight elongated his shadow, creating an image reminiscent of a protagonist. The girl chuckled, especially when Mo Fan slightly turned his head. She thought to herself, he truly resembles one. He must have a system, and now he is likely communicating with it to save the world. Once Mo Fan's silhouette vanished into the darkness, she withdrew her gaze, lamenting that it would be wonderful if there were indeed a protagonist in this world. In his rented room, Mo Fan glanced at the time, exactly 8 o'clock. He still had 6 opportunities for traversal today. Naturally, he would not squander them. Without resting, he addressed the system. System, enter the fantasy world. Ding. Talent extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, you have acquired the talent. Unnoticed, white. Description, you possess no presence, remaining unnoticed. Talent effect, your cultivation efficiency 10. Ding. Opening. Loading fixed talent. You are born with dual pupils, have a penchant for thievery. And this life is destined to be extraordinary. Effective unnoticed, white, activated. You will not attract anyone's attention. You are destined to be merely an inconspicuous passerby. This talent, Mo Fan stroked his chin. Although the enhancement brought by the talent was not particularly impressive, its special effect was quite advantageous. However, it seemed that the effects of such talents could only be triggered once. Had he been able to activate it multiple times, he might have gathered numerous fruits, but alas, he had only reaped the benefits once. From this, it was easy to deduce that the special effects of talents could only be triggered a single time. With that in mind, he closed the panel and began surveying his surroundings. It seemed his luck had run dry, as he now found himself in the wilderness, surrounded by a dense forest. Each tree stood robust and towering, and he inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of vitality within his chi cyclone. This was the fantasy world. There was no escaping it. Mo Fan felt a surge of joy. In the fantasy realm, there was no doubt he would reap greater rewards. However, he had little time to revel in his excitement. Ding! Alert! Your aura has been detected, and you're being targeted by an unknown entity. Indeed, they have reappeared. Last time, they obstructed you. This time, you cannot escape. Oh, growth has been so rapid. Ding. You are being targeted by an unknown entity. Time remaining until their arrival. 00009. The system's warning resonated. Mo Fan was taken aback. Boom! Although the countdown showed 9 seconds, an anomaly suddenly manifested above him. Crack! It was the sound of space fracturing. An entity seemed to be forcefully approaching this realm with astonishing speed. The released aura sent shivers down Mo Fan's spine. Damn! This system notification indicated that the intruder was the same unknown entity as before. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Mo Fan's expression shifted. With only 9 seconds remaining, he had little time to ponder. Very well, you think I'm an easy target? Huh? Before you arrive, taste my rainfall sword technique, which I have perfected after reaching the Chi realm. Raising his head, Mo Fan faced the fractured space above him, brandishing his sword. Having reached the Chi realm, he could now float briefly. He shot straight up into the sky, and with his understanding of the sword path, he commanded the sword to encircle him. At this moment, he could truly be called a sword immortal. Of course, this was under the assumption that the opponent was merely human. As for the unknown entity, well, it seems I face death in the most inexplicable ways every time. But it matters not. Regardless of the disparity, I will still take a bite out of you. Chapter 26. Developing distasteful, unknown gameplay. With a swift stroke, the sword sliced through the trees, creating a rustling sound, while the sharp intent of the blade neatly severed the falling leaves. The essence of swordsmanship, to be praised by the ethereal image of the Buddha, is undoubtedly profound. However, Mo Fan, at his current level, could barely harness its full power. At this moment, being in the Qi realm, his rainfall sword technique became even more formidable. The first tier of swordsmanship? In the fractured space above, although the unknown entity had yet to reveal itself, a voice emerged, filled with skepticism. Strange, observing that his aura, while no longer that of a mere mortal, merely grazed the threshold of transcendence. How had he reached the first tier of swordsmanship? The first tier was not unfamiliar to these unknown entities. After all, to achieve such a status, one must have once tread upon that very realm. Yet, even they needed to completely transcend before they could even knock upon the threshold of the first tier of swordsmanship. This peculiar mortal, however, had not fully transcended, yet somehow attained the first tier of swordsmanship. This was beyond mere genius. Even prodigies must adhere to the laws of nature, right? Yet, the current situation evidently shattered those norms, defying all logic. On the other side of the fractured space, the beautiful azure eyes furrowed in concentration. Swiftly, her movements intensified. A divine will began to manifest behind her, a symbol of utmost prowess. With a resounding boom, she struck down with a fist, shattering the already unstable space. A crisp crack echoed. In that instant of spatial rupture, before she could react further, a sword, encircled by 100 green leaves, surged directly toward her. Knowing full well it was futile to resist, she smiled serenely. This strike, seemingly unstoppable, appeared trivial in her eyes, akin to a child's play. The disparity in realms was simply too vast. Had he completely transcended and reached the pinnacle of the first tier, perhaps this sword would have stirred her emotions. Yet, at present, it was ultimately insufficient. No need for her to lift a finger. As the sword charged straight for her, a bizarre scene unfolded. This spectacle left Mo Fan astonished. Even with his swordsmanship fully unleashed, he could not comprehend what was transpiring. As his sword approached the unknown entity, it began to dissolve into nothingness from the tip. The sensation was terrifying, akin to watching his own arm gradually vanish. Then, the voice spoke. Since you have entered the first tier of swordsmanship, surely you are not so fragile? The azure eyes slightly lifted. In the next moment, she reached out her hand toward Mo Fan. This time, she did not conjure droplets of water to shield him. She deemed it unnecessary to expend energy on such a situation. Yet, Mo Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed his sword fade away, followed by his hand. And ultimately, his entire being. His disappearance was rapid, like dust whisked away by the wind, leaving no time for the azure figure to react. What? Wait, am I being extinguished by my own aura? As Mo Fan dissipated, the azure figure stood momentarily stunned. She could not even muster the time to intervene. Host death, return complete. This time's gain, 17 essence of the unknown continent. This time's talent, unremarkable white not retained. In the rented room, Mo Fan contemplated the vast disparity. Good heavens, unable to approach even within the Qi realm. Sitting on the bed, he gathered his thoughts. From the moment he entered the fantasy world, he had been targeted by the unknown. Were they trying to trap him? What manner of beings were these unknown entities? He pondered. While he could speculate about the ethereal image of the Buddha from the martial arts world, the other was a complete enigma, having only glimpsed a pair of bare feet once. So, is this the true face of fantasy? Hoping to develop gradually was an illusion? The moment one shows their face, they're scrutinized? With this in mind, Mo Fan inhaled deeply. This was utterly devoid of mercy. However, it posed no significant issue, as he could now gain internal martial arts experience passively. as long as he randomly entered another martial arts world and endured for a few years. He would be ready to retaliate. So, the ethereal image of the Buddha and the bare feet, were they waiting? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not underestimate the middle-aged poor. System, transport me into the fantasy world. After a brief pause, M.O. Fan initiated the teleportation once more. When the system notified him of the acquired talent, he caught a familiar scent of spiritual energy, and his lips twitched. This feeling, was it another fantasy world? Just as this thought settled, the system prompt echoed again. Ding! Warning, your aura has leaked, drawing the attention of unknown entities. This aura, it is you, departed from the mortal realm? Entered my vast universe. Completely clear my mundane imprint. Interesting. Ding! You are being watched by unknown entities. Time remaining until their arrival. 00029. What is this? Observing the prompt before him, M.O. Fan's thoughts stirred. The tone clearly did not belong to the bare feet, sounding more akin to the ethereal image of the Buddha. Thus, although he had entered a fantasy world, it was no longer the realm of the bare feet, but rather that of the ethereal image of the Buddha, the vast universe. Is that what this world is called? Having perished at the hands of unknown entities so many times, M.O. Fan was no longer anxious. After all, the outcome remained the same. Buzz. Suddenly, golden light pierced through the clouds above him. Looking up, he saw the golden radiance and thought, since death was inevitable, why not embrace something grander? Mastering the intent of swordsmanship? How mundane, so powerful, yet the moment one reveals themselves, they are targeted? Come then, let us taste the power of the common folk. In an instant, a terrifying sense of Buddhist compassion bore down upon him. Unlike the formless images seen in the mortal realm, this time, M.O. Fan beheld a lotus platform descending from the clouds. Perhaps due to his previous swift demise, the ethereal image of the Buddha seemed to hold back this time. However, as the figures seated upon the lotus platform, devoid of sorrow or joy, made their appearance, M.O. Fan wasted no time and unleashed his might. The essence of swordsmanship, besides wielding the sword, could also manipulate other elements. Though it lacked the sensation of commanding his limbs, it was still feasible, wasn't it? Swish! With the full manifestation of his swordsmanship, the scene became indescribable. The calm figure upon the lotus platform, upon witnessing M.O. Fan's attack, abruptly lifted their previously lowered gaze. The entire cosmos transformed. They halted the descent of the lotus platform and rose to their feet, exclaiming in disbelief, perhaps unable to tolerate the insult. A sliver of golden light leaked from the lotus. In less than a breath, it purified the entire realm, and of course, M.O. Fan was swept away into mere dust. Post-death, return complete. This time's gain, 27 essence of the unknown continent. This time's talent, not retained. Hey, back in the rented room, M.O. Fan smiled, because he had witnessed the Supreme Being upon the lotus platform display a flicker of emotion. Haha. Chapter 27. The Awakening of Growth, a Diminutive, Unknown Existence. Poised and enigmatic. After eliciting some discomfort from the Buddha, M.O. Fan found his spirits considerably lifted. After a brief respite, he embarked once more on his journey of traversal. Come on. If you have the capability, try to focus on me again. A smirk played on M.O. Fan's lips. As a modern individual, he refused to be bullied. Before long, a flash of brilliance enveloped him, and M.O. Fan vanished from his rented room. However, this time, the system had yet to provide an alert. He suddenly sensed an intense heat engulfing him, prompting an urgent glance around. What the hell, Magma? Beep. Post-death. Return complete. M.O. Fan. Am I truly this unfortunate? Besides the unknown existence, there exists such a place? Damn it. This time, he hadn't even fully grasped his newly acquired talent before he was engulfed by the searing magma, resulting in his demise. Although he had entered the Chi realm, which instilled fear in ordinary beings, this strength ultimately paled in comparison to the might of nature. Nevertheless, it was not a grave concern. With 10 opportunities each day, encountering misfortune once or twice was quite understandable. M.O. Fan rubbed his nose and ventured once more into the journey of traversal. Perhaps his luck had run out. Or perhaps he had never possessed any. Following 4 consecutive traversals, although he had not encountered the unknown existence, he found himself in perilous and bizarre places. There were frigid extremes, lethal green gas that claimed lives upon inhalation, and unfathomably deep seas, where one would be crushed into a pancake by the terrifying pressure. After 4 consecutive setbacks, Mo Fan felt somewhat disheartened. With only one opportunity left for the day, he grimaced. "Come on, don't mess with me, system. Already targeted by an unknown existence. Why must I also face such horrid places?" He took a deep breath, pondering his final chance. After tossing a few coins for divination at his bedside, he set forth once more. Beep. Talent extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations on acquiring talent. Copper skin, iron bones, green. Description: you are born with copper skin and iron bones. Talent effect: training efficiency 10, fortuity 10. Beep. Activation: talent fixation load. You possess innate dual pupils and a propensity for thievery. In this lifetime, you will be unafraid of ordinary blades and swords, with astonishing aptitude. Copper skin, iron bones, green. Effect triggered. Your body refinement efficiency has doubled. As the talent system completed its notifications, Mo Fan understood that this time he had secured a solid foundation. The air around him lacked the scent of spiritual energy, and the surrounding trees no longer bore ancient grandeur, but were instead ordinary. Despite being in a remote wilderness, it was an acceptable environment. As long as he could survive, that was sufficient. This world seemed devoid of the fantastical. It was rather pleasing. Henceforth, he simply needed to endure in this realm for several decades before the time for vengeance would arrive. Mo Fan was quite satisfied with this world. He opened his panel. Nama, Montak Fen. Realm, Chi, first ladder. Talent, dual pupils, purple, thievery, blue, copper skin, iron bones, green. Talent bonus. Training efficiency 320, fortuity 120, comprehension 60. External skills. Rainfall sword technique, sword path white. Green mountain sword technique, entry white. External skill experience, 754,770. Internal skill, Great Sun Tathagata Sutra, gold. Internal skill experience, 2,380. Internal skill experience, 2,420. Upon glancing at his internal skill experience, Mo Fan nearly burst into laughter. His internal skill experience was increasing at a staggering rate of 60 points per second. With such efficiency, it was not an exaggeration to claim that after a year of enduring, his prowess would undergo a monumental transformation. Such terrifying growth was undeniably exhilarating. Taking a deep breath, Mo Fan closed the panel. In the previous martial arts world, he had scoured for external skills, only to be inexplicably marked, which subsequently attracted the phantom of the Buddha. Thus, in this realm, even if he were to pursue low-level martial arts, he resolved to refrain from collecting external skills until his strength reached a satisfactory level. After all, external skills had already hit a bottleneck. Without 100 or 800 tomes, one could not break through, so it was wiser to consolidate his position first. Having finally found a safe haven, he could not afford to squander it. Mo Fan's chi consciousness began to extend outward, and upon discovering a narrow path, he glided through the forest like a specter. Before long, he found himself on a dilapidated yellow mud road, with an unknown destination ahead. However, regardless of where it led, he had firmly decided to settle there. Initially, Mo Fan intended to seek a city for residence. But upon noticing a plume of smoke wafting from the foot of a mountain, he altered his course toward the small village. After approximately 10 minutes, he ambled along the ridge, his gaze falling upon a cluster of rudimentary dwellings. Numerous farmers toiled in the fields, casting curious glances at Mo Fan as he passed by. Yet, perhaps due to the differences in attire, none dared to approach him, merely pausing their labor to observe him from a distance. Mo Fan nodded in approval of the environment. As he approached the village, he noticed several children playing, who, like the farmers, gazed curiously at this newcomer. Since he aimed to remain inconspicuous, Mo Fan had no intention of disturbing them. On a hillside not far from the village, he spotted an abandoned, dilapidated temple and, feeling elated, decided to take up residence there. After all, why refuse a free shelter? While Mo Fan was cleaning the temple, several brave children stealthily followed him, hiding at a distance and peering out from behind trees, believing themselves to be concealed. However, unbeknownst to them, they were as conspicuous as light bulbs in Mo Fan's eyes. With a chuckle, Mo Fan chose not to chase them away. After cleaning the temple and removing some cobwebs, he found a wooden plank to serve as a bed. Time to settle in. The next day arrived. A day had passed, and Mo Fan began to rub his hands in anticipation. He opened the panel and checked his internal skill experience. Just yesterday, he had merely a few thousand points, yet now it had skyrocketed to an astonishing 4 million. 4 million. He could hardly contain his excitement. Yes, this is the proper way to elevate my realm. To ascend from the Chi realm to the next level required 28 million points of internal skill experience. Now, not only did he have enough experience, but he also exceeded it by more than threefold. Delighted, Mo Fan prepared to elevate his realm. Just then, at the entrance of the dilapidated temple, a small head cautiously poked out. Upon making eye contact with Mo Fan, the little head promptly withdrew. In a hurry, she dropped 2 yellow, dough-like objects before turning and fleeing. Observing the retreating figure of the little girl, Mo Fan scratched his head in confusion. Turning his gaze to the ground, he noted the cornmeal dough. Is this food offered to me? Chapter 28. Breaking through the foundation, Mo Fan picked up the corn dough from the ground, amused yet exasperated. He never anticipated that in his previous life, plagued by a tumor and neglected by all, he would find himself being nourished after attaining the realm of a Chi master. Shaking his head, he brushed off the dust from the dough and took a bite. The taste was surprisingly delightful. Outside the dilapidated temple, he was grateful for the little girl's reminder. Otherwise, he might have instinctively ascended to a higher realm. The Chi master realm could summon a thunder tribulation, and it was certain that breaking through to a higher level would also attract one. If he were to break through here, it would undoubtedly leave the local inhabitants in awe. Deep within the mountains, after confirming the desolation of his surroundings, he commanded the system, "Elevate my realm." Upon uttering the command, a notification chimed. Ding! Would you like to consume 280,000 internal power experience to elevate your realm? Confirm. A mere 28 million, nothing but a drop in the bucket. Boom! Instantly, a formidable aura surged through the secluded mountain depths. With Mo Fan at its center, flocks of birds scattered in alarm. After the Chi Master realm comes the Foundation Establishment realm. To be honest, Mo Fan was not unfamiliar with this level. However, he scratched his head in disbelief. In the realm of immortal novels, Foundation Establishment was considered the most rudimentary level. In other words, after all his efforts, he found himself still relegated to the status of cannon fodder. How infuriating! Mo Fan felt utterly exasperated. Nevertheless, he sensed that this Foundation establishment was unlike any other. With every breath, he could resonate with the surrounding trees. This sensation was extraordinary, as if he were inherently attuned to nature itself, even perceiving the emotions of the trees around him. This scene echoed a saying, "All things possess spirit." Exhaling deeply, Mo Fan found himself amidst the forest, perhaps not long after dawn, where every leaf bore glistening dew. He glanced around, marveling at the dew that adorned the leaves, which seemed to encapsulate the entirety of the world within them. This wondrous feeling washed over his soul like a wave, time and again. Opening the system panel, he gazed at the next realm after Foundation Establishment. As expected, it was the Core Formation realm, requiring 56 million internal power experience. His current experience was more than sufficient for a breakthrough. However, Mo Fan chose not to rush. He wished to fully savor the wondrous sensations of Foundation Establishment for at least a day. Although the system ensured steady progress at each level, a mismatch in mindset could lead to unforeseen dangers. Unconsciously, Mo Fan immersed himself in the essence of nature, wandering through the mountains. He transformed into a mere mortal. No, more than that. He became one with the creatures of the wild, blending seamlessly into the natural world. He crossed streams, traversed forests, climbed trees, rested on stones, ascended slopes, and waded through rivers. Thankfully, This place was seldom visited by humans. Otherwise, anyone witnessing Mo Fan in his current state would undoubtedly deem him a madman. Truth be told, his present condition bore a striking resemblance to that of a lunatic. He perceived no distinction between cleanliness and filth. He touched every plant and every patch of mud with his hands. As the sun traversed the sky, ascending from dawn to its zenith, and then descending into dusk, Mo Fan found himself in a state of enlightenment, his comprehension soaring without interruption. Even when confronted by a ferocious white tiger, its fierce gaze and low growl while hunting did not disrupt his thoughts. Instead, the tiger, perplexed by the strange human, gradually succumbed to fear. When Mo Fan reached out to touch it, the majestic creature yelped and fled in fright. The next day, Mo Fan was unaware of when he returned to the dilapidated temple. A thick fog enveloped the outside world. Inside, apart from him, there was a flickering campfire, around which sat 3 children, one of whom was the little girl who had fed him corn dough the day before. The other 2 were boys. As Mo Fan stirred from the pile of grass, the little girl cheerfully exclaimed, "Big brother, you're awake. Come eat, look, we made mushrooms, they're delicious." In response, Mo Fan thought, "Wait, are we this familiar now? Just yesterday, we were strangers. What's going on?" He struggled to recall his memories from his enlightened state, vaguely remembering that he had taught them some grilling techniques while exploring. Rubbing his head, he inhaled the crisp morning mist, feeling invigorated. These little rascals had indeed grown close to him, yet he felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Come try, big brother. They're so tasty," the little girl continued, raising a string of grilled mushrooms with enthusiasm. The other 2 boys, gazing at their own mushrooms, whispered, "Big brother is truly from the city. With these skills, he'll never go hungry. There are mushrooms all around." Mo Fan stood up, accepted the offered mushrooms, and took a tentative bite. The moment it touched his tongue, he was astounded by the explosion of flavor. How can they be this fresh? His eyes widened in astonishment at the delectable taste of the mushrooms. When did I acquire such a skill? To grill mushrooms this deliciously? And to teach others? Though slightly bewildered, he deemed these thoughts unimportant. As they gathered around the campfire, the 3 youngsters soon had round bellies, while Mo Fan savored the lingering taste. Suddenly, the little girl exclaimed, "Oh, I just remembered. Aren't we supposed to pick some sour fruits for Big Brother today? Right? Let us go." The other 2 boys sprang to their feet at her reminder. Sour fruits were a type of wild berry. Children living in such mountain villages might not have seen much of the world, but they were well versed in the edible wild fruits that flourished around them. "Big brother, wait. We'll be right back," they chirped, and with that, they bounced out into the morning mist, disappearing from sight. These little rascals. Mo Fan sighed. "I don't even know your names." He could vaguely recall that the little girl was named Meow Meow, and the 2 boys were brothers, Ji Yong and Ji Hua. Back in the dilapidated temple, Mo Fan extinguished the campfire and opened his panel, examining his current realm. Name, Mo Fan. Realm, Foundation Establishment, First Stage. Upon seeing First Stage, Mo Fan narrowed his eyes. Foundation Establishment should signify a complete entry into the realm of immortals, right? Even if it was the most basic level of cannon fodder. It was still Foundation Establishment, wasn't it? Yet, why was he still at the first stage? Mo Fan was perplexed. However, he chose not to delve deeper into it. After all, every day, he simply lay back and received over 5 million internal power experience points. Leveling up was as easy as child's play. There was nothing to fear. He continued to bide his time. Chapter 29. The unflinching bandit strike. Though the dilapidated temple housed people, it appeared unchanged, quietly standing halfway up the mountain. For 3 consecutive days, the villagers had not seen a trace of them, only hearing from the children that there were indeed people present. The children spoke of a big brother who was formidable enough to extract eels hidden in mud. After establishing his foundation, Mo Fan extended his perception over the small village. Hearing the children's descriptions nearly caused him to spit out the water he had just sipped. What kind of ridiculous exaggeration was this? Since his breakthrough, Mo Fan had not hurried to advance his cultivation level. Now that 3 days had passed, it was time for a breakthrough. Upon exiting the temple, he ventured deeper into the mountains. Last time, he had been spared from a thunder calamity, but one could never be too sure. Big brother, my mother sent me to tell you that you cannot stay here any longer. Tomorrow, bandits will come to collect their offerings. My mother said that since you have no land, if you cannot provide the offerings, you will be turned into a star. Just as he stepped out of the temple, Meow Meow rushed over, breathless yet eager to convey her message. Mo Fan paused, observing the flustered Meow Meow. What was this about offerings? Big brother, I know of a cave. Perhaps I can take you there to hide? Meow Meow continued. At that moment, two boys approached, Ji Yong and Ji Hua. They had likely overheard Meow Meow and eagerly agreed. Yes, big brother, that cave is very safe. I assure you those dreadful bandits won't find you. Once they leave, I'll come get you. If someone else had been residing in the temple, they might have accepted such an offer without hesitation. But Mo Fan had established his foundation. He could not be driven into hiding by mere bandits. Yes, Ji Hua is right. Those bandits are terrifying. We should hurry to the cave, Meow Meow urged, reaching for Mo Fan's hand. Hearing this, Mo Fan chuckled and gently ruffled her hair. Hide? Not a chance. What was there to fear from such petty bandits? The small village where Meow Meow lived was called Wild Temple Village. The origin of this name had long been forgotten, though it was known to be related to the dilapidated temple on the mountainside. At this moment, not far from Wild Temple Village, a large group was approaching. Second brother, isn't the collection of offerings scheduled for tomorrow? A member of the group asked. The man addressed as second brother had a fierce gaze. Upon hearing the question, he turned toward the direction of Wild Temple Village and replied with an ominous tone. Offerings? You incompetent fool. Do you truly wish to remain a bandit for life? I have no interest in offerings. Let me be frank. I'm destined to rise. Second brother, mounted on a fine steed, clenched his fist, producing a series of cracking sounds. Old 8 stood momentarily stunned as the image of a frail old man from 3 days prior flashed in his mind. Second brother, are you suggesting that that half-dead old man can truly help us become martial arts masters? He inquired. Masters? Not only masters, but top-tier ones. Second brother scoffed, licking his lips at the thought of power. The power he had longed for was now within reach. Brothers, move quickly. Remember, take everyone, men, women, and children. Leave not a single soul behind. In Wild Temple Village, the approaching bandits were conspicuous. Upon recognizing the newcomers, the villagers immediately began to sound the alarm. For years, the bandits had raided them no less than 5 times annually, and they were well prepared. Hearing the loud gongs, the villagers were astonished. The bandits had arrived a day early. However, realizing it was only a day ahead of schedule, each household hurried to gather the grain they had prepared, assembling at the village entrance. Clopping sounds echoed as the bandits, riding high, surveyed the obedient villagers, laughing amongst themselves. This was the taste of power. As long as they showed up, these wretched commoners would follow their lead. At the village entrance, the village chief, an elderly man in his 70s, leaned on his cane and, seeing the bandits approach, called for the villagers to prostrate themselves. We humbly await your esteemed presence. Were it not for your generosity, we would have surely become refugees. This is our modest offering. Please accept it, great lords. In addition to the grain offerings, the villagers had prepared extra gifts for the leader of the bandits. Second brother dismounted and skillfully received the money bag from the old chief. Typically, at this hour, they would be packing the grain offerings before departing peacefully. However, after accepting the money, second brother looked disdainfully at the reverend old chief and coldly remarked, an old bag of bones, clearly lacking in vitality. We shall bury this old fool right here to save our legs. Before the villagers could react, a flash of white light occurred, followed by a sickening thud as an elderly head rolled onto the ground. Wiping the blood from his blade, second brother seized a child amidst the villagers' panic, threatening silence. Anyone who dares to make noise shall be buried on the spot. Oh, great lord, we have submitted our offerings. Why is this happening? A young man questioned, staring at the lifeless chief. What awaits you is a swift kick. Second brother retorted, delivering a powerful blow that sent the man crashing to the ground in pain. Surveying the villagers, he commanded, bind them all. Anyone who dares to flee. A sinister smile crept across his face as he added, I shall turn them into a wretched spectacle. Make sure to tie the children separately and toss them onto my horse, he ordered. The intimidation tactics, exemplified by the fate of the chief, ensured the bandits' success. The villagers were stripped of any will to resist, their faces reflecting despair. In no time, the entirety of Wild Temple Village was bound, and as the bandits prepared to depart, a woman among the villagers, witnessing her family captured, noticed that her neighbor's family, who also had children, was only binding the adults. Feeling a sense of injustice, she cried out, "Great Lord! Her family has a child you overlooked." Huh? Upon hearing this, second brother turned back, intrigued by the notion of a stray child. Meeting his gaze, the woman struggled against her captors and pointed to one of the bound individuals, exclaiming, "Great Lord, just her family. They have a very lovely little girl who seems to have run to the dilapidated temple and has not returned." The accusation caused Meow Meow's mother to change her expression. "Great Lord, my family has no children. I am a widow," she hastily explained to second brother. However, her defense was abruptly interrupted. "None? Huh? My entire family has been captured. Do you still wish to keep something behind? Her daughter, Meow Meow, is at the dilapidated temple. Moreover, it is not far from here, just halfway up the mountain." The woman, bound and struggling, continued to shout, gesturing toward the direction of the temple. Chapter 30. The Immortal and Their Artifice. Observing Aunt Wong's repulsive actions, Meow Meow's mother felt as though all her kindness towards her had been fed to the dogs. However, she had no time to curse Aunt Wong. Upon witnessing the dilapidated temple being pointed out, she exclaimed in desperation, my lord, do not listen to her nonsense. I do not have a daughter at all. My lord, if you do not believe me, ask the other villagers. I am a widow, truly a widow." At that moment, other villagers, especially the parents of Ji Hua and Jiang, quickly came forth to support Meow Meow's mother, stating, "I can testify. What Lin Xiao Mei says is true. Yes, Lin Xiao Mei is indeed a widow. How could she have a child?" The other villagers echoed their sentiments. Yet, Brother Two of the bandits smirked, leaning towards Lin Xiao Mei. "If you truly have no daughter, why are you so anxious?" It must be said, Lin Xiao Mei's acting skills left much to be desired. With that, Brother Two struck her without mercy, sending her sprawling to the ground, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. He then turned to the other villagers who had come to her defense, his gaze cold and menacing. Instantly, the supporters fell silent, no longer daring to utter a word. We shall deal with you later. A dilapidated temple, is it? Come, brothers. Meanwhile, at the ruined temple, Big Brother, are you really not going to the cave? If you don't go, it will be disastrous if you are discovered tomorrow. Meow Meow was frantic after Mo Fan's refusal, fearing for his safety. In response, Mo Fan offered no explanation but instructed the 3 children to stay within the temple. "Stay here, do not wander off. The cave, we shall discuss it upon my return." With that, he exited the dilapidated temple, leaving the children perplexed. Mo Fan's senses extended to encompass the small village, naturally allowing him to perceive the unfolding events. From a distance, concealed by lush trees on the mountainside, he observed the bandits approaching the temple, narrowing his eyes. Their audacity was remarkable. Had they been wise enough to accept their offerings and depart, he might have chosen to ignore them. Unfortunately, they seemed to have grown too complacent with life. Thus, Mo Fan began his descent down the mountain. In a flash, Brother Two exclaimed, "Look, indeed there is a fish that slipped through the net." The bandits, spotting Mo Fan casually descending, were filled with excitement. Upon seeing Mo Fan, Lin Xiao Mei's already pale face turned even paler. It was over. Her heart sank, and seizing the opportunity while the bandits were distracted, she shouted to Mo Fan, "Run, young master, run, and Meow Meow, run." Her voice echoed across the fields. However, just as she had managed to utter a couple of warnings, she was abruptly silenced by a swift kick from a bandit. "Damn it, dare you speak up?" A bandit, quick on his feet, knocked Lin Xiao Mei down and grasped her hair, pressing her head to the ground. Logically, anyone would have turned and fled upon receiving such a warning. Yet, Mo Fan remained unmoved. Noticing that Mo Fan not only stood his ground but dared to stare at them, Brother Two chuckled. He stroked his chin, gazing at Mo Fan with amusement, a mere scholar, slender arms and legs, and yet you dare to look at us. Have you read too many books and lost your wits? The other bandits erupted in laughter at this. Brother Two, look, he isn't even running. Where does his confidence come from? Doesn't he see there are more than 10 of us? Truly, it's laughable. He doesn't know his own strength. Amused by the bandits' mockery, Mo Fan chuckled softly. It was the first time he had encountered someone so eager to deliver themselves to their doom. Just as the bandits continued to laugh, an inexplicable wind began to stir among the fields. The grass, dark green seedlings, and lush leaves swayed gently. Leaves scattered across the fields began to rise in a swirling dance. The foundational realm was not merely about establishing a basis for cultivation. It was about forging a connection with the heavens and the earth. Had a practitioner from a previous martial arts world witnessed the profound Tao essence permeating the air, they would likely have gasped in astonishment. On land, an immortal, a being of mythic proportions, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Bodhidharma. Of course, such beings did not truly exist, and thus no one comprehended the terrifying nature of the Tao essence that enveloped the world. With a mere thought, the nameless wind swept over the bandits. Before they could react, they were met with a sharp pain in their hearts. This group of bandits possessed no real strength, not even qualifying as physically trained. Following the initial pang, with a thud, Brother Two, the strongest among them, collapsed to the ground, peacefully still. Brother Two? The remaining bandits were stunned by this turn of events. As one after another fell, the bandit at the back was bewildered. What is happening? His confusion deepened, and only when he felt the same stabbing pain in his own heart did he realize the gravity of the situation. His eyes widened in horror as he looked towards the distance, where only Mo Fan's fluttering sleeves stirred. He understood they had provoked a force they should not have. However, it was too late. There was no opportunity for them to plead for mercy. At the same time, the bound villagers watched in disbelief as the once menacing bandits fell before them. Initially, they instinctively recoiled, but soon they sensed something was amiss. Wait, they have no breath. Are they dead? Dead? How could they be dead? The villagers, coming to terms with the reality, exchanged bewildered glances between themselves and the fallen bandits. What on earth just happened? Mo Fan approached the villagers, unbinding their hands. Before they could express their gratitude, he stated, "Bury these bandits where they lie." After a brief pause, he added, "This matter has nothing to do with me. No bandits have come here, nor have I." With that, he turned and departed, swiftly vanishing into the forest, leaving the villagers in a state of mutual bewilderment. This has nothing to do with him? Isn't that akin to denying the obvious? They were aware the circumstances were inexplicably linked to him. Yet, given the bizarre nature of the bandits' demise, they dared not speak further. Phew, such miraculous abilities. He cannot be anything less than an immortal. A young villager gazed into the forest, exhaling deeply and murmuring to himself. This quiet utterance caught the attention of the other villagers, and their expressions shifted in unison. An immortal? After a considerable time, the villagers managed to compose themselves. Simultaneously, as they prepared to gather the bodies, Aunt Wong knelt before Lin Xiaomei. This act served as a wake-up call for the other villagers, who recalled that Aunt Wong had just been guiding the bandits. Enraged, the villagers, especially the parents of Ji Hua and Ji Yang, were filled with fury. Chapter 31. From now on, call me Sir. The family of Aunt Wong regarded the encroaching villagers with trepidation, pleading fervently for mercy, emphasizing the presence of children and claiming she had merely lost her wits in that moment. However, in the village of Yebiao, the tranquility they had maintained thus far was not born of benevolence. Although Aunt Wong's words were profoundly moving, the potential for recurrence loomed large, especially now, with a celestial being residing in their midst. Sparing such a person could lead to unforeseen retaliatory measures. Earlier, the celestial had stated to disregard the presence of the robbers as if they had never existed. Should Aunt Wong choose to forgive her now, there was no guarantee that she would not divulge this information later, thus inviting trouble upon them all. Lin Xiaomei, this matter transcends your individual concerns. If we spare her family, we may all find ourselves unable to sleep peacefully in the future. It will be better to bury them all together. Back at the dilapidated temple, Mo Fan returned, guiding 3 children as they kindled a fire to roast mushrooms. As for their anxiety regarding the robbers' return the next day, Mo Fan simply smiled and remained silent. Robbers? They were no longer a threat. Mo Fan's reticence only heightened the children's worry. Would everything truly be all right? Their hearts were heavy with apprehension, for they were dealing with ruthless bandits known for their deadly violence. As dawn broke the following day, Meow Meow stared in bewilderment at the food her mother was packing. "Mother, are you out of your mind? Not only rice, but also meat?" Just days prior, her mother had only sent her with 2 cornmeal dumplings. Yet now, she was preparing a feast. Meow Meow thought to herself, this was more sumptuous than the meal she enjoyed during the New Year, and it was being sent to the older brother. Her mother offered no explanation, simply instructing her to deliver the food quickly, leaving Meow Meow perplexed. As she stepped outside, she encountered Jiang and Jihua, who, much like her, were scratching their heads in confusion, clutching their own bountiful provisions. "What? You brought so much food too?" Meow Meow exclaimed. Jiang and Jihua exchanged glances and pouted. "Our parents have lost their minds. Meat?" And they prepared an entire platter. They counted their offerings, feeling a sense of imbalance, though they adored Mo Fan. Meat was a precious commodity meant for their own table, not for sharing with others. Just as Meow Meow and the others were exchanging pouts, a group of 7 or 8 children approached, laden with their own supplies. This represented all the children from the village. A cacophony of chatter erupted among them. However, for reasons unknown, these children exhibited a glimmer of envy upon seeing Meow Meow and her companions, though they seemed to have been warned not to speak too freely. Meow Meow looked on, both surprised and delighted. "You all came? I thought you disliked the dilapidated temple. What is going on?" Her confusion deepened. Turning her gaze, she noticed one child conspicuously absent. Wang Er, the notoriously arrogant bully. "Where's Wang Er? You all are here, but he is missing?" Though Meow Meow did not particularly like him, her curiosity was piqued. The other children merely shook their heads in response, which only intensified her suspicion. Upon reaching the dilapidated temple, the children seemed somewhat intimidated by Mo Fan. Only Meow Meow, Jiang, and Jihua approached him with enthusiasm, boasting about the rarity of their food. Mo Fan accepted their offerings, observing the hesitant children outside the temple. He sighed. Had he known this would transpire, he would have refrained from showing his face. It was absurd to be mistaken for a celestial being. The village lay within Mo Fan's perceptive grasp. Nothing occurring there could escape his notice. Yet, this very awareness left him feeling somewhat helpless. He merely wished to exist quietly, avoiding unnecessary complications. The villagers' motivations for sending their children with food were all too clear. "Big brother, why does it seem they are frightened of you?" Just as Mo Fan pondered this, Meow Meow glanced at her timid companions and then back at him, posing the question. Mo Fan returned to his thoughts, ruffling Meow Meow's hair. "Fear? That is certainly the case." An idea struck him. "From this moment forth, I shall be your teacher." Upon hearing this, Meow Meow exclaimed in surprise, while Jiang and Jihua were equally astonished. Mo Fan rose, stepping to the entrance of the temple to address all the children. "Go home and inform your parents that starting tomorrow, I will be establishing a small school here. You are all welcome to come and learn." At that moment, a chorus of exclamations erupted from behind him. "Big brother, are you serious? I don't want to study. That is so dull." Mo Fan turned with a smile. "From now on, do not call me Big Brother. Refer to me as Sir." On that day, the robbers did not strike. When Meow Meow inquired of her mother why the bandits had not appeared, her mother displayed no outward emotion. Instead, upon hearing that the big brother at the dilapidated temple would be teaching, she became exceedingly excited, rummaging through a cloth bag to produce a small silver stone, wrapped meticulously in layers. Witnessing her mother's actions, Meow Meow was at a loss for words. Reflecting on Mo Fan's previous admonitions, she had initially thought him to be jesting. Yet now, her mother was indeed producing silver. "Mother," Big Brother said, "not to bring such things. Just food is fine, and we can manage that ourselves." Meow Meow relayed earnestly, shaking her fist in frustration. How infuriating. Big Brother can even predict things? That day, Every household celebrated as if it were a festival, feasting on lavish meals. Additionally, the level of care shown towards the children increased significantly, accompanied by a new directive: study well. As evening descended, at a fortified mountain stronghold, a scar-faced, middle-aged man anxiously awaited the return of his younger brother, who had been absent for over a day and night. Old 3 and Old 4 have returned. Was taking Old 2 so long? It should not take this long to capture a few peasants. Just then, a frail old man approached, appearing as though he had one foot in the grave, his skeletal form unsettling to behold. Have a first batch been delivered? The old man inquired, having overheard the bandit leader's musings, though he cared little for the details. Upon hearing the response, the leader quickly expressed his reverence. Yes, master, they have arrived. Good. The old man cackled, a ghastly smile spreading across his skeletal visage, the sheer absurdity of his grin almost unfathomable. Chapter 32. The Golden Core Realm. In a dim prison, a group of rustic villagers huddled together like frightened chicks. The creaking sound of the cell door echoed as voices reached their ears. Master, this is the first batch. Very good, replied a gaunt old man, observing the terrified faces of the imprisoned. He nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Once I have enjoyed this batch, the next will be used to forge your blood soul. Now be gone. Seemingly impatient, he offered a morsel of kindness before dismissing the bandit leader. The door slammed shut. A sinister chuckle escaped the old man's lips. White Cloud City. Ha ha ha. Did you think I would not recover? You destroyed my foundation. I shall make the 500,000 souls of your city pay for this. The old man continued. The earthly immortal realm? With enough blood and flesh, I too can ascend. His laughter echoed ominously. Monsters! Help! Save us! The villagers screamed in terror as the old man, grinning wickedly, entered their cell. Their cries for mercy and frantic attempts to escape reverberated against the stone walls. No one knew the horrors they faced, but their reactions hinted at something far worse than mere nightmares. No, please, get away. Ah! As night fell, in a dilapidated temple, Mo Fan gazed at the luminous moon above, stepping into the forest, deep into the mountains. It was time to break through to the foundation establishment stage. He walked steadily, accompanied by the sounds of chirping insects. Soon, he reached a secluded part of the mountains. Ding! Do you wish to consume 560,000 experience points to elevate your realm? After several hours, confirming his solitude in the depths of the mountains, Mo Fan decisively chose to ascend. Elevate, he declared without hesitation. In an instant, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility of the night, and the once bright moon vanished in the blink of an eye. The dark night sky bore no clouds, yet an oppressive weight hinted at a thick layer above. Mo Fan looked up, realizing that a thunder tribulation awaited him upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. Fortunately, he had foreseen this and left the temple. Otherwise, the villagers would surely have been terrified. Rumbling thunder began to roll through the sky, crackling like a dragon of lightning, sometimes obscured, sometimes revealing itself with clarity. The Golden Core tribulation was more terrifying than the last. Even in anticipation, Mo Fan felt every hair on his body stand on end, as if he were caught in a tempest. Though he was deep within the mountains, the terrifying thunderstorm still stirred the villagers. In the dead of night, someone lit a candle. Such thunder. Is a storm approaching? Confused, a villager opened his door and stepped into the night. At a glance, he saw the distant flashes of lightning. Good heavens! What thunder! The sight caused him to nearly collapse in fear. In the nearby town of Chongqing, adjacent to the dilapidated temple, the streets remained lit despite the late hour. As the thunder roared, many pedestrians halted, turning to gaze at the distant lightning. Rumbling thunder echoed across the heavens. Alarmed, the night wanderers sought shelter. What terrifying thunderclouds! Thank goodness it's not close. If that lightning struck, the people of Chongqing would be finished. The city lord's residence was equally disturbed. The guards, startled by the thunder, went on high alert. In a lavish hall, the city lord, still engaged in affairs of state, stepped outside after hearing the thunder. Her brow furrowed. This thunder. Something feels off. If Mo Fan were present, he would sense her profound aura and recognize her as a practitioner of the innate realm. In the previous martial arts world, such individuals were exceedingly rare. Yet here, a mere town lord possessed this level of power. On the bandit mountain, the old man, having satisfied his hunger, gazed at the thunderclouds with a wicked grin. Ha ha ha! Divine punishment? Alas, I was prepared. He stroked the pendant at his chest, mistakenly believing the tribulation was aimed at him. Truly, a treasure that can obscure the will of heaven. I am here, yet the punishment falls thousands of miles away. In the depths of the mountains, the long-anticipated thunder tribulation descended. Unlike in the real world, this tribulation bore the true essence of thunder. A bolt of searing white, laced with blue lightning, struck M.O. Fan, producing a deafening crack. What speed? M.O. Fan gasped, feeling a jolt of electricity surge through him. The sky began to brew another bolt, taking its time to descend. Within him, the electric sensation coursed wildly, resonating through his organs, bones, and veins. This lightning? M.O. Fan was astonished, sensing his very essence transforming within the storm. His skin became fairer, shedding dead layers like dust. At that moment, every pore opened wide, creating an illusion that he could breathe without a mouth. Simultaneously, his inner energy began to whirl uncontrollably, akin to a black hole, fervently absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, along with the residual power of lightning. Golden Core Realm was a golden core, the innate without leakage, the primordial essence. Sensing his transformation, M.O. Fan instinctively closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. Boom! The second bolt of thunder descended. Buzz! As M.O. Fan sat in meditation, he was struck by this bolt, and a faint glow enveloped him. He felt as light as a feather, floating above the ground. Within him, a swirling vortex birthed a grain-sized golden core, radiating brilliance. The golden core had formed. However, this was merely the most basic form. After a few breaths, boom, the third bolt struck. Upon impact, a ring pattern appeared on M.O. Fan's golden core. This is a one-pattern golden core. Golden cores are classified into 9 patterns. This classification dates back to ancient times, to an era when even the forbidden ones found it hard to comprehend. If any forbidden ones were present, they would be utterly astonished. A one-pattern golden core signifies a human path core. The human path core is the most fundamental symbol of a prodigy. Only by forming such a core can one catch the eye of the forbidden ones. Boom! The fourth bolt descended. A second ring emerged on M.O. Fan's golden core. 2-pattern golden core, the Earth Path core, a peerless prodigy. Boom! Naturally, a product from the system is bound to be exceptional. It must be maximized. 3-pattern golden core, the Heaven Path core, a monstrous talent. A prodigy has emerged. Boom! For patterns, is this the legendary Holy Path core, a natural saint? A 4-pattern golden core is enough to stir the forbidden ones, changing their expressions dramatically. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Boom! 5 patterns. Chapter 33, Breaking the Shackles. The 4-pattern Holy Pill is acknowledged by the forbidden ones as the highest level of golden pills. Yet, the 5-pattern is but a whisper of the unknown. Boom! In an instant, another bolt of thunder struck, and within M.O. Fan's body, the 6-pattern pill was formed. Thus, rumble, the 9-pattern pill was completed. Fortunately, during M.O. Fan's breakthrough, the forbidden ones were absent, otherwise having never even seen a 5-pattern pill. Encountering this 9-pattern would have shattered their worldview on spot. Deep within the mountains, as the 9-pattern golden pill was formed, the tribulation dissipated. Ding! Golden pill formed. Opportunity function activated. Opportunities can be consumed to enhance the upper limits of skin refining, bone refining, and golden pill realms. Each enhancement of skin refining, bone refining, and golden pill realms consumes 10 of opportunity with a maximum consumption of 100 for a single realm. As the system notification concluded, M.O. Fan opened his eyes in the woods, enhancing the upper limits of his shackles. After forming the golden pill, he received a surge of information. This system enhancement meant that every level reached the utmost peak, just like the current golden pill realm, where he had attained the full 9-pattern pill. But now, The system surprisingly indicated that further enhancement was possible. Though the single realm could only consume up to 100 of opportunity for enhancement, this was beyond simply reaching the maximum, a true elevation of shackles. It was almost unimaginable in its extremity. Opening the panel, Mo Fan glanced at the 120 opportunity, and a line of notifications appeared before him. Current realm available for enhancement, skin refining. It seemed that shackles could not leap across realms. He had to start from skin refining. Without hesitation, Mo Fan immediately consumed the opportunity to begin enhancing his skin refining. Ding! Enhancement successful. Skin refining realm breaks through shackles by 10. Ding! Enhancement successful. Skin refining realm breaks through shackles by 20. Ding! Enhancement successful. Skin refining realm breaks through shackles by 100. With each enhancement, Mo Fan felt his already transformed skin after the golden pill realm undergo a dramatic strengthening once more. Upon breaking through the shackles to reach 100, his skin erupted in a golden radiance that subsided after a second, becoming untainted by all methods. A profound realization flickered through Mo Fan's mind, illuminating the effects brought forth by the skin refining breakthrough. Ding! Skin refining has broken through shackles to the limit. Gained additional passive effect. Cultivation efficiency 100. This notification was a pure stroke of fortune. He had not anticipated that reaching the maximum would not only enhance his strength, but also increase his cultivation efficiency by 100. This represented the internal experience he could gain every second. Deeply inhaling, Mo Fan felt invigorated. At this efficiency, he pondered whether the unknown beings in this world would still stand a chance against him. It was time for a two-level reversal. The breakthrough of the golden pill realm expanded Mo Fan's perception 1,000-fold and more. Typically, a common golden pill would not undergo such a miraculous transformation. However, Mo Fan had achieved the 9-pattern pill. On his way back to the Broken Temple, his enhanced perception allowed him to easily spot the bandit stronghold not far away. He focused his thoughts. Within the stronghold, every tree, flower, ant, and person came into clear view. Soon, he discerned the gruesome sight of a bloody dungeon, with walls and floors stained in a horrific manner. This scene caused Mo Fan's brow to furrow. At that very moment, the once frail old man appeared less emaciated and had regained a semblance of normalcy, his strength now surpassing the innate realm. He was presently indulging in meat and drink with great relish. Just one more batch of blood food, and I can reshape my foundation. Baiyun City, await my return. He reveled in his thoughts of a bright future. But then, crack, a crisp sound emanated from the pendant hanging on his chest. Before he could react, it shattered like fragile glass. This sudden occurrence halted his enjoyment, and he looked down at the fragments scattered on the ground, bewildered. My precious, it was supposed to be indestructible, able to withstand even the attacks of terrestrial deities. How could it break? As the old man grappled with confusion, someone rushed in, panic-stricken. Master, master. They all died inexplicably. In his haste, the messenger stumbled and fell, motionless on the ground. Didn't he die immediately? From 1,000 miles away in the mountains, Mo Fan noted with mild surprise that the old man had survived, yet was merely a fleeting surprise. Moments later. The terrifying intent of the golden pill swept through the entire stronghold, this time leaving no bandit alive, including the old man. All perished utterly. The pendant held some significance, but alas, it shattered. Shaking his head, Mo Fan withdrew his thoughts and no longer focused on the bandit stronghold. Initially, he had merely glanced at it, but to his dismay, these bandits were utterly repulsive. The sight of severed limbs made even him flinch. Consider this vengeance served. Rest in peace. Meanwhile, although the old man's life was in question, his will did not extinguish immediately. What? What was that? A thought flickered through his mind, and his physical form crumbled. How could this be? How could such a terrifying existence exist in this world? The old man trembled with fear. He, who could contend with the lord of Baiyun City and had entered the realm of terrestrial deities, could not perish without a fight. Yet why? I was so close to reshaping my foundation, even avoiding the heavenly punishment. What? I am unwilling. I am so unwilling. I am a blood god. How can I simply vanish like this? I still seek to surpass the terrestrial deities. I still aspire to the path of immortality. A gust of wind swept through, and although the bandits did not recognize him, the blood god was renowned in the martial world. He was among the pinnacle of beings on the continent, a source of annoyance even for terrestrial deities. However, with this wind, the blood god ceased to exist in the world. Yet, a peculiar red light slipped into the void. Baiyun City. My lord, it is my incompetence that I have failed to locate the blood goddess trace. In a grand hall, a figure sat regally, while a kneeling general spoke heavily. Sigh. A deep sigh echoed from above. Does the blood god truly possess an immortal body? How could he have escaped? This is not your fault. Even I cannot trace him, let alone you. Alas, letting him slip away this time puts Baiyun City in peril. Given his temperament, Baiyun City. Sigh. It seems I must personally intervene to draw him out. In the broken temple, Mo Fan lay on a straw mat, stealing a glance at his current status panel. Personal information. Nama, Montak Fen. Realm. 9-pattern golden pill, first tier. Not bad. I shall continue to survive. Chapter 34. Naming the second world in the beginning. Human nature is inherently good. Early in the morning, the sound of children reciting their lessons echoed from the dilapidated temple. Mo Fan's teaching was genuine education. He focused solely on reading, disregarding everything else. With a slender cane in hand, and lacking the luxury of textbooks, he relied solely on oral recitation. Yet, this was sufficient. Any student who stumbled in their recitation would receive a swift correction on the spot. Teacher, why is human nature inherently good? Why? With a hand extended, the child hesitated. Ah, teacher, I will not ask anymore. Montag Fen nodded in satisfaction. If they wanted to question further, he would not indulge them. Did they truly believe he was their teacher? All they needed to do was memorize the material in peace. After a session, Mo Fan reclined comfortably on a straw bed. Half closing his eyes, while appearing to doze, he was actually contemplating his progress. After reaching the golden core stage, the next realm was the nascent soul, requiring an experience of 120,000. Though this number seemed daunting, it amounted to merely a day and a half of automatic cultivation. It was neither painful nor bothersome. Curiously, despite reaching the golden core level, the system indicated he was still at the first tier. Mo Fan speculated whether the second tier began with ascending to immortality. Presently, his cultivation efficiency stood at 410. While immortality seemed a distant goal, as long as he persevered, even with escalating experience requirements, it would only take a few months at most. With a relaxed smile, Mo Fan reflected. Cultivation was indeed the most appropriate approach to enlightenment. In the dilapidated temple, the soft and prolonged sounds of children reading filled the air. Thus, days passed in quiet monotony. Mo Fan was in no rush to break through to the golden core, instead savoring the profound intricacies of that realm. Before he knew it, half a month had gone by. Ding! The system's voice chimed punctually. Survived for 15 days. Unknown world coordinates recorded. Ding! You may name the unknown world. Hearing the system's prompt, Mo Fan raised his gaze. It was once again time to name the world. This world was far less remarkable than the last, as he had remained in this small mountain village. Hardly moving from his spot, with a thought, he looked at the window that appeared before him and typed in the characters meow meow. She had left a profound impression on him, being the first person to offer him food willingly. Such care was something he had never before experienced. Name successfully registered. Ding. Current world, meow meow. Remaining lifespan, 2,000 years. With the successful naming of the world, Mo Fan's lifespan was displayed. Upon seeing the 2,000 years, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, perhaps influenced by modern novels. With a lifespan of 2,000 years only granted at the golden core stage, it seemed rather low. Little did he realize 2,000 years, if placed in modern context, could span from the Han Dynasty under Liu Bang to the present day. Teacher, look at this. Meow meow, covered in mud and beaming with excitement, burst into the dilapidated temple, interrupting Mo Fan's thoughts. Closing the panel, he observed her feigning mystery. instantly discerning the object wrapped in her clothing, yet pretended ignorance. Sour fruit? Montag fen venchut. Hey, teacher, wrong. Meow Meow's delight was palpable at his incorrect guess. No. Try again, she urged, laughing. In the past half-month, it seemed Meow Meow had never truly experienced paternal affection. Mo Fan, in some subtle way, had allowed her to feel a different kind of emotion, prompting her to continually bring him what she considered delightful surprises. Noticing the large toads nestled in her arms, Mo Fan speculated if it's not sour fruit, then it must be mud frogs. This was a type of wild fruit, quite small, with little flavor, barely a hint of sweetness. It hardly qualified as fruit, yet for Meow Meow and the village children, even the slightest sweetness rendered it a delectable treat. Ha! Teacher, how have you become so foolish? I bet you couldn't guess all day. Meow Meow exclaimed joyfully. Then, seemingly eager to witness Mo Fan's astonishment, she carefully approached him and, as she drew near, announced, "Here it is." With a swift motion, she opened her clothing, and several palm-sized frogs leaped out, croaking loudly. Frogs! Though he had already surmised their identity, Mo Fan feigned shock with enthusiasm. Giggles erupted from Meow Meow, her shoulders shaking with laughter at his unexpected reaction. "You rascal," Mo Fan said with a smile, ruffling her hair. "Taking a break from class today to do this? Hee, teacher, it wasn't intentional. There were so many croakers on the field. I don't know where they all came from. Even my mother caught a bunch. Every household in the village has a whole basket." Meow Meow explained. The toads were indeed plump, and such a sudden influx of croakers was a divine blessing for the village. However, Mo Fan raised his gaze, sensing something amiss. With a thought, his golden core consciousness swiftly expanded, enveloping the village and the surrounding mountains. Under his scrutiny, everything appeared normal. Just as Meow Meow had said, many frogs had inexplicably appeared. Yet, deeper in the mountains, he perceived a multitude of centipedes, spiders, snakes, and other venomous creatures scuttling about. Seeing that the village was unaffected, Mo Fan retracted his consciousness. He decided to inform the villagers to avoid the mountains for the time being. It was not safe. Oh, why not? There are so many croakers in the fields. I thought of inviting my friends to explore the mountains. There must be even more there. Meow Meow protested, bewildered. There's no need for so many questions, Mo Fan replied, his tone firm. Reluctantly, Meow Meow nodded, her expression one of disappointment. Due to the sudden appearance of frogs, many villagers set off to the nearby town to sell their catches. Upon their return, their baskets were empty, save for some papers and books. Consequently, the children's lessons now included writing in addition to recitation. Alas, they could no longer frolic freely. Days of mundane routine swiftly passed once more. One day, officials resembling tax collectors arrived in the village to collect land taxes. Contrary to expectations, they were not as overbearing as one might assume. Alongside the tax collection, they brought some herbal powders, claiming they were effective against the increasing insect and beast populations in the mountains. "Thank you, sir, thank you." The new village head of Wild Temple Village was Meow Meow's mother, Lin Xiaomei. She had been elected by popular vote. The reasons behind a woman being elected remained unclear. She expressed her gratitude profusely to the officials while discreetly slipping them a small pouch of coins. The lead official weighed the pouch in his hand, nodding. "You certainly know how to handle matters. Here's a lucrative opportunity for you. Many pharmacies in town are eagerly collecting venomous creatures, and recently, they have become remarkably easy to catch. However, it requires venturing deep into the mountains. It's a rare chance. You should consider it carefully." Chapter 35. Abundant autumn. As the month unfolded, the autumn breeze grew cooler, signaling the arrival of fall, marked by the tax collector's presence. The dilapidated temple stood amidst trees that had turned a desolate yellow, their leaves rustling softly in the wind. Mo Fan, inspired by a sudden impulse, picked up a dry branch and began to practice the rainfall sword technique. Each movement was unremarkable, devoid of any extraordinary flair, yet it exuded a unique charm. Following his attainment of the golden core, Mo Fan had developed an even greater appreciation for the ever-changing aspects of nature with each passing day. The grass transitioned from green to yellow, rain fell from the heavens, and the wind stirred. It was no wonder that the cultivators in the novels he had read previously shunned the mundane world, for the complexities of love and deceit paled in comparison to the beauty of nature. As Mo Fan practiced, he was unaware that 3 small children had fallen silent. Captivated by his swordplay, Jihua remarked, "Sir, your movements are so ethereal and beautiful." They watched in a trance. Soon, the wind swept through the land, and Mo Fan ceased his practice, standing still. The wind caught his gray robe, causing it to billow slightly, giving him the appearance of a celestial swordsman. Sir, I want to learn your moves," Meow Meow exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Being a girl, she had a natural inclination towards beauty, and Mo Fan's graceful demeanor struck a deep chord within her. However, when Mo Fan turned to her, he confessed, "Teach swordplay? I cannot. This technique was learned through the system. How could I teach you? It was merely a casual display with a dry branch." She retorted, "How is that possible?" Naturally, Meow Meow was skeptical. Mo Fan shook his head, glancing at the withered trees beside the temple. "Do not doubt. The truth is as such. A person has only 2 arms and 2 legs. All techniques are fixed. The only difference lies in the sensation. By the way, do you 3 have anything to do? The autumn season is busy, and isn't a holiday? Why are you here instead of helping your parents?" Mo Fan shifted the topic. Upon hearing this, Ziyang and Jihua pouted, remaining silent as they looked towards Meow Meow. They had initially planned to venture into the woods to catch poisonous insects, but they could not resist their desire to come see him. "Sir, I remember you can predict fortunes. I want you to tell us if we can get rich." "Really rich?" Meow Meow said eagerly. Mo Fan was taken aback. "Wait, am I your fortune teller now?" "Go on. Who would predict fortunes? Besides, what wealth could you children possibly seek?" He directed his gaze at Meow Meow. If you won't predict, then forget it. Ziyang, Jihua, let's go get rich." With that, Meow Meow led the 2 away, striding out of the dilapidated temple. Mo Fan mused, "Surely, they aren't going to catch poisonous insects?" Watching their small figures retreat, he shook his head, dismissing the thought. He then turned his attention back to the autumnal scenery, leisurely continuing to ponder the wonders of nature. The next day, the 3 children returned, but this time they were holding glistening candied hawthorns. Clearly, their previous day's endeavors had yielded fruitful results. "Sir, look, this is for you," they exclaimed, a hint of pride in their voices. They had brought small bamboo baskets this time, but did not linger long. After handing him the treat, they hurried off, not waiting for Mo Fan to say much. Have they truly become addicted to catching poisonous insects? Mo Fan chuckled to himself. He then turned to the candied hawthorn in his hand and took a hearty bite. His gaze shifted towards the woods, where more children congregated. Goodness, it seems not only have they become addicted, but the enthusiasm has spread, he thought with a smile. Perhaps the village had grown more prosperous, as many villagers now had spare coins to venture into town. In his expanding perception, Mo Fan could hear discussions among villagers that no longer revolved around rural matters, but rather national affairs. Indeed, it was the same everywhere. Once people had their fill, they began to concern themselves with broader issues. Listening to their idle chatter, Mo Fan became aware of his surroundings. They resided in the Longlong dynasty, neighboring the Burnt Sky dynasty. The latter's name seemed unbefitting for a nation, yet it was indeed called that. Recently, the Burnt Sky capital had fortified its borders, appearing poised for conflict with the Longlong dynasty. However, since Wild Temple Village was not on the border, any potential war would not affect them. Thus, while the villagers debated strategies with fervor, none truly took the prospect of war to heart. Similarly, Mo Fan dismissed the matter. War held no relevance for him. What truly piqued Mo Fan's interest was the impending autumn festival, a time of harvest and celebration in the town. Upon hearing about the event, he lifted his gaze slightly. Staying here in seclusion has its merits, but it can be rather stifling. The autumn festival in 7 days? Perhaps I shall take a look then. Time passed swiftly, and the day before the festival arrived. Over the past few days, Meow Meow, Jihua, and others had led the village children to considerable success in their insect-catching endeavors. As previously indicated by the tax collectors, the poisonous insects in the mountains and forests were exceptionally easy to catch. They exhibited no aggression, merely crawling in one direction. unbothered by the presence of people. Essentially, one could simply cover them with an object and capture them effortlessly. The influx of wealth had come so rapidly that Meow Meow, when informed by her mother, Lin Xiaomei, that they would be going to the town the next day, adamantly refused. You child, didn't you always clamor to go in previous years? What has changed this year? I'm not going. I simply do not wish to go, Meow Meow replied, tilting her head defiantly. At that moment, Mo Fan entered the courtyard. Who dares to argue with their mother? Have my lessons gone to waste? Ah, master, Meow Meow exclaimed. Taken aback, her mother, upon seeing Mo Fan, appeared flustered, quickly bowing in greeting. Ah, I intended to inquire if anyone would introduce me to tomorrow's autumn festival. Since someone is unwilling to go, I shall seek another, Mo Fan remarked, contemplating his options. Meow Meow's eyes brightened at his words. What? Who doesn't want to go? I'll go. Sir, do you mean you also wish to attend? If you're unfamiliar, I can show you around. But weren't you just saying you didn't want to go? Mo Fan teased her with a smile. I never said that. She feigned innocence. Mo Fan chuckled. All right, I shan't tease you further. Please inform the village children not to venture into the woods, not just tomorrow, but in the future as well. Do not ask why. Gather all the children to see me tomorrow. With that, Mo Fan departed. Chapter 36. Noticed by the Qingyun sect in the dilapidated temple. Mo Fan gazed at the distant mountains. Within his perception, there was a subtle change deep within the ranges. Previously, the poisonous creatures like centipedes had only reached the length of 2 fingers. Yet now, there appeared centipedes as thick as an arm. This was exceedingly unusual, and he could not discern the reason behind it. It was as if these abnormally large, venomous insects had existed all along, until he unraveled the mystery. He resolved to temporarily discourage the children from capturing these creatures. The next day, early in the morning, the children flocked in eagerly. Teacher, we have arrived. Meow Meow led a throng of children behind her. Mo Fan emerged from the crumbling temple, uttering no words, but merely pointing at a large centipede hanging from the broken door. The children were captivated, and without a practical lesson, they would not heed his warning. Wow, what is that? Such a gigantic centipede, Jihua exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the arm-length creature. The other children, wide-eyed, took a few steps back, their expressions filled with horror. Is that really a centipede? How could it be so long? One child exclaimed in disbelief. Teacher, where did you catch it? It must be worth a fortune. Meow Meow chimed in. Oh dear, she lamented, only to receive a sharp reprimand from Mo Fan. Money, money, money. Is that all you think about? He admonished. He then turned to the children and explained, It is late autumn today, and I do not wish to waste your time. From now on, do not venture into the woods. Look at this centipede. The poisonous creatures in the forest have grown to such a size. You cannot capture them anymore. From today onward, keep your distance from the woods. Do you understand? As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Meow Meow, the leader of the group. Yes, we understand. She replied obediently, perhaps fearing another reprimand. Very well. You may disperse now. Teacher, can I take this centipede with me? One child asked. Get lost. Mo Fan retorted. Upon entering Chongqing town, the bustling streets greeted them with vibrant decorations, a testament to the splendor of late autumn. Teacher, the most exciting part of autumn is the evening lantern festival. Meow Meow exclaimed, tugging at Mo Fan's hand as she guided him through the crowd. The lanterns are for the night, and yet here we are during the day, Mo Fan noted. What about the daytime? Daytime is for enjoying delicious food, Meow Meow replied, bringing them to a stall. Seeing them approach, the vendor enthusiastically called out, Customer, would you like to try our famous local delicacy? One bite, and you'll be left craving more. Mo Fan remained silent, instead asking Meow Meow, Do you have any money? Upon hearing this, Meow Meow responded, Teacher, you're a grown man, and you're asking me for money? The vendor cast Mo Fan a disapproving glance, bemused by the situation. Mo Fan, indeed, had no money, as he had not yet engaged with this world as currency. However, he reassured himself that once he acquired some silver, he would not lack for it. Observing Mo Fan's resigned demeanor, Meow Meow's eyes sparkled mischievously. You really have no money, do you, teacher? She confirmed. None, he nodded. Don't worry, I have some, she declared, patting her chest before rummaging through her sleeves. To Mo Fan's surprise, the child actually began producing coins. The vendor, taken aback, could only shake his head in disbelief. Before the vendor could voice his thoughts, Meow Meow triumphantly produced a curled centipede and slammed it on the table, exclaiming, "Can I pay with this?" The vendor instinctively reached for coins, but froze upon seeing the creature. "What on earth? A poison insect?" he stammered, dumbfounded. "Don't worry. It's already dead," Meow Meow reassured, holding the centipede in her palm and displaying its curled body. "Can this be exchanged for money?" Mo Fan could hardly contain his astonishment. If this could indeed serve as currency, he would surely become wealthy. After a moment of deliberation, the vendor conceded, "Fine, I could trade this for one serving. However, the price of poison insects has dropped recently." "Only one serving?" Meow Meow looked up at Mo Fan, her expression pleading. "Teacher, I only have this one." "Not a problem. Since poison insects can be used as currency, I will cover the rest," Mo Fan declared generously, reaching into his sleeve to produce an enormous, wriggling centipede. With a resounding slap, he placed the arm-thick creature on the table and said, "Another serving, and no need to provide change. Help, help. It's alive. It's so big. It's a monster. Run." Mo Fan, bemused, pondered why Meow Meow's centipede could be treated with care while his was met with panic. "It seems they judge based on appearances," he mused, watching the vendor flee. "Never mind. Come, Meow Meow, let us prepare our own meal." With the vendor gone, Mo Fan decided to take matters into his own hands. Recalling the saying that one must labor to enjoy the fruits of their labor, he thoughtfully tied the enormous centipede to the stall. Done. Now, what other delicacies await us? Onward to the next stall. Meow Meow, thoroughly satisfied with her feast, looked forward to the evening lantern festival. As night approached, while resting at a roadside stall, an unexpected guest arrived. Dressed in a flowing green robe and wielding a long sword at his waist, it was evident that he was no ordinary person. Upon seeing Meow Meow beside Mo Fan, his eyes lit up with delight. "Ah, such talent! This child possesses extraordinary gifts. I never anticipated that a casual descent from the mountain would lead to such fortune. The legacy of our Kuzu Peak shall endure." He promptly halted and approached Mo Fan, bowing respectfully. "Little girl, from which nearby village do you hail?" Meow Meow felt wary of this odd stranger and instinctively hid behind Mo Fan. "Forgive me. I was too forward. I am the Peak Master of Kuzu Peak from the Chinyan sect." He then turned to Mo Fan, inquiring, "Young friend, are you your guardian?" Chapter 37. Crisis in the Forest. Observing the flustered individual, Mo Fan chuckled softly. He did not respond, but instead took Meow Meow's hand and stood up, as if the person beside them did not exist, and said to Meow Meow, "The Lantern Festival should be starting soon. Let us go." With that, he guided Meow Meow into the throng. Wait a moment. Upon seeing this, Kuju Feng, the Peak Master, grew anxious and called out. However, he seemed momentarily dazed. As soon as he spoke, he realized that Mo Fan and the little girl had vanished from sight. Where did they go? How can they be gone? Kuju scratched his head and, seeing the densely packed crowd ahead, thought little of it and pushed his way in. "Young friend, please do not leave just yet. I mean no harm." "Sir, why is he running in the opposite direction?" Meow Meow asked, gazing toward where Kuju was pushing through. "Perhaps he's simply directionally challenged and visually impaired," Mo Fan replied with a smile. "Now, let us not concern ourselves with him. Where is the Lantern Festival most splendid?" "The Lantern Festival. I know the way, follow me." As night enveloped Changqing town, it became even more vibrant. Young people adorned in fine garments thronged the streets, some women carrying exquisite and varied lanterns. Guided by Meow Meow, Mo Fan quickly arrived at an arched bridge with a gentle stream flowing beneath, dotted with small boats. Flickering candle flames on the boats created a mesmerizing sight. "Sir, my mother says that on the night of the Lantern Festival, wishes come true the best," Meow Meow said, stepping to the bridge's edge, her hands clasped before her, and her head bowed in concentration. After a moment, she looked up at Mo Fan with joy. "Do you have a wish, sir? Hurry, make a wish. What did you wish for?" Mo Fan did not answer, but instead ruffled her hair and smiled, inquiring playfully. "Isn't it obvious? I wish to grow up quickly," Meow Meow exclaimed, her small fists pumping with determination. her eyes sparkling with dreams of adulthood. Then, tugging at a Mo Fan's sleeve, she urged, "Sir, hurry. My mother said that once you're on the bridge, you must wish quickly, or it won't come true." Unable to resist her enthusiasm, Mo Fan sighed in resignation and nodded. All right, all right." He imitated her earlier stance, leaned over the bridge, and gazed at the myriad boats aglow with flickering lights below. He began to make a wish. Could it be true? If so, I wish that the next time I encounter an unknown existence, I can perch atop its head and relieve myself. Yes, right on its head. That night, Mo Fan absorbed the essence of the mundane world. Perhaps due to his nascent golden core, he suddenly realized that throughout a lifetime, many of one's desires are but illusions. For instance, lovers seek love, the elderly seek peace, the middle-aged crave wealth, and the young yearn for freedom and leisure. As he walked along the river, Mo Fan contemplated the nature of existence. "Sir, are you all right?" Sensing Mo Fan's unusual demeanor, Meow Meow inquired curiously. Coming back to himself, Mo Fan smiled faintly. Surveying the vibrant crowd around him, it is nothing, merely a fleeting thought. Within him, the nine-patterned golden core glimmered more brightly, and a voice echoed in his mind. The grass is green, the flowers are red, the trees stand tall. Humans are foolish, while beasts persist. All is but a thought. The weariness of the night soon passed, and Meow Meow had not yet managed to stay awake until their return home when she fell asleep. With no other choice, Mo Fan picked her up and headed back to the village. After handing her over to Lin Xiao Mei, he returned to his dilapidated temple to continue his understanding of the mysteries of the Golden Core and to reflect on the day's experiences. The Golden Core was merely the beginning. As the sun rose and set, just when Mo Fan thought he could rest peacefully, 2 days later, a woman arrived in the village. Approaching the dilapidated temple without hesitation, she knelt down abruptly. Master, please, I beg you, save my child." Mo Fan, surprised, got up and turned his gaze towards the visitor. "Is this the mother of Ji Yang and Ji Hua? What has happened?" With a sense of confusion, he listened as she recounted the events. Yesterday, Ji Yang and Ji Hua did not heed the warnings and ventured into the forest to catch a gigantic poisonous insect. However, a night has passed, and they have yet to return. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan's expression turned serious. Just then, Meow Meow arrived outside the temple. "Sir, Ji Yang and Ji Hua have been in the forest all night. They want tea turned into stars, will they?" she asked anxiously, her skirt stained with mud from the fields. Sighing, Mo Fan remained silent and instead looked toward Ji Yang and Ji Hua's mother. "These two little ones should not have disregarded my instructions. Please explain in detail why they entered the forest," he requested. At this, the mother began to express her guilt. It was, Meow Meow interjected, "Sir, I know. They mentioned they wanted to catch more poisonous insects to help their father recover." This revelation left Mo Fan without the heart to blame them. He glanced at Ji Yang and Ji Hua's mother and said, "Very well, I will go take a look. You and Meow Meow wait here for me." With that, he expanded his divine sense. Meanwhile, within a dim cave, two little ones held torches, desperately fending off the massive poisonous scorpions that approached them. "What should we do, brother? The powder doesn't seem to work," Ji Hua cried, his face pale in the darkness, as the scorpions loomed large beside him. "Do not be afraid. Just keep the torch lit," Ji Yang urged, wielding his torch valiantly. "Brother, these scorpions are monsters, right? How can they be so large?" Ji Hua's voice trembled, yet he refrained from crying, knowing that fear would only distract his brother. Rustling sounds filled the cave as more scorpions emerged, each one grotesquely fearsome. While the torches could repel them momentarily, they could not halt their relentless advance. "Brother, do not think too much. They are merely larger scorpions. I have caught hundreds before. This is a small matter," Ji Yang reassured, shielding Ji Hua as they slowly retreated. The cave branched out in many directions, and before long, they realized they were lost, having no idea which way they had come. It was clear that when their torches extinguished, darkness would descend upon them. "Brother, wait. What is that?" Suddenly, Ji Hua spotted something and exclaimed curiously. Ji Yang followed his gaze and saw not far off a stone platform fused with the ground. This was unremarkable, but atop it sat a skeleton. The sight of the skeleton sent chills through even Jiang, who had been trying to remain calm. After all, he was still just a child. Do not be afraid. He encouraged himself and attempted to comfort his brother. It is just a skeleton. There is nothing to fear. Brother, look. Those huge scorpions seem afraid of the skeleton and do not dare come close. Jihua pointed out at a critical moment. Jiang focused and, indeed, saw that his brother was correct. Let us go towards the skeleton. Taking a deep breath, he made his decision. The skeleton exuded an eerie aura. But there was no choice. He had to suppress his fear and approach it. Chapter 38. The skeleton of the Foundation establishment realm, the flickering torchlight gradually dimmed. And although the giant scorpions dared not approach the skeleton, their scuttling sounds echoed like a nightmare, tightening the heart. Instinctively, Jiang cradled Jihua in his arms, curling beneath the stone platform. He reassured, do not be afraid, they will not come closer. However, the scuttling intensified abruptly, as if the creatures understood Jiang's words and became enraged. Suddenly, a whooshing sound pierced the darkness, followed by the clashing of metal. A venomous scorpion raised its stinger high, aiming its deadly barbs at Jiang and Jihua, but it missed, striking the stone table instead. Startled, they realized it can still shoot venomous needles. In their shock, another scorpion lifted its tail. In the dim light, Jiang acted quickly, shielding Jihua beneath him. Brother, are you all right? This is indeed the skeleton of someone from the Foundation establishment realm. Jihua exclaimed. Brother, stop yelling. I'm fine. Jiang, observing Jihua's frantic gestures beneath the stone platform, lightly tapped his head. Previously, the cave had been shrouded in a chilling atmosphere, but for some unknown reason, that coldness dissipated when Mofin appeared, along with the giant scorpions that had been lurking in the shadows. After reassuring Jihua, Mofin turned his attention to the skeleton on the stone table. Foundation establishment. So this world is not merely a martial arts realm, but also one inhabited by cultivators? Mofin pondered, stroking his chin. Sir. Jiang stammered, having missed the transformation that occurred with Mofin's arrival while protecting Jihua. Yet, he had seen it clearly, as if dawn melted away the cold snow. Those terrifying scorpions had vanished. The horror of that sight rendered him momentarily numb to his brother's cries. Noticing Jiang's dazed expression, Mofin tapped his head again. What are you still doing? Take your brother and return to the dilapidated temple. Your mother is waiting for you. All right. Mofin rummaged through his backpack and produced 99 oversized centipedes. Take these back and do not return to the mountains again. As he watched the two support each other and leave, Mofin redirected his gaze to the skeleton on the stone table. This cave seemed to be his sanctuary, and there appeared to be a formation. No wonder his spiritual sense had not detected it earlier. Looking around the stone table, Mofin soon noticed a plethora of intricate characters inscribed on the adjacent stone wall. Ding! Detected. Eternal Spring Technique, purple. Would you like to learn it? The system's prompt caused Mofin to raise his gaze slightly. It was indeed a technique. Unfortunately, it was engraved on the wall and could not be stored in his backpack for replication. Moreover, it was purple. Clearly, this technique was of high grade, nearly comparable to the Great Sun Tath Gata Sutra. After a moment's thought, Mofin decided against learning or dissecting it, allowing the technique to remain inscribed on the stone wall. After all, dissecting it would yield internal skill experience, which he currently did not lack. This technique confirmed that this world was not simply a martial arts realm. At the very least, it was a realm of advanced martial arts. With a sigh of relief, Mofin felt fortunate that he had initially chosen to bide his time in this world. Otherwise, akin to the grass realm, who could predict the unforeseen calamities that might arise? Did you not see? In a purely martial arts world like the grass realm, the phantom of the Buddha could emerge. Feeling grateful, Mofin began to explore the cave further. Before long, in another chamber, the system prompt reappeared. Ding! Detected. Eternal Spring Sword Technique, blue. Would you like to learn it? Sword Technique? And it's blue. This was an unexpected delight. His current Rainfall Sword Technique was merely white, while the Eternal Spring Sword Technique was 2 levels higher. Without hesitation, he proclaimed, "Learn!" Instantly, a wave of comprehension washed over him. Although the Eternal Spring Sword Technique appeared to be a gentle martial art, It was, in fact, a lethal sword technique. Not purely for attack, but more akin to protecting the path, guarding the way of eternal spring. Gazing at the skeleton on the stone table, Mofin kicked it aside, seated himself cross-legged, and began to absorb the newly acquired sword technique. If the rainfall sword technique had reached a level where it could summon the phenomenon of sword rain, this one could evoke the resurgence of all things. While his external skill experience was limited, it was sufficient for Mofin to elevate the eternal spring sword technique to the realm of sword intent. Soon, when Mofin reopened his eyes, he noticed green sprouts emerging from the stone walls, radiating vitality from his very essence. Truly, the blue sword technique was remarkable. At the level of sword intent, it could manifest such wondrous effects. Astonishingly, he discovered that the phenomena of rainfall and resurgence could actually combine. What an extraordinary revelation! With newfound excitement, Mofin organized his sword technique insights and continued to investigate the cave's formations. Squinting, he focused on the intricate patterns on the ground, but after a moment of scrutiny, he found himself at a loss. Well, the system's inability to allow him to learn directly was somewhat frustrating. Nonetheless, it was not a major issue. He fixated on the ground patterns, committing them to memory, as formations capable of blocking his spiritual awareness were not to be overlooked. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the dilapidated temple, as Jiang and Jihua emerged from the forest, they were immediately met with a large hand that seized their ears, causing them to howl in protest. Mother, I was wrong. Soda. You know you were wrong. Do you truly wish to drive your father and me to our graves? Mother, it hurts. Hurts? Good. It should. Watching Jiang and Jihua being reprimanded, Meow Meow couldn't help but chuckle. Soon, after wiping away her worried tears, their mother paused. It was then that she noticed the long train of centipedes trailing behind the two boys. 99 centipedes? Did you two raid a centipede nest? And such large ones? How dare you? Upon seeing the multitude of grotesque centipedes, their mother's anger surged once more. What does this many centipedes represent? Danger. Extreme danger. Mother. Wait. As their mother prepared to reprimand them again, Jiang, acting swiftly as the elder brother, explained, "These were given to us by the Sir." The Sir gave you these? Their mother paused, skepticism crossing her face as she scrutinized the daunting swarm of centipedes. These giant centipedes could devour a person, and there are so many. It makes sense. Only the Sir could accomplish this. Chapter 39. The recruitment of disciples by the Qingyun sect. In a secluded cave, Mo Fan meticulously documented the intricate array of formations before leisurely making his way back to the dilapidated temple. The following day, the mother of Ziyang and Jihua brought them to the temple entrance to express their gratitude to Mo Fan. However, Mo Fan was not one to indulge in such formalities, and he quickly dismissed them. 7 days later, outsiders arrived in the village. An ethereal figure, reminiscent of a celestial being, emerged. Meow Meow recognized him. He was the head of the Qingyun sect from the Kuzhu Peak, whom they had encountered during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Unlike that day, he was dressed formally now. This is the last village. If I cannot find it here, I merely seek a legacy. Oh heavens, must you toy with me so? He grumbled as he entered the village. After having searched numerous villages in vain, he had little hope for this one. However, the villagers working in the fields, upon seeing the distinctive attire of the Kuzhu Peak leader, hastily set down their tools and rushed back to the village, shouting, "The Qingyun sect is here. The people from the Qingyun sect have come to our village." As one of the prominent sects in the region, the Qingyun sect was indeed well known. Could they be here to recruit disciples? Some villagers speculated, though this seemed unlikely, as it had been a decade since any sect had actively sought disciples in the villages. Nowadays, connections were primarily made directly with Chongqing town. Unless one was of considerable wealth and status, there was little chance of entering a sect. Before long, villagers began to gather at the village entrance, peering curiously. Soon, the figure of the leader came into view. "I am Kuzhu, the head of the Qingyun sect, Kuzhu Peak. I am here today to recruit disciples. Any child under the age of 12 who wishes to join the Qingyun sect may come forth for me to assess their innate talent. If deemed suitable, they may be accepted immediately. With no superfluous words, Kuju got straight to the point. The villagers exchanged astonished glances, their surprise palpable. Many quickly dispersed, returning shortly with their children in tow. Some glanced toward the half-ruined temple on the hillside, but quickly withdrew their gaze, presenting their children before Kuju. Master, please assess whether our child possesses talent. He is quite clever and has always been exceptional. Kuju interrupted the boastful parent, inspecting the child's hand before shaking his head. With such a dull appearance, clever? Master, my child is the truly intelligent one. There were only a handful of children in the village, barely a dozen. After assessing 7 or 8 children's innate talents, Kuju sighed. Indeed, it was futile. Perhaps the little girl he had encountered was not from this village at all. How could a village like this possibly have children of superior talent? Just as he was about to give up, Meow Meow returned from the dilapidated temple, curious upon seeing the gathering of villagers, especially since her mother was among them. Mother, what is happening? Pulling at her dress, Lin Xiaomei turned to her daughter with a smile. The Qingyun sect is recruiting disciples. Recruiting disciples? Meow Meow turned her head and noticed the formally dressed Kuju. Oh, I think I've seen him before. Her quiet voice, though subdued, caught Kuju's attention. He quickly scanned the crowd and soon spotted Meow Meow at the back. In an instant, the previously expressionless Kuju displayed a remarkable shift in demeanor. He hurriedly made his way through the crowd to Meow Meow's side, excitement evident in his voice. Little girl, what is your name? Your innate talent is exceptional. Would you like to join the Qingyun sect? I would take you as my personal disciple. Fearful of rejection, Kuju hastily continued, startling Meow Meow, who instinctively took a step back. You're not the person with poor eyesight, are you? Mother, you've been deceived. He cannot be from a Qingyun sect with such poor vision. Kuju was taken aback. What? Who has poor eyesight? How can you slander someone without basis? I am a practitioner of the innate realm. Little girl, perhaps there's a misunderstanding. How could I possibly have poor eyesight? I'm not only a member of the Qingyun sect, but I'm also the head of a peak. Despite Kuju's attempts to reassure her, Meow Meow retreated even further. Mother, don't believe him. He is really a fraud. Frustrated, Kuju scratched his head. At that moment, Lin Xiaomei stepped in front of Meow Meow, scrutinizing Kuju from head to toe. It seemed there might be some truth to her daughter's words. After all, this man had rushed over the moment he spotted Meow Meow, lacking the dignified demeanor typical of a sect master. Is he a fraud? Lin Xiaomei pondered. It does seem a bit suspicious. Otherwise, how could my clever child lack talent? Other villagers began to echo their doubts, and the atmosphere turned hostile. Wait, Kuju, now at the center of the gathering, raised his hand high, brandishing a sect token. Look closely. How could a true practitioner be a fraud? I am the genuine article. The head of the Qingyun sect, Kuju Peak. Though I do not know why you believe this, I assure you, you must be mistaken. Kuju displayed the sect token, hoping to quell the unrest. However, just as he thought this would resolve the situation, someone shouted, tokens can be forged. People from the Qingyun sect are exalted beings. How could someone like him be genuine? Exactly. I said something fell off. It must be fake. Get him out of here. He is definitely here to deceive the children. Kuju was flabbergasted. What the hell? Even with the sect token, I am still doubted? Who would dare forge a sect token? And the material, along with the unique essence of the Qingyun sect, cannot be replicated. As he contemplated this, he glanced around at the illiterate villagers and realized he was indeed speaking to the wrong audience. At this moment, he felt the piercing pain in his meridians. It was true. Had he not been severely injured, he wouldn't have come to Chongqing town for relaxation. With a thud, Kuju was pushed to the ground. Confirmed. It's definitely fake. Beat him. Kill him for trying to deceive our children. Hey. I am the head of the Qingyun sect, Kuju Peak. With unmatched power. Please stop. I do not wish to harm you. Stop. I yield. Just wait. I will bring others back. With no other choice, Kuju seized an opportunity and fled, muttering threats as he ran. Chapter 40. The Gift of a Land Immortal. In a dilapidated temple. Sensing the events unfolding in the village, Mo Fan couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow is rather amusing. That day, Meow Meow rushed to the temple to recount the tale. Mo Fan smiled, but remained silent. In his perception, away from the village, Ku Zhu was grimacing as he applied medicine to his bruised arms. Who was spreading rumors? Could it be that young man who had accompanied the little girl? Very well. Just you wait. Upon hearing this, Imo Fan pouted. It wasn't his concern at all. He had done nothing wrong. Although Ku Zhu had made some fierce remarks, Imo Fan paid no heed. After enjoying a delightful meal of roasted mushrooms with Meow Meow, he continued to lay low. On that day, the villagers had yet to recover from the incident involving the fraudster. Then, news reached the village. All the mountain bandits who had been demanding tributes nearby had mysteriously perished. Every last one of them lay peacefully on their mountain, dead. Upon learning this, the villagers were astounded. After all, the bandits numbered in the hundreds. How could they have vanished so silently? This was a stronghold that even Chongqing town could not easily contend with. Recent days had been devoid of any significant news, just as peaceful as in years past. Yet, how could so many bandits suddenly be wiped out? It was a good thing, but could it be the work of a monster? This strange occurrence, coupled with the recent increase in poisonous creatures in the woods, made it hard not to speculate. Sigh. It might be best to avoid the mountains for now. What on earth was happening up there? It was all quite peculiar. The next day, the villagers had not given much thought to the fraud incident from the previous day. However, they were left with a deep impression of Ku Zhu. Just as the sun reached its zenith, he arrived with a large entourage, and among them was the lord of Chongqing City. Ku Zhu, what happened to your injuries? The lord, surprisingly, was Ku Zhu's junior sister. Observing his bruised arms, she looked puzzled. You haven't healed yet, and you've come to my city only to be injured again? Who did this to you? Could it be them? I just fell. It was an accident. Ku Zhu dared not speak the truth. After all, he was a master of innate cultivation. How could he admit to being beaten by a group of rustic villagers? Just a fall? His junior sister, Fuji, regarded him with suspicion. It doesn't matter. I brought you here mainly to take on a disciple. Ku Zhu quickly changed the subject. This revelation astonished Fuji. You, a mere peak master, taking on a disciple? For what purpose? To show off? Coughing lightly, Ku Zhu said nothing more, and soon they arrived at the village. Unlike the previous day, upon seeing the village, Ku Zhu raised his chin and strode in confidently. Clang, clang, clang. He produced a copper gong and began to sound it loudly as he entered the village. Qingyan sect is recruiting disciples. Beside him, Fuji's mouth twitched at the sight of her former senior brother's antics. Are you out of your mind? You're embarrassing the Qingyun sect. Before long, the villagers were stirred by the commotion. Isn't that the fraudster from yesterday? How dare he return? Let's go. It seems that fellow hasn't learned his lesson. Each household grabbed whatever tools they could find, bamboo poles, hoes, sickles, and stormed out. Wait, is that the city lord? Fuji, being the lord of Chongqing City, was recognized by many at a glance. Hold on, is that fraudster beside the city lord? They seemed to be conversing amicably. Clang! Someone dropped their hoe in shock. They weren't foolish. In fact, it was precisely because they were not foolish that their heads began to buzz. Could it be? That fellow is truly a peak master of the Qingyun sect. Gulp! Someone swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Fuji noticed the peculiar looks from the villagers. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Senior brother, why do they look at you strangely? Fuji, don't overthink it. It's just because I'm exceptionally handsome, Ku Zhu replied. But the things they hold, they're villagers carrying tools. What's unusual about that? Ku Zhu hastily defended the villagers. Fuji furrowed her brow. She sensed something was amiss, but couldn't quite articulate it. Turning around, she saw Ku Zhu already mingling with the villagers, cheerfully patting several shoulders. What are you standing there for? Grab the gong and gather everyone. And that little girl from yesterday, she must not be absent. Yes, yes. The villagers responded eagerly. Senior brother, when did you start to bully others with your influence? Fuji remarked from behind. Did I? Not all. Ku Zhu turned back, feigning innocence. Are you certain? Fuji lowered her gaze. Just now, that shoulder pad. Did you think I didn't notice? You even added a bit of force. You've changed. Quickly, the villagers gathered, but the children were conspicuously absent. At this hour, they were all attending lessons at the dilapidated temple. After a brief inquiry, Ku Zhu stroked his chin and led Fuji, along with several followers, directly toward the temple. In the beginning, human nature is inherently good. In front of the temple, a dozen children recited in unison, their innocent voices rich and melodious. "All right, stop." Mo Fan interrupted the children's lesson, his gaze fixed on the lone path leading to the village. "Sir, what's wrong?" Meow Meow, among the children, was the first to ask. Mo Fan did not answer. Under his watchful eye, a large group soon emerged. "Meow Meow, you misunderstood that fellow with the bad demeanor. He is not a fraudster. He is indeed from the Qingyan sect." "Really? He is from the Qingyan sect?" As a native of the village, Meow Meow, though young, had heard of the Qingyan sect. "Then, that means he must be quite formidable." "Oh no. If he learns that I wronged him, I would be in serious trouble." "Don't worry." Seeing Meow Meow's anxious expression, Mo Fan patted her on the head. At that moment, the large group approached. Ku Zhu, leading the way, quickly spotted Meow Meow and Mo Fan. "Is that the young man?" Mo Fan's appearance caused the corners of his mouth to lift, but he did not rush to show it. Instead, he directly addressed Meow Meow, calling her name. Lin Xiaomei is also among the crowd. It was evident that she had informed him. "Meow Meow, I am Ku Zhu, a peak master of the Qingyun sect. Would you consider taking me as your master?" Upon hearing this, Fuji remarked from behind, "Which strange uncle let him out?" However, Fuji scrutinized Meow Meow closely, slightly taken aback. This child possessed a faint aura between her brows. No wonder her senior brother acted so. Such innate talent, even without testing her roots, was evident. She was born with the potential of a land immortal. Chapter 41. Breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Apprenticeship? No, I already have a master. Despite Ku Zhu's earnest attempts to appear amicable, it was no surprise that Meow Meow resolutely declined. After speaking, she turned her gaze towards Mo Fan. Mo Fan was taken aback. What on earth? Did she imply that he was her master? He had never claimed such a title. "Meow Meow, I am your teacher, an educator, but not a master," he hurriedly clarified. Yet, to her, that was indeed a master. "You taught me how to roast mushrooms, catch loaches, read books, and dance with branches." Meow Meow counted on her fingers, observing her demeanor, Mo Fan. At that moment, Ku Zhu scrutinized Mo Fan. Though he was gravely injured, as a practitioner of the innate realm, he still possessed the ability to discern people. After confirming that Mo Fan had no internal energy, he mused, "A mere mortal?" A smile graced Ku Zhu's face as he remarked, "Little Meow Meow, you may not realize that the title of master conveys more than these trivial matters. It embodies the essence of Qingyun, strengthening the body, grasping the Tao, safeguarding peace, and ensuring harmonious weather." Ku Zhu spoke these words with pride. Roasting mushrooms? Catching loaches? What nonsense is that? He was right. Seeing Ku Zhu's slight arrogance, Mo Fan also commented, "In this world, he merely wished to live quietly, without the burden of being a master." Occasionally lecturing to alleviate boredom was the extent of his capabilities. "I truly cannot teach much. However, the choice is yours. If you desire a peaceful and ordinary life as a wife and mother, you may refuse. But if you wish to explore the vastness of the world, to leave the village and witness its grandeur, you may accept. What should I call you, young friend?" Mo Fan's words shifted Ku Zhu's gaze. Although there was no discernible energy within him, something peculiar emerged in the resonance of his speech. "Dugu, Mo Fan," he revealed, using a false name from the grass realm. To be a wife and mother? How could a 10-year-old child possibly choose that? Even if she were 10 years older, she would not opt for such a life. To be a wife, isn't that a life fully seen? In the beginning, one should indulge in joy. "Teacher, I wish to experience the vastness of the world." Meow Meow made the expected decision. However, in the next breath, she swiftly changed the subject. "But I can learn from you." Mo Fan did not respond to her second statement, and upon seeing her choice, said, "Then go. Remember, your mother is in this village. Come back to visit often." Perhaps due to Mo Fan's support for Ku Zhu, he pondered, stroking his chin. Thus, the previous arrangements could be overlooked. He nodded with a smile. After ruffling Meow Meow's hair, Mo Fan turned to Ku Zhu and inquired, "Where is the Qingyan sect?" "I am unaware of its location." Though survival was paramount, if a sect were to be introduced, it would undoubtedly impart some skills. With his current lack of martial experience, it was time to acquire knowledge. As the saying goes, A rabbit must eat the grass near its nest. This remark did not arouse Ku Zhu's suspicion. He readily disclosed the location of the Qingyun sect and even invited Mo Fan to visit Qingyun Peak whenever he had the chance. Montag findet in Satisfaktion. I will come. His words were congenial, but perhaps due to instinct, Ku Zhu felt a slight unease in his back and instinctively tightened his posture. Miao Miao leaped into the Dragon Gate, becoming a member of the Qingyun sect and a direct disciple of a peak. After accepting Miao Miao, Ku Zhu examined the children gathered before the dilapidated temple, scrutinizing their potential one by one. However, none caught his eye. Among the children, Zhiyang and Zhihua gazed at Miao Miao, who now shone like a star among the moon. Just this morning, they had been struggling together with her in their studies. Yet in the blink of an eye, she had ascended to a different realm, even commanding the attention of a lofty city lord, who could stoop to touch her and offer her the courtesy of an apprenticeship. Time passes swiftly, and so do people. After the dilapidated temple returned to tranquility, Mo Fan observed the distracted expressions of Ji Yang and Jihua. What is the matter? Do you also wish to practice martial arts? Their responses were unusually resolute. However, their enthusiasm quickly waned as the image of Ku Zhu shaking his head during the assessment of their potential surfaced in their minds. Teacher, we also want to... The other children echoed in unison behind Ji Yang. Ugh, I spoke too much. Noticing the eager gazes of the children, Mo Fan prudently fell silent. Still, the truth remained. Survival was paramount. Teaching others was not something he had the leisure for, nor would he. What was the benefit of martial arts? Day after day, year after year, only to end up trembling like ants. Sighing, Mo Fan mused to himself. Teacher, no. The people of the Qingyun sect are not ants. They are exalted. Even the powerful officials and captains would show respect in their presence. This thought prompted Mo Fan to sigh once more. Damn it, they are right. Logically, he was now at the golden core stage and should be able to act with impunity. Yet, why was he so often under the watchful eye of the unknown? Moreover, in the grass realm, a pure martial world, how could it possibly invoke the presence of the Buddha? It was as if they were not even trying to maintain a faade. And here, with the bones of Foundation establishment practitioners present, there was no doubt that unknown terrors lurked in the shadows. Sighing again, Mo Fan lamented. Teacher, is there a way for us to become stronger? Ziyang asket, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the lone path leading away from the dilapidated temple. Perhaps wait a month or so. If the poisonous insects in the mountains diminish, you might take a chance. As for me, I certainly will not. With Miao Miao gone, the dilapidated temple lost much of its vitality. Now, only Jihua could be somewhat bold. Meanwhile, Zhiyang, since that day he heard Mo Fan's words, seemed to have gained a new understanding. Each day before class, he would observe the conditions of the mountains. Having witnessed Mo Fan's extraordinary capabilities, he scrutinized every word from Mo Fan with utmost diligence. 2 days later, it was time to break through to the nascent soul stage. Mo Fan dismissed the class, granting everyone an extended holiday. Feeling the unblemished golden core within him, as night fell, he adhered to his usual practice, delving deep into the mountains to seek an isolated spot devoid of human presence. Unlike before, as he ventured deeper into the mountains, Mo Fan encountered a centipede the size of a house, measuring over 10 meters in length. Wow, this one must have cultivated. Truly, this world, inhabited by Foundation establishment practitioners, even the centipedes were formidable. Upon seeing the gigantic centipede, Mo Fan wasted no time. With a few swift punches, he knocked it unconscious and promptly packed it into his backpack. After completing this task, Mo Fan sat cross-legged and heard a notification. Ding. Do you wish to consume 120,000 internal energy experience points to elevate your realm to the nascent soul stage? Chapter 42, 9 years. Transformation of an infant. Deep within the mountains, ominous clouds gather ominously. Amidst the flashes of lightning, a faint purple glow emerges. In Chongqing City, despite the passage of 2 days, Fu Ji, Ku Zhu, and Miao Miao have not departed. The Qingyun sect, which specializes in the essence of Qingyun, is being meticulously taught by Ku Zhu, who explains the meaning of Qingyun to her. However, at this moment, Ku Zhu's expression shifts. He senses the terrifying presence of the calamity clouds from afar. Master Ku Zhu, what is wrong? Miao Miao inquires, puzzled by his sudden stillness. Just then, Fu Zhi enters, holding an assortment of pastries that Miao Miao has never seen before. She intended to place them on the table, but, like Ku Zhu, seems to sense something, halting her movements. Turning slightly, her gaze shifts to the darkening sky. This aura. Ku Zhu rises, his brow furrowed, neglecting to answer Miao Miao's earlier question as he mutters to himself. How could this be? Though I'm gravely injured. There's an unsettling chill in the air. Fu Zhi, standing beside him, tightens her beautiful eyes. It is the calamity clouds. But how could they be so fearsome? Even any of the figures from Baiyun City who have broken through to the terrestrial immortal realm cannot compare to this calamity in the slightest. A terrifying thought dawns on Fu Zhi. Could it be that someone has transcended the shackles, broken through the terrestrial immortal realm, become a legendary saint? Impossible. Ku Zhu interrupts her. What do you know of the terrestrial immortal? It requires gathering the essence of heaven and earth, condensing the vital energy within oneself to forge a bridge of rainbows. This process cannot be completed in less than 300 years. But who could sustain such a lifespan? Even if one could finish, the heavenly calamities are not so easily shattered. Ku Zhu dismisses the notion. After a moment of contemplation, he adds, perhaps this is not calamity clouds, but upon hearing this, Fu Zhi seems to grasp something and looks over. You mean? No. We must return to the sect at once. Fu Zhi, you should not linger in Chongqing City. Come with me. Seeing her reaction, Fu Zhi's beautiful eyes flicker. And Ku Zhu continues. This region has already shown signs of anomalies. It won't be long before it too succumbs to the pestilence of venomous creatures, just like the ancient lands. At this point, Ku Zhu sighs, the thunder tribulation. No, this is an omen of heaven's collapse. Master Ku Zhu, what are you talking about? I don't understand, Miao Miao interjects. Miao Miao, it's nothing. We're simply discussing our return to the Qinyan sect, Ku Zhu replies, withdrawing his gaze from the night sky. He bends down, looking at Miao Miao. Miao Miao, you are the most talented person I have ever encountered. Promise me, you must break through the heavenly calamity. Time is of the essence. The Yuan Ying, in Mo Fan's understanding, signifies the transformation from Dan to infant. However, at this moment, amidst the purple thunder tribulation, he gazes inward at his golden Dan. Is this the transformation from Dan to infant? He muses, witnessing the golden Dan seemingly splitting apart, akin to cellular division. The entirety remains unchanged, yet internally it divides into 2, then 4, then 8, as if fast-forwarding. In an instant, this is not merely the birth of an infant. It is as if the golden Dan has transformed into an egg cell, maturing into a seated childlike figure. Boom! Crack! As the thunder tribulation rages, with each impact, the Yuan Ying within Mo Fan becomes clearer. Soon, amidst the tempestuous thunder, the Yuan Ying evolves into a plump human form, lacking only clothing, radiant in golden hue, an almost perfect replica of himself. Thus, the Yuan Ying realm is established. However, just as Mo Fan stands, believing the ordeal to be over, system notifications appear. Ding. Yuan Ying formed, internal mastery unlocked. Ding. The Yuan Ying realm is unique. It cannot directly reach the realm's limits, and the breakthrough function will temporarily be unavailable. Estimated time for Yuan Ying to reach the realm limit, 8 years. With the notifications, a wave of clarity washes over him. The 2 notifications leave Mo Fan slightly dazed. At that moment, Yuan Ying transformation. Boom! The Yuan Ying, just newly transformed within Mo Fan, suddenly collapses, morphing into the purest energy, wildly reshaping his essence. This, the Yuan Ying shatters, nourishing itself. Mo Fan is taken aback, and simultaneously, a realization blossoms in his mind. Similar to the golden Dan, if the Dan is divided into 9 lines, then the Yuan Ying undergoes 9 transformations. Each transformation reflects the Yuan Ying's feedback upon itself, until the essence mirrors the Yuan Ying, pure and unblemished. However, each transformation of the Yuan Ying necessitates the reassembly of the Yuan Ying. For other cultivators, reassembly equates to starting over, but for Mo Fan, it merely takes a year for the Yuan Ing to regenerate. Thus, the system's prompt earlier makes sense. 8 years later, the Yuan Ing will reach the limit of its shackles before it can continue to break through. Goodness. Upon this realization, Mo Fan strokes his chin. Beyond this, he comprehends how ordinary Yuan Ing cultivates. It only requires one instance, followed by refinement. Yet, the system's every realm pursues the ultimate limit. This is quite the predicament. 8 years without an upgrade. Nevertheless, despite the gravity of the situation, a smile perpetuates on Mo Fan's face. 8 years is merely a fleeting moment. In Meow Meow's realm, surviving for 8 years would be effortless. The limit aligns perfectly with my desires. Moreover, if fortune favors me, I might even shatter the shackles. As he rises, Mo Fan becomes aware of a mass gathering of terrifying venomous creatures surrounding him, drawn by some unseen force. Their crimson eyes undeterred even by the residual power of the thunder tribulation. A slight furrow of his brow leads Mo Fan to a swift understanding. It is the extraordinarily pure energy released during the infant's transformation that incites their covetousness. Very well, very well. Although he has undergone transformation, his physical form has grown stronger. They covet me? Mo Fan stretches his muscles. You all shall perish. As the Yuaning shatters and nourishes, a unique fragrance emanates. This aroma instills the venomous creatures with a fearless hunger for death, prompting waves of them to charge recklessly. However, a dimensional descent is still a dimensional descent, especially since Mo Fan has maximized every realm. No, not merely maximized. He has transcended the shackles of the skin realm. This stark disparity renders the minuscule venomous creatures utterly helpless, their skulls crushed with ease. Throughout the night, Mo Fan returns to the dilapidated temple, feeling invigorated, while the ground around where he faced the tribulation is littered with the corpses of countless venomous creatures. Inside the temple, despite battling through the night, Mo Fan feels no fatigue. He reclines on a pile of straw, opening his panel. The Yuaning realm has unlocked the mysteries of internal mastery. What is internal mastery? The system offers little explanation, leaving him to explore on his own. Internal mastery, Great Sun Tathagata Sutra, Gold. Mysteries unlocked. Mystery 1, Buddha Kingdom in the palm. Mystery 2, not unlocked. Divine abilities? With a glance, Mo Fan's eyes light up. He extends his fingers, and with a thought, a miniature Buddhist hall, temple, and stupa manifest in his palm, radiating with resplendent colors. Ding! Would you like to solidify the internal mastery? Upon solidification, the mysteries may receive a tenfold enhancement based on the current realm. Solidify? I would solidify something so trivial? Such minor Buddhist teachings do not pique my interest. Chapter 43, 7 years later. In the dilapidated temple, the air was thick with the essence of the mundane, intensified after the shattering of the infant once again. The night passed quietly, devoid of conversation. The following day, perhaps due to the tribulation endured the night before, the venomous creatures in the mountains became increasingly scarce. With an extended holiday, the temple was now devoid of children, and the cheerful sounds of their studies had faded away. They had found new places to play, either racing along the field ridges or climbing trees to plunder nests. As for Jiang, he seemed transformed, cautiously exploring the depths of the mountains. Though Mo Fan was physically present in the temple, his perception enveloped the entire village. Contemplating martial arts, Mo Fan raised an eyebrow, recalling the purple Changchun Gong within the cave. It would depend on his fortune. After all, the Changchun Gong held no utility for him. Thus, with a slight nudge, Jiang found his way back to the cave from whence he came. After hesitating at the entrance for a moment, he stepped inside alone. Seasons changed as winter approached. Once, villagers passionately debated matters of the frontier, their voices raised in fervor. This winter solstice, the Lonlong dynasty ignited the flames of war at the Fenchin King city. A figure resembling a military commander arrived in the village, conscripting young men from every household, demanding their enlistment for the front lines. Confused villagers questioned, "Isn't our village situated in the hinterland? Surely, The military has made a mistake. This cannot possibly affect us. Even if there is a shortage of soldiers, they wouldn't draft from here. As the village chief, Lin Xiaomei pooled her savings to plead on behalf of the villagers. The commander merely cast a cold glance, and the soldiers brandished their spears. The once docile farmers fell silent, compelled to comply. Thus, the village was left desolate. Children donned light armor, and an absurd conscription unfolded. Men, women, and even the elderly, some on the brink of death, were taken away. It did not stop there. Soldiers began scouring the village, taking every living soul they could find. Before the dilapidated temple, soldiers stormed in, but after a brief search yielded no results, they hurriedly departed. Damn it! Does this mean I shall be left here, all alone? Mo Fan thought, watching the soldiers' retreating figures. He had not anticipated such an absurd draft that spared neither women nor children. Forget it, he decided, merely observing the village's transformation into an empty shell. Heavy snow began to fall. Around Chongqing City, after all the villagers had been taken away, the townsfolk gradually followed suit, vacating the area, leaving only a few soldiers to patrol, as if it had become a borderland. With the pure white snow blanketing the deserted village, Mo Fan wandered through, a sense of solitude enveloping him. The snow was deep, and within a day, it had accumulated heavily. Each step left a print in the snow as he entered the dilapidated temple, kindled a fire, and took mushrooms from his inventory, idly roasting them in the frigid air. Life had become monotonous. Time passed, and 7 years went by. After 8 instances of shattering the infant, the temple remained unchanged. Gazing at the 7th snowfall, a profound sense of loneliness washed over Mo Fan. This was the first time he had lingered in a single world for so long. Initially, he found solace in watching his internal cultivation experience grow rapidly, but as the numbers became a long string, the excitement waned. He had contemplated visiting the Qingyun sect, but ultimately abandoned the idea. At the very least, he wanted to wait until after the 9th shattering. Otherwise, if he ventured out too soon, who could know if he would have enough time to cultivate in peace? Just 1 more year, he muttered. Once the 9th shattering is complete, I shall reap the rewards. On that day, just as Mo Fan thought life would proceed as usual, the soldiers stationed in Chongqing City fled. It seemed they had received some military order, and by nightfall, the city was deserted. This left Mo Fan utterly bewildered. Wait, there is only a year left, and now the city is empty? Meanwhile, this year, Miao Miao turned 17. Unlike Mo Fan's memories of her, she had blossomed into a young lady, her talents fulfilling the hopes of her mentor, Kuzu. This winter solstice, she broke through to the innate realm, becoming the youngest innate cultivator recorded in history. In the icy landscape, the Qingyun sect erupted in cheers. At the foot of the mountain, Lin Xiaomei opened her door in confusion, greeted by visitors offering their congratulations. Miao Miao has become an innate cultivator? She exclaimed. What does that even mean? Innate? As for why Lin Xiaomei was here, it was no secret. Kuzu had taken Miao Miao from the village. Although many villagers had been conscripted or reassigned over the past 7 years, as a member of the Qingyun sect, she had undoubtedly received special treatment that only she had experienced. Other villagers, while also receiving some consideration, were not as fortunate. Those destined for the front lines were still sent off. What is innate? Compared to 7 years ago, Lin Xiaomei now bore the marks of age upon her visage. It's truly remarkable, the messenger proclaimed. Remarkable? Lin Xiaomei gazed at the softly falling snow, perplexed by the concept of remarkable. However, a smile crept on her lips. She only needed to know that her daughter, Miao Miao, was admired by others. At the Qingyun sect, Miao Miao approached her master, inquiring, Master, what comes after attaining the innate realm? While the heavy snow continued to fall, the courtyard remained spotless. After breaking through to the innate realm, Miao Miao approached Kuzu's peak residence, asking earnestly. Seated at a stone table in the courtyard, she donned a light blue dress, a delicate sword at her waist, exuding an ethereal grace, reminiscent of a celestial being. Kuzu watched her with satisfaction. Indeed, he had not misjudged her. In just 7 short years, she had ascended to his level of cultivation. What is a celestial being? Miao Miao inquired, lifting her gaze to Kuzu. Kuzu paused momentarily, for he too had only just attained the innate level. As far as I know, it requires discovering a method to resonate with the heavens and earth. You have only just broken through. There is no need to rush this matter. Our sect maintains a close relationship with Baijun City. Soon, the city's lord will visit. She is a true celestial being, and at that time, she will guide you. Miao Miao did not catch the latter part of Kuzu's words. As the moment he mentioned seeking a method to resonate with the heavens and earth, an image flashed in her mind of a time long ago in the dilapidated temple, where she had witnessed Mo Fan's graceful movements with a branch, and his words echoed in her memory. Feeling, a sense of feeling, Miao Miao raised her gaze to the falling snow, momentarily setting her thoughts aside. Master, have you still not found the gentleman from the small village? No. He seems to have vanished. I send someone to search every year, yet to no avail. Chapter 44. Standing alone against the swarm for 7 consecutive years. Each time Mo Fan observed the soldiers arriving at the dilapidated temple, he scratched his head in bewilderment. The village had been completely emptied. Why do they keep coming? It is utterly nonsensical. Each time, Mo Fan concealed his presence. Master, what lies beyond the realm of the terrestrial immortals? How can one break through the heavenly miasma? Miao Miao inquired, a delicate snowflake landing softly on her fair palm. I do not know, Kuju replied honestly. While he could elaborate on the terrestrial immortal realm, this particular matter eluded him entirely. How much time remains? Miao Miao asked once more. After spending 7 years at the Qingyun sect, she was no longer the naive child she once was. She had encountered some profound secrets. Kuju's eyes darkened momentarily as he replied, 10 years. Master, is it true that soon the sect will collectively venture to the ancient grounds? Indeed, Kuju affirmed with a nod. Now that you have reached the innate stage, the one from Baiyun City will guide you. That individual, Master, I will diligently learn from her. As for the border, since the declaration of war between the Lonlong dynasty and the Finshan royal city 7 years ago, skirmishes had persisted until this day. After acquiring a martial technique in the cave, Jiang made slow progress, but at least it was of purple grade. Following his enlistment alongside his younger brother, Jihua, he experienced a meteoric rise, quickly becoming a leader of 1,000 men. He shared his knowledge freely with his brother, though only Jihua was privy to it. During these 7 years, as the war raged on, Jiang found the situation increasingly perplexing. While grand battles were absent, minor skirmishes occurred continuously. Strangely, even when the enemy emerged victorious, they did not advance but maintained their position. Thus, for 7 consecutive years, the terrain between the two nations remained unchanged. This war felt less like a conflict for dominance and more like a peculiar stalemate. Gazing intently, Jiang reflected on his growth. He was no longer the youthful boy he once was. Brother, who cares? As long as we can earn merit, that's all that matters. Hey, if you achieve another feat, you could become a commander of 10,000. And what of being a commander of 10,000? Ziyang Skofet, have you been slacking off in your training? I have already entered the bone refining stage while you are still at the skin refining stage. Shouldn't you be making some progress? Brother, I have been working hard. I cannot break through the realm. It is not my fault. I have done my utmost. What a joke. You call it your utmost? Meanwhile, Mo Fan remained oblivious to the changes occurring among the children of the village. After the inhabitants of Chongqing City had evacuated, he found himself increasingly listless. On the 3rd day following the city's abandonment, the snowfall intensified. Suddenly, Mo Fan sprang to his feet, his gaze sharp as he peered outside. No wonder they fled in such haste. What on earth? Is that a tide of venomous insects? If one could observe from a divine perspective, they would witness a vast, dark sea approaching amidst the icy mountains. Upon closer inspection, what appeared to be a sea was, in fact, a multitude of colossal venomous insects swarming across the landscape. This is far too many. The mere thought sent shivers down Mo Fan's spine. He could scarcely imagine the devastation that would ensue if they were not stopped. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, but perhaps due to his connection to the world as an infant soul, witnessing the ravaged land stirred something within him, especially with the resurgent sword intent he had comprehended. It surged with a desire to battle. Very well. They're merely insects. I have reached the infant soul stage. How could such insignificant creatures possibly pose a threat to me? Prepare to perish. With Chongqing City deserted, no one confronted the encroaching tide of insects. Perhaps they had anticipated this day, not out of cowardice, but rather a complete surrender. Yet, contrary to their expectations, Chongqing City did not fall within a single day. Instead, one individual, wielding an ordinary long sword, stood firm against the swarming billions of venomous insects. With the resurgence, sword intent awakened. The life force beneath the snow could not be concealed. Countless green sprouts emerged, radiating vitality around Mo Fan. The rainfall sword intent surged forth. With both sword intents unleashed, Mo Fan unleashed his full might. On that day, the mountains bore witness as heavy snowfall was replaced by a relentless downpour. Thus, he single-handedly confronted the valley, resolutely halting the advancing tide of venomous insects. The massive insects sank their fangs into Mo Fan's arm, yet he felt no pain, not even a scratch. It was absurd. He had transcended the shackles of the skin refining stage. This battle lasted for 3 days and nights, pushing Mo Fan to the brink of exhaustion. His sword reign momentarily interrupted. Had it not been for the current state of his infant soul being shattered, he could have easily obliterated these insects with a mere slap. However, he found himself without the strength of his infant soul. Yet, this was not a significant issue. His physical form had grown stronger. When his consciousness waned, he wielded his sword, each strike piercing flesh, engaging in a brutal clash with his body alone. Once he regained his strength, the sword reign would resume. In this battle, Mo Fan felt an unprecedented sense of mastery over his abilities. The sword reign ceased to descend chaotically. Instead, each drop became agile and free, piercing one insect before deftly redirecting to slay another. Soon, another 3 days passed, and the tide of venomous insects began to recede. They were overwhelmed by terror. This diminutive human was akin to an unceasing engine. They had never encountered a being capable of rejuvenating their spirit through sheer physical confrontation. Even the monsters were not so formidable. Finally, the valley where Mo Fan stood transformed. Countless insect corpses littered the ground, resembling a thick blanket of snow that persisted endlessly. However, amidst the carcasses, life began to flourish. Vibrant green sprouts emerged from the soil, heralding the arrival of spring. Shouldn't Chongqing City have fallen? How is it still standing? A day later, Ku Zhu, Fu Ji, and other peak masters of the innate realm arrived outside Chongqing City with a throng of disciples. They had initially prepared for a fierce battle, yet to their astonishment, there was not even a single small centipede in sight. Ku Zhu was befuddled, glancing at Fu Ji and the other innate realm masters, whose expressions mirrored his confusion. Let's enter the city. After a moment of hesitation, Ku Zhu took the lead and ventured inside. Within the city, much like outside, there was nothing amiss apart from the thick blanket of snow covering the ground. Moreover, the snow revealed no signs of any creatures or living beings having entered the city. The absence of tracks indicated that no life had crossed the threshold. Strange. Could the intelligence have been erroneous? Or could it be that they had succeeded in luring all the venomous insects away? Yet, over the years, aside from the initial success, had they not suffered continual defeats? Ku Zhu scratched his head. Behind him, Fu Ji's beautiful eyes narrowed in contemplation. After a brief moment, she remarked, "Senior brother, who cares? The absence of venomous insects is a blessing. It preserves our strength. You are right. Let's not dwell on it. Forward," Ku Zhu declared. "If they have indeed succeeded, then that is splendid. We can proceed directly to the ancient grounds." Thus, the group turned their gaze towards the mountains where the dilapidated temple stood and set forth. Chapter 45. The Descent of the Heavens. Do you think we are destined to be unable to break through the celestial miasma? Ku Zhu suddenly inquired during the journey, a faint smile escaping his lips. 7 years ago, the Lord of Baiyun City had orchestrated an intricate plan, yet it still allowed the Blood God to escape. Initially, I believed the Blood God to be merely a peculiar, corrupted individual. However, as I delved deeper into the transformation of the ancient lands, I began to suspect that the blood god, the celestial miasma, and the swarms of insects were all manifestations of the same entity, the descent of the heavens. Senior brother, do not overthink it. They are fundamentally unrelated. Fu Ji comforted, observing Ku Zhu's troubled expression. Are they really not? Ku Zhu's gaze intensified. Some of the corpses in the ancient lands elude even my understanding, and even that individual from Baiyun City cannot comprehend them. The celestial miasma. I wonder if breaking through it would render us insignificant like ants. In ancient times, there must have been many celestial beings on land, and numerous powerful entities within the miasma. Perhaps there were even those who surpassed the miasma itself. Yet, maybe our fate has been sealed from the very beginning. The descent of the heavens occurs once every 1,000 years, akin to the appearance of the blood god and other strange practitioners once every century. Although they seemingly lack any connection, Ku Zhu sighed, casting a glance at Fu Ji. This had been a thought weighing heavily on his heart. What nonsense are you speaking? Senior brother, has the injury from 7 years ago shattered your resolve? Do not dwell on such thoughts. We still have Miao Miao. Her talents are unprecedented. Moreover, these are merely your conjectures, Fu Ji reassured, patting Ku Zhu's shoulder. It cannot be as you imagine. We still have 10 years, right? For now, we must remain steadfast and prevent the younger generation from becoming distracted. The descent of the heavens is merely a transient event, and we shall surely weather it safely. Futsi smiled, offering comfort. The snow was thick. Each step upon it echoed with a crunch. As the snowflakes danced around them, Fu Ji shifted the topic. Senior brother, this year's snow is more beautiful than in previous years. Do you remember the day we first entered the Qingyan sect? It was also a day of heavy snowfall. Your talents surpassed mine, and during the entrance trials, I could only watch your figure from afar. Honestly, you were so confident back then. What is the purpose of your words? Ku Zhu replied, meeting Fu Ji's gaze, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. All right, I shall not overthink. You should refrain from speaking so freely as well. They both shared a hearty laugh. However, I must insist. And also you used to. As they departed from Chongqing City, their party traversed the snowy terrain, exchanging laughter. Soon, in the distance, they beheld the overlapping mountain ranges, shrouded in darkness. Stay alert. Ku Zhu immediately halted their chatter, drawing his sword. In this icy realm, mountains ought to be white. If they appeared black, it could only signify the presence of something ominous occupying the land. Are there really that many? The others gasped, their breaths hitching at the sight. Although they could not discern the nature of the dark mass, a sense of dread began to take hold. Indeed, they are more than we anticipated. Ku Zhu inhaled deeply. How could our methods possibly work? After muttering under his breath, he turned to his fellow disciples and Fu Ji. Remember, the weak points of the venomous insects are in their abdomens and eyes. Only these two areas can be harmed by blades. Let us proceed as planned and lure the venomous insects. With that, Ku Zhu focused his inner energy, crouching low and sprinting ahead. Despite the snow beneath his feet, he left no trace, only the swift silhouette of a figure rushing forward. Senior brother, wait for me. Fu Ji called, quickly following suit. The group leaped and maneuvered through the darkness, undeterred by the impending threat. They anticipated a grueling battle ahead. However, as they closed the distance, their speed gradually diminished. Eventually, when they could finally discern what lay upon the mountainside, they came to a halt. At first glance, there was no doubt that the dark mass consisted of venomous insects, enormous ones at that. Yet upon closer inspection, they were all lying on their backs. Ku Zhu was taken aback, and as he drew nearer, confirming that the multitude of insects were indeed corpses. There, dead? His astonishment was mirrored by the other members of the group. Fu Ji, upon seeing the enormous venomous insects lying lifeless, was left bewildered. Senior brother, did you do this? What do you mean, did I do this? Look closely, this is not just one. Ku Zhu exclaimed in shock, raising his gaze to reveal a horrifying scene. Before him lay the massive corpses of the venomous insects, and in the distance, an unending expanse of their remains. What happened here? Wait, look, someone seems to have discovered something. A voice cried out. Hearing this, everyone turned their attention. A figure stood beside a corpse of a venomous insect. holding its severed head aloft. The incision was smooth, an instant kill. Kuju narrowed his eyes as he observed the insect's head, immediately deducing from a wound. An instant kill? Wasn't he, it said, that the defenses of the venomous insects were extraordinary, impervious to ordinary blades? How could this be? In the midst of his bewilderment, another person shouted. Indeed, it was an instant kill. Come look at this corpse. It has been dismembered. And this one, why is there only a piece of its carapace? Where's its body? Wait, there's a fist imprint on this carapace. Could it be? It was destroyed with a single punch? Kuju gulped, unable to suppress the involuntary swallow. This 1's wound is no longer smooth. It's clearly been torn apart. And look at this one. Its head is embedded in its own abdomen. As more and more grotesque corpses were revealed, an unsettling chill swept through the group. Kuju, Fuji, and the others exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes reflecting disbelief. What on earth transpired here? The massive venomous insects, impervious to blades. How could this happen? Who could possibly achieve such a feat? Such terrifying and unfathomable deaths. Could it be a terrestrial celestial? No, even a terrestrial celestial could not accomplish this, let alone someone who has broken through the celestial miasma. Chapter 46. Seeking refuge at Qingyun Gate, a group of individuals stood as if turned to wood amidst the relentless snowfall. Their chests rose and fell, struggling to comprehend the events that had transpired in this place prior to their arrival. Senior brother, there's something rather peculiar. Why do some of the corpses bear green shoots? Meanwhile, far from the mountain range, a solitary figure trudged through the snow. Qingyun Gota? Is it to the east from here? Mo Fan pondered, recalling the words of Kuju from 7 years ago as he continued his journey through the snow. The dilapidated temple was certainly no place for habitation. With so many corpses, it would be uncomfortable, even if the snow masked any foul odors. Hence, Mo Fan resolved to head towards Qingyun Gate, where he had acquaintances, believing that as long as he refrained from meddling with the cultivation techniques, there would be no significant issues. Qingyun Gate encompassed 3 principal cities and 7 smaller towns akin to Chongqing City. During his travels, he passed through a small town, only to find it as deserted as Chongqing City. Damn it, another empty city? Surely, this world cannot be devoid of life, he muttered to himself. After leaving the desolate town behind, he ventured deeper, finally encountering signs of human habitation, as if entering another realm. Observing the bustling streets and throngs of people, Mo Fan felt somewhat out of place. A few inquiries later, he confirmed the location of Qingyun Gate and resumed his journey. Through the snow, Mo Fan arrived at the base of a mountain. Ahead lay Qingyun Gate. A disheveled figure, resembling a beggar, sought an audience. Although many powerful individuals had departed from within Qingyun Gate, some lower-ranked members remained. Undoubtedly, Miao Miao had naturally become the acting leader of Qingyun Gate. When the disciples reported the beggar's presence, Miao Miao, enjoying the snowfall in the courtyard, appeared puzzled. The gatekeepers had initially intended to dismiss the beggar, but upon learning he had specifically called for Miao Miao, they hesitated. He knows my nickname? Miao Miao thought, further perplexed. With her beautiful eyes flickering, she recalled that she had never engaged with any beggar. Take him to the main peak. I will come shortly, she instructed, albeit with confusion. The disciples obeyed and retreated. Once they left, Miao Miao regarded the withered tree bent under the weight of the snow and rose to her feet. The identity of the beggar was of little concern to her. Gazing at the seemingly endless snowfall, she reminisced about the choices she had made in her village. Sir, it appears the world is not as vast as you claimed, but rather quite heavy. At the main peak, Mo Fan surveyed his surroundings. This pillar must be at least 100 years old, and the grandeur here, truly a world filled with foundational corpses, indeed worthy of Qingyun Gate. While examining the site, Mo Fan rubbed his hands together, secretly contemplating the cultivation techniques he had initially wished to avoid. However, the scale of it all was undeniably enticing, and one could not rule out the possibility of encountering techniques of golden caliber, or even beyond. Hey, beggar, would you kindly remove your filthy hands? The disciple, guiding Mo Fan, shot him a disdainful glance, thinking, just look at those hands. They must leave a palm print upon contact. Taken aback by the rebuke, Mo Fan retorted, "Who has dirty hands? I am a seasoned cultivator, having shattered my infant form 8 times. Even after 7 years without a bath or grooming, I remain untainted." What an audacious attitude. If it were not for the acting leader wanting to see you, I would have tossed you out already. Scoffed the disdainful female disciple, arms crossed, nostrils pointed skyward. Mo Fan, left speechless, noted her contempt. Such a strong aroma of disdain. Yet, I shall not dwell on it, and I will simply find a place to sit. Honestly, I don't understand why the acting leader wishes to see you. What can a filthy beggar possibly offer? Just because you called her by her nickname? I suspect you overheard it somewhere. She sneered, her disdain for Mo Fan growing, even raising her fist as if to threaten him should he prove to be a fraud. At that moment, a disciple entered the hall. "Greetings, senior sister." Immediately, the previously haughty disciple softened her demeanor, indicating that the newcomer should wait at the side. Shortly after, Meow Meow entered the grand hall. 7 years had transformed her from a lively 10-year-old into a 17-year-old, exuding an air of chill, making anyone who gazed upon her feel a shiver within. "Greetings, acting leader." She acknowledged with a nod, her eyes landing on Mo Fan, who sat at the side with unkempt hair. "Who are you?" At first glance, she did not recognize him, though a sense of familiarity sparked her curiosity. How is it that merely a few years apart makes recognition so challenging? Upon seeing Meow Meow enter the hall, Mo Fan smiled. Time, indeed, wields a sharp blade. The girl before him bore little resemblance to her former self. "Sir?" Meow Meow asked, her expression brightening. "Sir," he confirmed with another nod. The mere mention of "sir" left the nearby female disciple stunned, her gaze darting between Meow Meow and Mo Fan in disbelief. The acting leader? A direct disciple of the Kuju Peak from the Yun lineage. A prodigious talent, having attained innate enlightenment at the tender age of 17. She was even bestowed the name Yun Miao by the sect leader. How can she address a beggar as sir? Overwhelmed by shock, the female disciple nearly knelt in awe. Is Qingyun Gate truly so hospitable as to offer such reverence to a mere beggar? Enough! Who has offered any formal greeting? Meow Meow retorted. Yet, she pondered, was he truly the one who warranted such respect? He appeared devoid of any aura, merely an ordinary person. What right did a commoner possess to be addressed as sir by the acting leader? These thoughts swirled within the female disciple's mind, though she dare not voice them. "You may leave," Meow Meow instructed. Prior to her arrival, she had exuded an icy aura, but now she seemed to thaw, radiating warmth and inviting comfort. She smiled. "With nowhere else to go, I can only seek refuge with you. Of course, stay as long as you wish, without any reservations." "Truly? You do not mind?" "Not at all. By the way, it's quite impressive that you have become the acting leader." "Sir, it is merely a matter of following the natural course of events." "How very humble of you, sir." "What do you mean by humble?" "Let us say, you are destined for greatness." Meow Meow teased, covering her face in mockery. "Ah, now you conceal your laughter with your hands? Once upon a time, you laughed freely." "Sir." "All right, enough jesting. You must be craving some roasted mushrooms, am I correct? Come, let me treat you." "Very well." Chapter 47. The Lord of Baiyun City the following day. A peculiar rumor circulated throughout the Qingyun sect, leaving its members in astonishment. A disheveled and unkempt mysterious beggar had arrived, who was, in fact, the representative of the sect leader. Mo Fan had been settled in a pristine courtyard. After 7 years of being attuned to the comings and goings of the Qingyun sect, he felt a sense of comfort witnessing the daily morning practices of its members. Indeed, the presence of vitality made all the difference. "Master, what was that feeling you once spoke of?" Mo Fan inquired, observing the individuals waiting in the courtyard at dawn, particularly a woman whose long hair was dusted with delicate snowflakes. He chose to feign ignorance. "Feeling? What feeling, master? I wish to see you wield the branch," said Yun Miao. "Very well. Let me consider this," Mo Fan replied after stroking his chin. "Please hand me your sword." As the representative of the sect leader, Yun Miao's sword was not an ordinary blade, but the Qingyun sword, signifying her status. Without hesitation, She removed the sword from her waist. It still bore her warmth and a faint, pleasant fragrance. With a resounding clang, Mo Fan drew the sword, which he had purchased in a small town a few days prior, a common iron blade that had already broken. He weighed the sword in his hands and exclaimed, "What fine sword!" After examining the blade, he asked, "By the way, as the leader of Qinyan sect, you must be familiar with the hierarchy of realms, correct? We're the inner realms and the outer realms." "Master?" Yin Miao did not fully grasp his question, but sensing his ordinary aura, she replied, "The realms are divided into refining skin, refining bones, refining organs, inner breath, acquired, and innate. Following those are the earthly immortals, above which lies the celestial blight. Beyond celestial blight, I am not sure." Upon hearing this, Mo Fan counted on his fingers, realizing that the realms Yun Miao mentioned had shifted since the innate stage. Earthly immortal, that must be the refining Qi realm. Celestial blight should correspond to the foundation establishment. And what are the outer realms? Outer realms? Master, what are outer realms? Mo Fan was taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Yun Miao. Outer realms refer to the external martial realms, of course. Are there none? It seems there are none, Mo Fan concluded, dismissing the importance of the matter. "Step back a bit, Miao Miao. I am about to begin." "Understood, master." Soon, with Yin Miao's eager gaze upon him, Mo Fan commenced his swordplay, the rainfall sword technique. However, unlike that day, the air around him was filled not with falling leaves, but with snowflakes. In his hand was not a branch, but the Qinyan sword. His movements were simple and unembellished, devoid of any inner breath enhancement. Yet, each strike evoked an extraordinary sensation, even causing the descending snowflakes to alter their trajectories, swirling around him. "Master," as she watched, memories collided with reality, and Yun Miao furrowed her beautiful brows. The actions appeared utterly ordinary, yet why did they seem so beautiful? 3 days later, Yun Miao returned to the courtyard once more. "Goodness, here you are again. Is the aroma of roasted mushrooms not enticing? What is so fascinating about watching sword techniques every day?" Mo Fan grumbled to himself before opening the door. This time, Yun Miao was not alone. Another woman of a cooler demeanor stood beside her, adorned in a white dress that caught Mo Fan's eye. She radiated an ethereal, moonlit elegance. "Master, allow me to introduce." Yun Miao began, but the woman interjected. "Fellow practitioner, I am the Lord of Baiyun City. You may call me Baiyu." This introduction left Yun Miao astonished, and she looked at Baiyu in disbelief. "Fellow practitioner?" Noticing Yun Miao's gaze, Baiyu smiled. "Do you not understand? Judging by your earlier imitations of the sword technique, it is clear that you are no ordinary individual." Though her words were directed at Yun Miao, her piercing gaze was fixed upon Mo Fan, laden with scrutiny. Mo Fan felt a chill run down his spine. "However, that is strange. As you say, am I less than ordinary?" It felt a bit excessive to be critiqued so openly. "Please forgive my audacity," Baiyu acknowledged, bowing her head slightly. "Never mind," Mo Fan replied nonchalantly. Baiyu then revealed her purpose for accompanying Yun Miao. She too wished to observe his swordplay. "Very well, the more the merrier," he agreed, welcoming them into the courtyard. "In truth, I am merely an ordinary person." This statement was sincere, for he had been reduced to an ordinary state after his rebirth. In the courtyard, amidst the drifting snowflakes and the gaze of 2 stunning women, Mo Fan soon began to wield his sword. "It seems you are missing something," he observed, his movements slow yet deliberate. Techniques also possess levels. Minor achievement, major achievement, perfection, pinnacle, return to simplicity, transcendence, intent. Though puzzled as to why Yun Miao was unaware of the outer realms, considering that the previous world appeared inferior to this one, he acknowledged that she lacked nothing. Minor achievement, major achievement, perfection, pinnacle, return to simplicity, transcendence, intent. Baiyu suddenly lifted her gaze, as if struck by profound realization. Despite being common terms, they seemed to impart immense insight to her, especially the concept of transcendence and intent. "My sister, what troubles you?" Yun Miao asked, confused by Baiyu's contemplative expression. Looking at Mo Fan, Baiyu smiled knowingly. "And yet you claim to be an ordinary person. This has little to do with whether I am extraordinary or not. An ordinary person can certainly grasp the outer realms. Indeed, you possess not a trace of inner breath, making you undoubtedly ordinary, Mo Fan replied. But why do you comprehend these concepts? Is that so peculiar? Bai Yu countered. Is it not peculiar? Mo Fan rephrased. Is it not? Bai Yu retorted. Not important, I suppose, Mo Fan concluded. As the snowflakes continued to fall, an unspoken understanding emerged, and the courtyard resonated only with the sound of Mo Fan's simple movements, accompanied by the almost imperceptible sound of snowflakes landing on the tips of their hair. Yin Miao quietly absorbed the essence of Mo Fan's swordplay. When the performance concluded, she expressed her gratitude. Master, thank you. After watching for so many days, I feel I have come to understand. Fellow practitioner, my thanks to you as well, Bai Yu echoed. It was expected that, as someone at the earthly immortal level, she would not display such deference. Yet, her gratitude was genuine, and her gaze towards Mo Fan hinted at an underlying sentiment. Yin Miao, your master is truly extraordinary, Bai Yu remarked as they exited the courtyard. Turning to Bai Yu, Yin Miao recalled, Sister Bai, your words remind me of the first time I met him. I was merely 10 years old then. He emerged from the forest, moving as if in harmony with the heavens, yet also as if he could vanish at any moment. Such a peculiar feeling. Moreover, all these years have passed, and he seems unchanged in appearance. Chapter 48. The transformation of the 9 changes into infants. 3 days have passed since then. Bai Yu, like Yin Miao, has been diligently observing the swordplay daily. However, unlike before, Bai Yu has become taciturn, refraining from asking numerous questions. Today, after Mo Fan concluded his sword dance, ordinary disciples arrived outside the courtyard. The 2 women hurriedly departed, and soon after, Mo Fan sensed a multitude of poisonous insect corpses being transported into the Qingyun sect. Yin Miao, wielding the Qingyun sword, struck a poisonous insect corpse with all her strength, confirming that only white spots remained on its surface. Her expression shifted. You are only at the innate stage now, and have yet to reach the pinnacle. That is quite normal, Bai Yu comforted her. Immediately, she too swung her sword at the poisonous insect. As the sound of metal clashing resonated, Bai Yu observed a slight crack on the insect's armor and coughed lightly, saying, See, as long as one reaches the terrestrial immortal realm, one can disregard its armor and directly injure its internals. Inside the courtyard, witnessing the unfolding scene, Mo Fan's lips twitched. Goodness, must one be so self-deceiving? With the arrival of this batch of poisonous insects, perhaps sensing urgency, Yin Miao seldom returned to observe the swordplay. She followed Bai Yu, beginning to comprehend the realm of terrestrial immortals. The snowfall intensified. On this day, many others in different attire arrived outside the Qingyun sect. They were individuals from other sects heading towards the ancient land, who decided to stop by upon encountering Qingyun sect. The newcomers possessed modest strength, and their clothing lacked grandeur, resembling small sects from the borderlands. Yin Miao warmly welcomed them. After just 1 day, they took their leave. Sister Bai, is there really a decade? After bidding farewell, Yin Miao stood atop a mountain, gazing at their departing figures. Bai Yu responded with a smile. Why would there be any doubt? Sister Bai, when will you leave? When you have thoroughly understood what it means to be a terrestrial immortal. As the heavy snow began to diminish and eventually cease, spring arrived a month later. Yin Miao, do you understand? I understand. Very well. There are 7 individuals in this world who share your innate talents. Tomorrow, you shall set forth to the East Sea, where an island awaits, and someone will guide you there, Bai Yu instructed. What? This revelation astonished Yin Miao, prompting her immediate refusal. I am currently the acting head of Qingyun sect. I shall not go anywhere else. You have no choice, Bai Yu replied, producing a letter. The words of the 18 peak masters, 6 elders, and 1 headmaster of the Qingyun sect were all inscribed upon it. Holding the letter, Yin Miao fell silent. What is this? Only a month has passed, and the Qingyun sect is moving already? That day, Yin Miao arrived at Mo Fan's courtyard, but she found no sign of him. She sought an opportunity. Goodness, Mo Fan has already plunged himself into the scripture repository. Damn it, if we are moving, I must act before it's too late, Mo Fan mused. Meanwhile, after calling out several times without a response, Yin Miao pushed open the only door in the courtyard. Inside, Mo Fan was nowhere to be seen. "Sir." Moments later, Bai Yu appeared in the courtyard, observing the standing Yun Miao, extending her perception. There is no trace of him. How peculiar. Not only in the courtyard, but throughout the entire peak, there is no sign of him. It is as if he has never been here. He has left. Yun Miao's eyes flickered with realization. What kind of departure leaves one feeling most desolate? Surely, it is the one without a word of farewell. I am the lord of Baiyun City, entrusted by the Qingyun sect headmaster, the 18 peak masters, 6 elders, and Yun Miao. Today, I shall assume the position of acting head of Qingyun sect in her stead. All disciples of Qingyun sect, heed my command. Follow me into the ancient land. The disciples of Qingyun sect responded. Finally, I have long to go. I have arrived, brothers and sisters. Let's go. I have diligently trained for this day. As Mo Fan frantically packed external martial arts techniques, a fire ignited atop the Qingyun sect mountain. Flames soared into the sky. At the base of the mountain, a carriage turned away, carrying Yun Miao and her mother. Meanwhile, the disciples of Qingyun sect gathered under the leadership of the terrestrial immortal Bai Yu, stepping towards the ancient land. What the hell? As the flames engulfed the mountain, Mo Fan was taken aback. No way. Are we not even packing the martial arts techniques for the move? Initially, he had been cautious, meticulously concealing his actions, but now, how straightforward. Shaking his head, Mo Fan intensified his efforts to pack the techniques. Simultaneously, at the borders, a command was issued by the Lanlong dynasty to all its generals, forming an alliance with the Fenchin King City, the Huangsha dynasty, and the Tianqing King City. Now, march towards the ancient land. Fight to the death without retreat. In a military camp, brother, this command. Haha, I finally understand why the previous wars were so strange. They are training the troops. Brother, what is the ancient land? Jiho inquired. I do not know, but we will find out once we arrive. Brother, what does it mean to fight to the death? Do not worry about that. Military orders are as solid as a mountain. We must comply. Soon, the military camp was densely packed with troops. As the horns sounded, the army advanced. At the same moment, numerous military camps stirred into motion. Countless troops, over 7 years, under the banner of war, had become thousands of camps across each dynasty. From a divine perspective, the scene resembled a swarm of ants, forming black lines, all converging towards a singular direction. 1 year later, Mo Fan experienced his final infant fragmentation. There were no thunder tribulations, no extraordinary phenomena. When the time came, after 9 instances of fragmentation, a more potent primordial infant was formed. The 9 changes into infants. In a secluded valley, Mo Fan finally achieved this transformation, bursting into laughter. The formation of the infant was not an end, but a beginning. Now he could advance beyond the primordial infant realm, with the next stage being the transformation into a deity. Even in novels, this transformation is awe-inspiring. However, he did not rush. Having just formed the infant, he adhered to the old practice of familiarizing himself for at least 2 days with the intricacies of the 9 changes into infants. Thus, he exited the valley and expanded his perception. Shortly after, he spotted a town, yet within, he sensed a profound emptiness. This was not surprising, as a year prior, many towns had begun to empty. Upon extending his perception again, Mo Fan furrowed his brow. Turning his head towards the distance, he detected a pungent scent of blood. The stench was overwhelming, as if carried by the wind. Furthermore, perhaps due to the complete formation of the 9 changes into infants, he vaguely sensed a terrifying power lurking far away. This power sent chills down his spine. What lies over there? Mo Fan pondered, then relaxed his brow, thinking, whatever it is, I shall mind my own business. Moments later, as he prepared to depart, he turned back again. The scent of blood seemed to strengthen that presence. Chapter 49. The Return of the White City. Lord gazing into the distance, Mo Fan withdrew his gaze and continued on his way. Many towns and villages lay desolate. Throughout his journey, he encountered not a single soul. However, a day later, he stumbled upon a procession of marchers heading in the same direction as himself. Among the ranks, a flag was held aloft, emblazoned with a simple design of bold black letters on a red background, forming the character for man. Observing the troop, Mo Fan felt a stir of emotion. The flag, fluttering in the wind, resonated with him. Shaking his head, he chose to remain unnoticed, quietly passing by the group. Since the Qingyun sect had set fire to the mountain, a year had passed, and he was unaware of the events that had transpired in that time. As he continued his trek, Mo Fan encountered a small boy. The child's clothes were caked with mud and bore numerous holes. Yet the fabric suggested they had once been quite splendid. The boy was also heading in the same direction as Mo Fan, his gaze unwavering, a knife tucked within his sleeve. What calamity had befallen this land? The dangers ahead were all too evident. Nevertheless, Mo Fan chose not to reveal himself and moved past the boy, pressing onward. Another day passed. Mo Fan found a large tree to lean against and rest. As dawn broke, the sound of wailing reached his ears. Following the cries, he soon spotted the source, a mother and daughter. A centipede, the size of an arm, had crawled onto the mother, its countless legs piercing her skin, its armored body a terrifying sight. The cries came from the helpless little girl at her side. Frowning, Mo Fan swiftly broke a branch, wielding it like a sword, and easily dispatched the monstrous centipede. Once the creature lay dead, the little girl climbed onto her mother, shaking her urgently. Yet, despite the centipede's demise, the mother had already lost her life, her hand still gripping one of the centipede's legs, as if unwilling to let go even in death. The girl paid no heed to Mo Fan, remaining curled in her mother's embrace, still shaking her. After a moment's pause, he inquired, "What is your name?" The girl remained silent, her sobs gradually morphing into laughter. Had she lost her mind? Shaking his head, Mo Fan retrieved 99 buns from his inventory, casting them at her feet. After a final glance at the direction he was headed, he continued on his way. 3 days later, a bustling town came into view, and as Mo Fan stepped onto the street, the sounds of a lively crowd filled his ears. This was a relatively large city. After a brief inquiry, he learned it was the nearest major city to the Dragon King city. Finally, there was a semblance of life. Observing the thronging streets, Mo Fan resolved to settle here for the time being. He rented a modest courtyard, tidied it up, and moved in. It seemed this was the largest city Mo Fan had encountered thus far. The next day, while wandering the streets, he paused in front of a stall, perplexed. To his astonishment, the stall was selling martial arts techniques, including those from the Qingyun sect. Within the sect, the highest internal technique was purple, while the external techniques were merely white. He was incredulous to see the purple technique displayed openly. Is this ayist? Shouldn't a sect's techniques be kept secret, especially the purple ones? And yet here they are, laid out on a street stall. In addition, he noticed over 20 other purple techniques for sale. Young sir, these are indeed the true secret techniques of the Qingyun sect. What do you say? Only 10 copper coins. The vendor, noticing Mo Fan's gaze, eagerly began his pitch. Mo Fan remained silent. Sensing his hesitation, the vendor quickly introduced another technique. Not interested in the Qingyun sect? How about this one? Have you heard of the Tianjin sect? Their sword techniques are exquisite. This Tianjin heart method is also just 10 copper coins. Mo Fan continued to observe, his eyes glinting. He recalled how, in the grassland realm, he had tirelessly sought after a single technique. When did martial arts become so trivialized? Just then, a passerby, noticing Mo Fan's lingering, chimed in, 10 copper coins for that? Don't be fooled. You could borrow it for free from the Academy or Martial Institute. The 3 sects, 7 schools, 18 factions, all available to you. Do you understand the rules? I'm conducting business here. Your opinion is unwelcome. The vendor retorted, flustered. Just as an argument was about to ensue, Mo Fan pulled out a silver coin from his pocket. I'll take them all. By the way, do you have any external techniques? The vendor's eyes lit up at the sight of silver. External techniques? Yes. Whatever you desire. Before he could finish, Mo Fan interjected. Then I want all the external techniques from every faction. Very well. I'll fetch them right away. Wait, these can all be borrowed for free. Yes, just a fraud. Someone else called out. Mo Fan merely smiled, offering no explanation. Soon, the vendor struggled to pull a cart stacked high with bags towards him. Young sir, he called from distance. After confirming the bags contained external techniques, Mo Fan nodded in satisfaction. Whoever your master is, he must have an abundance of wealth. In this world, martial arts are worthless. Talent is what truly holds value. This unexpected delight arrived too suddenly. After acquiring the techniques, Mo Fan wasted no time returning to his courtyard to begin dismantling them. Although the techniques were numerous, they were all of the white variety. Nonetheless, he was still quite content. After spending half a day disassembling them, he checked his external technique experience, a staggering 1,022, 380. To advance to the next level of the rainfall sword technique, he required 500,000 experience points. This meant that with a simple stroll through the market, he had made significant progress. Just over 1,000,000 points remained to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. What a fortunate turn of events. The following day, as Mo Fan reveled in his newfound gains, an unexpected visitor arrived in the city. A large crowd mobilized to greet her. However, upon hearing her frenzied words, disdain spread among the onlookers. The commotion drew Mo Fan's attention, and he joined the throng to witness the scene. Clad in white, her garments stained with dark, mottled blood, the unexpected guest was none other than Baiyu. Initially revered as a celestial being, she had commanded great respect. However, when she coughed up blood and addressed the city lord who had come to welcome her, saying, "We were all wrong. We cannot go back. We cannot go back." The city lord furrowed his brow, responding, "By city lord, your energy is chaotic. Do not speak nonsense. No, we must sever the maritime route to the East Sea and obliterate all traces of passage. This is our only chance." Chapter 50. I possess a sword. An ordinary sword Baiyu spoke nonsensically, and the city lord's gaze intensified. "You cannot leave?" he retorted. The efforts of the 4 great dynasties, along with numerous sects over the years, cannot simply be dismissed with a single phrase. Moreover, to sever the Eastern Sea trade route is even more absurd. It concerns the growth of countless prodigies. To cut it off now would mean a total abandonment of our previous strategies. By city lord, you have lost your senses. I shall not be the one to sever it. You shall, Baiyu declared, her heavily injured body preparing to depart. Yet, the city lord obstructed her path. By city lord, I know not what you have encountered in the ancient lands. However, we have invested our utmost efforts, and it cannot be relinquished so easily. Please, come to my residence to rest. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Step aside, Baiyu replied coldly. What if I refuse? Drawing her sword, she revealed an extraordinary weapon, ranking among the top 3 of divine armaments. Yet, in its current state, the blade was riddled with dents and cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. You are neither the unparalleled by city lord nor the omnipotent terrestrial immortal. You are afraid. If you wish to fight, then let us. The city lord also unsheathed his sword, its tip aimed directly at Baiyu. She smiled, despite her injuries. A terrestrial immortal remains a terrestrial immortal. The blood-stained white gown fluttered, and in the next instant, a glimmer of cold light merged with the heavens. When it reappeared, that tattered sword had already reached the city lord's vicinity. So swift, it stirred not even the wind. By the time the city lord reacted, the sword was but a step away from him. Suddenly, Baiyu coughed up blood again, forcing her internal energy, worsening her already grievous wounds, causing her grip on the sword to tremble. This moment of distraction allowed the city lord to seize the opportunity, blocking Baiyu's strike with a loud clang. It is said your sword is silent, yet today it proves to be otherwise. Indeed, you have lost your senses. After deflecting her attack, the city lord gazed at Baiyu, who was pushed back by the recoil. What on earth has transpired? Why are By City Lord and the City Lord in conflict? You seem unaware. By City Lord wishes to prevent us from venturing into the ancient lands. Moreover, she insists on severing the resources for the prodigies. What? We have already contained the spread of the venomous creatures for a year. To cease our efforts now would be tantamount to allowing their proliferation. How could By City Lord utter such words? She is afraid for her life. As Baiyu was repelled, the onlookers began to murmur. At the city gate, Baiyu, clad in white, wiped the blood from her lips, listening to their discussions with a bitter smile. You do not understand. You cannot comprehend. The Eastern Sea trade route must be severed, otherwise. Muttering to herself, Baiyu gripped her sword, suppressing her pain, and summoned her internal energy once more. In the crowd, Mo Fan sensed her current state. She had reached her limit, though those around her did not grasp her words. Mo Fan understood a fragment. He sensed a great terror lurking in the west. Perhaps she had encountered that entity. With a thought, Mo Fan acted. Suddenly, a torrential rain descended. Before anyone, including the city lord, could respond, Baiyu, who had been poised to strike, vanished in an instant. Within a secluded courtyard, Mo Fan found Baiyu and infused her with a wisp of energy surpassing mere internal force. As she felt the coolness within, Baiyu shook her head. I can no longer endure. My meridians are severed, the innate energy bridge shattered, and my organs are collapsing beyond saving. Yet, upon seeing Mo Fan, a glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes as she implored, Friend, could you sever the Eastern Sea trade route for me? I beg you. She sat up, her gaze making Mo Fan hesitate to meet it. Then she spoke to herself. The heavens cannot be altered. However, the prodigies may remain. Perhaps in next cycle. Yun Miao, the sword returns, the heavens align. There may yet be a chance. Noticing Mo Fan's silence, her voice softened. Friend, I implore you. Very well, Mo Fan replied, despite not fully grasping her words about the heavens and cycles. Yet, severing a trade route seemed a trivial task. Upon receiving his affirmation, Baiyu relaxed, her demeanor transforming from the perpetually frosty by city lord to a figure radiating sweet joy. Nevertheless, her smile pained Mo Fan's heart. Where the heavens? Is that the entity from the west? After a moment, Mo Fan inquired. Baiyu shook her head, blood frothing from her lips once more. Seeing this, Mo Fan intensified his energy infusion. There is no need, Baiyu pushed his hand away. Friend, after you sever the trade route, you must go to the initial island. There, remnants of ancient powers remain, concealing the island. The heaven shall persist for 300 years. After 300 years, as she spoke, her eyes gradually dulled, and the once mighty terrestrial immortal quietly passed away in an ordinary courtyard. Damn it! A day later, a small mound rose outside the city. After the burial, Mo Fan departed from the main city. 3 days later, a streak of sword light appeared over the eastern sea. The lingering sword aura stirred the waves into chaos, rendering them unfit for navigation. Having completed his task, Mo Fan refrained from visiting the initial island. Standing by the seashore, he sensed its presence, along with the familiar Yun Miao. As the trade route severed, the inhabitants of the initial island noticed something amiss within half a day. Mo Fan observed Yun Miao approaching the beach, gazing in his direction. Soon, a thick fog enveloped the area, obscuring the island from Mo Fan's perception. Turning away, he departed. Forget the initial island. I shall not go. Setting aside the risk of being discovered by the unknown, even the trial of transcending the divine would expose me. With each step, he left the shore, reflecting on his myriad experiences in the Miao Miao realm. His external skills had been thoroughly honed, and his cultivation had reached the 9th transformation of infancy. Cultivation, after all, requires a clear conscience. Damn it, you toy with my mentality. I shall see just how terrifying you truly are. The hope-filled gaze of Baiyu dimmed, leaving Mo Fan's heart in turmoil. Although she never explicitly stated it, he could clearly sense that it was undoubtedly the fault of the entity from the west. Mo Fan set forth on his journey, yet this time, it was not to flee from the great terror, but to draw ever closer. While ordinary cultivators could only achieve the nascent soul, he had reached the 9th transformation of infancy. What does this signify? Each transformation is akin to a complete rebirth. 9 transformations equate to 9 rebirths. Thus, he must embody the spirit of the 9th transformation of infancy, swallowing the mountains and rivers whole. Regardless of what entities or celestial beings may arise, he would confront them. I possess a sword. Though it may be ordinary, it can still pierce through with a fierce cry. Thus, he arrived at the once thriving main city. Observing the myriad of lives within, he stepped onto the street, passing by bustling vendors and children in playful pursuit, and finally halted before his own courtyard. Facing the tightly shut wooden door, perhaps it is best to succumb to slumber for a few years. Chapter 51. Time flows like a shuttle in the courtyard, Mo Fan opened the system panel and gazed at the Azure Changchun sword technique. With sufficient external martial arts experience, it was imperative to elevate the level of this blue sword technique. Soon, 60,000 points of external experience were expended, and the Changchun sword technique, blue, ascended to the sword intent realm. Instantly, the courtyard seemed to awaken, as if all things were rejuvenating. The Changchun sword intent caused a once withered tree in the yard to bloom with delicate pink petals in an instant. Observing the transformed tree, Mo Fan realized that it was, in fact, a peach tree adorned with blossoms that filled the courtyard. He lifted his gaze, inhaling the fragrant air, feeling his spirit merge with the cosmos. Was it truly spring that had just returned, and yet the peach blossoms were already in full bloom? The courtyard could not contain the splendor of the peach blossoms, astonishing passers-by. As people stopped to admire the beauty, envy glimmered in their eyes. Sensing the gazes from outside, Mo Fan chuckled and shook his head. Turning, he swirled the teapot, savoring the moment. The ominous feeling in the distance grew ever more intense. However, he thought to himself, just wait a few years, then you shall see. Half a month later, a troop departed from the city amidst cheers, their spirits high as they set their sights on the ancient lands. As they passed through the city gates, they waved back, insisting, "No need to see us off. Rest assured, we shall return victorious within half a year. Mere pests, they are fit only for medicine." Laughter echoed as they set forth. In the courtyard, Mo Fan did not join the farewell. Instead, he prepared some roasted chicken, devouring heartily. What was there to celebrate in sending people to their doom? Truly, it was a futile endeavor. If there had been a reporting button, he would have pressed it long ago. After this group departed, tranquility returned to the city, as if nothing had transpired. Only the absence of many men was felt in the streets. On this day, Mo Fan gazed at the peach blossoms. Now, he had completely mastered the 9 transformations of infancy and could break through to the transformation of spirit at any moment. Yet, he vaguely sensed that such a breakthrough would create a significant stir, inevitably attracting the attention of something from the West. Contemplating the daily influx of millions in internal experience, he suppressed the urge to advance. After all, why rush when experience was plentiful? Thus, he resolved to endure. Within the courtyard, the peaches ripened. After indulging in the sweet fruit, the leaves began to yellow. With the autumn breeze came heavy snow, more abundant than ever, as if the heavens sought to suppress something. Yet, this had little bearing on the inhabitants of the city. The heavier snowfall only brought more joy to the affluent children, who found mere snowmen insufficient for their amusement. Instead, digging tunnels in the snow, the thick white blanket transformed the vast city, its streets becoming eerily quiet. Even the bustling market was deserted. Concurrently, prices soared. Knock, knock, knock. A persistent knocking echoed in Mo Fan's courtyard. "Sir, please, have mercy." With rising prices, the number of beggars increased. Mo Fan, who was compassionate by nature, could not bear to witness such hardship and opened the door to find a man bundled in thick clothing. He delivered a sharp slap to the man's face. Did he truly believe Mo Fan was oblivious? Just days prior, he had aided those in dire straits, perhaps inciting envy in some, much like the middle-aged man before him, who lacked for nothing yet still sought to exploit kindness. Begone! Mo Fan's voice was colder than the winter chill. The man, humiliated, fled in haste, not daring to voice a complaint. Despite Mo Fan's assistance, many who awaited the return of their loved ones from the front perished silently in their homes from the cold that winter. Before long, spring returned. Within a month of the season's onset, the farmers were busy. The Lanlong dynasty had sent troops to the city. After assessing the remaining population and the available fighting strength, the process of relocating began. Once a thriving metropolis housing millions, the population had dwindled to just over 120,000, primarily consisting of women and children. The migration lasted a month. Mo Fan quickly gathered his belongings and joined the flow of people to the capital of the Lanlong dynasty. Following the familiar routine, and having learned from past experiences, Mo Fan perused the street stalls upon entering the city. As anticipated, in his selective browsing, he collected several external martial arts techniques. With a single click, he decomposed them, gaining 500,000 points of external experience. Considering the remaining points, the Changchun sword technique, blue, was now poised for a breakthrough into the sword path realm. Given its blue classification, Mo Fan decided to proceed with the advancement. However, this time, he distanced himself from the capital during the breakthrough. Perhaps it was the return of spring, but even from afar, the commotion of his advancement reverberated throughout the area. Overnight, many farmers were astonished to find that the rice seedlings, which had only sprouted the day before, had inexplicably grown to half their height. This was nothing short of miraculous. Instantly, villagers knelt in reverence. The news reached the capital, deemed a good omen, a sign of divine favor upon humanity. Once word reached the heavens, the following day, the capital buzzed with activity. In the grandest square of the capital, a heavenly altar was erected for offerings. Mo Fan observed the imposing figure clad in a golden robe, exuding authority, and couldn't he help but chuckle to himself. Was this not a tribute to him? Alas, the direction was misguided. They ought to be bowing to the populace, not to the heavens. My lord, how can you smile during a heavenly tribute? Such behavior is disrespectful. A refined young lady, noticing his smirk, frowned and addressed him. Mo Fan shrugged, offering no explanation, and turned to leave. His nonchalant demeanor piqued her curiosity. Who is that fellow so audacious? He simply walks away? One of her attendants remarked. It seems he must be a commoner from the lower city. How brazen of him. Never mind, the young lady replied, relaxing her brow. However, the attendant discreetly committed Mo Fan's appearance to memory. Much like before, that year, the capital amassed 100,000 troops outside its walls. After a brief assembly, the grand army set forth. My lady, isn't everything stable now? Why continue? Stable? The lady stood atop the city wall, gazing at the departing forces, shaking her head. Some matters were known only to a select few. Although the ancient lands remained free of pestilence, those who ventured there had yet to return. No, there is one. However, that exceptional individual has gone mad and vanished. My lady? Her attendant called, observing her distracted state. Snapping back to reality, the lady cast a final glance at the marching troops before retracting her gaze. Let us go. Where? To my lady. To my royal brother. My lady, look. That man over there, devouring roasted chicken with such abandon. I remember him. He disrespected the heavens and you during the tribute. Following her attendant's line of sight, the lady beheld a street vendor selling lotus flower chicken. The man, tearing apart the lotus leaves, devoured the chicken with an insatiable hunger, his actions utterly uncouth. It was as if he had never tasted food before. Sensing her gaze, Mo Fan turned. What's the matter? Is there something wrong with eating chicken? Chapter 52. A Child's Play. Not worth my attention. Mo Fan wiped the grease from his lips, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he walked away. Miss, just look at him. The maid's eyes widened in astonishment, shocked by Mo Fan's demeanor. All right, let's go. The lady cast a glance at Mo Fan's retreating figure, choosing not to say more, and departed with her maid. Thus time passed. Soon, the summer solstice arrived. During this period, Mo Fan relished his days in splendid comfort. Suddenly, a violent downpour erupted one evening. Torrential rain hammered against the eaves, creating a cacophony of sounds. This tempestuous weather had nothing to do with Mo Fan. It was merely nature's whim. A beautiful dusk, perfect for enjoying some lotus flower chicken, was now overshadowed by the rain, which dissuaded his appetite. Sensing a faint metallic scent of blood in the air, Mo Fan shook his head, hoping not to be disturbed. The rain poured relentlessly. In the royal city, a heavily armored general burst in, his blood mingling with the rainwater, staining the ground crimson. He soon crashed through an ornate door. Inside, a man and a woman stood poised. The man, clad in regal yellow robes, and the woman, adorned in a solemn pastel gown. Ha ha ha, Your Highness, I have returned. We have triumphed. We have triumphed. The intruder exclaimed, startling the two within. The nobleman narrowed his gaze, recognizing the figure before him. Captain Sun seemed somewhat deranged. We have won. We have won, he repeated fervently. Wait, what victory? Was it the battle at the ancient lands? Inquired the noble prince. Ha ha ha, we won. Captain Sun insisted. What has happened to him? The noblewoman questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion. Captain Sun? The prince echoed, equally perplexed. Amidst their scrutiny, Captain Sun oscillated between laughter and cheers, his only refrain being the announcement of victory. The prince summoned his guards, who swiftly apprehended Captain Sun and took him away. A short while later, the guards reported back. Captain Sun has lost his mind. He is completely mad. No method can rouse him to lucidity. Madness? The prince inhaled sharply. Though he may be insane, could his earlier claims be true? The noblewoman pondered. Captain Sun, though of modest rank, had been among those dispatched to the ancient lands. His return and proclamations might indeed imply a genuine victory. The prince remained silent for a moment before speaking. Captain Sun is under General Yan's command. His return without the general raises suspicions of desertion. Send someone to ascertain whether his madness is genuine or feigned. The following day, it was confirmed. Captain Sun was truly insane. This madness was no act. However, this revelation only deepened the gravity of the situation. Could the words of a madman be trusted? The prince fell into contemplation. Yet soon his gaze sharpened. Regardless of belief, action was imperative, verification was necessary. Thus, on that very day, the prince issued a decree. A contingent of troops set out secretly from a city, expecting news within half a month. Yet, Captain Sun's madness seemed abnormal. After ranting nonsensically, he began heading towards the ancient lands. The dungeon could not contain him. He broke free, injuring himself in the process. A dozen guards could not restrain him. Undaunted by blades, he charged forward. Had the guards not sheathed their swords, Captain Sun would have met his demise then and there. With no other recourse, they resorted to binding him with iron chains. Yet, this only incited fear among the onlookers. For Captain Sun, unfazed by pain, tore his own arm asunder. The severed limb was yanked back by the chains as he stumbled onward, racing towards the ancient lands. Just as he neared the city gates, a blade severed his head, finally silencing him. In the wake of Captain Sun's death, unnoticed by all, a glimmer of red light quietly slipped into the void. Moments later, this red light re-emerged. In the royal city, the prince was alarmed and hurried towards the city gates. Meanwhile, Mo Fan was also stirred. Unlike before, as a 9-transformation infant, he sensed the red light's presence immediately. What on earth? Mo Fan, currently savoring lotus flower chicken, was taken aback. After the red light vanished into the void, he breathed a sigh of relief, ready to continue his meal. But lo and behold, it emerged once more. Hastily, Mo Fan halted his actions, retracting his perception. The red light, unnoticed by others, appeared as a living entity, twisting through the void towards Mo Fan's direction. Goodness! Though he had withdrawn his awareness, Mo Fan remained vigilant. Realizing he was being targeted, though uncertain of the nature of the red light, he sensed an impending danger. Without a second thought, Mo Fan exclaimed, "To hell with this! Run!" As the prince approached, gazing at the body on the ground, he had yet to ponder the implications. Suddenly, an indescribable, earth-shattering explosion echoed. This noise even fractured the clouds above. In the next moment, a building detonated in the distance. A shadow burst forth from the ruins, soaring skyward, leaving behind a long white streak, a shooting star ascending straight into the heavens. What is that? The commotion was so intense that it roused the entire royal city. In the streets, courtyards, and among the guards, everyone paused, gazing upwards in confusion at the streak slicing through the sky. Within the royal palace, maidens, eunuchs, and the prince shared the same bewilderment. The white streak traveled with astounding speed. Is that a person? A powerful figure beside the prince, after focusing intently, exclaimed in astonishment, "It is indeed a human. A person." The prince turned, his expression filled with disbelief. Can a person fly in such a manner? Even a celestial being cannot accomplish that. Indeed, your highness, that was a person. The shadow soon vanished from sight, but after its departure, a small object fell to the ground. The royal guards mobilized, and shortly thereafter, the small object was presented before the prince. "This is lotus flower chicken? Brother, what has transpired?" His sister entered the hall, and upon seeing the half-eaten lotus flower chicken on the table, she recognized the familiar handprint on the leaf. Lotus flower chicken? Once confronted with the speed of an unknown entity, Mo Fan felt a twinge of despair, for covering a few kilometers in an hour was no small feat for him. Yet now, in mere breaths, he had distanced himself at least 1,000 miles. What joke? The past is the past. The present is the present. As a 9 transformation infant, I am not to be trifled with. In the air, sensing the relentless pursuit of the red light, he frowned. This sensation, the red light, was connected to the great terror from the west. Damn it! Realizing this, Mo Fan cursed internally. If I cannot confront your true form, do you think a mere red light can catch me? Sensing the resistance of the air, Mo Fan gathered his strength. Let me go. With a thunderous roar, the sky trembled. Not enough. He summoned more power. With another resounding crash, crimson light erupted from the clouds, the source being his silhouette. In that moment, he swiftly widened the distance between himself and his pursuer. Even as a 9 transformation infant, I shall not be trifled with. Ding. Chapter 53. Ding. Ding. What sound is the most terrifying? Damn it, it is this ding. Hearing the sound echoing in his mind, Mo Fan nearly tumbled off the cloud. Ding. Congratulations, host, on surviving for 10 years. You have received a novice gift pack. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan was taken aback. A novice gift pack? To be honest, he thought it was a warning about something unknown targeting him, but instead, it was a novice gift pack? Speaking of which, after reaching the 9th transformation, receiving a novice gift pack at this point seems a bit excessive. Opening his backpack, Mo Fan noticed a large gift pack shimmering with golden light beside the red fruit. Quantity, 100. Would you like to open it now? The system prompt appeared again. He chose not to open it. Looking at the 100 items, Mo Fan smiled knowingly and decided against it. Then, sensing the red light that had been pulled away, his speed surged once more. Farewell. A white line streaked across the sky. In the royal capital of the burning heaven, the fiery meteor shower astonished the inhabitants. As they looked up in awe, Mo Fan dusted himself off and silently entered the city. Did the little red light think it could catch up with him? Ridiculous. Glancing around, Mo Fan blended into the crowd. He opened the novice gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have received Substitute Doll X1, Basic Mental Method X1, Basic Sword Technique X1. Substitute Doll? Hearing the prompt, Mo Fan was puzzled, then turned to the introduction. Substitute Doll. In an unknown world, it can replace the host's death. After dying, it can continue to remain in the world and revive at a random location. A wonderful item. After reading the introduction, Mo Fan's eyes lit up. At this moment, his backpack contained 100 substitute dolls. A smirk appeared on his face as he licked his lips. This was a tremendous opportunity. As long as he had this item, wouldn't he be able to secure any good talent he randomly encountered in the future? Not to mention, he still had 99 novice gift packs left. Thus, without any hesitation, System opened 99 novice gift packs. Congratulations, host. You have received Basic Mental Method X99, Basic Sword Technique X99. System, did you forget something? Where are my substitute dolls? Congratulations, host. You have received Random Realm Experience Scroll X99. What? Who in the world wants this thing? Where are my substitute dolls? This is absurd. My experience is already maxed out every day, progressing steadily. The Realm Experience Scroll is completely useless. Ding. Random Realm Experience Scroll can randomly experience realms from the 1st to the 3rd tier. Experience duration, 1 minute. Note, can be stacked for use. Each time stacked, the experience duration remains the same, but the upper limit of the random realm can be increased. Detected 99 experience scrolls. Automatic stacking successful. Congratulations. You have received Top Tier Realm Experience Scroll X1. Top Tier Realm Experience Scroll can randomly experience realms from the 1st to the 9th tier. Experience duration, 1 minute. From the 1st to the 9th tier? Initially, he felt somewhat unsatisfied, but after the prompts concluded, Mo Fan's expression shifted. He looked at his realm. Although he was currently at the 9th transformation, the system interface still displayed him at the 1st tier. Thus, the 9th tier? How extraordinary! Taking a deep breath, Mo Fan accepted that this granted him an additional trump card. Even if only for a minute, during that time, he would be invincible. examining his backpack. He marveled at the system's generosity. Now he had 100 substitute dolls, 100 top-tier realm experience scrolls, 1,000 basic sword techniques, and 1,000 basic mental methods. Delightful. Mo Fan was overjoyed. This was pure serendipity. However, the quantity was still too low. Using the substitute dolls and top-tier realm experience scrolls prematurely would be a waste. Unless the next world randomly gifted him with a talent above purple and he was targeted by the unknown. Otherwise, using them carelessly would merely result in squandering. Closing the panel, Mo Fan stroked his chin, pondering. Moreover, from the first of the 9th tier. Damn it, are there really so many realms beyond this? I am currently at the 1st tier of the nascent soul. Does that mean the realms ahead lead to immortals, celestial beings, and beyond? Good heavens! In the royal capital of the burning heaven, Mo Fan dismantled the basic sword technique and basic mental method he had acquired last time. Subsequently, he gathered external cultivation techniques within the city. For 3 consecutive days, his external cultivation experience surged to over 1 million. One day, Mo Fan suddenly gazed into the distance. Sensing the red light arriving late, he frowned. This thing is fixated on me, isn't it? After staring for a moment, Mo Fan felt a surge of anger. Did it truly consider him an easy target? The Great Terror. Narrowing his eyes, Mo Fan glanced at the top-tier realm experience scroll in his backpack. This world had not yet been targeted by the unknown. The only threat was the Great Terror from the west. If he could use one scroll to eliminate that entity, perhaps he could maximize his level in this world. Not to say too much, with over 5 million internal cultivation experience daily, he could at least break through the 1st tier. That idea was quite appealing. However, Mo Fan shook his head. It still seemed somewhat unfavorable. Although the unknown existence's realm and tier were uncertain, it surely would not be as formidable as the 9th tier. This meant that a single top-tier scroll could potentially be used to deal with the unknown entity. At that point, he might be able to safely navigate the fantasy world. Surviving in the fantasy world would undoubtedly yield greater rewards than this one. Excellent. Farewell. Since you have not prompted me about being targeted, it means I have a complete opportunity to seize you with my strength. It seems I need to break through to the divination stage. However, before that, I should accumulate more experience. A white line once again appeared above the royal capital of the burning heaven, and within that white line, Mo Fan swiftly distanced himself. As long as the Great Terror from the west did not make any moves, just a red light was nothing to worry about. Best to avoid it for now. If he carelessly attracted attention, it would be quite a loss. He could earn over 5 million experience in a single day. So farewell. In the heavenly journey royal capital, after traveling continuously, Mo Fan appeared somewhat disheveled. His clothes were tattered from the wind, and his hair was a chaotic mess, resembling a beggar. Yet he did not mind. Moreover, given the prevalence of beggars in this era, he was somewhat in line with the trend. Mo Fan stayed in this main city for 4 days. After 4 days, the red light returned. I never imagined I would be so highly regarded. Let go. I am someone you can never possess. Farewell. Familiar with the surroundings, Mo Fan fled once more. 3 days later, he arrived at another main city. Truly persistent, but unfortunately, I do not love you. Farewell. Thus, he evaded and it pursued. Together, they traversed 4 great royal capitals, 8 main cities, desolate wildernesses, emerald mountains, vast rivers, and dense mountain ranges. Romance is not difficult. Domineering does not require words. Yet, it ultimately requires mutual consent. Unrequited love never ends well. Even after experiencing so much and traversing so many places together, 2 months later, Mo Fan paused, glancing back with gentle eyes. Knock you. Chapter 54. Transformation into Divinity. The gentle babble of the brook flows serenely, while the cicadas chirp in the distance. Mo Fan's reflection shimmers upon the water, startling the fish within, which swiftly retreat into the crevices of the stones. The scenery here is exquisite, yet Mo Fan, upon glancing back, inhales deeply. The patience of a warrior can only stretch so far. Who can endure this transient existence, exposed to the elements? In the distance, a crimson light approaches with astonishing speed. This radiant hue carries both surprise and delight. After such a lengthy pursuit, it has finally come to a halt. Mo Fan clenches his hand into a fist, feeling a surge of energy envelop him, causing his robes to billow as if stirred by an unseen wind. He turns to face the source of the red light. Despite the experience gained, one cannot simply forsake this realm. Having been pursued for so long, it is time to unveil the reason behind the brilliance of the flower. With a determined thought, he resolves to confront this ambiguity. Come forth. Today, let it be known that the one who flees shall be deemed the loser. The transformation into divinity, activate. What does it mean to achieve divinity? Even in the realm of the fantastical, this represents an immensely significant threshold. The merging of one's spirit with a nascent soul gives rise to a transcendent consciousness. At this juncture, one truly transcends the confines of the earthly realm. Even if the physical body perishes, the spirit may endure in existence. Of course, this pertains to the ordinary path of transformation. As Mo Fan embarks upon his breakthrough, the heavens rumble ominously, a harbinger of apocalyptic events. Dark clouds gather, threatening to shatter the sky. The crimson light racing towards him freezes in an instant. The once singing cicadas fall silent. Montag fengazes apfut. Amidst the ominous clouds, a purple thunder dragon coils, exuding a terrifying aura akin to the presence of something otherworldly. The divine tribulation of transformation approaches. Meanwhile, in the ancient lands of the West, deep within the earth, a being senses the impending arrival of the divine tribulation. Opening his eyes in astonishment, he muses, I am quite surprised. Even with the intervals compressed to a millennium, such a prodigy can still emerge. This talent, should it transcend the mundane realm, I am unworthy. However, the earthly realm is what it is fated. If such a genius were to return to me, perhaps I could find my way back. How fortunate I am. Ding! You have caught the attention of the first-tier being. Time remaining until their arrival. 24, 7 o'clock. The system alert has finally arrived beneath the divine tribulation. Listening to the notification, Mo Fan lifts his gaze. First tier. This time, the system message is no longer vague, but delineates a specific realm. The first tier. With the countdown at 24 hours, Mo Fan exhales a heavy breath. He is uncertain of the specifics of the first tier, yet he harbors a conjecture. Perhaps the first tier represents the celestial beings, specifically those who have attained divinity after the transformation, merging into one and transcending tribulations. This signifies that even should he break through to divinity, his opponent would be 3 significant realms above him. 3 significant realms. Boom! As he contemplates, the first thunder of the tribulation descends with a resounding crash, striking Mo Fan with immense force. The ferocious lightning obliterates everything around him. Trees, earth, and brook, all reduced to dust. Yet, Mo Fan remains unperturbed, his stance resolute. Having taken this step, let us see just how formidable this first tier truly is. Boom! The divine tribulation is overwhelmingly vast. The 4 major kingdoms suffer its effects, the oppressive clouds casting a shadow over all, instilling a primal dread in every heart. In the capital of Lan Long, urgency fills the air. Quick, protect the prince. The guards swiftly encircle the prince, shielding him at the center. Gazing at the ominous clouds above, the prince's expression turns grave. The matters concerning Commander Sun, the incident with the lotus chicken, and the exploration of the ancient lands remain unresolved. And now, just moments ago, the sky was clear. Yet in an instant, it feels as though the heavens themselves are collapsing. Gulping nervously, the prince murmurs, "Is this the collapse of the heavens? Has it arrived? My prince." We are unaware. The elite protectors, all of them innate-level warriors, represent the pinnacle of power in this realm. Yet, even they cannot assess the threat looming above. All they know is an overwhelming, deadly terror. What is that? Just then, a mysterious radiance appears above the dark clouds, taking on a humanoid form, reminiscent of a deity. At this revelation, astonishment grips everyone. A person? The prince's expression is filled with disbelief. Above the clouds, a vivid, ethereal figure dances amidst the thunder. Simultaneously, behind the prince, a woman gazes at the divine figure with wide eyes, entranced. Elder brother, Meiwa. The prince turns to his sister, puzzled. I feel as though I've seen that figure before. The lotus chicken. Yes, it is him. What? On the initial island, despite the shroud of mist, the divine silhouette is unmistakably reflected. This revelation has stirred chaos, prompting the inhabitants to draw their weapons and assume a defensive stance. What manner of being is this? The ancient formation appears powerless against it. Moreover, what is this human-like apparition? The sacred apparition inspires an overwhelming sense of helplessness in the hearts of onlookers. It is an entity beyond confrontation. In the midst of the crowd, one individual stands apart, wide-eyed and at a loss. Yes, sir. In the midst of the divine tribulation, Mo Fan stands firm, his physical form unwavering, yet his spirit expands, illuminating the cosmos. This sensation is peculiar. It feels as though he has become one with the universe, transcending it. Is this the essence of transformation into divinity? The boundless resonance of profundity envelopes him, and he revels in its embrace. Following this, his spirit perceives a location brimming with a blood-red aura. Previously, in his nascent state, he could only sense its presence vaguely, but now he sees it clearly. A lake of blood lies before him, within which sits a solitary figure, tragic and wounded, missing an arm, a sword piercing through their chest. As if sensing his gaze, the figure's lips curl into a faint smirk. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierces his spirit, causing a tumult within. Yet, Mo Fan swiftly regains his composure. Ding. Transformation into divinity complete. Ding. Due to the nature of the divine transformation, direct access to the pinnacle of this realm is restricted. Breakthrough capabilities will be temporarily disabled. Estimated time to reach the pinnacle of divine transformation, 22 years. With the notifications, a profound understanding dawns upon Mo Fan. For ordinary transformations, the condensation of the spirit represents the pinnacle. Thereafter, one must refine the spirit. However, the system here is different. In the next instant, Mo Fan's spirit reintegrates into his corporeal body. Simultaneously, his flesh begins to wither, reducing him to a mere skeletal form within mere moments. Yet, the nascent soul within him radiates an extraordinary brilliance. He observes, as within the nascent soul, veins and organs materialize. His path toward ultimate transformation into divinity entails reconstructing a new spirit within the nascent soul, with each organ embodying a spirit, and each sense and limb representing a divine entity. Thus, he shall unify 22 spirits. Chapter 55. The Golden Sea of Swords. Soon, the overwhelming thunderous tribulation gradually dissipated. Mo Fan, having achieved the transformation of the divine, stood at the first divine platform. Although he had transformed, he resembled a mere skeleton, devoid of flesh, with only skin clinging to bones. Should an outsider witness him in this state, they would likely be terrified. He was no longer human. He was a mere skeletal frame. Alas, the transformation of the divine. Each of the 22 platforms required the utmost sacrifice of one's flesh and blood to fortify the divine soul. This was akin to others being able to undergo the transformation only once, while he had done so 22 times. After a brief respite, Mo Fan turned his gaze to the system interface. At present, there remained 22 hours until the arrival of the first tier of existence. Upon introspection of his nascent soul, he noticed a luminous source flickering within. This was the emblem of the first divine platform. Regaining his focus, Mo Fan gazed into the distance. 22 hours indeed? He chuckled softly. He had always been pursued by the unknown. Now it was time for him to seek it out. Mo Fan's consciousness discerned that the arrival of the first tier required 24 hours, not due to insufficient strength, but rather because it was currently disentangling itself from some constraint, necessitating considerable time. In truth, he was not far from the unknown, merely a couple of hours away. Of course, this was relative to the realm of transformation of the divine. For an ordinary person, it would take at least half a year to begin. Thus, with a resolute mind, Mo Fan set forth towards the west. As for the persistent crimson light that had been in pursuit, he merely raised his hand and effortlessly dispersed it. The sword paths he comprehended after his transformation, The rainfall sword path and the eternal spring sword path had also undergone a metamorphosis. These two paths could now utterly reshape the world. It seemed that this was the true essence of the way's unveiling. Furthermore, he no longer needed to actively invoke them. They manifested spontaneously. With each step he took, verdant vitality flourished behind him, accompanied by a haze of ethereal rain. The scent of blood grew increasingly pungent. He could even perceive blood-colored mist swirling about. He had arrived at the ancient land. Just as Mo Fan anticipated a scene of carnage, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Amidst the delicate blood mist stood numerous figures. They were not lifeless. They were all very much alive. Most stood like wooden puppets, motionless and vacant. A few appeared deranged, seemingly battling the very air itself. Yet another group shouted exuberantly, "We have won. We have triumphed. Ha ha ha." Mo Fan paused, surveying them through the thin blood mist, his brow furrowing. Were they devoid of reason? Were they all, without exception, driven mad? He spotted a familiar little boy, brandishing a tiny dagger, exclaiming, "Brother, I avenged you." "Ha ha, brother, did you see? I did it. I'm no longer a child." Another familiar little girl was frantically digging at the earth. "Mother, wait. I have delicious food, so much delicious food. I will give it all to you. Mother, just wait a moment, I will be right there." Clutched in her arms was a bun that had turned black, a stark reminder of the bread he had once given away, now transformed from white to black. Turning away, Mo Fan beheld a general clad in armor, laughing heartily. "We succeeded? Excellent. Truly worthy of being my soldiers. You have not disappointed me. The heavens have tilted, but we have endured, ha ha ha." Ignoring these figures, Mo Fan delved deeper. The blood mist thickened. Here, he encountered individuals of various realms, postnatal, bone refinement, skin training, each at differing stages. These individuals were even more deranged, inhaling the blood mist, exclaiming, "After the heavens have tilted, there is actually celestial energy. Such rich celestial energy. I feel I am about to break through. No, not just a breakthrough. I can become an immortal. Indeed, without destruction, there can be no construction." The ancient land was indeed the true realm of opportunity. Continuing onward, Mo Fan again encountered familiar faces, Kuzu and Fuji. They stood back to back, continuously striking at the blood mist with their swords. "Brother, you were right. There's so many. I am so tired. Fuji, stop babbling. Rest for now. Leave the rest to me. In truth, Fuji, I remember the snow upon entering the sect. I remember you among the throngs of the mountain gate. I recall your earnest inquiries about swordsmanship. I remember. Fuji, your elder brother is here. Always here." As he passed by them, Mo Fan pressed forward. Moments later, a blood lake appeared before him. How many years had it been since he had encountered such audacious creatures? Mo Fan, enveloped in a thin mist, felt the blood mist dissipate behind him, revealing a rich greenery. From the blood lake, a figure rose. As he moved, fresh blood flowed from the sword, piercing his chest. When he looked at Mo Fan, his initial disdain faltered. Upon seeing Mo Fan, his pupils constricted. The intent to enter the way? Or was it two forces? How could this be? Transformation of the divine. What could he possibly use to enter the way? No, there was something peculiar about this lad. The blood lake stirred. The crimson figures within were astonished. Just as Mo Fan had surmised, this figure was exceptionally transcendent, an immortal who had survived the tribulation. However, even at this level, he had barely reached the threshold of the way. As for actually entering it, that was a distant dream. As the waters of the lake surged, a chilling aura seeped into Mo Fan's bones. The cold was intense. Even with the aura of the way enveloping him, he could not resist it. There was no remedy. The way, though not an entity accessible to the denizens of the blood lake, was akin to a martial artist possessing myriad techniques, yet lacking hands and feet to wield them. As the chill deepened, Mo Fan smiled. Before his transformation, all his realms had been maximized, and it was not as simple as it seemed. The intent to enter the way? That was not his trump card. His true edge lay in an ultimate physical form. He transcended the confines of the skin training realm. He raised his gaze. Amidst the astonishment of the blood lake's inhabitant, he began to move his limbs. Then the sword came forth. A gentle voice, akin to a greeting, resonated. Yet, in the next moment, his nascent soul, eyes tightly shut, simultaneously opened. A divine light emerged from within, radiating supreme golden brilliance, piercing the air. This was the power of the first divine platform. Mo Fan's thin mist erupted, revealing his skeletal form, bathed in golden light. Moreover, within his abdomen, a diminutive figure emerged, shrouded by 9 enigmatic rings. The figure raised its gaze, mirroring Mo Fan, standing resolutely, staring intently at the figure in the blood lake. At this moment, even the immortal within the blood lake felt a shiver run down his spine, a sense of lethal threat amplifying wildly. Your nascent soul is peculiar. What kind of nascent soul is this? In the transformation of the divine, no. What kind of transformation of the divine is this? Buzz. Behind him, the blood mist was blown away, revealing countless swords that trembled in unison. What transformation of the divine? Faced with these doubts, Mo Fan smiled. A very ordinary transformation of the divine. Chapter 56. Is this immortality? In the realm of grass, Mo Fan utilized a modified version of the 10,000 swords return to origin, which barely affected the Buddha. At this moment, empowered by his cultivation, it could be said to be an enhanced version of the technique. Each sword, though forged from mundane iron, was entwined with 2 strands of Tao intent, and additionally, there was a trace of golden thought from the first divine platform. Thus, the ordinary iron swords transformed in hue, taking on a pure golden color. Brother, where are we? Were we not in battle? Were there not countless venomous insects? Mo Fan pondered, have I succumbed to sleep? Is this a dream? The golden radiance resembled the sun, emanating from every sword, dispelling the crimson mist and restoring the clarity of all the lost souls. Fu Ji awakened, gazing around in bewilderment, utterly unaware of the events that had transpired. Ku Zhu followed suit, awakening to the sight of a golden sea of swords above him. In his disorientation, he had previously stood resolute before Fu Ji, facing millions of venomous insects without a hint of fear. Yet now, beneath the golden sea of swords, confusion clouded his expression. Simultaneously, more individuals began to awaken in the distance. Golden swords. So many. These must be divine swords. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. The spectacle before them shattered their previous understanding. The golden swords overhead were beyond anything they had ever witnessed. No, that sword. Is it not my treasured sword? A sharp-eyed individual recognized their own weapon. Yet, the realization only deepened their confusion. The sword bears my name. It is indeed my sword, but could my treasured sword possess such power? At that moment, a deafening and excruciating sound resonated from afar. Hee, how peculiar. A mere minor deity dares to challenge an immortal. With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled violently, though it was not struck directly. Mo Fan, emaciated yet floating in midair, raised his hand to receive the blow, his form remaining unchanged. An immortal? If he were to employ other methods, it might give him a headache. But to compete in physical strength? That would be folly. Each of his realms represented the pinnacle of his capabilities. His nascent soul had augmented his physical form 9-fold. Thus, engaging him in a fistfight would be self-destructive. In truth, Mo Fan initially believed he could not withstand the blow due to the disparity in their realms. However, upon receiving it, a smirk formed at the corner of his mouth. Oh, how weak you are, little brat. But before he could finish, an eerie force suddenly erupted from the red-clad figure's fist. With a resounding boom, Mo Fan was sent flying. What is an immortal? One who wields the laws of heaven and earth. Utterly deluded. As he was propelled backward, Mo Fan crashed into a mountainside, stirring up a great cloud of dust. What? The golden skeleton was sent flying? The commotion roused those who had just awakened from their daze. Was it the golden skeleton? Wait, the golden skeleton. I understand. It must be Tianqing, a being beyond human. Oh, then who struck such a blow? Who possesses such power? We are speaking of Tianqing. Surrounding the blood pool, those who had just regained consciousness scanned their surroundings before locking their gazes on the floating red figure, especially upon noticing the sword embedded in his chest. It is him. Thank you, Senior, for your intervention. Senior, Are you alright? How infuriating. The source of Tianqing. I never expected that while we were lost, the senior was engaged in a fierce battle with the source of Tianqing and suffered such grievous injuries. As the crowd spoke, moved by the revelation, the golden sea of swords above began to stir. Like a vast galaxy, it surged towards a red figure with immense momentum. So that is why my treasured sword transformed in such a manner. It was Tianqing. Now it all makes sense. Quickly, the senior is gravely wounded. Now that we are awake, we cannot stand idly by. Exchanging glances, many sprang into action. Though the red figure appeared somewhat peculiar compared to the golden skeleton, it was indisputable that the skeleton was far more bizarre. Furthermore, as a being of Tianqing, how could he possibly have a sword embedded in his chest? This fact quickly convinced the crowd. Thus, those of innate and acquired realms leaped into action. Although the golden sea appeared unstoppable, retreat was not an option in their minds. Senior, we come to assist you. Meanwhile, M.O. Fan, amidst the swirling dust, coughed up blood. What in the world? How did I become the villain? The red figure, undeterred by the golden sea of swords, unleashed red symbols from his mouth. Suddenly, an eerie power surged forth. Instantly, the multitude of golden swords transformed back into mundane ones, clattering to the ground. What is this bizarre force? Montag verstaat in disbelief. To speak a law that can shatter the sea of swords? Senior, how powerful! None had anticipated that among them existed such a figure capable of dismantling the Tianqing sword sea with mere words. With the sword sea disrupted, those surrounding the blood lake rejoiced. They erupted in cheers. Only Fu Ji, Ku Zhu, and two armored individuals regarded the golden skeleton with a sense of familiarity. However, they attributed it to the previous illusion. Ku Zhu thought to himself, having never seen a skeleton, let alone a golden one. Surely it was the result of the illusion. Though I do not comprehend your Tao intent, I am grateful that you are merely a minor deity. Otherwise, I fear your thoughts could lead to my undoing. Ah, prepare to be my wedding garment. The red figure laughed uproariously, extending his 5 fingers towards M.O. Fan, uttering 2 brief words. Peel away. As the words were spoken, a sensation of flesh being torn enveloped M.O. Fan. In the next moment, his nascent soul began to emerge from his body, flickering in and out of visibility. The laws of heaven and earth are not something a mere minor deity can withstand. Faced with such suppression, M.O. Fan felt utterly powerless. He was immensely strong, and without that eerie ability, he was confident he could defeat the figure before him with just a few strikes. But what were these laws of heaven and earth? This irresistible peeling sensation? Is it a principle? Is this what it means to be an immortal? My nascent soul can still persist? Peel away. The agonizing pain intensified as M.O. Fan's nascent soul was forcefully extracted. Unlike a skeletal form, his nascent soul appeared as a faint golden hue. By the blood lake, Fu Ji and Ku Zhu gazed on in bewilderment before suddenly realizing, it is him. Alongside these two, the other armored individuals exclaimed upon seeing M.O. Fan's nascent soul. Sir, this is dire. We have chosen the wrong side. Realizing the situation, Ku Zhu felt a chill run down his spine, his face paling in an instant. Without time to think, he glanced at the suppressed M.O. Fan and decisively acted. Azure Cloud Sword Technique. Chapter 57. Utilizing the realm experience card, the sharp edge of the bitter bamboo sword pointed directly at the void, facing the crimson figure. However, his reaction was as swift as his downfall. The crimson figure did not even make a move. His back remained turned, yet an invisible force swept through, causing him to spew blood and be hurled backward, crashing into the distance, struggling to rise. Brother, the expression of the floating entity changed, and he hurriedly rushed over. Meanwhile, gazing at M.O. Fan's primordial spirit, the crimson figure spoke once more. Annihilation. The tone was merciless. In his expectation, this manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth would reduce his primordial spirit to dust on the spot. But at that moment, the surface of M.O. Fan's departing primordial spirit abruptly sprouted a layer of skin, pure and white. In the blink of an eye, his primordial spirit transformed, resembling a celestial being, exuding an extraordinary sanctity. This was the breakthrough of shackles, the cultivation of the skin, a true manifestation of profound mystery. The sudden change left the crimson figure momentarily dazed. He rubbed his eyes, slightly bewildered. Indestructible? Immortality? What is this? At that moment, Mo Fan's aura was exceptionally strange, even causing the laws of heaven and earth to tremble, as if on the verge of shattering. Instinctively, the crimson figure quickly distanced himself from Mo Fan. Looking at the overwhelmingly divine Mo Fan's primordial spirit, the crimson figure thought, "Are you joking? This is the transformation of the spirit. Goodness gracious! Strange nascent souls, bizarre transformation stages, and the intent of enlightenment. What more is this? Immortal, indestructible skin? Protecting your primordial spirit? You must be kidding." Mo Fan relaxed, feeling inexplicably at ease as the indestructible skin enveloped his primordial spirit. He perceived that the world around him had transformed. He saw that the peculiar force that had previously rendered him helpless was composed of countless chains, intricately woven from obscure and incomprehensible incantations. This was the laws of heaven and earth? Mo Fan understood, and then he turned his gaze toward the crimson figure. The roles had reversed in an instant. Mo Fan's figure flickered, moving with astonishing speed, even as the crimson figure immediately activated his defensive laws. It was no longer the same as before. Now, with a single punch, he caused the heavens to tremble. The air was filled with the sound of cracking. Boom! The crimson figure was sent flying, crashing heavily into the earth. Mo Fan extended his hand, observing the pristine skin enveloping his primordial spirit. This skin allowed him to easily grasp the invisible laws. With a sharp crack, Mo Fan broke one of the laws. Damn it, is this the cultivation of shackles? He thought, I'm leveling up too fast. Indeed, many mysteries remain uncomprehended. However, Mo Fan's gaze fell upon the deep crater and then focused on the crimson figure. Immortal? I should finish you off. Coughing, the crimson figure, despite being an immortal, could not escape the consequences of Mo Fan's astonishing punch, blood erupting from his mouth and body. Were it not for his immortal status and the numerous laws of heaven and earth supporting him, that punch might have reduced him to a mist of blood. The laws could be shattered? How could this be possible? Those were laws of heaven and earth. Boom! While the crimson figure was still in shock, Mo Fan's figure reappeared before him, a smirk on his lips. In the next second, this punch erupted with a burst of white light. Then, with a resounding crash, the earth split open, and the heavens trembled violently. The crimson figure's abdomen exploded, revealing a gaping void. He was sent flying again, crashing through the mountaintops without pause. Now you're done for, right? Mo Fan clapped his hands, his spirit returning to his frail form. A mere true immortal, easily handled. Yet at this moment, the crimson figure laughed sinisterly. You've pushed me to this extent. Well. Unfortunately, no matter how strange you are, I am ultimately an immortal. Blood fiend technique. All beings' grievance. Rise. After shattering countless mountaintops, a nauseating aura surged from afar like a virus. A wave of red intent on replacing the heavens and the earth. Under the spreading red, the crimson figure stepped through the void, his hollowed abdomen taking each step as he descended once more. He was serious now, as the heavens and earth exhibited strange phenomena. A group of people by the blood lake looked up in terror, witnessing a multitude of shadowy figures resembling vengeful souls appearing in the sky. Each figure wailed in agony. Just a glance sent shivers through their souls, causing them to collapse in fear. Countless years, countless beings empowered. Ha. This technique is invincible in this world. Originally, this technique was prepared for her. Kid, to die under this technique would be an honor for you. The shadowy figures. Is that the sect leader? Is it the legendary dragon emperor from millennia ago? And the sword god Fongbushio? The multitude of shadowy figures were all too familiar. Yet, it was precisely because they were familiar that the group by the blood lake grew increasingly alarmed, their hearts aching as they listened to the anguished wails of the shadows. These were once unparalleled beings, mythical figures recorded in history. But why? Why? Meanwhile, Mo Fan noticed that the chains of the laws of heaven and earth began to change color as the vengeful souls appeared, a tide of overwhelming resentment surging forth. Even though those shadowy figures had yet to attack, their sorrowful gazes made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cavern. Ha ha! Do you hate? Do you resent? Your hatred, your grievances, your unwillingness, these are all my path. Ha ha! This mockery. Mo Fan looked at the myriad suffering souls, then at the laughing crimson figure. He tentatively grasped the changing laws of heaven and earth. They snapped, but that touch of red stained his hand. His brow furrowed. He could feel this red. Like a parasite, though the skin of shackles remained intact, it eerily bypassed it, directly affecting his primordial spirit, flesh, and bones. At this point, he realized he truly could not contend with this force. The resentment had transcended the laws of heaven and earth. It was the ultimate grievance of countless beings. Unstoppable. Nevertheless, Mo Fan raised his gaze. Is the resentment boundless? Is it insurmountable? Damn it. So you have your trump card, do you? Originally, if I couldn't win, I could just open another world. But this crimson figure, a great demon, if he is not eliminated, my heart will be troubled. As the red haze thickened in the heavens and the anguished cries of countless souls echoed, Mo Fan raised his hand, and a card appeared in his grasp. The Advanced Realm Experience card. An immortal, huh? Mo Fan glared at the crimson figure, crushing the card. Ding! Using Advanced Realm Experience card. Randomizing realm. Do you enjoy pressuring others? Mo Fan flexed his limbs. Damn it. It's my turn to pressure you now. System, don't be too harsh. Just the 9th tier will suffice. Ding. Randomization successful. 3rd tier. Commencing realm enhancement. Duration 60 seconds. Usage complete. Darn it. Why does the 3rd tier? I was hoping for more. Suddenly, Mo Fan froze as the realm enhancement enveloped him, an indescribable sensation washing over him. At that moment, the spreading red, centered around the crimson figure, vanished without his command. What vanished alongside it was himself, as the wind came and he dispersed. And this was merely the beginning. The ground beneath my feet appears to have lost its gravitational pull, as the soil, stones, and trees gradually rise, crumbling into nothingness. Chapter 58. The stars shine brightly. By the blood lake, someone in the air clawed in terror. Yet it was futile. He could only watch as he gradually ascended, transforming from his fingertips into the tiniest specks of dust. Senior brother. A cry awakened Mo Fan. Kuju's body had already shattered to half. Sensing a connection, a thought restored Kuju. This is the 3rd tier. Is life and death even relevant? Time. Mo Fan gently stirred the void before him. And then the deceased crimson figure reappeared. Is time merely a plaything? What is happening to me? Not far from Mo Fan, the crimson figure appeared bewildered. Unlike the usual backward flow of time, he retained the memories from his previous shattering. Mo Fan gazed calmly. You. Their eyes met, and in that moment, the crimson figure was engulfed in sheer terror. However, before he could utter a word, he transformed into dust once more. 60 seconds. It seemed fleeting, yet there was an abundance of actions to undertake. With another thought from a certain mound, the lifeless white city lord's heart revived, his injuries healing. The 3rd tier. What realm is this? This is quite extraordinary. One could say it renders one invincible. Just as Mo Fan resolved everything and felt the might of the 3rd tier, he was alerted. Ding. You have attracted the attention of the 2nd tier. Ding. You have attracted the attention of the 2nd tier. Ding. You have attracted the attention of the 2nd tier. Ding. You have attracted the attention of the 2nd tier. Ding. You have caught the gaze of the 3rd tier. Ding. You have caught the gaze of the 3rd tier. Ding. You have caught the gaze of the 3rd tier. Ding. You have caught the gaze of the 3rd tier. Ding. The incessant chimes were akin to a sky full of stars. Ding. Ding. The relentless chimes seemed unceasing. Thus, Mo Fan pondered. Soon after, he felt a tightening throughout his body, as countless gazes transcended worlds and time to descend upon him. Standing firm, Mo Fan discovered he could manipulate these gazes. The nearest one revealed a 2nd-tier individual. Perhaps due to the disparity in realms, this 2nd tier swiftly retreated, cursing under his breath. Are you mocking me? The home is gone. Withdrawing his gaze, he listened to the continuous chimes. Mo Fan swallowed hard. Weren't strong individuals supposed to be rare in novels? Why were there so many? As the gazes of numerous individuals of the same realm converged, Mo Fan noticed the world beneath his feet beginning to falter. Ding! You have been targeted by the unknown. Time remaining until the opponent's arrival? Damn! Who will silence him? If this continues, it's going to be annihilation. Who brought this person here? I should relocate now. Damn it, I've been exposed. Senior brother, is the world on the verge of collapse? Floating. No, junior sister, do not fear. Senior brother is here. It is merely dark now. By the way, the stars above are remarkably bright, aren't they? Indeed, they are so bright. Senior brother, so beautiful. Mo Fan regained his focus. Beneath him, the Earth's collapse accelerated. Observing the two figures embracing in the distance, Mo Fan declared, "It is time to conclude." Although only 10 seconds had elapsed in the 60-second countdown, he understood that if he lingered, this world would undoubtedly disintegrate. Furthermore, he bore far too many traces of being observed, especially by those beyond the third tier. Sigh, forget it, let's restart. With a thought, Mo Fan descended into silence. Unlike before, this time, he chose to retreat voluntarily. Who taught him to mute like this? Damn it. After a few noisy moments, everyone was exposed. And then he logs off? What a joke. Senior brother, the world seems to have returned to normal. Ding. Host deceased. Return complete. This time's rewards. Changchun sword technique, basic internal skill. This time's talent. Copper skin iron bones green, retained. In his rented room, Mo Fan returned, reflecting on the words he had heard from some individuals of the third tier. Mute? Log off. How akin to a game. Could it be that all beings are mere pieces on a chessboard? The myriad realms a stage? He pondered. No wonder the Miao realm attracted the Buddha's attention. Indeed, is it necessary for so many great figures to gaze upon them? With a long sigh, Mo Fan glanced at the high-tier experience card in his backpack. Initially, he thought this card would merely help him deal with those he couldn't overcome. Yet at this moment, with his elevated realm, it seemed that troubles multiplied. Sitting on his bed, Mo Fan remained silent for an extended period. There was no other choice. Although his experience of the third tier lasted merely 10 seconds, the information contained within was immense. So immense that it evoked an inexplicable fear. Shaking his head, he rose and looked into the mirror at his bedside, where a slender figure in ancient garb was reflected. Wouldn't this appearance frighten people? He retrieved his phone from the bedside, illuminated the screen, and glanced at the time. It was now 10 o'clock at night. He had exhausted his 10 traversals for the day. The next would have to wait until dawn. Reflecting on it, he felt a touch of nostalgia. He had already reached the God transformation stage. Alas, the third tier seemed so distant that he wished not to think of it. In this battle, he recognized many of his shortcomings. The intricacies of each realm remained largely misunderstood. Moreover, the Rainfall Sword Path and Changchun Sword Path must have deeply moved the Crimson figure, indicating that matters were far from simple. In the next world, he must delve deeply into the Sword Path. At the God transformation stage, sleep was no longer a necessity. However, perhaps the weightiness brought on by the high-tier experience card was somewhat overwhelming, leaving him feeling fatigued. Thus, he closed his eyes, falling into a deep slumber until dawn. The next day, Mo Fan stirred in his rented room, his phone pinging with a news alert about a massive earthquake in a foreign region. This news failed to capture his interest. He approached the window, gazing out at the bustling scene outside. Unlike the world he had traversed to, here, the skies were overcast. Closing his eyes, he opened them again, and within his pupils, a glimmer of white light coalesced. He sought to discern whether the laws of heaven and earth existed in the real world. However, it was evident that he made no discoveries. Instead, he saw only the intensifying haze. Ding dong. Another news alert pinged on his phone. Latest news from the Atomic Research Institute. Breakthrough in controllable nuclear fusion in half an hour, bringing us closer to the artificial sun. An artificial sun? This news brought a smile to Mo Fan's face. After all, in the modern era, at the God transformation stage, he was akin to a walking sun. Tossing his phone aside, Mo Fan activated the system. 22 years, break through the God transformation. System, send me through. Meanwhile, sister, you won't believe what I just captured with my mate 60. Damn, how can a person be this thin? They look like a skeleton. Huh? Sleepily. A kawaii girl padded to the window in her slippers, while her sister enlarged a photo to show her. In the image, a figure in ancient attire stood by the window. However, this person was exceedingly emaciated to the point of appearing almost inhuman. Damn, have they turned into a skeleton? Are they still alive? This must be hunger that has persisted for at least 3 years. Sister, do not be deceived by his emaciated appearance. His gaze is remarkably powerful. So vibrant. Ah, indeed. Oh, it seems he possesses heterochromia. Chapter 59. From randomness to supreme bone. Beep. Talent extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations. You have acquired the talent. Bystander, white. Description, you possess no presence. You are merely a bystander. Talent effect. Your cultivation efficiency increases by 10. As soon as he landed, Mo Fan found himself enveloped in a dense purple mist. With each breath he took, even as a being in the divine transformation realm, he felt a piercing pain throughout his body. Confounded, he expanded his consciousness. The purple mist seemed boundless, extending not only to the sides but also into the sky above. Moments later, his soul began to experience a similar torment. What in the world is this purple mist that can corrode one's consciousness? Sensing the gradual erosion of his spirit, akin to being devoured, he swiftly withdrew his consciousness. What kind of world is this? Furrowing his brow, Mo Fan surveyed his surroundings. Thankful that he was currently in the divine transformation realm and possessed the ability to break through his shackles. Otherwise, he feared that he might have succumbed to tranquility the moment the system notified him. Raising his hand, Mo Fan gazed at the shackle skin glowing with a pure white light. This was its activated state. Just like in the Meow realm, it would unleash its pure white power in the face of mortal danger. However, could the mist trigger the shackle skin? Moreover, he sensed that even with the protection of the shackle skin, his flesh was inexplicably being consumed, much like his earlier consciousness. This sensation resembled the overwhelming resentment caused by the red figure previously encountered. As this thought crossed his mind, a tingling sensation coursed through his body. The resentment summoned by the red figure could taint the laws of heaven and earth, but even so, that resentment merely spread 1,000 miles around him, not engulfing the entire world. Here, however, he felt his consciousness could traverse countless miles with just a thought. Yet, despite this, the purple mist lingered, and he sensed that it indeed enveloped the entire world. Damn it! As this realization dawned on him, the tingling intensified, sending shivers down his spine. Turning his head, he began to cough, a trickle of crimson spilling from his lips. No, he could not sit idly by. With a determined step, he unleashed the sacred light of the shackle skin. Boom! His target was the sky. What did it matter if the ground was choked with purple mist? Surely, the vast expanse of space could not be polluted as well. Thus, he surged upwards, a white figure shooting towards the heavens, stirring up torrents of purple mist in his wake. Mo Fan moved with astonishing speed. In the divine transformation realm, he could traverse immense distances in an instant. In reality, he could breach the atmosphere in mere moments, reaching the moon in no time. Soon, 10 minutes had passed. Yet, before him lay only an endless expanse of purple. Frowning, he continued to radiate white light, ascending straight up. 30 minutes later, Mo Fan rubbed his throbbing temples, glancing around, beginning to doubt whether he had flown in the wrong direction. In this span of time, he could have reached Mars in reality, yet there was no change around him. Upon introspection, he realized that his flesh, bones, and blood had been entirely consumed. Now, only his primordial spirit and the shackle skin remained steadfast. Observing the dimming white light of the shackle skin, he thought, how terrifying! Is it even more dreadful than the collective resentment? The shackle skin was starting to fade. An hour later, beep! Talent solidification successful. At this moment, Mo Fan halted, feeling utterly weakened. The white light of the shackle skin had become mottled. Glancing back at the chaotic purple mist, he pondered what had transpired in this world. Was it always like this? With his talent now solidified, there was little left for him to cling to. He quietly watched as the shackle skin protected his primordial spirit, slowly being consumed and swallowed by the void. Another hour passed. The last flicker of white light extinguished, and darkness enveloped Mo Fan. The shackle skin could only last for 2 hours? This was the last thought that crossed his mind. Beep. Host deceased. Return complete. Total gains, none. Retained talent. Bystander 8 white. Mo Fan returned to his rented room, opening his eyes and recalling the chilling experiences of the previous world. The bizarre world, the eerie purple mist. After a brief pause, he shook his head. All in all, this trip was not in vain. He had gained a 10 increase in cultivation efficiency. That was certainly better than lying still upon entry. Rising, Mo Fan approached the window. The curtains were tightly drawn, yet he could perceive the outside world as though it were transparent. Sister, if he were to cosplay, he'd undoubtedly be a god-level cosplayer. Perhaps it was the differing sentiments towards reality and the world beyond. Listening to the distant chatter of two sisters, Mo Fan merely smiled. Cosplay? Speaking of which, when he was gravely ill with a brain tumor, he had fantasized about it. In his frail state, portraying someone with a terminal illness would certainly leave others speechless. Chuckling, he considered the system and the journey. Mo Fan vanished from his rented room. System, could you please provide a more favorable and normal world? 10 opportunities a day is hardly enough. Don't play tricks on me. Sister, I just thought of that popular Bone King. Not only does he resemble him, but he also embodies his essence. Beep. Talent extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations. You have acquired the talent. Supreme Bone, purple. Description, born supreme. Born supreme. You possess the demeanor of an emperor. Talent effect, cultivation efficiency 300, fortune 100, comprehension 50. Wow. The moment the word Supreme Bone appeared, Mo Fan's eyes lit up, and he was instantly filled with exuberance. This is what talent truly means. Look at this. This is genuine talent. What use is a measly 10 increase in cultivation efficiency from that worthless white talent? Quickly, Mo Fan opened the panel to examine his current talent enhancements. Talent enhancements, cultivation efficiency 720, fortune 120, comprehension 110. Thus, the external skill experience gained from decomposition would instantly double. Previously, with a comprehension of 60, he could acquire over 5 million internal skill experience daily. Now, it would double. Over 10 million a day. Moreover, with fortune, every 100 could elevate him a realm closer to the shackle, meaning he could now elevate his bone training to the shackle level. Thus, he was on the path to prosperity, just as he was reveling in excitement. The system chimed again. Beep. Commencement. Talent solidification loading. You are born with dual pupils, adept at thievery, possessing a body of bronze and iron. As a bystander, you are destined for greatness in this life. Supreme Bone, purple, effect triggered. Unique. In the place of your descent, there shall certainly be those who seek your bones. Wait a moment. System, are you jesting? Is this the effect of the talent? At least give me something worthwhile. You mean to say that there will definitely be people seeking my bones? Mo Fan's mouth twitched. However, upon reflection, if there were indeed those seeking his bones, it implied that this world should be stable, a normal world. Yet, as he turned his head, suddenly, the sound of crashing waves erupted, and he noticed a towering wave, 100 feet high, surging towards him. Oh, from the depths of the ocean? Those who seek bones? Chapter 60, re-entering the world of grass soon. Mo Fan spotted an individual struggling in the ocean. Due to the nature of his transformation, he floated effortlessly above the water's surface, while the person floundered ineffectively, their strength insufficient to keep them afloat. Fortunately, it was merely a matter of someone digging for bones, rather than an inevitable extraction. Otherwise, he might have found himself targeted by formidable entities from the outset. As he discerned the identity of the individual, a wave of relief washed over him. Help! Help me! Where am I? The man gasped, splashing in the water, and soon enough, he noticed Mo Fan. Oh, the Supreme Bone. Upon realization, the man ceased his pleas for rescue, his face lighting up with elation. Observing the scene, Mo Fan couldn't help but think, Are you seriously fixated on the supreme bone when you're on the verge of drowning? The supreme bone. Ha. If I could transplant it, then my Shao family could regain its former glory. The man erupted into wild laughter, but his mirth was short-lived. With a swift motion, Mo Fan struck him down into the depths of the ocean. What a farce! After brushing his hands together, Mo Fan turned his gaze towards the approaching towering waves. His heart as still as a tranquil lake. A mere 100-meter wave was nothing to him now that he had transformed. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a powerful blow. Boom! The air crackled with sound. The 100-meter wave, which would wreak havoc in the real world, was but a trivial matter before Mo Fan. As he struck, the enormous wave seemed to be met with an invisible fist, sending forth a deluge of spray and creating a vast opening in the water. Standing there with his hands clasped behind his back, he mused on the essence of transformation. This was the essence of such power, unafraid of natural disasters, capable of conjuring them with but a thought. The fact that someone knew of the supreme bone indicated that the caliber of this world was not to be underestimated. He began to project his consciousness outward. However, what was that? After shattering the 100-meter wave, Mo Fan noticed a white line in the sky. Squinting with curiosity, he reached out with his consciousness, expecting it to be a cloud formation. Yet upon sensing it, he was taken aback. To his astonishment, that white line was merely another row of colossal waves. The previously daunting 100-meter wave paled in comparison. What on earth was this? It could hardly be labeled a wave. Calling it a celestial collapse would be more appropriate. The height was staggering, 10,000 miles. Mo Fan felt as though a planet could be crushed beneath it. After a moment of speechlessness, he turned and began to flee. This was a world of oceans, and as he soared through the skies, the 100-meter waves were ubiquitous, crashing endlessly. Half an hour later, he still saw no land, but rather another obscuring white line in the distance. Clearly, this too was a line of true towering waves. Could this world be akin to the last? A realm of despair? In the previous world, Mo Fan had affectionately named it the world of despair. What had that bone-digging man mentioned? Had he been forcibly transported by the system? Pondering this, Mo Fan found himself at a loss for words, gazing upwards. Unable to locate any land, he decided to ascend, adhering to his usual strategy. Turning, he rapidly ascended, soon surpassing the sky-high white line. Coming to a halt in the void, he beheld the full spectacle of the white line. The waves were breathtaking and terrifying. Any ordinary person would be struck dead by the sight. There was no denying it. The waves transcended comprehension. Taking a deep breath, he murmured, "How fearsome!" Just as he was marveling, a suffocating force descended from above, an unparalleled pressure instinctively compelling him to look up. In a fleeting moment, his pupils constricted. If the reality above was a starlit sky, here he beheld a multitude of white lines, rippling in concentric circles. Yet, the crux of the matter lay not in the lines themselves, but in the colossal entity that stirred them, a massive water sphere. One white line surged upward, reaching heights that defied belief, and the water sphere, it was nothing short of a planet. No, it was akin to a celestial body. In that moment, dread washed over Mo Fan, prompting him to retreat post-haste. Regardless of the circumstances, the Supreme Bone-S talent had to be solidified. What on earth was that water sphere? Was it even reasonable? An hour later, Mo Fan confirmed that the ocean beneath him was also a water sphere, colliding with the one above. A day later, he noted that despite the two colossal spheres colliding, the process was agonizingly slow, perhaps due to their vast distance. A year later, he rejuvenated his desiccated flesh and, concurrently, broke through to the transformation realm, achieving the second divine platform stage. Throughout the year, he sought to escape the water sphere, but it was simply too immense. After flying in one direction for a year, he discovered that the situation above remained unchanged. 2 years later, Mo Fan underwent another breakthrough, reaching the third divine platform stage. Despite the unchanging expanse of water and the absence of human presence, he was content with his progress. Even without any unknown entities, he decided to cease his struggles. After 2 years of fruitless attempts to escape the sphere, it seemed more prudent to remain still and observe their collision. 10 years passed as he waited, reaching the 13th divine platform stage. Within those years, he attempted to distance himself from the water sphere, but the impending collision created an effect akin to a black hole. With his current strength, he could not withstand the terrifying force of its pull, remaining instead on the surface of the water sphere for safety. Another year passed, and he ascended to the 14th divine platform stage. It was during this year that the two water spheres finally collided. Initially, Mo Fan wished to witness the cataclysmic spectacle, but at the moment of impact, darkness enveloped him, and he was left utterly incapacitated. Beep. Host death. Return complete. Current gain, none. Current talent, supreme bone, purple, retained. In the restroom, Mo Fan washed his hands. Having entered the world of despair twice was quite the ordeal. After a brief respite, he gazed into the mirror at his gaunt reflection before plunging into another traversal. Perhaps fortune was on his side this time. To his surprise, the System S notification was markedly different. Beep. Entering the world of grass. Huh. The announcement caught Mo Fan off guard. The world of grass? An image of a small beggar sprang to mind, pitiful yet later rising to prominence within the Qingshan sect, exuding a slight arrogance. Though tragically, the sect eventually perished, and she was pursued relentlessly. As he contemplated this, the system chimed in again. Beep. Talent extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations. You have acquired the talent. Solitary sword body, blue. Description: you possess an innate sensitivity to the way of the sword. You are a born sword immortal. Talent effects: cultivation efficiency 10, fortuity 10. Chapter 61. The delicacy of Swan Mi Ding. Commencement: innate talent loading. You possess dual pupils by nature, a supreme bone structure, a body of bronze and iron, inheriting the Dugu sword body as a mere passerby, adept at petty theft. In this lifetime, you are destined for greatness. Dugu sword body, blue, effect triggered. Unique. In solitude, your comprehension of swordsmanship is doubled. What do you mean? Inheriting the Dugu sword body as a mere passerby? Enough already, system. Is this how you introduce my innate talents? I am at the transformation stage. Where is the grandeur? The bustling sounds enveloped him as the surroundings gradually came into focus. Mo Fan found himself atop a grand arch bridge, beneath which flowed a gentle stream, with vendors calling out on either side. This was the grass world, a place he had visited for the second time. Savoring the essence of the mundane, a smirk crept onto his lips as he cast the system aside. In this lifetime, reaching the harmonization stage was assured. Observing the ebb and flow of people around him, Montag blended in seamlessly. In the grass world, with a Buddha presiding over it, he resolved to maintain stability. As for everything else, he would watch the clouds rise and fall. A daily influx of 10 million internal cultivation experience should not be squandered. By heavens, a monster! A vendor suddenly cried out, his hand trembling as he pointed at Mo Fan. Instantly, the crowd stirred, turning their gazes toward him. Indeed, it is a monster, a skeletal fiend, wretched creature. In broad daylight, how dare you wreak havoc? A local constable admonished. Faced with the crowd's accusatory stares, Mo Fan interjected, Miss, what is happening over there? Why is everyone dispersing? Shao Dai, let's go take a look. As the crowd parted, Mo Fan, who had initially blended in, found himself standing out like a crane among chickens. What monster? I've merely lost some weight. Is that a problem? He lamented, raising his hands in exasperation. Lost weight? The onlookers scrutinized him. Though he resembled a skeleton, a closer inspection revealed he still had some flesh. Moreover, under the sun, he cast a shadow. There was no peculiar odor about him. Is he truly human? Can someone be this emaciated? It seemed plausible. The old man from the Wong family had become so frail before his demise. Listening to the surrounding murmurs, Mo Fan felt a sense of helplessness. Suddenly, he recalled the crimson figure from the Miao realm, who could create illusions for others. Now that he had reached the transformation stage, he should be able to do the same. But, alas, it seemed he was not quite adept at it. Miss, look, he has become so emaciated. It is truly pitiful. Indeed, let us give him 2 copper coins so he may have a proper meal. Clink. 2 copper coins fell at Mo Fan's feet. Seeing this, he wondered, is this how it begins? As if spurred by the first act of kindness, the crowd sighed collectively, and soon the sound of clinking coins echoed in abundance. Ah, I am at the transformation stage, not some beggar, Mo Fan mused inwardly, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. The crowd gradually returned to normalcy, and, gazing at the copper coins at his feet, he decided to take the time to pick them up one by one. It was not that he was in dire need of coins. Rather, an unusual behavior would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Thus, to blend in, Mo Fan resolved to remain low-key. A frail beggar persona was quite fitting. He still had the 8th divine stage to complete, and once that was done, he could truly live like an ordinary person. Soon, having gathered the coins, he noticed that the lady who had initially offered him help had yet to depart. She stood quietly with her maid, observing him as he finished collecting. "Beggar, sir, do you have a place to stay?" She inquired. "My mansion is in need of a long-term worker. If you have nowhere to go, you are welcome to my household." "Miss, he is so emaciated. What can he possibly do?" "I fear he cannot even hold a bowl steady," said her companion. Yulon gazed at Mo Fan, who remained crouched and had yet to rise. Her eyes softened. What Xiao Dai said is true. In his state, he may indeed be incapable of much. Yet, for some reason, I feel that this beggar sir may not be as simple as he appears. Mo Fan ignored the two women, placing the coins into his sleeve before turning to leave. The sight of his frail figure departing evoked a sense of pity. Damn, if it weren't for them still watching, I would have left in a hurry. However, given his current state, if he took large strides, it would certainly raise suspicions. "Miss, he's still ignoring you. No wonder he is so thin. He deserves it." Escaping their gaze, Mo Fan took his first step toward acquiring a property. During the transaction, he overheard someone murmur, "I saw that lady from the Yu family lingering nearby. Ah, that lady is kind-hearted. If it were me, I would never give so much silver." This beggar is quite bold. Instead of settling in the countryside, he uses that money to buy property in the city. TSK, TSK, TSK. These remarks brought a smile to Mo Fan's face. Indeed, there were merits to being ordinary. Thus, Mo Fan settled into this small town. This world was the grass world, filled with familiar faces. However, he refrained from inquiring deliberately about them. Whether familiar or unfamiliar, the cycle of life continued with flowers blooming and falling, the sun rising and the moon setting. Within his courtyard, Mo Fan purchased an iron sword, practicing sword techniques daily to comprehend the true essence of swordsmanship. Before long, a year had passed. Mo Fan ascended to the 15th divine stage. Although he had not sought information intentionally, he had still heard numerous tales from the martial world. 6 years prior, several major sects abruptly severed their lineages, and masters beyond the acquired and innate stages mysteriously vanished. Consequently, minor sects seized the opportunity to rise, as the inner workings of great sects became the envy of many. Thus, chaos ensued in the martial realm. Fortunately, this small town was situated in a remote area, devoid of any significant sects, allowing for a semblance of tranquility. Within his courtyard, Mo Fan planted a peach tree. He refrained from using the spring sword intent, resulting in the tree only growing to a height of 2 people within a year. Over this year, he became somewhat acquainted with the neighbors. "Dugu Yi, it has been a year. Why have you not gained any weight?" A young boy spoke up. "How about I bring you some meat to eat every day?" One evening, as Mo Fan prepared to open his courtyard door, he was stopped. Looking at the kind-hearted boy, Mo Fan smiled and replied, "Not gaining weight is normal. Look at my peach tree. It has not even bloomed yet. How can a person be compared to a tree? That peach tree won't blossom for at least 2 or 3 years. So, it is quite natural for me not to gain weight in a year." "Ah, I see." The boy scratched his head, seemingly convinced. "By the way, do you know the Yu family, young lady?" The boy, around 15 or 16, continued. "She's 18 this year, and I am 16. Could you help me get in touch with her?" Scram. "All right then." The boy ran off a little, still not giving up. "Everyone says you got this courtyard because of the Yu family's young lady. Can't you help me a little?" Scram. "A little toad wants to eat swan meat?" Mo Fan chuckled as he closed the courtyard door. The Yu family controlled the largest fabric shop in the town, ranking among the wealthiest families. As for him, the property here was relatively inexpensive, merely belonging to an ordinary family. Chapter 62. Hearing news of the grass in the courtyard, Mo Fan practiced his swordsmanship, while the peach tree beside him strived to grow taller. After a year of training, he began to gradually comprehend the essence of sword intent and the path of the sword. Lifting his gaze, the twilight sky painted the world in hues of crimson. Within his eyes, a glimmer of white light allowed him to perceive the laws of nature. If the laws of nature are akin to the rules governing the world, water flows downward, leaves flutter and fall, then intent, sword intent, transcends these rules. Perhaps sword intent cannot alter the flow of water, yet it can defy it. At that moment, should he encounter that crimson-clad figure once more, even without employing the shackles of skin, his law of separation would prove ineffective against himself. When intent becomes the path, it can evolve into the way of the sword. Through this realization, Mo Fan grasped the true worth of the sword path. His trump card had increased. Indeed, the sword path held significant value, nearly comparable to the shackles of skin. As dusk deepened, Mo Fan continued to refine his sword practice. Time passed, seasons changed, and the young peach tree grew rapidly, surpassing the height of the courtyard wall. Another year had gone by, and the 16 divine platforms were completed. At this juncture, 7 years had elapsed since the great turmoil in the martial world. This year, Mo Fan heard whispers of a female, sword immortal emerging from the Central Plains, known for her fierce swordsmanship and unwavering resolve. Alone, with a sword and clad in a flowing green dress, she confronted the formidable Longhu sect. And then, what followed? Such tales of valor captivated the hearts of the people here. Instantly, eyes sparkled with excitement as if the silhouette of an unparalleled hero appeared before them, the wind stirring, the delicate green dress billowing. What happened next was unclear, but she fought alone against an entire sect. How could she possibly contend with them? It seemed she had slain numerous experts of the Longhu sect before vanishing without a trace. Truly impressive, she managed to escape unscathed. A lone figure, a sword, a green dress. Mo Fan, visiting an inn for a drink, found this description conjuring an image in his mind, especially since she had challenged the Longhu sect. It appeared that she had grown significantly. Shaking his head, he finished his drink and departed. Lonely brother. On his way back, upon hearing this address, Mo Fan immediately recognized who it was. Lu Jia, the boy who fancied swans. With a name like that, it was certain he would log off by tomorrow. Don't overthink it. Just live off your meals and wait for death. Do you see how handsome I am? Lu Jia boasted, adorned in the attire of a martial world wanderer, striding with an air of arrogance. You've mistaken. I am not lonely. I am Dagu. Ah, well, it's close enough. So how do I look? Do I possess the aura of a hero? Lu Jia showcased his outfit. Surprisingly, your attire is quite decent. Lying on the ground, no one would even think of robbing your corpse. Lu Jia, once I save enough money, I'll acquire a sword. Then, in the entire Chiofeng town, I shall be the most handsome lad. In the courtyard, Mo Fan took a sip of wine. The flavor was rich, yet the alcohol content was low. However, after a few hearty gulps, a haze of intoxication enhanced his perception. The peach tree appeared to shimmer with dual images. The high moon seemed almost within reach. This sensation was peculiar, deepening his understanding of the sword path. It felt as if he was dismantling and reconstructing his perceptions. Of course, to others, this might merely seem like the ramblings of a drunken man. But who can say for certain that the peach tree, 3 years hence, will only blossom with peach flowers? It might also yield the brilliant and luminous moon, or perhaps even pear blossoms. The peach tree is a peach tree, and the peach blossom is a peach blossom. Yet, what if the peach tree is not a peach tree, and the peach blossom is not a peach blossom? Thus, he practiced his swordplay, appearing somewhat mad. This year, while lost in practice, snow began to fall. Lu Jia, as he claimed, had indeed acquired a sword after several months of wandering. However, he was only equipped with a sword. As for anything else, he knew nothing. If a true martial artist were to confront him, a single kick could send him tumbling down a ravine. Speaking of which, he was 17 now, and once winter passed, he would turn 18. He seemed anxious because she was 2 years older than him. Didn't someone mention a match for you? That's true social standing. But have you seen her? Yes, I have. Every year, Lu Jia exclaimed, his eyes filled with longing. Indeed, he had seen her every year. This winter, he would see her again. Snow fell heavily. Each household ventured out to clear the snow. The winter solstice was a grand occasion in this remote region. Lonely brother, the winter solstice has arrived. Let us go. Today, he donned his finest attire, resembling a wanderer of the martial world, though he still appeared somewhat out of place. The dissonance was less pronounced than before. Mo Fan declined a drink. The winter solstice has no bearing on me. Instead, he preferred to gaze at the multitude of stars in the sky, drifting, sometimes falling, sometimes rising, sometimes melting, carpeting the ground with moonlight. He felt a twinge of anxiety. Lonely brother, can we not go just once? What, standing beside me, makes you more confident? Mo Fan saw through his little scheme. Shaking his head, he remarked, you could log off at any moment. What is there to be anxious about? Living one more day is your fortune. Lu Jia, this consolation feels rather strange. Ultimately, he left alone, adorned in what he believed to be his most splendid attire. Like a wanderer of the martial world, he stepped through the snow, leaving imprints behind. The path ahead endless. My daughter, after winter, you will be 20. In the attic, Yulan gazed at the falling snow. Beside her, the family head was present, and the maid, Xiao Dai, lowered her head. The Lu family is quite respectable, considerate. After speaking, he observed Yulan's somber demeanor before silently departing. After a moment, confirming the family head had gone far, Xiao Dai perked up, glancing at the throngs of people below the attic. Miss, look, it seems a stranger has appeared in town. Following her gaze, Yulan noticed an unfamiliar figure, cloaked in a thick straw hat, who, upon meeting her eyes, lowered his hat slightly. Is he a martial artist? Yulan furrowed her brows. Miss, over here, look. Isn't that the fool? Ha ha, he is so ridiculous. Yulan cast a fleeting glance at Lu Jia, her gaze lingering for less than a second before she withdrew it. Noticing her continued silence, Xiao Dai sighed. Miss, are you still not happy? No, let us go to the boat. In contrast to the bustling festivities outside, within the courtyard, Mo Fan reigned in his spiritual awareness. The snow had come, and the young peach tree was left barren, much like himself. The sword path. Why was it just a fraction shy? Taking a sip of wine, he felt a sense of melancholy. He comprehended sword intent swiftly, yet the sword path remained just beyond his reach. Even as the haze of intoxication enveloped him and insights flooded in, it still lingered just out of grasp. Thus, Mo Fan remained in the courtyard, gazing at the multitude of radiant moons, and drifted into slumber. The next day, the neighboring courtyard had new occupants. The newcomers, like him, seldom ventured outside. Due to their proximity, Mo Fan could sense that they were confined within their courtyard, diligently practicing their swordsmanship, just as he did. Chapter 63. Ordinary people. In the early hours of the morning, Lu Jia knocked on Mo Fan's courtyard. With a creak, Mo Fan leisurely opened the courtyard door. He appeared quite pleased, seemingly having gained something from the winter solstice celebrations the previous day. Lonely brother, let me tell you, Miss Yulan looked at me last night. Huh. His complexion was flushed, and he radiated vitality. However, the dark circles under his eyes revealed that he had not rested well throughout the night. Observing his exuberance, Mo Fan shook his head. Well, as long as you're happy. Another creak sounded as someone next door stepped out, their face obscured by a low-hanging hat, clad in a fitted outfit. Once they exited, they hurried away. Who is that? I've never seen him before. Despite the individual attempts to conceal their identity, their distinctive attire sparked curiosity. Why do you care who they are? You're the one who was up early to flaunt that Miss You looked at you, Mo Fan retorted, redirecting Lu Jia's gaze. Lu Jia scratched his head. Lonely brother, could I borrow your wine gourd? I've realized I'm short one. Get lost. Just for a moment. No, just for a day. They sell them at the market. I have no money left, lonely brother. If you have no money, get lost. Mo Fan closed the courtyard door. Not that he didn't want to help him, but rather, one must acknowledge their own standing. Knowing oneself means learning to act accordingly. A toad cannot aspire to taste swan meat. At the doorway, Lu Jia called out again, lonely brother, there is not much work in this cold winter. How about I help you out? With a reluctant creak, the door opened again. Though only a small gap revealed Mo Fan, who pushed out a broken bowl. This is my legacy, is passed on to you today. As for the outcome, that depends on your fortune. The porcelain bowl scraped against the ground, producing a crisp sound. Looking at the shabby bowl, Lu Jia stammered, "Are you asking for alms?" A stranger had appeared in the town, believing he had disguised himself well. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the townsfolk had cast curious glances his way. On the street, the stranger entered the apothecary, producing a gold ingot and placing it on the counter. Such a sight was rare. Even silver was scarce in the town, let alone gold. However, the elderly apothecary said little, casting a glance at the lowered hat before silently preparing the medicine. The ingredients he purchased were all potent tonics for revitalizing energy and blood. Once he exited the apothecary, a young apprentice followed suit shortly after. The next day, news spread throughout the town that a martial artist had arrived. Martial artists often signified vendettas, skills, and treasures. They were not to be trifled with. Regardless of the circumstances, there was no good to be expected. Within the courtyard, although Mo Fan had not left, he too heard the rising discussions. He glanced at the swordsman practicing next door, blissfully unaware, and chuckled. What a splendid concealment, hiding oneself in plain sight. That evening, as Mo Fan continued to delve into the sword path, a knock echoed at the door. Standing there was the individual with the lowered hat. His voice was deep and resonant. "I beg your pardon. Being new here, I find myself quite perplexed. I seek to inquire where the black market may be located." Mo Fan nearly spewed his tea at the mention of a black market. "What nonsense! What kind of town do you think this is? There's no black market here." Peering through the door, he discerned that the boy beneath the hat bore a certain cultivation level, albeit modest, only at the bone refinement stage. "Withdraw, young one. This is no place for a black market. Moreover, you ought to remove that hat. If you wish to live here peacefully, you must blend in with everyone else." Upon hearing this, the boy's brows furrowed. After a moment of silence, he turned and departed. Inside the courtyard, Mo Fan smacked his lips. "Goodness, he is even prouder than my solitary sore body. However, being so aloof at such a tender stage is premature." Shaking his head, he returned to his meditations on the sword path. The following day, the hat-wearing stranger received invitations to a tavern. For ordinary folk, martial artists posed considerable danger. Yet for some prominent families, they represented an opportunity, an ascendance to greater heights. Thus, over the course of 2 or 3 days, numerous young servants extended invitations, all of which were declined. On the 3rd day, Lu Jia somehow acquired a tattered wine gourd. At the doorstep of the hat-wearing stranger, Yulan stood gracefully, as delicate snowflakes fell from the sky. Her maid, Xiao Dai, held a small umbrella, while another maid knocked on the door of the hat-wearing stranger. With the gourd at his waist and a sword at his side, Lu Jia, adorned with sparkling snowflakes, spotted the person he had been yearning for from afar. "Young master, I am Yulan of the Yu family. My father has prepared a feast at the Drifting Full building. Might you consider gracing us with your presence?" Yulan's voice was soft and enchanting. "Not interested. Furthermore, I ask that you esteemed families refrain from coming here again. Otherwise, perhaps wearied by the incessant interruptions." An irate voice emerged from within before the door was fully opened. Soon, a flash of cold light appeared, as a sharp sword zipped past Yulan's ear, severing a lock of her hair before she could react. With a thud, the long sword embedded itself into the opposite wall, reverberating as the severed hair fluttered to the ground. Oof! A cold snort followed as the door closed once more. "Mees, mees, mees." This scene frightened Xiao Dai, who hurriedly turned to her mistress, discarding the umbrella and casting it aside. Yulan, feeling the lingering chill by her ear, turned pale. After being called several times, she finally responded, I'm fine. Miss, who on earth is that?" We offered a kind invitation, and not only did he refuse, but he dared to draw his sword against you. "Forget it, Xiao Dai. Let us go. Miss you, are you all right?" At that moment, Lu Jia rushed over in a flustered state. However, perhaps Xiao Dai had exhausted her anger. She kicked him aside. When Lu Jia got up, Yulan and her maids had already turned, leaving only their retreating figures. Ignoring the snow and mud clinging to him, he gazed at the trembling sword embedded in the wall and the lock of Yulan's hair lying on the snow, then glanced back at her departing silhouette. He clenched his fist, He had never understood the feeling of seeing one's beloved being wronged. But now, all he wanted was to drag that person out from the courtyard and mete out a severe punishment. Miss Yulan, how could anyone dare to harm you? Yet, unbeknownst to him, at some point, Mo Fan had appeared in the snowy expanse, gently resting a hand on his shoulder. Lone brother, get lost. But, get lost. He is a martial artist. What are you? She is a lady. What are you? Lone brother, one must admit, the effectiveness of intimidation was quite potent. From that point onward, the hat-wearing stranger was left undisturbed. Life is starkly realistic. Perhaps due to that day's interruption, Lu Jia never came to knock on the door again. You lad, seeing him beginning to learn how to drink, Mo Fan pondered for a moment before tossing him a basic sword technique and foundational internal cultivation as essential tools for his journey. Lu Jia, that name. If you were to live as an ordinary person, perhaps you could find peace. But to desire the extraordinary, what can an ordinary person use to achieve the extraordinary? Chapter 64. Departure as winter gives way to spring. A fleeting couple of months have passed. Perhaps it is fate's whim. For now, there is one more person practicing swordsmanship within the confines of the house. None other than Lu Jia. Soon enough, on the first day of spring, a piece of news sent ripples through the small town. A hunter, while venturing into the nearby mountains, stumbled upon a century-old wild ginseng. A century-old wild ginseng. Its value is simply incalculable. In an instant, the 7 prominent families of Chiofeng Town dispatched a multitude of personnel to the mountains. This fervor lasted for a whole month, and only when each family returned empty-handed did the excitement finally subside. Half a year later, the tale of the wild ginseng had faded into obscurity. On this particular day, the head of the Yu family arrived outside Mo Fan's courtyard, certainly not to seek him out. After knocking on the door of the man in the conical hat next door, the Yu family patriarch entered, cradling a precious red rectangular box. Just 2 days later, the man in the conical hat became a guest elder of the Yu family. Inside the courtyard, Mo Fan, sensing the developments, sighed. His gaze shifted to Lu Jia, who was practicing swordplay in another corner. Though half a year had passed, and Lu Jia's swordplay had become vigorous and spirited, he still had not crossed the threshold of mastery. No matter how hard he endeavored, he could not earn even a modicum of respect from the Yu family. Meanwhile, the man in the conical hat required no effort at all to garner their utmost reverence. Such is the disparity. The disparity. Feeling a sense of introspection, Mo Fan pondered his own swordsmanship. Swordsmanship. Is his current state of arduous contemplation merely a descent into a peculiar cycle? Within the courtyard, he took a sip of wine and sighed again. In the blink of an eye, another 6 months slipped by. Mo Fan had achieved a breakthrough in his realm, reaching the 17th divine platform. During this time, Lu Jia had not visited even once, and their relationship had grown exceedingly distant. The familiar call of lonely brother was no longer heard outside the door. However, it mattered little. Throughout these 6 months, he occasionally ventured out for drinks and, during those outings, heard news regarding Chao Er. Much like before, yet this time, she had acquired an additional title, the Green Sword Fairy. After a year, she once again challenged the Longhu sect, and unlike her previous attempt, this time she gained considerable fame. The entire Longhu sect was annihilated. Though she sustained severe injuries, she succeeded. Consequently, the name Green Sword Fairy resonated throughout the martial world, and she swiftly ascended to the ranks of top experts. Hearing this news, Mo Fan felt a twinge of melancholy as he gazed at the increasingly towering peach tree in the courtyard. A smile graced his lips. That same year, the entire Chiofeng town was adorned with festive decorations, with joy characters plastered everywhere. Thanks to the aid of martial artists, the Yu family rose to become the paramount family in the town, their status so elevated that even the local authorities dared not offend them. Congratulations. To have such a worthy son-in-law is the envy of many. The Yu family patriarch exclaimed, unable to contain his joy. Today marked the wedding day of his daughter, Yulan, and her betrothed, none other than Bai Wushuang, the man in the conical hat. Frankly, Mo Fan found this name commendable. Indeed, sometimes a name can reveal the essence of a person's future. Bai Wushuang was destined to be unparalleled. However, on the day of the wedding, Lu Jia donned his beloved martial attire, complete with a sword, a wine gourd, and a flowing robe. Miss you on that day. I severed your hair. How dare you submit to him today? He voiced his discontent, his heart filled with resentment. He does not love you. He will never love you. The expression of a Yu family patriarch grew cold, as did Bai Wuxuang's gaze. Clang. Up until that moment, Lu Jia had merely feigned bravado. Yet on this day, he drew his sword. Bai Wuxuang also unsheathed his sword, and with remarkable swiftness, he severed Lu Jia's sword with a single strike. His blade was lacking. It was not a good sword. Before arriving, he had mentally rehearsed various scenarios that might unfold in battle, but he had never anticipated that his own sword would shatter on the spot. You dare disrupt my joyous occasion without even having touched the threshold of mastery? Bai Wuxuang, perhaps a man of the martial world, executed his actions without hesitation. After breaking Lu Jia's sword, he lunged for his throat with the next strike. From behind, the wind rustled, and Yulan's red veil fluttered slightly. She caught sight of Lu Jia, but said nothing and made no attempt to intervene. In fact, her expression bore a hint of anger. He was merely a passerby, unworthy of such words or actions on the day of the wedding. The surrounding guests shared similar sentiments, yet they gazed upon Bai Wuxuang's extraordinary swordsmanship with deep reverence. In an instant, it appeared that Bai Wuxuang's blade was poised to claim Lu Jia's life. At this critical moment, a sigh echoed through the air. Enough, let mercy be shown where it is due. The voice was heard, though the speaker remained unseen. Simultaneously, Bai Wuxuang's sword struck something akin to steel, shattering into fragments that fell to the ground with a crisp sound. A sword of pure steel shattered? Instantly, Bai Wuxuang retreated, alert and scanning the surroundings. Mo Fan remained concealed. That being said, it was impossible for him to reveal himself, as he was still within the courtyard. Amidst the commotion, Lu Jia steadied himself, his gaze traversing past Bai Wuxuang to the figure behind him. The veil slightly lifted, revealing an exquisite visage. She remained as beautiful as ever. Yet within that beauty lay an icy disdain. The chill of her gaze struck him like a thunderbolt, causing him to stagger back a couple of steps. Leave? Mo Fan's voice resonated once more, directed at Lu Jia. Following this, a sword flew swiftly toward Bai Wuxuang, embedding itself 3 inches into the floor. You break one sword. I shall repay you with another. Let us call even. Senior. Bai Wuxuang's expression shifted as he recognized the 2 displays of skill. He was no mere martial artist, unaware of the intricacies at play. This display was truly astonishing. Aware of his own shortcomings and the chasm between them, Bai Wuxuang clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "Very well." He turned to regard the unremarkable Lu Jia. His eyes filled with scrutiny. Such a person, as ordinary as a stone by the roadside. Yet it was precisely this kind of individual who had a formidable protector behind them. If he were to. Ultimately, Lu Jia, in a daze, entered the door adorned in splendid attire, once radiating confidence, now devoid of the sword that had hung at his waist. All that remained was the wine gourd. He no longer cherished the beautiful martial robe, allowing it to gather dust as he walked past the grandly displayed joy characters. For reasons unknown, a phrase echoed in his mind. He is a martial artist. What are you? She is a lady. What are you? Indeed, what am I? She does not resent him, yet she resents me. That year, Lu Jia was 19. With heavy steps, he departed Chiofeng town. He did not know who had intervened to save him, just as he did not know why he had stumbled upon that martial art by the roadside. Nevertheless, the command to leave resonated within him like a revelation. Lonely brother, you were right. I am destined for ordinariness. I cannot see my own self clearly. Lonely brother, I will repay today's kindness another day. As he left, all he took with him was the tattered wine gourd and a broken bowl. In the courtyard, watching Lu Jia depart the town alone, Mo Fan mused. Where are your parents? You just leave like this? Rubbing his chin and observing Lu Jia's retreating figure, he felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Somehow, I doubt this kid will amount to much. Withdrawing his gaze, he turned to the increasingly flourishing peach tree in the courtyard. When will these peach blossoms finally bloom? Chapter 65. The massacre at the manor in the courtyard. He took a sip of wine. At this moment, 3 days had elapsed since the day of the grand wedding. During these days, Bai Wuxuang had visited the residence of the Liu family under the pretense of social call, but in reality, he sought to inquire about Mo Fan. Naturally, his efforts proved fruitless. On several occasions, he caught sight of Mo Fan, yet perhaps due to his frail appearance, Bai Wuxuang merely paused for a fleeting glance before withdrawing his gaze. Mo Fan, too, cast no more than a cursory look in his direction, his steps unsteady as he passed by. The small town fell into tranquility once more. A year swiftly passed. Throughout this time, Mo Fan, while indulging in his daily libations, had not heard any news of Chao. Instead, he became aware of another individual. Upon learning that this person was from the land of Buddhism, Mo Fan raised an eyebrow. The patrons of the tavern described him thus. He was a remarkable figure from the land of the East, a master of Buddhist teachings, particularly renowned for his unparalleled skill in the great compassionate prajnapam, a technique no one could match. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan's gaze flickered. The great compassionate prajnapam? Should it not be the great compassionate great leaf fist? That was a technique he possessed. As for the extraordinary figure from the East mentioned in the tavern, Mo Fan's brow furrowed, and he immediately recognized him. It had to be that bald-headed companion who had once ascended Shaolin with him. The great compassionate prajnapam. Had he merged two techniques to forge a new style? Mo Fan felt a twinge of curiosity. Within the tavern, the idle chatter continued, boasting of the bald-headed man. Does anyone know how he came to be known as the unparalleled Buddha? Everyone knows of Shaolin, though it may no longer exist. He descended from its ruins. It is said that he laughed heartily as he descended the mountain, tears of blood streaming from his eyes, proclaiming the unparalleled Buddha. The unparalleled Buddha. The phrase sounded eerie. Indeed, it seemed that the unparalleled Buddha was the only one among them who had reached the realm of the transcendental. Having heard this, Mo Fan departed from the tavern. The unparalleled Buddha. Was he not a mere mortal? Intriguing. The small town soon welcomed a heavy snowfall. Amid the snow, Mo Fan experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation, reaching the 18th divine platform. At this juncture, only 4 divine platforms remained before he could attain the ultimate limit. This should have been a moment of joy, yet a frown marred Mo Fan's brow. He had initially intended to fully grasp the sword path during his transformation into the divine, but even now, he found himself just a fraction short. He sensed that a mere opportunity was all he needed. This snowfall brought a lively atmosphere to the town's winter solstice festivities, unlike any seen before. Bai Wuxuang had made a name for himself, and the influence of the Yu family had extended into neighboring towns. Amidst the snow, Mo Fan observed the influx of outsiders in the town, yet he paid them no heed. These matters were of little concern to him. He sought only to discover where that elusive opportunity might lie. As the winter solstice unfolded, while others reveled in the bustling streets, Mo Fan adhered to his customary routine, retreating to the tavern for a drink. Over the years, the tavern keeper had grown familiar with Mo Fan, swiftly filling his wine jug. The inn, typically devoid of patrons at this hour, was instead occupied by a group seated around a table. They wore conical hats, much like Bai Wuxuang had in the past, with their brims pulled low. Excellent wine, the tavern keeper remarked, handing the jug to Mo Fan. He casually tossed a handful of coins over his shoulder, turning his back to the group. However, his ears caught snippets of their hushed conversation. Have we confirmed? No doubt about it. Good. This makes our task easier. Tonight, we act. The mention of the Wuxuang sword technique left no ambiguity regarding their intentions. The target was none other than Bai Wuxuang. Shaking his head, Mo Fan recalled when Bai Wuxuang first arrived in Xiaofeng town. He had known then that this young man would inevitably bring trouble. With a sigh, he prepared for the imminent chaos. That very night, a band of cloaked figures launched a surprise attack on the Yu family. Their execution was ruthless. The patrolling guards fell silent, their throats slit before they could raise an alarm. The scene suggested an intent to annihilate the Yu family entirely. Their strength was formidable, all at the refinement stage. In this realm, where only Chao had reached the level of transcendence, these were undoubtedly the pinnacle of warriors. Despite their swift and decisive actions, Bai Wuxuang was no ordinary foe. Perhaps he had anticipated this day, remaining vigilant day and night. My husband? In the dim candlelight, as Bai Wuxiang drew his sword. Yulan gazed at him, bewildered by the flickering shadows. He glanced back at her and simply stated, "They've come." Without further ado, he burst through the door, exclaiming, "Intruders!" His figure melded seamlessly into the night. Bai Wuxiang, you may find solace in one corner of the world, but alas, there is no refuge for you at the ends of the earth. Prepare tout. The clash of blades echoed through the darkness, the sounds of metal on metal resounding continuously. Inside, Yulan trembled in fear. On their wedding night, after consuming the ceremonial wine, Bai Wuxiang had revealed a secret. He was no ordinary man. He had enemies. Should they come for us one day, take the scroll hidden beneath my pillow and flee. Remember, escape as swiftly as possible. Do not look back. With that, he slammed his cup down. The scroll. Yulan retrieved the fabric bundle from beneath her pillow. Just then, a resounding crash shattered the air, the sound of something breaking through the walls. Laughter followed at last. The Wuxiang sword technique is mine. Ha ha! Yulan clutched the bundle tightly, and from beneath her pillow, she pulled out a dagger. As she stepped forward, she caught sight of Bai Wuxiang, now crumpled amidst the ruins, his once dignified form marred by numerous sword wounds. Yet, he still attempted to rise, albeit unsteadily. My husband. Perhaps it was instinct. A soft and fearful voice emerged. At the sound, Bai Wuxiang turned to see Yulan, holding the bundle and the dagger. Run, he commanded fiercely. But could they truly escape? This time, the attackers numbered 4, all at the refinement stage. Against them stood only one at the bone refinement level, along with several ordinary individuals. Such odds made escape improbable. His sharp command left Yulan choking back tears, but as she prepared to flee, a gust of wind knocked her down, causing the bundle to fall from her grasp. The contents spilled forth, a volume of the Wuxiang sword technique and a yellowed piece of parchment resembling a map. Though they knew none here could escape, the black-clad figures found amusement in the sight of someone so easily toppled. Fate has sealed your doom, Bai Wuxiang. Ha ha ha. One of them bent to retrieve the fallen technique, brushing off the dust. What a stroke of luck. Their gaze then turned with predatory intent toward Bai Wuxiang and Yulan. Before another word could be uttered, a sigh echoed through the air. You see, having acquired the Wuxiang sword technique, your objective is complete. Why not simply depart? Chapter 66. The fusion realm. The night breeze was crisp and cool, and within the courtyard, only sound was heard, but no figures were seen. Who is there? Come out. A group of cloaked figures scanned their surroundings with vigilance. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Mo Fan was not present. He was in another courtyard several streets away. Within that courtyard, Mo Fan gazed at the peach tree under the night sky and continued, "Since you do not wish to leave, then stay." Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Wuxiang's eyes widened in shock, and Yulan shared her astonishment. For under the night sky, the seemingly unshakable 4 masters of the refinement realm were suddenly dispersed by a gust of wind. Yes, they were blown away, as if they were mere dust scattered between heaven and earth. What the hell? How is this possible? The cool breeze brushed across Bai Wuxiang's face. The next day, the Yu family narrowly escaped a near disaster. Yet they chose not to publicize the incident. Everything continued as usual. Only Bai Wuxiang, after bandaging her wounds, stood alone in the courtyard. Husband, the Wuxiang sword technique is gone. Last night, that mysterious wind not only took away the 4 cloaked figures, but also carried away our martial arts. It's just a sword technique. It's not important. Bai Wuxiang looked up. Yulan, being untrained in martial arts, could not fathom how terrifying last night's events had been. Even he, Bai Wuxiang, was merely like a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon. Senior, I am the young lord of Wuxiang City. Due to the mysterious disappearance of my father and several generals, our sword technique has fallen into the hands of others, leading to this calamity. I'm deeply grateful for your assistance. Bai Wuxiang spoke these words throughout the night in the courtyard. However, he received no response. As dawn broke, the mist rose. Yet still, no reply came, as if last night's encounter were merely a figment of his imagination. Elsewhere, Mo Fan took a sip of wine, paying no heed to the events, his focus solely on the peach tree in the courtyard. This winter, the peach tree had grown taller, Soon, after the Yu family's ordeal, they became much more reserved. They ceased to expand their family's influence and opted for stability. As for Bai Wuxuang, he changed the location where he practiced his sword, moving to the place where he had been injured that night, where the cloaked figures had vanished without a trace. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had gone by. The 18th divine platform was established. This year was peaceful, with only Bai Wuxuang searching for a senior. With heavy snow falling, another year passed, marking the establishment of the 19th divine platform. The sword path yielded no results, and Bai Wuxuang's search for the senior bore no fruit, compelling him to lead a stable life. Another year elapsed, and the 20th divine platform was formed. This year, Lu Jia returned. He had grown taller, and, after 3 years, his aura had transformed entirely into that of the martial world, stepping into the refinement realm. Senior, I have returned. He knocked on Mo Fan's courtyard door, no longer addressing him as brother but as senior. Lonely senior, I have finally become a martial arts master. Now, I can easily defeat my former self. He declared this, then added, I wish to challenge you. Lonely senior, I would like you to witness this. Mo Fan opened the door and observed the changed Lu Jia, shaking his head. A challenge? Why do you wish to challenge him? Because I have seen my true self. I seek a resolution for what I have lost. Upon hearing this, Montag van Laukit, to seek a resolution for what you have lost? Is that not amusing? Perhaps it was a fruitless pursuit of the Tao, or perhaps he was still in search of it. Facing Lu Jia, Mo Fan remarked, what do you believe you have lost? Before a reply could come, with a flash of understanding, Mo Fan continued, you claim he does not love you, but in truth, you do not love him either. You were born in a mire, attributing all your beautiful fantasies to him. In your eyes, he is sacred and perfect. Yet in reality, he is merely immortal, and so are you. At this moment, the peach tree in the courtyard suddenly blossomed. Mo Fan reflected on the sword path, realizing that perhaps he had regarded it as exceptionally profound, believing it to be extraordinarily obscure and perfect. But perhaps the sword path was not so extraordinary. The sword path is very mundane. That year, Lu Jia came and went, ultimately deciding against the challenge. He arrived quietly and departed just as quietly. However, compared to before, he seemed to have gained some clarity. As he left, a sword hung at his waist, increasingly resembling a true swordsman. Watching his retreating figure, Mo Fan pondered, this kid, is he really leaving so decisively? He arrived with an obsession and departs having let it go. Could it be that he might truly achieve something? Mo Fan stroked his chin. Lu Jia had indeed brought Mo Fan considerable insights. Nevertheless, he still had not entirely grasped the sword techniques. But it seemed he was not far from doing so. He would not force it. He would let it flow naturally. Thus, Mo Fan fully transformed into an ordinary man, living in Qiufeng town. He drank, strolled through the streets, returned to the courtyard, and eavesdropped on the tales of the martial world. Time flew, and 2 years passed. Mo Fan reached the 22nd divine platform. At last, he had arrived at the pinnacle of transformation. The system interface glowed brightly with the option to break through. To ascend from the transformation realm to the fusion realm required an experience of 10,240,000, a daunting figure. Do not be misled by the vast experience. In reality, it was merely a day's experience gained through insight. He could break through at any moment. After the 22nd divine platform, Mo Fan's flesh and blood rejuvenated, transforming him once more into a handsome youth. Closing the panel, he did not rush to break through, but instead gazed at the towering peach tree in the courtyard. Even now, the peach tree had yet to bloom. However, it was of little concern. He was no longer anxious. That year, rumors circulated in the martial world that the unparalleled Green Sword Immortal had invited the unrivaled Buddha to a battle at Mount Tai. This battle was to be a clash of titans. As for the challenge against the bald-headed man, to be honest, indifference was not an option. Moreover, with his flesh and blood restored, staying in Qiufeng town was no longer feasible. After a normal night, it was clear that remaining was not an option. Mo Fan glanced at the peach tree in the courtyard and stood up. It was time to leave. Just like an ordinary outing, he exited the courtyard and closed the door behind him. Of course, on his way to Mount Tai, He sought out a secluded place and clicked to break through. What does it mean to let things flow naturally? Clearly, it means to break through when the time is right. Fearless and unafraid. Ding. Would you like to consume 10,240,000 experience to elevate your realm from transformation to fusion? When the system prompt appeared, Mo Fan hesitated not for a moment. Elevate. Meanwhile, in Chiofeng Town, as Mo Fan broke through, the towering peach tree in a courtyard unexpectedly blossomed at that very moment. With the arrival of the wind, the petals of the peach blossoms soared and swept across the entire Chiofeng Town. The scene was simply breathtaking. Is it the senior? Bai Wuxuang, who had been searching for Mo Fan, suddenly understood something. He hastily made his way to the main street. Looking up at the swirling petals of peach blossoms overhead, his gaze sharpened, and soon he followed the trail, stopping in front of courtyard. He beheld the massive peach tree towering above the courtyard, and his expression shifted. This courtyard was familiar to him, and he had met the inhabitants within on several occasions. His wife was also familiar with it, having heard from the maid that if it weren't for the young lady, he could not afford to stay here. Senior, is it him? Bai Wuxuang's mind conjured the image of Mo Fan's exceptionally gaunt figure. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. The deep rumble of thunder caused the peach blossoms to dance even more vigorously, akin to a heavy snowfall in winter. Before long, Bai Wuxuang found himself surrounded by peach blossom petals, which swirled around him, covering his head, shoulders, and the entire street. He witnessed the towering peach tree shedding its flowers, only for them to bloom once more. Thus, life endures endlessly. My lord, Yulan and her maid, Xiao Dai, approached, gazing in bewilderment at the petals strewn across the ground. Before long, the town's pavilion master, along with Yulan's father and other dignitaries, arrived. A mere glance left them speechless. The process of merging is a critical step towards ascension, requiring the unification of the primordial spirit, the primordial infant, and the body. At this moment, every thought and action converges with the essence of the Tao. Of course, this adheres to the old customs, what they refer to as the ordinary merging. However, when the calamity clouds descended, Mo Fan suddenly comprehended the path of his merging, the ultimate merging. In addition to the unification of the primordial spirit, the primordial infant, and the body, he must also merge the three stages: infancy, maturity, and old age. Gazing at the calamity clouds above, Mo Fan felt a surge of confusion. Infancy, maturity, old age. Past, present, future? Must my merging be so convoluted? This is merely the beginning of merging, the first tier. Boom! In response to Mo Fan's contemplation was a thunderous tribulation, accompanied by a system notification. Ding! Merging complete. Ding! The merging realm is special. It cannot directly attain the realm's limits, and the breakthrough function will temporarily be unavailable. To reach the limits of this realm, one must undergo the three stages of infancy, maturity, and old age. Each stage lasts 10 years. Estimated time to reach the limits of the merging realm, 30 years. As the system notifications concluded, Mo Fan was observed to have become an elderly figure, white-haired and hunched, resembling a man on the verge of the grave. Damn it, how unfortunate. Following closely, the thunderous tribulation swept the ground clean. Meanwhile, in the mortal realm, a figure seated upon a lotus platform opened their eyes. Strange. What was that fleeting aura? On the lotus platform, the individual began to calculate, but with each attempt, their frown deepened. Nothing could be discerned. He, a great sage, had never encountered anything beyond his grasp, apart from the primordial chaos. Could it be the master? Shaking his head, the figure on the lotus platform, after failing to uncover anything, relinquished the endeavor. If it could not be found, it was likely that, apart from a master, there was no other. Thus, he concluded, Chapter 67, The Shackles of Bone, Success. The mountains of no man, the thunderstorm dissipated. An elderly hunchbacked man trembled forth. He had achieved the harmonization stage. This time, in addition to breaking through to harmonization, he had expended 100 of his opportunities, overcoming the shackles of bone as well. Just like the shackles of skin, at this moment, every bone in his body, large and small, was crystalline, radiating a fiery white hue. He could sense that if he were to enter the world of purple mist again, he would at least survive for a decade. Such was the transformation brought about by the shackles of bone, a metamorphosis from 2 hours to 10 years. Although he still did not fully comprehend some details, even in a passive state, he could be considered half invincible. This sensation of newfound strength was, to be frank, quite pleasurable. Clenching his fingers, Mo Fan recalled the red-clad figure of the immortal. The shackles of bone not only bestowed some passive benefits, but also enhanced his power 100-fold. If he were to face the celestial decrees again, even without employing the effects of shackled white light or suppressing with sword intent, he could break the decree with a mere punch. This metamorphosis was the epitome of transformation. With a sigh of wonder, Mo Fan gazed upwards, contemplating the heavens. There was a Buddha up there. He was aware of this. The last time, he had been ruthlessly exterminated by the Buddha, but this time, he was eager to see just how powerful the Buddha truly was and whether he could withstand a strike from a shackled bone. Of course, Mo Fan turned to look towards Mount Tai, deciding not to rush. Stooping, he proceeded step by step towards the mountain. 10 minutes later, he still felt a twinge of soreness in his back. Rubbing his back, Mo Fan found a branch to use as a cane. Although he could straighten his back in an instant with the shackles of bone, he resolved to fully experience the frailty of old age. After all, it was far better than being a fearsome skeleton. Thus, he leaned on his cane, moving slowly, feeling as though he might stumble at any moment. A day later, Mount Tai at last. There were still 3 days until the battle between the green sword immortal and the unworldly Buddha. However, at the foot of the mountain, masters from all corners had already gathered. Each individual present was a true hero, someone whom Lu Jia had once envied deeply. "Old sir, allow me to assist you," a handsome young man approached, observing the trembling Mo Fan with concern. Mo Fan accepted his help and soon rested on a stone. "Thank you," Mo Fan replied, his voice betraying his aged state. "Old sir, are you from Taiyuan? Why are you alone? Where are your family and children?" the young man inquired. He continued, "These days, Mount Tai is teeming with all sorts of people. It is not safe. You should return to Taiyuan. Isn't there a grand contest of masters here?" Mo Fan smiled, looking at the concerned young man. Upon hearing this, the young man's head buzzed with surprise as he stared at Mo Fan. Indeed, there was a grand contest of masters in 3 days. However, if he were a person of the martial world, it would be understandable. But here was an old man with a wrinkled face, leaning on a cane, barely able to walk. Was he really here to witness a contest of masters? What agrantiest? After a moment of silence, the young man took a deep breath. "The contest will be at the summit of Mount Tai, but old sir, I must say with your condition." His words trailed off, but the implication was clear. At this rate, he would likely perish halfway up the mountain, never even reaching the contest. "What is wrong with my condition? I'm still quite robust," Mo Fan exclaimed, striking his leg with the cane, producing a resounding sound. However, the next moment, he grimaced in pain. "Damn, that hurts." The experience of aging was undeniably vivid. The young man sighed. "Very well, it seems I cannot dissuade you. Since you wish to go, I will not stop you. However, you have come too early. You can return to Taiyuan, and I will come to fetch you in 3 days." Just then, a woman in a long dress approached from behind the young man. Seeing her, Mo Fan waved his hand. "Attend to your own matters. I shall rest here a while." The woman called out to the young man, "Ziwen, let us go." Upon noticing Mo Fan, her gaze held a hint of confusion. "Ah, this old gentleman. Not important. Just go," Mo Fan interrupted. Ziwen glanced at Mo Fan and then departed with the woman. "Who is that old gentleman?" I met him on the road. I don't know him. I thought he might be your mysterious master. By the way, why haven't you introduced me to your master after all this time? I would love to, but unfortunately, he has gone missing." As they walked away, their chatter faded. Mo Fan paid little mind to their conversation, rubbing his leg. The pain from earlier still lingered. Damn, aging is no joke. Time passed, and half an hour later, Mo Fan leaned on his cane once more and resumed his journey. Along the way, he drew the attention of martial artists, many of whom cast curious glances. Some even praised him. Truly, This is the legacy of the green, sword immortal, and the unworldly Buddha, attracting even those who are on the brink of the grave. Shoo! Do not speak carelessly. What if he is a revered elder? An elder? What a jest. Just look at his decrepit appearance. He can barely walk and seems drained of vitality. Does he resemble any kind of elder? This old fellow? One kick from me, and he would surely fall apart. Laughter echoed among the martial artists, a mix of honorable and brash characters. However, Mo Fan paid them no heed. Their words were mere banter. If any of them had the courage to approach him, the heavens would soon teach them the reason behind the vibrant blooms. Soon night fell. Mo Fan spotted a tea stall. A sign fluttered in the night breeze, inscribed with the words, "Lonely Tea." Before the stall stood a young man. The name struck Mo Fan as familiar, yet he dismissed it and continued on his way. Time drifted by. On the third day, Mo Fan reached the summit of Mount Tai, where a vast flat area was filled with martial artists. Further ahead, individuals clad in uniform attire clearly belonged to various sections. Among them, some held swords, others wielded knives, standing independently, their garments billowing in the wind, radiating an extraordinary presence. At that moment, a group of individuals in white garments arrived leisurely from behind. Observing the scattered martial artists gathered around, they showed no courtesy and directly ordered them to disperse. Are they from Wushuang City? Someone recognized the white-clad group and quickly made way. Wushuang City, once a first-rate force, comparable to Shaolin and Wudong. However, it was said that Wushuang City had somewhat lost its former glory, as its famed sword technique, the Wushuang sword technique, had become extinct. Let them be. We cannot afford to offend them. Quickly, the crowd parted, leaving only Mo Fan standing alone. You old fool, is this a place you can occupy? Leave. Two figures in white garments approached, hurling insults without hesitation and preparing to forcibly remove him. Chapter 68. The Battle of the Grass in the Grand Presence of Wushuang City. Is it not a mockery that an elderly man nearing 50 is being bullied? Before the two figures clad in white could make a move, a resonant voice interrupted. Turning to the source, they beheld a robust figure wielding a sword, half of his face obscured by a silver mask. A silver-masked swordsman? Such a visage is easily recognized among the scattered heroes of the martial world. At this moment, the entourage of Wushuang City parted, revealing a middle-aged man who addressed the silver-masked swordsman with a furrowed brow. We keep to our own waters. What do you mean by this? What does it imply? It is, of course, a disdain for your actions. At that moment, a crisp voice chimed in. As the words fell, a man and a woman appeared. Old sir, are you well? The gentleman was refined and courteous, the kind-hearted youth Mo Fan had encountered 3 days prior. Zywin. Granpa. Ah, these people are truly despicable, to bully even you. The lady glanced at Mo Fan, then back at the Wushuang City crowd. The twin swords of the city? Someone identified them by name. Zywin shifted his gaze from Mo Fan to the figures of Wushuang City. It seems the rumors hold truth. Wushuang City is indeed no longer unparalleled. Such behavior is nauseating. What are you saying? Seeking death? Shouted a member of Wushuang City. Lord of the city, shall we eliminate him? How dare he insult Wushuang City? He has truly grown wings. As Zywin's words fell, the ruffians of Wushuang City erupted in discontent. However, the middle-aged leader raised his hand, and the other masters present fell silent, suppressing the ruckus behind them. He declared, were it not for today being the pinnacle battle between the green sword immortal and the unworldly Buddha, I would gladly engage you both. Today, consider yourselves fortunate. We shall take our leave. With that, they deftly avoided conflict and sought a more open space. Old sir, at your age, what brings you here? Zywin inquired. I am here to observe the battle, and Mo Fan explained. Observe? Zichin paused. Old sir, since you are here, come with us to the front. It is safer there. Here it is a mixed bag of fish and dragons. Looking at the gentle demeanor of the two, Mo Fan smiled. You may go ahead. I shall remain here. As he spoke, his gaze followed the departing figures of Wushuang City. Recently, his comprehension of the sword path had led him to a profound realization: naturalness. What is naturalness? It is the freedom to do as one wishes. Mo Fan absent-mindedly plucked a blade of grass. Grandpa, don't watch them. Although Wushuang City is no longer what it once was, they're not a group one can easily offend, Ziqing cautioned, noticing Mo Fan's peculiar demeanor. Mo Fan nodded in agreement. You are right. Wushuang City is no longer the Wushuang of old. Grandpa, what do you intend to do with that grass? Ziqing asked, noticing the blade between Mo Fan's fingers. Just playing, Mo Fan replied with a smile. Then, as the wind blew, the grass danced away. Grandpa, will you truly not come with us? I shall not. I shall not. I am old and useless. You may go. Seeing Mo Fan's repeated refusals, Zywin sighed. Old sir. Very well. If the people of Wushuang City return, please call for me. With those words, they bid farewell and proceeded onward. Watching their silhouettes fade, Mo Fan felt an inexplicable sense of celestial companionship. The martial world. This is the essence of it. It is said that a hero is the dream of every youth. Alas, Mo Fan shook his head. He could no longer perceive the atmosphere of the martial world. There was no remedy. He had transcended into the realm of the extraordinary. After their departure, Mo Fan, stooped and leaning against a rock, appeared ordinary, garnering no further attention. Even the members of Wushuang City regarded him similarly. In their eyes, he was merely an old man teetering on the edge of the grave, unworthy of concern. They presumed he might perish on the descent from the mountain. Little did they know that at this moment, Wushuang City had already caught the attention of a green blade of grass. Mo Fan did not engage in any overt actions. He merely cast a watchful gaze upon the arrogant and overbearing individuals. Therefore, within Wushuang City, should there be any tyrants, the heavens would surely deal with them. What constitutes heaven? The green grass serves as the embodiment of it. This was Mo Fan's interpretation of a natural order after his union with the cosmos. United with the universe, one may act in accordance with its will. At the foot of Mount Tai, a bareheaded man glanced at the towering peak, pausing in contemplation. Shortly thereafter, a woman clad in green approached him, a fair hand gripping a sword. She addressed the bald man from behind. I have kept you waiting. The bald man turned. Not long. I was merely concerned. Should this battle truly attract attention, what then? The grass smiled. Then I shall draw my sword. Upon hearing this, the bald man sighed. But what then? Shall we become mere specks of dust? The grass shook her head. You have not witnessed that sword. That sword commands all under heaven. Yet, I question whether I shall ever attain such heights in my lifetime. Rather than that, I would prefer to wield a single sword that cleaves the heavens. The unworldly Buddha fell silent, then chuckled bitterly, correcting her. It is not the heavens you would cleave, but the Buddha. I have not seen that sword, nor have you seen that Buddha. Atop Mount Tai, as the grass and the unworldly Buddha made their appearance, the gaze of numerous martial artists converged upon them. They exchanged no words. Upon reaching the summit, they each took their stance. Among the crowd, Mo Fan observed the now mature grass, her aura exuding a depth that resonated through her eyes. It seems I have truly aged. The once inexperienced little beggar has now grown into a formidable master. She has matured significantly. Calculating the passage of time, Mo Fan began to count on his fingers. After a moment, he shook his head. In reality, it feels as if it were but yesterday, yet here it has been at least a decade and a half. Farewell, grass. Mo Fan had initially believed he could approach this reunion with equanimity. However, the passage of time dulled his thoughts. Where once he merely comprehended aging, he now truly felt the weight of it. Lost in contemplation, atop the summit, grass and the unworldly Buddha exchanged a brief glance before making their move. Grass drew her sword, while the unworldly Buddha extended his palm. Ah, is this how battles among pinnacle masters unfold? No words, just straight into combat. Someone marveled. Indeed, should there not be some flourishes? Another mused. If it were me, I would surely utter something dramatic, like it is cold at such heights. Grass's sword gleamed with ferocity. She employed the Qing Shan sword technique. The technique, robust and weighty, seemingly ill-suited for a woman, yet she wielded it with an exquisite grace. As the sword was drawn, even the winds atop the mountain seemed to hesitate. Clang! The unworldly Buddha met her strike with his palm. In terms of innate talent, the unworldly Buddha's prowess surpassed that of grass by a considerable margin. However, it remained unclear what fortuitous encounters had befallen her. Her Qingshan sword bore an indescribable intent, one that evoked images of perilous cliffs, torrential downpours, frigid winter days, and the unification of myriad swords. A splendid sword technique, the unworldly Buddha praised, and in the crowd, Mo Fan too was taken aback. This grass, lo and behold, had transformed remarkably. How impressive! Chapter 69. The Rain of Swords confronted by the myriad of ethereal concepts emanating from Chao, the unworldly Buddha, executed the great compassionate Prajna palm with great vigor. Boom! Merely a residual wave from his strike shattered a massive rock. Such a sight elicited gasps of astonishment from idle wanderers and various sect members alike. They could only imagine that if such a palm were to strike a human, the outcome would surely be nothing short of obliteration. Chao-'s sword shrieked. Is this swordsmanship truly the Green Mountain sword technique? In this battle, the unworldly Buddha initially approached with a spirit of camaraderie. For this contest was not intended to determine victory or defeat, but merely to fulfill her singular wish. However, the circumstances compelled him to take the matter seriously. Indeed, this is the Green Mountain sword technique, Chao replied softly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. On the mountaintop, where neither wind nor rain prevailed, her eyes shimmered as if rain were softly falling. It was a most peculiar state, a blend of illusion and reality. At that moment, the unworldly Buddha felt a surge of caution. He had underestimated her. With a leap backward, he brought his palms together in a gesture of total commitment. This was the hallmark of his utmost effort. Logically, as a postnatal powerhouse, Chao, with her high realm and exceptional talent, should not have been able to match him so closely. Yet, the peculiarity of her swordsmanship was undeniable. I am beginning to reconsider. If given several decades, or even a century, you might indeed be capable of slaying a Buddha with your sword. Their exchange left the assembly of martial heroes perplexed. Slay a Buddha with a sword? What does he mean? Does he consider himself a Buddha? How audacious! Chao lifted her gaze, as if torrents of rain were about to pour from her eyes. A century, you say? She shook her head. In my lifetime, I have 3 obsessions. First, to return home. The year he departed, I returned to my home, training with my sword amidst ruins for 3 years. Second, to avenge the Green Mountain sect. 7 years ago, the battle ended in a draw. After a year of hiding, I sought to restore the dragon and tiger sect. Though wounded, my heart remains resolute. Third, I seek a rain. As she spoke, it seemed as though illusion had transformed into reality, and she perceived rain drifting down from the heavens. She looked up. It was a rain without roots, a rain of swords. I seek only this rain. With those words, her surroundings shifted, and she felt herself transported back to the Green Mountain sect, to her mortal self. Enveloped in this reverie, her lips curved into a serene smile. Without further ado, her long sword danced lightly atop the summit of Mount Tai. Chao-'s aura underwent a rapid transformation, and now the unworldly Buddha was taken aback. He unleashed a flurry of palms, each infused with his full strength, yet still found himself at a disadvantage. What in the world? Is this the green sword immortal? Am I hallucinating? How can I hear the sound of rain? I have heard of the Green Mountain sword technique, but could it truly be this formidable? The onlookers were astounded. Even the most skilled masters in the front row gaped in disbelief. This swordsmanship is nearly transcendent. Is this truly her sword? At the rear of the crowd, Mo Fan's murky gaze fell upon Chao. Unlike the others, upon hearing her desire for rain, he seemed to grasp something profound. Seek a rain, what is so precious about rain? Atop the mountain, the unworldly Buddha found himself retreating step by step. A closer look revealed numerous sword scars adorning his body. Suddenly, perhaps due to Chao reaching the zenith of her understanding, a burst of silvery sword light erupted, resonating through the heavens. It's over. I cannot withstand it. The unleashed sword light filled the unworldly Buddha with trepidation. However, this sword was not aimed at him. Chao, her long dress billowing, thrust her sword skyward. I cannot wait a century, nor do I wish to wither away before I wield my sword again. The blade expanded in the eyes of the onlookers, as if she had transformed into an immortal, her sword reaching to envelop the sky. Immortal sword, immortal! The crowd stood in stunned silence. For what felt like 3 breaths, Chao ascended nearly 20 zhang from the ground. Just as everyone believed she would ascend to the heavens, she began to descend, plummeting from the sky. Her strike was one that none in the martial world could counter, not even the unworldly Buddha. Yet, in the grand scheme of the heavens, it was but a trivial event, akin to a flea momentarily jumping in place, eliciting not a hint of interest from the cosmos. Soon, a crisp sound echoed as Chao landed upon the summit of Mount Tai, her sword clashing against the stone with a resonant ring. I have been defeated. The unworldly Buddha gazed at the fallen Chao, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. Chao appeared to be waiting for something, her gaze fixed upon the sky. Yet above, the sun shone warmly. The clouds remained tranquil, without any anomaly. No, it is I who have been defeated. The martial heroes could not comprehend these words. They still vividly recalled Chao's breathtaking strike, which could easily be described as an immortal flight. In this context, how could she possibly be considered defeated? Sword immortal, immortal from beyond the heavens. Rain sword immortal. Amidst the clamor, the unworldly Buddha approached Chao, lowering his head to regard her as she continued to gaze at the sky. Indeed, it has become quite noisy. Yes, perhaps I have overthought this, she replied. What if we join forces? Just because we cannot succeed today does not mean we cannot in the future, the unworldly Buddha proposed. Chao remained silent, disturbed by the ruckus of the martial heroes. She felt a wave of irritation and prepared to depart. However, perhaps sensing something, she unconsciously cast her eyes toward the throng and noticed a frail old man. What is it? The unworldly Buddha inquired, puzzled by her sudden halt. Following her gaze, he too spotted the elderly man, leaning against a rock. Each breath caused his chest to rise and fall dramatically, aided by a gnarled staff made from a tree branch. So old, judging by the old man's appearance. It seemed his time was short. One wondered how such an elder managed to ascend to the summit of Mount Tai. Shaking his head, the unworldly Buddha averted his gaze. Indeed, quite old, Chao echoed. She could not fathom why she felt compelled to glance at him. Perhaps it was the bitterness in her heart that allowed her to envision her future self, frail and decrepit. After a brief pause, she ultimately turned to leave, leaving behind the summit of Mount Tai, where a throng of fervent martial enthusiasts remained. It was easy to imagine that from this day forth, her name would resonate throughout the martial world, likely evolving into that of the immortal from beyond the heavens. Sigh. Montag Fenzai at the rear of the crowd. He hunched over, leaning on his staff for support. Seek a rain, you say? He glanced in the direction Chao had departed. To have grown to this point is no small feat. To think you would dare to wield your sword against the heavens. Such fantastical matters. Do you truly believe a martial artist can engage with them? Shaking his head, Emo Fan began his descent from the mountain. Yet before leaving, he seemed to speak to himself. Since you long for rain, then let us witness it once more. With the tap of his staff, the sun remained bright, and the clouds unchanged. But then, a peculiar patter of rain began to fall. My heavens, it is raining. What a miraculous rain. Wait, could it be the work of the green sword immortal? Just moments ago, I heard the sound of rain accompanying her celestial strike. And now it truly rains. Heavens! Sword immortal! Sword immortal! Rain sword immortal! Ah! This rain, the unworldly Buddha regarded the rain falling from the sky, his expression one of bewilderment. Dugu. Chapter 70. The Lord of Wushuang's city, the rain of swords fell softly like a gentle drizzle. Descending the mountain was far more treacherous than ascending it. Mo Fan leaned on his cane, but perhaps due to the steepness of the descent, he slipped unexpectedly. His eyes widened in alarm. Oh dear, this is the end. His frail body felt as if it might fall apart. Without any effort to stabilize himself, he tumbled down the slope, colliding with rocks and trees along the way. What just rushed past? A group of wandering heroes halfway up the mountain paused momentarily. It must have been a stone, they thought. But that was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the green sword immortal. She was indeed formidable. I have resolved to return and paint her portrait to worship her daily. Are you out of your mind? I'm not mad. Rather, it is a stroke of fortune to live in the same era as the green sword immortal. One day, I too shall wield a sword like an immortal. At the foot of the mountain, Mo Fan lamented repeatedly. I have grown old, truly old. To think I could roll down a mountain. He shakily rose to his feet, realizing that his cane had rolled away. No matter. He picked up a sturdy branch to use as a makeshift support. Glancing in the direction of Taiyuan City, the nearest city to Mount Tai, he began his journey. As dusk fell, he spotted a tea stall by the roadside, with the words lonely tea fluttering in the waning light. Feeling parched, Mo Fan leaned on his cane and took a seat. When a young tea stall owner placed a bowl of tea before him, he suddenly recalled that this was the same stall where an old man and a general once gathered. Observing the young lad bustling about, he noted the irony. Once he had been the youthful face, with the stall owner being aged, and now the roles had reversed. Old sir, what troubles you? Is the tea lacking in flavor? The young tea vendor, noticing Mo Fan's daze, approached with a smile to wipe the table. Snapping back to reality, Mo Fan shook his head. Oh, it's nothing, just reminiscing about certain events. The old man here loved to pose riddles and would often share some martial arts techniques. By the way, your tea stall is not an ordinary one, is it? Why do you say that, sir? This is merely a humble tea stall, replied the young man. Mo Fan chuckled. Indeed, you are correct. It is indeed an ordinary tea stall, yet it possesses an extraordinary essence. Within the ordinary lies the extraordinary, and in the extraordinary, there is much that is ordinary. Back then, the old man had grand aspirations, desiring a world free of strife. But in the blink of an eye, he had vanished, leaving only this young lad behind. After sipping the tea and quenching his thirst, Mo Fan stood up. Some matters may simply be neglected due to human laziness. I entrust this to you. Once, this stall-less elder seemed to indicate that lonely tea was akin to a sect in the martial world. Please gather some external martial arts techniques for me. When the time comes, I shall return to collect them. Having said this, Mo Fan leaned on his cane and departed. The young man paused momentarily, but when he looked up to catch another glimpse of Mo Fan, the old man had already vanished without a trace. Turning back, the young man gazed at the fluttering sign of lonely tea, shaking his head as he resumed wiping the table. That night, Mo Fan arrived in Taiyuan City. He took residence there, becoming just another unremarkable old man in the city. The following day, the name of the Green Sword Immortal spread widely within the city. However, another rumor emerged. After her departure, she had once again ascended Mount Tai, seemingly in search of something. Of course, this was merely hearsay, for what could possibly remain for a sword immortal to seek? 3 days later, yet another sensational piece of news circulated. The Green Sword Immortal had struck against Wushuang City. Above the city, Green Sword Energy Sword, the recently returned Lord of Wushuang City, had scarcely settled into his seat before being slain by a single sword strike. Furthermore, all the tyrants of Wushuang City met the same fate. Thus, the reputation of the Green Sword Immortal Sword even higher. Mo Fan, having indulged in some wine, listened to the fervently spreading news. He took a sip from his gourd, indifferent to it all. He was but an ordinary old man, unconcerned with the tumultuous events around him. Mo Fan's dwelling was quite secluded. Upon exiting the tavern, he witnessed a couple quarreling in the street over a hairpin. As he passed them by, he spotted a tofu vendor calling out vigorously. After purchasing a piece of tofu to accompany his drink, he observed a farmer laboriously carrying 2 bundles of thick timber, lost in his own world. The bustling long street seemed to exist for him, yet also not. Walking along the lively street, Mo Fan could only see the cobblestones beneath his feet. The myriad of human experiences unfolded around him, revealing the complexities of life. Reflecting on this, he opened his wine gourd and took a sip, feeling a sense of understanding, albeit vague. Returning to his courtyard, he noticed a small peach tree. As was his custom upon first occupying this yard, he had planted a peach tree within it. The tree stood less than a person's height, small and unassuming. Yet, even in its diminutive stature, it differed from the one in Xiaofeng town. On that day, as soon as the peach tree was planted, delicate pink buds had begun to bloom. If an outsider were to witness this scene, they would surely exclaim in wonder. But to Mo Fan, it was simply ordinary. 3 months later, another explosive piece of news emerged. Following the Green Sword Immortal's departure, the sword energy she had left behind seemed almost sentient, verging on mythical. Henceforth, Any wrongdoing within Wushuang City would summon sword lights from the heavens. What an astonishing sight! This bizarre occurrence moved the hearts of martial heroes everywhere. The green sword immortal had grown so formidable. To call her a deity would not be an exaggeration, would it? Let us go, let us go. I must see Wushuang City for myself. Thus, Wushuang City became a sacred ground for the martial world, an exceptionally peaceful place. Within the city, no one dared to act recklessly or bully others, for the green sword immortal acted on behalf of heaven. Another month passed. Within Wushuang City, martial heroes recognized the green sword immortal. Upon recognizing her, the citizens of the city knelt in reverence. In accordance with the people's wishes, she became the new lord of Wushuang City. For reasons unknown, she accepted this honor and took residence within the city. Upon hearing this news, Mo Fan chuckled. The young lady truly had thick skin. Yet he only smiled. That day on Mount Tai, when he casually picked a blade of grass, it was merely an instinctive act. As for being revered and receiving the adoration of the masses, he had no such aspirations. In the courtyard, Mo Fan took a sip from a gourd. Looking up, he saw the world reflected in his eyes, his mind enveloping the myriad scenes of Taiyuan City. As evening descended, a gentle knock echoed at the door. "Grandfather, grandfather, is grandfather home?" At the door stood a little girl with a bun on her head, holding a basket filled with steaming dishes. Mo Fan, stooping down, opened the door. "Grandfather." The girl, about 7 or 8 years old, spoke sweetly. "This is food my mother cooked." "Oh dear, why such courtesy?" he replied, though he accepted the basket with gratitude. In these past few months, perhaps seeing Mo Fan living alone without family, a kind widow had taken it upon herself to care for him. "Grandfather, eat slowly, it's still very hot. I'll come back later to collect the dishes." With that, the little girl skipped away. Chapter 71. Those who love their kin do not harbor malice against others. In the courtyard, there stood a stone table. The contents of the vegetable basket were quite simple: 2 vegetables and a bowl of rice soup. After blowing to cool it, the rice soup exuded a rich aroma. The girl who delivered the food was named Shuxiuxiu, and she was 8 years old. After finishing her rice soup, she returned to the courtyard, meticulously tidying the bowls and chopsticks on the stone table. Her obedient demeanor prompted Mo Fan to tease her. "Little Xiao, how has your reading been lately?" True to her name, the petite girl harbored a dream of passing the imperial examinations. "Grandfather, my mind is filled with the contents of books," she replied eagerly. "Let me recite for you." Though reading was tedious, she struggled to comprehend much of the material. Nevertheless, her diligent efforts were evident as she memorized passages. Those who love their kin do not harbor malice against others. Her clear voice resonated throughout the courtyard, evoking memories in Mo Fan of the days spent teaching children to read in Meow Meow's village. After a moment, she concluded, "Grandfather, I've finished reciting. I must return now." By the time Mo Fan regained his senses, she had already cleaned up and was closing the gate behind her with a creak. The courtyard fell silent once more. Reading. Enlightenment. Staring at the closed gate, Mo Fan found himself lost in thought again. Half an hour later, the sky darkened. In the courtyard, the chirping of insects began to fill the air. Another half an hour passed, and, as the moonlight cascaded down, Mo Fan finally lifted his gaze to the moon hanging above the courtyard. Time and old age seemed almost non-existent, slipping away inexplicably through his fingers. Shaking his head, he rose, stooped over, leaned on his cane, and entered the house. The next day, a piece of news reached his ears. In a small town to the north, there existed a genuine inheritance from Wushuang City. Wushuang City inheritance. While drinking, the news conjured the image of Bai Wushuang in Mo Fan's mind. In the world of martial arts, it was not the prowess of one's skills that was feared, but rather the possession of treasured items and the widespread nature of such news. What a calamity that would be! After finishing his drink, Mo Fan sighed and returned to his courtyard. As for Bai Wushuang's future, whether it would be fortune or misfortune, it was all a matter of fate. For Mo Fan, it did not hold any significance. He was content to live out his days as an old man, enjoying the food provided to him each night. Everything at his own pace. A month passed. One day, Shuxiuxiu's mother began going door to door, seeking loans. With a little inquiry, Mo Fan quickly understood the reason for the borrowing. It was to secure an opportunity for Shuxiuxiu to take the childhood scholar examination. Shuxiuxiu's mother was well-liked, and given Shuxiuxiu's passion for reading, the money was lent quite readily. Of course, she borrowed from everyone, but did not come to Mo Fan. In the courtyard, Mo Fan stroked his aged chin. Is it that you look down upon this old man? After borrowing the money, she began to leave early and return late. On the fourth day, she appeared elated, and when Mo Fan looked at Shuxiu, she was dressed in the attire of a scholar's attendant. This was the first step toward participating in the examination, becoming someone else's attendant. Naturally, others would not require her, but it was unfortunate that Shuxiuxiu was a girl. Seeing her in her new outfit brought Mo Fan joy, and that day, all the neighbors came to bid her farewell. An attendant was tasked with caring for the daily needs of others. Although the journey was not far, from this day forth, Shuxiuxiu would no longer return home. Grandfather, you came too? In the crowd, Mo Fan appeared quite ordinary, leaning on his cane. Perhaps it was due to the occasional snippets of knowledge he shared with her over the months that Shuxiuxiu felt a closeness to him. Mo Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, a horse-drawn carriage arrived. Get on, the driver said as the carriage paused momentarily before starting up again. Attendants were not entitled to ride in the carriage. If the master was kind, they might sit alongside the driver. If not, they would have to run alongside. Watching the carriage roll away, Shuxiuxiu hurriedly followed, not having the time for a proper farewell to her mother. Mother, I will definitely pass the childhood scholar examination. From a distance, that was all she could shout. Oh. Though hurried, Shuxiuxiu's mother smiled broadly, responding with repeated exclamations. That day, the neighbors were all quite happy. After all, if one of their own produced a scholar's attendant, they too would share in the glory, wouldn't they? That evening, Shuxiuxiu's mother invited everyone for a meal, and this time, Mo Fan was not overlooked. He joined in the gathering at her home. After a bustling and lively meal, the next day, she became busy once again. There was no choice. The borrowed money had to be repaid. Moreover, after the childhood scholar examination, there was still the next level, the scholar. The road ahead was long and arduous. In the courtyard, without Shuxiuxiu bringing meals daily, it felt even more desolate. Every night, as the moon rose, although Shuxiuxiu's mother invited him to her home, Mo Fan declined upon seeing her weary face. He took out a silver coin, but she refused it. Old man, there are many places to spend money. At your age, you shouldn't be working. It's best to save and spend slowly. She said this, and perhaps seeing Mo Fan's wealth, a hint of a smile returned to her fatigued face. Old man, I'm heading back now. Remember to spend wisely. If cooking becomes inconvenient, come to my house at this time each day. Don't be shy. Treat it as your own home. With that, she departed. Ordinary people seem to understand the importance of money deeply. Logically, if one recognized its significance, one should grasp it tightly. Yet, ordinary people often misplace their priorities, focusing on empathy instead. They needed it, he needed it. Shaking his head, Mo Fan gazed at her retreating figure, feeling a sense of resonance. Life always rushed by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Shuxiuxiu sent a letter home. This was the happiest moment for her mother after a month of busyness. Being illiterate, she knocked on doors to inquire, and ultimately, the letter found its way into Mo Fan's hands. Old man, can you read? She exclaimed excitedly. Mo Fan nodded and opened the letter. The contents were simple. It was merely a greeting, assuring her that she was doing well and there was no need for concern. Such sentiments were easily guessed. However, as Shuxiuxiu's mother listened, she unexpectedly began to cry. Well, as long as she is well. She wiped her eyes, speaking to herself. Ah, Shuxiuxiu's mother, soon you shall have your rewards. Ah, Shuxiuxiu's mother, this is good news. Why you still cry? The neighbors comforted her. I am happy, truly happy. Shuxiuxiu's mother said as she wiped her tears and smiled. By the way, old man, could you write a reply to Shuxiuxiu? After a moment, Shuxiuxiu's mother asked. Mo Fan, stooping over, nodded. The reply would be simple as well, expressing that her mother was happy, that she was doing well, and that Shuxiuxiu should take care of herself and diligently study under the young master. After writing, he sealed the letter and slipped a bit of silver inside. Shuxi Uxiu's mother is truly fortunate. Unlike my own ungrateful child, they're about to drive me to despair. As the envelope was sealed, the neighbors looked on with envy. Chapter 72. The Path of Rainfall. On this day, Xiaoxiu's mother personally prepared a meal for Mo Fan. Observing her joyous demeanor, Mo Fan graciously accepted her kindness. However, the following day, everything returned to its usual state. The next day, rumors circulated through the martial world that the legendary Wushuang city had indeed passed down the Wushuang sword technique, now discovered in a nameless peach blossom town. This news stirred many idle wanderers of the martial realm, for the Wushuang sword technique held immense renown. These individuals fantasized about mastering this technique, envisioning themselves rising to the pinnacle of the martial world. Thus, the tides began to shift. It seemed that Bai Wushuang would no longer be able to enjoy peace. Of course, this had little bearing on Mo Fan, who merely smiled upon hearing the rumors. He focused instead on his own path after finishing his drink. Soon, half a month passed, and the examination for young scholars was approaching. One evening, Xiaoxiu returned home. Perhaps due to the late hour, her arrival did not disturb the neighbors. But Mo Fan noticed her. He turned to see her coming home. Although it had only been a little over a month since their last meeting, she appeared noticeably more mature, her 8-year-old face marked with worry. "Mother," the teacher said, "I am not qualified to participate in the examination for young scholars." The little girl, not fully comprehending the notion of qualification, believed her lack of success stemmed from insufficient diligence. "I have taken great care of the young master, and I have memorized all the texts he studies." "Don't be silly. How could you possibly be unqualified? Do not worry, just focus on your studies." Her mother offered no further explanation, comforting her as she held her close. The next day, Xiaoxiu's mother left home before dawn. As the first light broke, a coachman knocked on Xiaoxiu's door, ready to take her away once more. This time, however, she shouldered a heavy satchel of books and sat alongside the coachman. She had only one night to return home, a privilege granted by the young master. The carriage halted in front of a grand estate, and as dawn fully broke, a child emerged from within. The child, appearing around 11 or 12 years old, tossed Xiaoxiu a blank notebook as he boarded the carriage. "This is the assignment given by the teacher," he stated, clearly having not completed it. Yet, this posed no problem, for Xiaoxiu was there to assist. "Go!" The carriage rumbled forward. Upon arriving at the academy, the young master disembarked and collected the transcribed text from Xiaoxiu before striding into the institution. As for Xiaoxiu, she lacked the qualifications to enter the academy. Before the academy, numerous carriages had come to a stop, and from them emerged affluent individuals akin to the young master, each accompanied by lovely young ladies. "Hey, Xiaoan, what about your companion?" There are many types of attendants, but those who could accompany their masters closely into the academy were known as companions. "She is unwell," Xiaoan replied. "Unwell?" The onlookers teased. "Enough of that. Stop your nonsense," Xiaoan waved them off. As the young master chatted with others, the carriage carried Xiaoxiu away. Outside the academy, no one paid attention to the young attendants sitting in the carriages. Before long, the carriage entered the back courtyard, where many children had already gathered, all evidently attendants waiting for their masters to return. "Teacher, am I really not allowed to take the examination for young scholars?" Xiaoxiu approached a man resembling a steward. "I have told you countless times, do not call me teacher. I am not worthy of such title." The man shook his head, then looked at Xiaoxiu, whose eyes brimmed with hope, and sighed. "What does it matter for a girl to take the examination? It is not feasible. But my mother said I could." "Your mother? If she had the ability, she would not have sent you to be an attendant." Meanwhile, Xiaoxiu's mother, having left early, returned home. After resting for only a few minutes, she began knocking on doors again, this time seeking to borrow money. However, perhaps due to her previous debts, she managed to collect very little. In the courtyard, Mo Fan observed her increasingly troubled expression and tossed 3 silver coins to her feet. "What?" Xiaoxiu's mother stood bewildered, staring at the coins, unsure of how to react. Seeing her confusion, Mo Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Is it truly possible for silver to hold such power? Mo Fan mused, playing with more silver ingots in his hand. Somewhere along the line, silver had become as inconsequential as stones to him, his desire for wealth having diminished to nothing. He recalled how a single coin could once pose challenges to even the strongest of heroes. Mo Fan shook his head, glancing at the peach tree in the courtyard. Is it not like this silver? When one is in need, one begs, yet at times it becomes worthless. As he spoke, an epiphany struck him. Previously, he had understood the importance of acting according to one's heart, yet this freedom seemed not quite so simple. It was intertwined with desire. It was the pursuit of the path that made one act spontaneously and naturally. In that moment, Mo Fan's eyes sparkled with clarity. He seemed to grasp the essence of the path. The notion of worthlessness equated to the stones by the roadside. The pursuit of the path? Was he merely a step away, lacking an opportunity? No, he was not merely a step away, nor was he lacking an opportunity, for he did not pursue the path. Montag van Smedet. I do not seek. I seek nothing. On that day, Xiuxiu's mother joyfully returned home with the silver coins, while Mo Fan, as he toyed with the coins, watched them turn to dust and scatter with the wind. On that day, Mo Fan beheld the small peach tree, its buds blossoming beautifully. Thunder rumbled. Mo Fan had once believed that thunderbolts only struck during moments of significant breakthroughs. Yet, it came suddenly, though only the sound echoed, without a cloud in sight. Was it a calamity or merely the heavens' applause? In the courtyard, Mo Fan rose. It turns out that being merely a step away does not imply lack. Lacking opportunities does not mean truly lacking. This notion was simple, yet difficult to comprehend. Goodness, I almost fell into that trap. Not lacking, not seeking, not seeking. Ding! Congratulations. Host has comprehended the essence of the Rainfall Sword Path. The rules and applications of the Rainfall Sword Path are now accessible. Rules and applications? Mo Fan turned his gaze, and, in an instant, enlightenment washed over him. He had always believed that the laws of heaven and earth were rules. Yet that was not the case. The laws of heaven and earth were the natural order, wielded as weapons by the immortals. And the rules? Mo Fan's focus sharpened, and at that moment, he understood why the crimson-clad individual had been so astonished when witnessing his comprehension of the Rainfall Sword Path. Because the path is not about employing rules, it is about establishing them. Ding! Please name the rules of the Rainfall Sword Path. Introduction. Unnamed. Source. Rainfall Sword Technique, with the essence of rainfall, certifying the path and adding, unnamed, new rules. Since it originates from the Rainfall Sword Path, let it be called the Path of Rainfall. Ding! Naming successful. Introduction. The Path of Rainfall. Source. Rainfall Sword Technique, with the essence of rainfall, certifying the path and adding new rules of the Path of Rainfall. Effect. All things, all rules, all paths may fall. Those of equal or lower rank than the Path of Rainfall may have their rank, fate, rules, techniques, realms, and divine abilities diminished. Current path strength, level 1. All things, all rules, all paths may fall. Chapter 73. You are no longer a daughter. In the courtyard, Mo Fan stood amidst a flurry of peach blossoms. One moment of enlightenment, and the myriad laws dissipated. He lifted his gaze towards the peach tree, and with a mere thought, it transformed into a sapling in an instant. This, even life, can be manifested. Establishing rules indeed feels surreal. Mo Fan took his seat at the stone table. Reflecting on it, he felt a tinge of melancholy, not expecting that a mere offering of useless silver stones would awaken his consciousness. It turned out he lacked nothing at all. He had merely fallen into a spiral of convoluted thoughts. Contemplating, Mo Fan closed his eyes. Upon attaining complete enlightenment, he glimpsed the realm beyond the sword's path. In its simplicity, it was an elevation of the path's level. There are 9 levels of the Tao. Of course, this is the terminology from the system. For ordinary practitioners, it is referred to as the 9 extremes. At the stone table, a smile graced Mo Fan's lips. Each path culminates in the 9th extreme. He glanced at the panel, his gaze settling on the long spring sword intent. With the Rainfall Tao established, naturally, the next step is the long spring Tao. The Tao of conceptual rules. The more, the better. A night passed in silence. The next day, Xiuxiu's mother set out with silver before dawn. Watching her dedicated departure, Mo Fan shook his head. Yet, He couldn't help but acknowledge that if it weren't for her, he might have languished on the path of enlightenment for much longer. He raised his hand, and in the courtyard, a petal from the fallen peach blossoms drifted into his palm. The rainfall Tao. Mo Fan's voice resonated softly. The peach blossoms swirled gently, vanishing into the horizon. Achoo! A young gentleman rubbed his nose, having secluded himself within his mansion. With that sneeze, it felt as though he had lost something. Perplexed, he stretched and sighed. Perhaps he was simply fatigued. Alas, a moment of rest is needed. He wondered if the esteemed guest would arrive today. The rainfall Tao. The law of falling connections. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao's mother presented her silver to a rather rotund individual. He accepted with a grin, instructing her that she could return. "Thank you, my lord." She bowed respectfully, expressing her gratitude repeatedly. However, once she exited the mansion, the rotund man sneered, weighing the silver in his hands. "Huh, a woman seeks to attain scholarly honors? What a farce." He pocketed the silver and mused, "Come to think of it, she does possess quite a bit of silver. Let me consider. Once the student passes the exam, I'll tell her the connections are established, but she'll have to wait until the next registration. Of course, the next time will require a substantial amount of silver as well. Ha. By the way, her daughter is quite lovely. I must find a way for her to make an appearance. What if she catches the eye of some young master? As the facilitator, I would surely reap a handsome profit." Xiaoxiao's mother remained oblivious to these machinations. Upon reaching the street, she was filled with joy. Although her wealth had been depleted, her heart felt abundant. "Xiaoxiao, focus on your studies. Everything is taken care of by your mother." As she strolled along the long street, watching the vendors peddling their wares, she hesitated before removing a hairpin from her head. Moments later, she cradled a precious snack in her arms. However, just as she exited the snack shop, she encountered neighbor Xiaoxiao's mother. "Have you gathered enough silver?" The neighbor inquired upon meeting her. "If you haven't tea, you can let Xiaoxiao wait a few more years. After all, there are no age requirements for the student exam. That should suffice. Besides, arrangements have already been made." Xiaoxiao's mother looked up at the newcomer and gently replied, "Oh, I've gathered enough." "Really? You managed to gather enough?" The neighbor expressed surprise. Xiaoxiao's mother, "You weren't worried last night." Just then, a wealthy young master with attendants seemed to overhear their conversation and curiously glanced over. "Xiaoxiao, student? This name doesn't sound like a girl's name. Can a girl even take the student exam?" The young master's bodyguard, possessing considerable strength and bearing a waist token, observed closely. After a moment's contemplation, the young master closed his folding fan and approached Xiaoxiao's mother. "According to our calendar, it seems women cannot participate in the student exam," he remarked with a smile. However, Xiaoxiao's mother, recognizing the young master's opulent attire, felt intimidated and dared not argue. She merely said, "Young master, I am but a humble citizen. I seek your pardon for disturbing you. I shall take my leave. You mentioned having arrangements. It seems you were deceived." The young master continued as she prepared to depart. His words made Xiaoxiao's mother pause. "Deceived? How could that be? That person was a high-ranking lord. How could he deceive her?" Seeing her hesitation, the young master toyed with his folding fan, chuckling, "In this world, it's surprising to see a woman aspiring for scholarly honors." "Xiaoxiao, are you truly a daughter?" Xiaoxiao's mother nodded. "She is currently studying at the academy." "No academy, merely a student." Ha, student? A girl, a student, aiming to take the examination?" The young master laughed heartily. "Why not?" Xiaoxiao's mother responded, "Xiaoxiao is capable of everything. She understands it all." At these words, the young master laughed even more joyfully. As he chuckled, his attendant cautiously reminded him, "Young master, the time has come. Should we notify the prince?" "Forget it. Not today." After finishing his thought, the young master turned to Xiaoxiao's mother. "She understands everything?" Xiaoxiao's mother nodded affirmatively. The young master opened his folding fan and instructed, "Investigate who the student named when Xiaoxiao is. Bring her to me. I wonder if I may visit your home." Having arranged everything, the young master addressed Xiaoxiao's mother. Faced with such an illustrious figure, she dared not refuse and had no choice but to lead him home. In the courtyard, observing Xiaoxiao's progress, Mo Fan played with the peach blossoms in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the blossoms gently fell to the ground. "Is this not invincible?" From this moment forth, he truly possessed a trump card of unparalleled power. Henceforth, regardless of what unknown entities arise, he would initiate with the Rainfall Tao. Initially, he intended to test the law of falling connections, curious about its workings. Yet, the outcome exceeded all expectations. With his head raised, Mo Fan gazed at the heavens with his murky eyes. The last time he stood here, he had been defeated in an instant by the Buddha. This time, however, he wished to see that Buddha fall. On that day, Shu Xiuxiu, bewildered, was brought back home. The young master, seemingly satisfied, nodded approvingly at the modest Shu Xiuxiu, then closed his fan to engage her in deeper conversation. The next day, the young master returned, this time accompanied by an elderly gentleman. After confirming Shu Xiuxiu's remarkable literary talent, he said little and departed once more. On the third day, in the dead of night, the young master arrived silently, this time revealing her flowing hair. She was the current princess, visiting Taiyuan City merely for leisure. However, that was but a facade. She sought to vie for imperial power. As for Shu Xiuxiu, the matter of the student exam shall be entrusted to me. However, you must remember, from this day forth, you are no longer a daughter. Chapter 74. The challenge to the green sword immortal. That evening, Shu Xiuxiu gathered her long hair, and her beautiful eyelashes were trimmed. From that moment on, she could no longer present herself as a daughter. That night, those who knew Shu Xiuxiu, including the noble Qiu and the stableman, the swindlers, and the steward in the backyard, disappeared. Does this mean I can participate in the Tongsheng examination? Shu Xiuxiu exclaimed with joy. It is only natural, replied the princess. Mother, I can participate now. Shu Xiuxiu turned to her mother. Teacher, my mother is right. I truly can take part in the Tongsheng examination. Prepare yourselves, for the examination is but a day away. Yes, yes. After the exam, you need not return to the Qiu family. From that day forth, Shu Xiuxiu's family was taken away under the cover of night, and the courtyard of Mo Fan once again returned to tranquility. A month later, while indulging in wine, he heard a piece of news from the martial world. The heir of Wushuang City was saved from despair by a beggar-like figure. This beggar, disheveled and holding a sword, proclaimed, "The elder is right. I am a person who could depart at any moment. I have indeed attributed all beauty to her. Even if he wielded that sword on that day, he is still better than me. My talent is poor. Mastering the skin technique is my utmost limit. I cannot see clearly. Even if I later give up, I still cannot see. I feign understanding, yet I cannot see. The elder is right. I am a person mired in a quagmire, someone who should have perished long ago." Thus, rumors in the martial world spoke of a man who, despite having no regard for his life, managed to hold off dozens of others despite being at the skin technique level. In that battle, even when his arm was severed, he fought fiercely with his teeth. Such actions instilled terror in people. It is said that before his demise, he felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, exclaiming, "Beauty, beauty. How liberating. So this is beauty. Elder, I still cherish beauty. Beauty is not a mere fantasy. It should not be forsaken, and it truly exists. Beauty is right behind me." As he filled his wine gourd, listening to the surrounding tales, Mo Fan paused for a moment. Is this Lu Jia? To his surprise, he had returned. The vivid descriptions from those around him vaguely painted a picture of a weak swordsman, a scruffy swordsman, daring to confront a multitude of powerful figures, unafraid and unyielding. Despite his untidiness, the aura of his gallant spirit was captivating. Shaking his head, Mo Fan secured the wine gourd to his waist. It was evening, and the sunset was visible. Exiting the tavern, Mo Fan took a sip from the gourd. He cared not for Lu Jia's demise. His focus lay solely on the Changchun sword technique. Bending slightly as he leaned on his cane, the alcohol caused him to stumble. When he thought of the sword technique, Lu Jia's visage inexplicably surfaced in his mind. Changchun should embody the essence of perpetual life. Mo Fan murmured the sword technique, observing the faint silhouette of Lu Jia, particularly in his attire reminiscent of a martial wanderer. This scene seemed to evoke the notion of eternal vitality. From an ill-fitting martial wanderer's garb to one that gradually fit, in the end, he had become a martial wanderer himself. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Shu Xiuxiu earned the title of Xiucai. Ordinarily, when someone achieves such a status, it warrants a celebration among peers. However, there were no ripples in Taiyuan City. Although she became a Xiucai, she also bid farewell to this remote place, leaving Taiyuan City behind. During that year, the affairs of the martial world remained uneventful. Only a few whispers circulated regarding someone from Wushuang City who dared to bully others within the city, only to meet his demise. On the day of the spring equinox, a day cherished by Mo Fan because of the Changchun sword technique, he noticed a carriage on the long street with a young coachman aboard. Shu Xiuxiu had leaped over the Dragon Gate, but other girls like her were not as fortunate. A year had passed, and aside from growing a bit, there were no other changes. Of course, those of notable beauty experienced a shift in status, becoming companions in reading. The sound of the carriage wheels echoed crisply along the long street. The carriage moved slowly, but perhaps due to its status, it did not shy away from others. Naturally, even if it did not, no one paid it any mind but willingly made way. There was little choice. If one donned the attire of a martial wanderer, it would be a different matter, as the carriage would yield. But if not, it was prudent to be discreet. That year, Mo Fan observed the peach tree in the courtyard growing steadily once more. A year prior, he had experimented on the tree with the rain technique. Yet life is wondrous. What if it fell? As long as time endures and life persists, growth shall never cease. Thus, during the entire 3 months of spring, Mo Fan, aside from indulging in wine, simply watched the peach tree grow. Life begets life, quietly and steadily. When the branches and leaves of the peach tree grew withered and heavy snow began to fall from the sky, another year had passed. The winter solstice arrived, bringing not only snow but also a reward from the otherworldly Buddha seeking a scripture, the great sun Tathagata Sutra. Upon hearing this news, Mo Fan smiled. He glanced at his backpack. During his time in Shaolin, he had already touched upon the original text of this technique. Seek it, bring it forth. Shaking his head, Mo Fan remained unconcerned. It was this scripture that had drawn forth the Buddha. He would not allow it to resurface in the world again. Calculating, the second year in the unified realm of old age had arrived. Living a stable life and comprehending the Changchun sword technique was the true path. Thus, Mo Fan felt secure and continued to live leisurely. However, just as he thought this winter would pass quietly, news spread that Shu Xiuxiu had become the top scholar. She had taken on a new name, Shu Xiu. The news claimed she hailed from another city, having no ties to Taiyuan City whatsoever. This information seemed reasonable, and no one suspected anything. Even those who had once been neighbors of Shu Xiuxiu in Mo Fan's courtyard held no doubts. They merely sighed upon hearing her new name, wondering about Shu Xiuxiu's well-being. I wonder how she is doing. Why did she move away without a word? I wonder what happened to her. Had I known, I would have lent her more before she left. Then, we could have produced a scholar here too. In the courtyard, Mo Fan toyed with the snowflakes in his hand. A 10-year-old top scholar? Quite an extravagant game. With a slight sigh, Mo Fan chose not to dwell further. As winter passed and spring returned, while the peach blossoms flourished once more, a ripple stirred in the martial world. The heir of Wushuang City had emerged, wielding unparalleled swordsmanship that overshadowed the realm, and he intended to challenge the current lord of Wushuang City, the Green Sword Immortal. He sought to reclaim what was rightfully his, Wushuang City. To think someone would dare challenge the Green Sword Immortal was indeed a rarity. One must understand that the Green Sword Immortal had nearly become a myth. In such circumstances, was this not courting death? However, the challenger was no nameless figure. He was the young lord of Wushuang City, igniting the interest of martial wanderers far and wide. Additionally, there were whispers of another rumor. Some claimed that the young lord of Wushuang City was the one who once possessed the legacy of Wushuang City in a distant small town, saved by a beggar. Some said this challenge was not merely for the sake of reclaiming Wushuang City, but also held a deeper purpose, an act of gratitude. Chapter 75. The world should embrace literature, not martial might. By Wusung Jialensko. Mo Fan sets aside his wine gourd, and without hesitation, he decides to witness the event. Stooping slightly, he closes the courtyard gate, bidding farewell to Taiyuan City. Wushuang City has experienced both glory and desolation. Now, With Chower potentially assuming the role of city lord, it may flourish beyond its former splendor. Upon his arrival, the challenge has already commenced. Atop the city wall, Mo Fan catches sight of Bai Wuxuang standing proudly, his sword aimed directly at the serene figure of Chower. Amidst the gasps of astonished martial artists, Bai Wuxuang strikes. The sword gleams, and in an instant, he appears before her. Yet, Chower does not draw her sword. Instead, she deftly pinches Bai Wuxuang's thrust between her fingers, and with a sharp crack, his sword shatters, clattering to the ground. In a single move, Bai Wuxuang is defeated. Following the break of his weapon, Chower nonchalantly gestures, sending him tumbling from a wall. "Your affairs concern me not," she declares before turning away, her gaze drifting towards a solitary blade of grass in the sky that refuses to fall. "When I find it, I shall return it to you." With that, Chower vanishes from sight. Is the renowned Wuxuang swordplay truly bested so easily? The crowd is abuzz with disbelief. Indeed, she's the greensword fairy. Remarkable, the astonished onlookers murmur. Among them, Mo Fan, inexplicably captivated by Chower as retreating silhouette, perceives her as a singular sword immortal. Damn, her presence is overwhelming. Stroking his chin, he feels a pang of envy, as her aura seems far more refined than his own. A day later, the assembly of martial artists disperses. Yet the name of the greensword fairy reverberates anew. Mo Fan decides to settle in Wuxuang City. Following tradition, he plants a peach blossom tree in his courtyard. However, this city feels distinct from others. As he gazes upwards, he notices a blade of grass undulating among the clouds, reflecting upon his own capabilities. An uncanny sensation envelopes him. It appears that acting on behalf of heaven seems to surpass her pretense. Yet, this facade remains unknown to others. Shaking his head, he takes a swig from his gourd, indifferent to the unnoticed. What does it matter to be revered or admired? Life consists of a sip of wine and a morsel of meat. Joy is found in a peach blossom and a gourd. Contentment lies in a courtyard through the seasons. As for solitude, yearning begets loneliness. Without desire, there is only freedom. Thus, Mo Fan revels in his solitude within the courtyard. Time passes swiftly, and a year later, Mo Fan observes the flourishing peach blossoms and daily witnesses Chower on the city wall, gazing at the grass above. He senses a longing in her eyes, as if she yearns to take a bite of the celestial grass. Memories resurface. He recalls instructing her to eat grass when hungry, a notion that once bewildered her. Now, she is admired by many, yet remains fixated on the grass. This year, Bai Wuxuang returns to challenge her once more, yet is effortlessly dispatched again. He departs in disgrace, while Chower remains, her gaze still fixed on the heavens. Beneath the wall, Mo Fan, stooped over, glances at her figure. For reasons unknown, he discerns a sense of vitality emanating from her, distinct from that of Lu Jia or the peach blossoms in his courtyard. This vitality is tranquil, a quiet persistence. Can one persist quietly? Pondering this, Mo Fan takes another sip from his gourd, perplexed. Leaning on his cane, he walks past the city wall, embracing the life of an ordinary man. Another year passes, and Bai Wuxuang returns for yet another bout. After 2 consecutive years, the martial artists seem disinterested, their attention waning. Comments arise among the crowd. "Don't go. You'll be kicked off the wall in no time." What's the point? Perhaps reflecting the sentiments of the martial artists. This year unfolds without surprise. Bai Wuxuang ascends the city wall, closing his eyes to summon his aura. When he opens them and strikes, he too falls from the wall, retreating in defeat once more. Again, a year passes. Bai Wuxuang returns, yet now, no one speaks of anything else. The focus within the city shifts to a proclamation from the imperial court. The world should embrace literature, not martial might. The origin of this statement remains a mystery, igniting discontent among the martial community. This declaration suggests that they are being taken lightly. In response, the relationship between the court and the martial world grows tenuous. Within the court, a prince is taken aback, seeking the source of the statement, yet finding nothing. Another prince attempts to quell the misunderstanding, asserting that the court does not endorse such sentiments. However, many officials argue otherwise, implying that it signifies a capitulation of the literary to the martial. Consequently, Unrest brews within the court. Following this turmoil, Wushuang City becomes a refuge for numerous displaced individuals, both from the martial realm and the court. Yet, under Chao's influence, the atmosphere remains harmonious. Even enemies greet one another with civility, hesitant to engage in conflict. The threat of the sword's wrath from above looms large, deterring any violence. Thus, Wushuang City transforms into a sanctuary, a rare haven of peace. As the city grows crowded, Mo Fan encounters familiar faces, the renowned twin swords of the martial world, Ziqian and Ziwen. They fail to recognize him, perhaps considering him merely an inconsequential old man from their past, long forgotten. As they pass each other, Mo Fan notices that Ziwen bears an injury. Redirecting his gaze, he continues towards his courtyard. Once inside, he learns that Ziwen's grave wound has miraculously healed to a mere scratch. Are you two here to amuse yourselves at my expense? He chuckles. If you had arrived a moment later, Doctor, what would happen if we were late? Ziqian, perplexed by the first remark, eagerly inquires about the second. If you were late, you'd be healed by yourself, Mo Fan retorts, sending the duo out of his medicinal chamber. On the bustling street, Ziwen rubs his chest, suddenly realizing his pain has vanished. He sits cross-legged, inspecting himself. The severed heart meridian has been restored. Qian, it seems I'm all right. Huh? Ziqian scratches her head, bewildered. As Ziwen rises, he too scratches his head in confusion. Only Mo Fan in the courtyard smiles, finding their naivety amusing. At that very moment, atop the city wall, Chao seems to sense something. She notices the grass above her trembling slightly. Although the quiver is faint, it captures her attention. Hastily, she descends from the wall and begins to roam the city. However, among the throngs of people, none can compel her to pause. Soon, she traverses one street after another, ultimately gazing at the bustling district, observing the crowd in silence. Chapter 76. Ding, you have died. On the long street, many individuals respectfully greeted Kar, yet she remained unresponsive. Only when dusk approached did she depart. Perhaps she had come to a realization. The following day, Mo Fan noticed her absence atop the city walls. Thus, a month passed. During this time, Kar did not frequently appear on the city ramparts. Some days she was present, other days she was not. On one particular day, she donned the attire of the Qingshan sect, standing atop the city walls. She made an announcement. She renounced her position as the lord of Wushuang City and would return the city to buy Wushuang. Following this, she declared the re-establishment of the Qingshan sect. Indeed, the very sect she had toiled to enter after ascending the thousand-city ladder. This revelation sent shockwaves through the martial world. Before speculation could take root, Kar descended from the city walls. The next day, rumors spread throughout the martial community. Kar awaited by Wushuang atop the walls. However, despite his annual visits, Bai Wushuang was nowhere to be found when Kar voluntarily relinquished Wushuang City. A month later, Kar received news. Bai Wushuang, amidst the turmoil between the court and the martial world, had established the martial alliance under the title of the city's deputy lord. He had forsaken Wushuang City. Another month passed. The martial alliance upheld the principles of the martial world, advocating shared martial arts. This proclamation astonished many. Bai Wushuang stated, in the realm of martial arts, the Wushuang sword technique surpasses the Qingshan sword technique by unfathomable measures. Yet, despite this, I cannot rival the green sword immortal, not even deserving the right to draw my sword against her. Martial arts do not distinguish between heights. It is the individual that does. At this juncture, Bai Wushuang's side, besides the green sword immortal, there was another whose swordplay had once failed to garner my attention. Yet, it was precisely that swordplay that managed to turn the tide. His words left the martial guests in silence. Some unearthed past rumors, ultimately discovering he was indeed correct. Martial arts truly do not differentiate based on skill level. It all hinges upon the practitioner. With this statement and the principle of shared martial arts, the Martial Alliance faced no further doubts or objections regarding its name. Perhaps this was indeed the true visage of the Martial Alliance. On the city walls, Kar, upon hearing this news, ceased her waiting and descended. It was time for her to establish her Qingshan sect. The following month, atop a certain mountain, the Qingshan sect was founded. From that year onward, the unworldly Buddha established the unworldly temple in the second year. In the same year, an unknown figure founded the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. In the third year, the twin swords of Lianqing established the Purple Twin Pavilion. That same year, the court established the Book Pavilion. Montagfen anticipated e agadi. For another year remained until the decade-long period concluded. At that time, he, who had perpetually hunched over, would finally stand tall and cast aside his cane. A smile graced Mo Fan's lips as he turned to gaze at the city walls. Ka stood there, amidst the heavy snow. Although she had established the Qingshan sect, she would still visit Wushuang City annually. Each visit coincided with a snowy day. For snow falls gently, akin to the rain of swords. Both drift down delicately and can be grasped, slowly melting away. Beneath the city walls, Mo Fan glanced at Kara above, leaning on his cane as he took a sip from his gourd. Damn, she seems increasingly ethereal. Shaking his head, Mo Fan cast aside his thoughts. When the snow returns, I shall transform into a middle-aged man. Alas, the 30 years of this amalgamation have been arduous. With a sigh, Mo Fan hunched his back and began his return to his courtyard. However, after taking only a few steps, his form suddenly halted. At that very moment, the evergreen grass floating in the snow above Wushuang City began to tremble violently. Montag Fenfaunet, ding. The Kara realm has been targeted by an unknown entity. Time until the collapse of the Kara realm. 0:01:59. On the city walls, Kara observed the trembling grass above, her surprise barely settling. Suddenly, a wave of compassion descended from the heavens. Kara was taken aback, as her gaze crossed the quivering grass and shifted to the sky behind it. A golden light illuminated the heavens. Within that golden radiance, a figure in a lotus platform plummeted swiftly. At that very moment, within the unworldly temple, the unworldly Buddha was taken aback. What is happening? This aura, this sensation, it is that not a Buddha, but why? He hurriedly rushed outside. At a glance, he beheld the rapidly descending lotus platform and the figure accompanied by a 7-colored halo. What he witnessed was both astonishing and terrifying. Just as the unworldly Buddha widened his eyes in shock, the figure plummeting from the golden light suddenly vanished. The sky returned to normal, as if everything that had just transpired was but an illusion. On the city walls, Kara gazed at the restored sky, her eyes filled with confusion. Yet, turning to look at the still trembling grass atop Wushuang City, her expression shifted. What had just occurred? Was that the Buddha mentioned by the unworldly Buddha? Why did it disappear? An illusion. No, not an illusion. Meanwhile, elsewhere, despair washed over another. It's over, it's over. When did the master flee without a word? In this mortal realm, let us pretend nothing happened. Fear holds no allure. Death, shrouded in ignorance, is the only liberation. In the heavens, the figure that continued to descend had not vanished. He merely concealed everything with his orchid fingers. Of course, this concealment could not escape Mo Fan's eyes. Within Wushuang City, Mo Fan beheld the descending figure, his hunched form vanishing in place. Concealed so well, and yet, here I am, with the world under scrutiny? Not even pretense. You, Buddha, perish. As Mo Fan reappeared, he found himself beside the falling figure. Raising his hand, he unleashed a torrential attack. This aura, it is you? The one who insulted me last time. The plummeting figure recognized Mo Fan instantly. However, as a deadly presence enveloped him, he quickly exclaimed, Wait. Tao intent. I can't withstand it, I can't withstand it. Please, let me leave a final word. Ding. You have caught the attention of the first ladder. Upon receiving the system notification, Mo Fan paused. The first ladder? ISNT that him. Turning, Mo Fan gazed in the direction from which the falling figure had come. It mattered not that he had not looked. Upon doing so, Mo Fan's form froze. There! It appeared as though space had shattered, revealing a glimpse of another realm. Within, countless individuals entwined with scriptures floated, their hands sweeping forth, unleashing various golden palm prints and divine light. However, incessantly, figures descended like rain. Damn, are you merging? This talent. Brother, I was wrong before. Allow me to apologize here. When you ascend to the third ladder, could you perhaps pull me up? Damn it, the master may not wait for me. Without a word, he fled. Brother, I am Jean Sean. My realm is at the pinnacle of Deluo, just 2 steps away from becoming a saint of the second ladder. I still possess great potential, worthy of consideration. The plummeting figure bore a massive gash in his chest. Deluo, in theory, should have transcended death itself. Yet, his vitality and spirit were visibly waning at an alarming rate. After uttering these words, his demeanor shifted dramatically. He began to ignite his own essence. Brother, I shall send you away from this place, while you are still undetected. Do not forget me, for I am Jean Shan, at the pinnacle of Deluo. Jean Shan's intentions were noble, yet he remained blissfully unaware. At the moment Mo Fan glanced towards a distant corner of the heavens, an ominous notification sounded. Ding! You have been targeted by an unknown entity. Ding! You are now deceased. As Mo Fan's form dissipated into dust, Jean Shan exclaimed, What? It's over. This is truly the end. How could I have forgotten to warn him not to look up? Ding! Would you like to use a substitute doll? Is this truly how one meets their end? The shackles of skin and bone proved utterly futile. What level of existence is required to withstand such fate? Chapter 77. Experiencing the 5th tier. As the system prompted whether to use the substitute doll, Mo Fan observed the gradual collapse of the grass world. In Wushuang City, Grass Air gazed skyward, unable to see anything due to the presence of the golden cicada. Yet the figure that stood still, ethereal as a celestial being, suddenly fell to the ground. Blood began to stain her garments. She reached out, grasping towards the grass above Wushuang City, as if hoping to hold onto that blade of grass in her final moments. Alas, the system. Use the substitute doll. Utilize the advanced realm experience card. What does realm matter? Death. Beep. Using advanced realm experience card. Randomizing realm. Beep. Randomization successful. 5th tier. The 5th tier? As the system reached this point, Mo Fan's eyelids fluttered. The last time he was at the 3rd tier. He had the power to control life and death at will. As long as he knew a name or had a memory, with a mere thought, he could resurrect without any medium, a truly extraordinary ability. Furthermore, he could toy with time itself. And this was merely the 3rd tier. Thus, the 5th tier. Just as Mo Fan was contemplating, the system prompted again. Beep. 5th tier special. Please select your existence. World existence. What does this mean? My existence? World existence? System? What do you mean? Beep. The system cannot provide an answer. Hint. The experience card's duration has been influenced by the 5th tier. Choosing your existence will solidify it. Solidify? Initially, he had intended to use this experience card merely to resolve the crisis in the grass world. But what on earth could solidify? Mo Fan's brow furrowed. He once more scrutinized the options presented by the system. My existence. World existence. To solidify. Could it be that if he chose my existence, it meant the world would cease to exist? Could the system affect reality? The system remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Fan lifted his gaze. Although solidifying seemed appealing, it appeared fraught with pitfalls. System, I choose world existence. Beep. Commencing realm enhancement. Duration, 10 thoughts. 10 thoughts? System, what about my minute? Simultaneously, as Mo Fan reappeared, the golden cicada exclaimed, Hey, huh, ah. Upon restoration, Mo Fan stood faintly before him. It was finally time for him to show off. You aren't? Who struck? Oh, I understand now. You should have mentioned you had such strong legs behind you. The golden cicada smacked his thigh. Bro, that talk to your thigh, give me some of that too. I'm about to collapse. Just a casual set of CPR would suffice. The golden cicada spoke earnestly. However, Mo Fan turned his back to him, remaining silent, not uttering a single word. Beside him, just like last time, began, Beep, beep. However, unlike the last time, this time, he was not the one being targeted. Instead, Beep, you have discovered the existence of a 2nd tier. Beep, you have discovered the existence of a 3rd tier. Beep, you have discovered the existence of the 3rd tier. Beep, you have discovered the existence of the 3rd tier. Beep, you have discovered the existence of the fourth tier. In addition to the barrage of beeps, the elevation of realms brought forth an abundance of information. 10 thoughts. Mo Fan realized his own stability was faltering, as from his fingertips, he began to dissipate into starlight. Yet, this dissipation did not signify non-existence. Rather, it represented another form of existence. 10 thoughts. Mo Fan lifted his gaze, looking towards the place where the golden cicada had fallen. Following his gaze, a multitude of Buddhas were astonished. For the terrifying force that threatened to engulf this realm, within an instant, dissipated into thin air. In one thought, Mo Fan was obliterated by that force. In the next thought, that force was annihilated in turn. Such was the disparity. Was it merely the third tier? What was that? Above, the assembly of Buddhas initially believed the unknown terror had been vanquished, that all was safe. Yet, in the place where the unknown had perished, an even more formidable, incomprehensible entity seemed to eternally exist. Upon casting a glance, nothing was discerned. Just, my eyes. Not good. My mind. Damn it. Oh. In one thought, the third tier that invaded this realm perished. Mo Fan gazed at the starlight that had already vanished from his arms. In one thought. So, this was how it was. He understood the previous choices given by the system. World existence, my existence. It was precisely for this reason that the fourth tier made a choice. No wonder. This was the fifth tier, the endless river, flowing from the river, seeking the highest path, peering into the supreme angle. Yet, fear loomed as the river remained boundless. In one thought, Montag van Volkwizit. If this was the fifth tier, then what the sixth tier? The seventh tier? The eighth tier? The ninth tier? The starlight had already dissipated from his chest. In one thought, Mo Fan, in a daze, beheld a place that defied description, a realm so bizarre it felt profoundly discordant. He did not comprehend. However, in one thought, the starlight had already faded from his neck. It seemed he could transform the grass world into the form he had once visited from the future. Forget it. In one thought, let me retract my earlier intention. Even if I fall, even if I depart, it shall remain solidified. In one thought, as if I had never existed. Everything was not so hopeless. In one thought, marking the boundary of 1,000,000 years. The boundless universe as the world. Above the river, a battlefield of prohibition? Quite well. In one thought. Just then, his contemplation was interrupted. Beep. In the starlight, only Mo Fan's eyes remained. Yet with that single beep, he conjured an invisible, transparent hand, striking forth with a palm. Where this palm landed, no one could know. This strike was his final thought. With his thought, Mo Fan completely vanished. Before his disappearance, the heavens restored. The golden cicada, having fallen, was unaware when he had returned to the celestial realm. On the lotus platform, he scratched his head. Something seems off. He calculated. As a grand Luo, there was nothing in this world he could not decipher. After a moment, he concluded it must pertain to his master. In Wushuang City, snow fell from the sky. Grass Air stood atop the wall, watching the snowflakes drift gently in her hands, subconsciously glancing towards the sky above Wushuang City. However, there, she saw nothing at all. Why am I looking there? Wait, did I forget something? Is there something missing there? It's the heavens. What could possibly be missing? I truly wish to witness once more the rain during my time at Qingshan sect. Once I reach the innate stage, I shall inquire of the heavens once more. Chapter 78. Entering the world, beep. Host death. Return complete. This time's gains. Unparalleled sword technique. Great dragon capture hand. Fiery sun blade technique. 9 dragons, 8 trigram staff. This time's talent. Inheriting the Dugu sword body blue. In the rented room, Mo Fan gazed at the familiar, yet unfamiliar layout, pondering, am I back? If there was any confusion, he scratched his head and wondered how he had returned. What did I see on the 5th ladder? Wait, what is the meaning of all these external martial arts techniques? He realized that upon losing consciousness on the 5th ladder, he had encountered an overwhelming amount of information, and his backpack had filled with numerous techniques. Never mind, he thought. It seems the information from the 5th ladder was too vast for me to handle. Nevertheless, even without memories, he still understood himself. After a moment, Mo Fan ceased his musings. He turned to the mirror on the bedside, where the reflection revealed a hunched elderly figure. It would take another year for this state to fade. Alas, was the world merely a colossal dark forest? Not only did it observe individuals, but scrutinized the world itself. Rising from his seat, he was greeted by the cacophony of modern life outside the window. Pulling back the curtains, he noticed that the towering buildings appeared even more shrouded in a gray haze than before. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why does the real world lack the laws of heaven and earth? He contemplated further. Without the laws of heaven and earth, well, my rainfall technique. Through the window, his gaze fell upon the outside world. Forget it. Let's just make it rain normally. After all, this is reality. No need to overdo it. He began to experiment with the rainfall technique. It was around 8 or 9 in the morning, and the weather was just right. Rainfall technique, he muttered, his lips moving as he hunched over. With a resounding crash, torrential rain fell from the clear sky, drenching the ground. Instantly, the people on the streets became like ants on a hot pan, hurriedly seeking shelter. Watching those who dashed beneath shop awnings, Mo Fan chuckled to himself. He then turned his attention to the grayish haze enveloping the city. In the downpour, this haze remained unaffected, as if it were not mere gas, but rules akin to the laws of heaven and earth. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Speculating wildly could lead to madness. He closed the curtains and listened to the sound of the rain outside. Speaking of the rainfall technique, could anything fall? What about my essence? The idea came to him abruptly, so sudden that it left him momentarily stunned. It seemed feasible. Could it be that I no longer need to fear the unknown? No longer worry about being discovered? Cursing, he wondered why he hadn't thought of this while in the grass realm. He slapped his forehead in realization. Speaking of the grass realm, he felt as though he had gone there, yet not truly experienced it. Opening the panel, Mo Fan examined the rainfall technique and the Changchun sword intent he was currently comprehending. For some reason, although he had forgotten the memories from the fifth ladder, he felt an inexplicable path emerging before him. This path seemed not isolated, but rather a true entry into the world. Damn it. Mo Fan glanced at the high-grade experience card in his backpack. It appeared that randomly attaining a high realm was not necessarily a boon. Just like now, he felt a slight discomfort in his heart. Why dwell on it? System traverse. Forget it. I'll take a break. Outside, the rain continued to pour. Mo Fan leaned on his cane and ventured downstairs to a local eatery. Just 2 days prior, this had been a frequent haunt of his, where he had grown familiar with the proprietress. Taking a seat, the proprietress did not recognize him. Old man, the menu is on the wall, and the prices are clearly marked, she said while bustling in the kitchen. Mo Fan ordered a signature dish, Northeast dumplings. As he savored dumpling, a wave of contentment washed over him, as if a gust of wind had swept through. Old man, eat slowly, it's still very hot. The proprietress gently reminded him upon seeing him gulping down the food. Hey, I'm heading out. Just then, a girl of about 17 or 18 descended the stairs. She skillfully opened a fridge at the foot of the stairs, retrieving a bottle of Wang Lao Ji. All right, remember to bring back the package. The proprietress called out from the kitchen. I know, old lady, the girl replied, barely glancing at Mo Fan as she passed by. This was entirely normal. After all, he was merely an old man and a customer. 1 bowl of wontons, she said, exiting just as another customer entered. In the eatery, there were 2 rows of seats. Upon noticing Mo Fan on the left, the newcomer opted for the right. Sitting down, the individual promptly pulled out their phone, and soon the familiar sounds of Douyin's background music filled the air. Mo Fan finished his bowl of Northeast dumplings, even drinking the broth clean. Upon setting down the bowl, an inexplicable clarity dawned upon him. This eatery, in its own way, was another world. Entering the world. Proprietress. Time to settle the bill. 1 bowl of Northeast dumplings, 8 yuan. Old man, will you pay via QR code or cash? Mo Fan, hunched over, retrieved his Huawei phone, scanned the QR code, and completed the payment. Returning the phone to his pocket, he leaned on his cane and gazed at the bustling traffic outside, amid the torrential rain. Entering the world. In the rented room, the system chimed. Beep. Talent extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations on acquiring the talent. Diligence can compensate for lack of talent. White. Description. What if the talent is lacking? Hard work will surely make up for it. Talent effect. Cultivation efficiency 10. Before the system prompt had even concluded, Mo Fan was met with the familiar purple gas, accompanied by a stinging sensation. Damn it. I just had a bowl of signature Northeast dumplings, and now I'm faced with this world? With no other choice, Mo Fan decided to observe how long it would take for this world to erode him. 1 year later, Mo Fan appeared middle-aged. 10 years later, he resembled a youth. During that year, due to the erosion, he was left with a fragile frame that glowed faintly. As his skeletal structure could no longer withstand the strain, beep. Host death, return complete. This time's gains, none. This time's talent. Inheriting diligence can compensate for lack of talent. Why? He had transformed into a youth. Just 10 more years, and the fusion would be complete. The youthful version of him appeared to be around 15 or 16, with slender arms and legs. System. Let me traverse again. Without pause, Mo Fan initiated another traversal. Beep. Congratulations on acquiring the talent. Mortal body, black. Description, unique. A body without enhancements, congratulations. You are destined to be ordinary. Talent effect, cultivation efficiency -10. Wow, black? Could it be a level above purple? Upon seeing the description of a mortal body, Mo Fan felt a surge of joy. However, as the system's explanation concluded, he fell silent. Damn it. There's a deduction to cultivation efficiency? Beep. Fixed talent loading. You possess innate double pupils, supreme bones, a body of bronze, inheriting the Dugu sword body. Destined to be a mere passerby who can easily steal, yet can only work hard. Unfortunately, with your mortal body, this lifetime is fated to be ordinary. Beep. The effect of the common body, black, has been activated. Chapter 79. Entering the enchanted world, effect triggered. Mortal body, black. As a mortal, remain mortal. If not mortal, your Tao level is forcibly increased by 1. Regrettably, as a mortal, how to comprehend the Tao? Initially, upon seeing the deduction in cultivation efficiency, Mo Fan contemplated whether to restart. However, the forced increase in his Tao level was unexpected. He quickly opened the system panel and gazed at the falling rain Tao. Indeed, the subsequent level had risen from 1 to 2. Furthermore, this increase pertained to the Tao level without specifying which Tao it was. This implied that from this moment forth, the Tao he comprehended was inherently at level 2. How to comprehend the Tao? Apologies, system, but I've already grasped it. Delighted, Mo Fan closed the panel. Although his cultivation efficiency was reduced by 10%, he felt he had gained. Speaking of the Tao being divided into 9 levels, now that he possessed a mortal body, could it not lead him to the 10th level? While lost in thought, the surrounding environment gradually came into focus, prompting Mo Fan to snap back to reality. Observing the now clear surroundings, he hesitated no longer and promptly activated the falling rain Tao. As a surge of Tao principles washed over him, Mo Fan felt an immediate relaxation. Only then did he begin to survey his surroundings. Towering trees, wild grass, scattered stones, and a faintly refreshing air filled the atmosphere. This was not a martial arts world. The refreshing scent was distinctly that of an enchanted realm. He had entered the enchanted world once more. In the distance, low-hanging clouds revealed majestic peaks. Enchanted, Montakfen Smedet. Unlike before, he now had the protection of the falling rain Tao and was confident he would not be discovered by the formidable beings here. At last, he could fully experience the enchantment. Perhaps the Great Sun Buddha Sutra could also be upgraded. Whoosh! 2 women, standing upon flying swords, swept low overhead. Senior sister, there's a mortal boy below. The speeding swords abruptly halted, revealing 2 ethereal maidens adorned in flowing garments. Upon spotting Mo Fan, one of them, standing on her flying sword, remarked, "Senior sister, could he be the survivor from that village?" The other's gaze lingered on Mo Fan. Pausing momentarily, it must be him. Subsequently, the 2 swords slowly hovered before Mo Fan. Alas, no survivors from the village. It must have been tough for you to escape here. This place is desolate for nearly 100,000 miles. If you wish, I can take you to our sect. The 2 women, with delicate oval faces and flowing black hair, radiated an otherworldly beauty. While Mo Fan observed them, Noticing his silence, one of the women remarked, "Senior's sister. Has he been stunned into silence?" Indeed, it seems so. The flying sword descended, and the one referred to as Senior's sister, perhaps feeling pity, extended a delicate hand toward Mo Fan. "Hold my hand, and I will take you back to the sect." Montauk Fen. He was an accomplished cultivator, while the two before him were one in the nascent soul stage and the other in the golden core stage. Did he truly need their assistance? Mo Fan took her hand. "I do need it. Senior sister, those who succumb to demonic influence are truly vile. An entire village, 170 souls, all drained of their blood. Indeed, the demonic ones are beyond redemption. Little Rindong, you must establish a solid foundation and never succumb to demonic influence. Rest assured, I could never fall into darkness." Perhaps due to Mo Fan's presence, the conversation between the two women occurred within their minds. A normal mortal would certainly not hear it. However, Mo Fan was no ordinary mortal and could hear them clearly. "Senior sister, you've reached the peak of the nascent soul. Haven to you? It seems your 7 tribulations are approaching." "What? Little Rindong, are you worried I might fall into darkness?" "Fear not. I am adept at navigating life and death, and I will easily pass through these minor tribulations." "What about emotional tribulations?" "I have no romantic entanglements, so where would emotional tribulations arise?" "Haha, true. I shall congratulate you in advance on your successful ascension." The two swords glided low over streams, mountains, and rivers. Ahead, a vast expanse of white mist gradually appeared. As they approached the mist, the senior sister produced a token, and faint inscriptions glimmered upon it. The swords pierced through the mist. It was thick and enveloping. Moments latte. As if emerging from a peach blossom spring, they burst forth from the mist into a realm of celestial cranes, pavilions, and divine light. "Young boy, is this your first time riding a flying sword? You remarkably showed no fear along the way. Such a mindset is why you could travel so far." Little Rindong, take a good look and recall your own first experience with sword riding when you were shouting in fright. "Senior sister, what are you saying?" As the revelation approached, Rindong hastily accelerated to interrupt. The two swords flew too closely together, causing the airflow beneath Rindong's feet to destabilize her balance. All right. Are you not afraid of falling?" The senior sister slowed down. "I will take him to the main hall to inquire with the sect leader. You go and submit the report for this reconnaissance mission." After speaking, the senior sister's sword ascended, increasing its speed again. "Little Rindong, do not spend the spirit stones you received. Wait for my return." "Got it. Why would I waste them? I just wanted to expose you." "Young boy, what is your name?" As they approached the sect leader's grand hall, the senior sister turned back, gently inquiring of Mo Fan. "Lonely, Montauk Fen." Initially, Mo Fan intended to continue using the name Lonely, but for some reason, perhaps influenced by the reality of a bowl of wontons, he no longer wished to employ a false name. After all, if even his name was fabricated, how could he truly engage with the world? Lonely Montauk Fen? A fine name. Without lonely. Indeed, it seems there is truly no family name of loneliness left. Here we are. The sword descended before an extraordinarily grand hall, which stood alone atop a peak, its height awe-inspiring. Upon landing, one had to tilt their head to see the plaque above the hall. Sect. Who wrote this? It's barely discernible as a sect. This was indeed the great hall of the sect. The senior sister led Mo Fan inside. The hall was vast and empty, stopping before a colossal stone statue. "Shuejian, what brings you here?" As the voice resonated, the senior sister bowed before a languid figure resting beneath the statue. "Sect leader, this mortal boy is..." She recounted Mo Fan's backstory, albeit one she had fabricated. After listening, the languid figure cast a glance at Mo Fan and understood. "Lonely Montauk Fen, enter as a servant." Receiving those 2 sentences, Shuejian departed the grand hall with Mo Fan. Mo Fan. Entering the enchanted world is simpler than in the martial world? Is that all there is to it? Upon exiting the grand hall, just as Mo Fan believed this was the extent of his initiation, a faint murmur followed. Revenge is endless. "What are you looking at, young lonely Fan?" "Nothing." Mo Fan regained his focus. "Do you see those buildings below? That will be your new home. Is it not much better than before? Let go of the past. Do not harbor resentment. It is merely a change of residence. Chapter 80. The Naming of the World. The sects in this fantastical realm differ greatly from one's imagination. The outer sect's location resembles a quaint little town. From this day forth, you shall be my junior disciple, Shui Jian proclaimed, descending onto the town upon her flying sword. Mo Fan rubbed his nose, feeling as though he had truly become a survivor from a village ravaged by slaughter. Junior disciple, this will be your dwelling. The abode was tidy, lacking a courtyard. Shui Jian hung a wooden plaque on the door, inscribed with the 3 bold characters, Lonely Mo Fan. Wait a moment. A steward will arrive shortly to help you acclimate. For now, take some time to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. I shall take my leave. With that, she soared away on her sword. Oh, what has this sound? A newcomer. A rotund figure poked his head out from the adjacent room. Upon spotting Shui Jian's retreating silhouette, he hurriedly squeezed through his door. Oh my! Which fairy sister is here to send someone off? Don't leave just yet. Do sit for a while. Mo Fan glanced at the plump figure and, for reasons unbeknownst to him, fell momentarily silent. In the sky, Shui Jian vanished from sight, and only then did the plump man reluctantly divert his gaze back to Mo Fan. Oh, it's the junior disciple. Hee. Junior disciple, call me senior brother. I have delightful treats for you. Junior disciple, no. In the path of cultivation, the adept takes precedence. Senior brother, it hurts. The stout youth appeared to be in his 20s, and his door also bore a wooden plaque. Its yellowed hue indicating that he had resided there for quite some time. His cultivation level was at refining chi, and the plaque read Fat Bamboo. After kicking Fat Bamboo aside, Mo Fan turned his attention to his own residence. In the neighboring room, another occupant resided. Though unlike the rotund fellow, he seemed somewhat dazed. He showed no curiosity about the happenings outside and merely remained quietly inside. The plaque on his door bore the name, Su Yinqing. Quite satisfactory. Ignoring the lamentations of Fat Bamboo on the floor, Mo Fan opened his door. He had hoped for Fat Bamboo to call him senior brother. The audacity of that plump fellow was truly irksome. When the steward guided Mo Fan to acquire his cultivation techniques, he discovered the name of the sect, Lingxiao sect. Within Lingxiao sect, aside from the primary cultivation techniques, one must also select a supplementary path, alchemy, talismans, weapon forging, or formations, choosing one from the 4. As Mo Fan glanced at the steward, the outer sect steward returned his gaze. I want them all, Mo Fan declared. The steward, taken aback, simply stared at him. After a moment, the steward tossed a comprehensive guide on formations before Mo Fan. Lonely Mo Fan, is it? I shall remember that. At this juncture, she pouted, her voice peculiar. I want them all. Very well. I shall remember you as well, Steward Yinhua. In this mystical realm, spirit stones served as the sole currency. The supplementary paths existed to earn spirit stones. Although Fat Bamboo was at the refining chi level, he excelled in alchemy. As for Su Yinqing, he was versed in talismans. The cultivation atmosphere was more serene and tranquil than one could imagine. After settling in, even the loquacious Fat Bamboo could only mutter a few words throughout the day. The rest of the time, he either sat in meditation or practiced alchemy. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since Mo Fan's entrance. During this time, he learned of Fat Bamboo's past. What a tale it was, a fallen family, jilted from engagement, and after a leap from a cliff, he was rescued and joined Lingxiao sect. Su Yinqing, an abandoned orphan, had floated down the river for a day and a night, his small basket intact. Much like Mo Fan, who was also taken in by the sect. In addition to these two, there were others who lived farther away, each with their own troubled pasts. Upon learning all this, Mo Fan stroked his chin, sensing an oddity. The template of the menial disciples felt rather peculiar. Ding! Survived for 15 days. Coordinates of the unknown world recorded. Ding! You may name the unknown world. The half-month period had come to an end. As per tradition, it was time to bestow a name. After some contemplation, since he was brought back to the sect by Shui Jian, Mo Fan input the characters Rendong. Knowing someone's name allows for a simple yet memorable title. Ding! Naming successful. Rendong realm coordinates recorded. Closing the panel, he heard, Mo Fan, senior brother. Mo Fan, senior brother. Have you made any progress on the formation I entrusted to you last time? Fat Bamboo interrupted. In alchemy, one particularly vexing issue was the explosion of the alchemy furnace. Each furnace required a significant amount of spirit stones. Thus, an explosion meant total loss. Fortunately, formations could reinforce the furnace. No, Mo Fan replied. Since Mo Fan was studying formations as a formation cultivator, he could occasionally visit another peak within the sect where numerous formation practitioners congregated. Fat Bamboo sought to engage with a senior formation cultivator to negotiate a better price. However, Mo Fan had hardly ventured outside during the past half-month. Senior brother, I'm about to go bankrupt from these explosions. Boo-hoo, Fat Bamboo lamented. I have some insights now. Once my formation is complete, I can help you reinforce it, Mo Fan reassured him. Huh? Fat Bamboo was taken aback. What? You'll reinforce it? Senior brother, I admit your fists are larger than mine, but to master formations within half a month. You must know, it took me a year to barely grasp alchemy. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Mo Fan gazed at Fat Bamboo with a smile, perhaps instilling confidence. Fat Bamboo's speech faltered. You might actually be able to do it. Please don't. Actually pull it off. That would be devastating. What difference is there from a neighbor becoming wealthy overnight? Senior brother, perhaps. Never mind. I will just be more cautious with my alchemy. You don't need to overexert yourself. Mo Fan smiled at him without responding. In truth, he had already grasped the basics of formations, which belonged to the category of external skills. Not only had he entered the realm of formations, but he had also progressed to grasping the essence of formations. Senior brother, let us make a pact. Don't delve too deeply into it, Fat Bamboo grumbled as he walked away. After his departure, Su Yunqing arrived. He too addressed Mo Fan as senior brother, and his tone was sincere. Mo Fan, senior brother, your formation skills seem to have progressed. Haven't they? Unlike Fat Bamboo, he had noticed the subtle changes around him over the past few days. Mo Fan, senior brother, here are 10 spirit stones and a formation plate. In 3 days, I will venture into the secret realm for some training. May I entrust you with creating a defensive formation plate? In comparison to Fat Bamboo, Su Yunqing clearly understood the nuances of the situation. Since he had already perceived the changes, concealing them was pointless. After some consideration, Mo Fan agreed. Thank you, senior brother. Once Su Yunqing took his leave, Mo Fan turned his attention to the formation plate in his room. With a flick of his hand, a simple defensive formation was inscribed within. Here, it must be noted that the fantastical world truly lived up to its name. As an external skill, formations not only bore a purple hue, but also possessed considerable power. The basic defensive formation, just inscribed, enhanced by the essence of formation, could likely withstand even a tribulation-level cultivator. Chapter 81. Halfway to demonic transformation the next day, Su Yunqing took the formation plate, his back burdened by a bulging satchel. Just as Mo Fan assumed he would stow the formation plate in his backpack, Su produced a small pouch from his waist. As he opened the pouch, the palm-sized formation plate was effortlessly consumed within it. A storage pouch? Mo Fan was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling that this was a fantastical world where possessing a spatial storage artifact was entirely normal. However, if a storage pouch existed, why was Su still carrying a satchel? Was the capacity of the storage pouch limited? Thank you, senior brother. Su Yunqing expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. Mo Fan waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no concern. As he turned to leave, Mo Fan glanced toward the nearby residences of other miscellaneous disciples. Over the past fortnight, especially today, Su Yunqing had the audacity to venture into a secret realm, prompting Mo Fan to stroke his chin in contemplation. Something felt amiss within Lingxiao's sect. As a sect, it was evident that there were herb fields and spiritual mines, yet those were matters pertaining to the outer sect. The inner sect was typically engaged in executing various tasks, while the miscellaneous disciples resided in this town-like area, refining pills, forging weapons, and crafting talismans. They could even occasionally visit secret realms. How peculiar for a group of miscellaneous disciples. Were it not for the relatively low cultivation levels of Fat Bamboo and Su Yunqing, Mo Fan might have suspected that the miscellaneous disciples were perhaps the most esteemed group within the sect. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, Mo Fan returned to his quarters. Inside his room, a blank talisman lay on the table. Upon sitting down, he began to inscribe the talisman. What the last encounter with Elder Yunhua? What of it? He could simply learn in secret. Talismans, alchemy, and weapon forging all belong to external skills. Although he had lost his memories during the 5th tier, that incident had provided him with numerous external skill techniques. While these techniques could not elevate the aforementioned skills to the Tao level, they were sufficient to cultivate his understanding. As he inscribed, a talisman soon emerged, imbued with a vibrant spirit. It transformed from a mere sheet of paper resting on the table into a lively talisman capable of floating autonomously. The Strength Talisman. After completing the inscription, Mo Fan carelessly tossed it into a corner and took out another blank talisman paper, beginning to practice the next talisman. Soon, evening arrived. Outside, the sounds of Fat Bamboo engaged in conversation with others filled the air. "Don't worry, brother, would I deceive you? I am renowned in this area as a master alchemist. Hand over the materials, and I guarantee success." A moment later, "Senior brother, I've struck it rich. Let us head to the market." Fat Bamboo exclaimed. Mo Fan opened his door to see Fat Bamboo beaming with joy, leaving him silent. Had he not just heard what he thought he heard? Others entrusted him with alchemy tasks, only for him to keep the materials for himself. This, perhaps sensing Mo Fan's gaze, Fat Bamboo remarked, "Senior brother, what is there to fear? That outer sect disciple is utterly clueless. As for the pills..." At this point, Fat Bamboo glanced around, then noticed something, bending down to pick up a clay ball at Mo Fan's feet. "This is it." Fat Bamboo grinned, promptly placing the clay ball into an exquisite box. "Done." He clapped his hands. "Senior brother, you ought to clean your room. The mud has turned into a ball." Montauk Fen. Watching him secure the clay ball, Mo Fan mused, "It would be wise for you to prepare some healing potions in the coming days." "Prepare healing potions? Why?" Fat Bamboo inquired, puzzled. "You will understand in due time," Mo Fan replied cryptically. What a joke. Could there be a clay ball in my room? Clearly, there was not. The clay ball, also known as the Dragon Tiger Pill, boasted the efficacy of granting one the prowess to combat multitudes with ease. By the way, what pill did that outer sect disciple request you to concoct? Oh, he wants a pill for temporarily boosting his strength before engaging the Great Flood Dragon in a spar. Fat Bamboo said confidently, "Senior brother, that Great Flood Dragon is a sacred beast of the sect, and one to act ruthlessly. I am meticulous in my work. If he truly ventures into perilous territory, I want to give him the clay ball." Upon hearing this, the Great Flood Dragon, you say? Then prepare 2 sets of healing potions. By the way, is the Great Flood Dragon male or female? Male, why do you ask? Prepare 3 sets. Ultimately, Fat Bamboo left with a perplexed expression. The clay ball wouldn't harm him, so what could Senior Brother possibly mean? The next day, Fat Bamboo delivered the clay ball to the outer sect disciple. The recipient accepted the pill with delight and departed merrily. 2 days later, Su Yinxing returned from his outing. "Senior brother, thank you." He arrived with bags aplenty, evidently brimming with rewards. "The formation plate saved your life?" Mo Fan asked, intrigued by his gratitude. "No, senior brother, this time in the secret realm, I encountered no danger, and the formation plate remains." "Then what thanks? Why must there be a reason to express gratitude?" "Because you're my senior brother." As their conversation reached this juncture, Montauk Fen, it seemed he had a point. Was a reason required for gratitude? It appeared not. After a brief moment, Su Yinxing departed. That day, perhaps due to Su Yinxing's return, Fat Bamboo sought him out, immediately asking for investment. "Not too much, just 100 or 80 spirit stones, and we'll split the pills 70-30. Fat Bamboo proposed a 3-7 split, but Su Yinxing merely twitched his lips in response, simply shutting the door gently, leaving Fat Bamboo outside. Don't be so disbelieving. What if we do a 28 split? Think it over. Forget it. 1 to 9. You take 1. I take 9. No, wait, it's 9 for me and 1 for you." No matter how Fat Bamboo tempted from outside, within the room, Su Yinxing remained utterly still. "Alas, I, with such exceptional talent, intended to help you amass wealth alongside me. I'm departing now. I truly am." After a prolonged tug of war, seeing Su Yinxing still unresponsive. "Woe is me. My dear Su Yinxing, I implore you, just a small investment. I am on the brink of starvation. Not for the sake of our brotherhood, then at least for the sake of being neighbors. Oh, Su Yunqing, senior brother. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing not Su Yunqing, but Mo Fan. Has it only been a few days since you squandered what you deceived last time? What deception? Senior brother, what are you saying? I would never deceive anyone. As Mo Fan's gaze fell upon him, perhaps guilt gnawed at Fat Bamboo's heart. Before long, he made a hasty retreat. Is this rotund fellow truly that desperate for money? Mo Fan pondered, shaking his head as he watched Fat Bamboo's departing figure. With a soft creak, after Fat Bamboo had wandered far, Su Yunqing emerged. Senior brother, he called, then glanced in the direction Fat Bamboo had taken. Senior brother, he often behaves this way. It's best to ignore him. Why? Mo Fan asked, confused. Su Yunqing smiled. Senior brother, he has been a disciple for a decade now. In truth, he possesses considerable talent for alchemy. However, he has strayed down the wrong path. He is attempting to concoct a time reversal pill. Montag Fen Pausit. Having never heard such a thing before. Fat Bamboo, attempting to refine a time reversal pill. What audacity or fanciful thinking could possess him? Su Yunqing sighed and continued. His cultivation has been restricted by the sect master. In reality, he has already stepped halfway into demonic transformation. Chapter 82. Farewell to Shuejian. Halfway into demonic transformation? Upon arriving in this world, it was the second time Mo Fan had encountered the term demonic transformation. What is demonic transformation? He inquired. Demonic transformation. Su Yunqing paused for a moment before responding. It is the result of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, leading to 7 tribulations and 6 calamities. A single misstep in tribulation, a moment of weakness in calamity, and one succumbs to demonic transformation. He appeared to recall something with a bitter smile. Those who undergo demonic transformation, great obsession leads to great disaster. At these words, Mo Fan hesitated. He suddenly remembered the peculiarities concerning the servant disciples of the Lingxiao sect. Moreover, it seemed that each servant was burdened with suffering. Suddenly, Mo Fan seemed to grasp the essence of it. Could it be that the Lingxiao sect regarded the servants as potential candidates for demonic transformation? With this thought, Mo Fan gazed toward the departing figure of Fat Zhu. If he were to abandon the concoction of the reversal pill, would he then not be considered halfway into demonic transformation? After uttering this question, Mo Fan expected Su Yunqing to affirm his thought. Yet, the latter merely looked up at the sky. This was the inscrutable nature of demonic transformation. If one is obsessed, one becomes a demon. If one relinquishes their obsession and loses their 7 emotions, they are also a demon. Whether to hold on or to let go has already lost its significance. From the moment he bore his suffering, fate was sealed. These words left Mo Fan in a daze, as if profound truths were emerging. Yet they were also steeped in sorrow. After a brief silence, Mo Fan turned to Su Yunqing. You were merely abandoned. You should have no lingering attachments, right? Indeed, she replied. In the distance, a few outer disciples soared through the sky on their swords. What a beautiful day, with such splendid weather. Shall we find a sea of clouds and have a contest? Certainly. This time, I shall make you unable to see the tail of my sword. Oh, you boast. In the past, I let you win, and now you dare to reclaim your confidence? Retracting his gaze, Mo Fan looked at the quarters of the servant disciples. Observing the bustling individuals, he felt an inexplicable sensation. Though they belonged to the same sect, it seemed they resided in entirely different worlds. Damn it, cultivating immortality seems even more intricate than martial arts. 3 days later, a roar reverberated throughout the Lingxiao sect. Soon after, news spread that a dragon from the Heishui pool in the back mountains had stolen a pill from an outer disciple, transforming from a black dragon to a red one in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, it wreaked havoc upon the mountain peak. That day, the sect leader was compelled to intervene. Observing the tireless movements of the sacred beast, the sect leader captured it from a distance and secretly removed it from the sect. What transpired next remained unknown. The following day, the sect buzzed with excitement. Some gazed at the gaping hole the beast had created in the mountain, giving a thumbs up. Truly a sacred beast, the black dragon. It managed to carve out such a large hole. Impressive. If only we could harness it for mining spiritual or It would be tremendously beneficial. Admiration spread rapidly. Yet soon these gossipers were apprehended and dispatched from mining duties. Why? Came the confused protests. It seems the Black Dragon has become despondent. Huh? It is so powerful. Why would it be despondent? Who knows? By the way, what kind of divine ability does it possess? It's amazing. I wish to learn it. Be quiet. If you keep talking, we'll have to mine for 3 more days. Such excitement circulated only among the outer disciples, seemingly irrelevant to the servant disciples. Observing Fat Jew, he remained preoccupied with finding ways to acquire spiritual stones. Of course, the sect leader would eventually investigate, but that was a matter for another time. On that day, while Mo Fan was eavesdropping on gossip, a familiar visitor arrived, none other than the one who had introduced him to the sect, Ringe and Shuejin. Junior brother, are you settling in well? Shuejin greeted him. Behind her, Ringe flashed a mischievous smile. I want it all. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan questioned Ringe. Junior brother, what she means is that she wants everything from the market later, Shuejin quickly clarified after a reprimanding glance. However, who would believe such a clumsy explanation? Very well, thought Yinhua, the servant disciple in charge, as she inexplicably sneezed. Why do I suddenly feel a chill? Tightening her clothing, she pondered. Returning to the topic, Ringe, having been scolded, stuck out her tongue. As someone who was often caught by her senior sister, she finally understood the thrill of catching someone else. Junior brother, shall we go to the market together? She asked. Oh, senior sister, is it a talisman? Why is it red? Ringe noticed a casually discarded talisman behind Mo Fan. Normally, talismans have a yellow background with black characters. Upon seeing the red talisman, she became curious. Without waiting for Shuejin to react, she picked up the red talisman from the corner. Ringe, oh well, if you like it, take it. It's just a piece of paper, and Mo Fan chuckled, interrupting Shuejin's intended reprimand. Junior brother, did you draw this? It looks so exquisite. Upon hearing this, Mo Fan's casual demeanor did not faze Ringe. However, she found the talisman appealing and decided to keep it. Thank you, junior brother. Here, take this one as well. I'll give you a genuine talisman. Ringe produced a yellow talisman from her storage bag and placed it on Mo Fan's table. Folk Dolishmon. It can summon a disorienting mist. Quite valuable. 2 pieces for a single spirit stone. As she finished speaking, Ringe jumped to the door. All right, let us go, junior brother, to the market. In truth, Mo Fan had overheard their conversation before they arrived. Senior sister, has that person who succumbed to demonic transformation reappeared? Ringe asked. Yes, Shuejin replied. Very well. Last time he escaped. This time he must be captured. Temper your disposition. If you continue like this, you will inevitably suffer great losses. Shuejin cautioned. Suffer losses? Nonsense. I will never suffer losses in my life. I am a golden core disciple of the Lingshao sect. What could possibly cause me to suffer? You. Shuejin sighed. That person who succumbed to demonic transformation destroyed the entire village of Junior Brother and slaughtered countless innocents. Just wait and see. I will defeat him decisively with my Qing Shuang sword. At the door, witnessing the 2 eager companions, Mo Fan agreed to join them. At the market, due to the impending confrontation with the demonic individual, Shuejin engaged in a substantial shopping spree. Senior sister, since that demonic individual is so vile, why doesn't the sect eradicate him completely? Upon hearing this, Shuejin recalled the words of the sect leader. Life continues endlessly. I don't know. Perhaps it is to temper us. Perhaps only by witnessing the loathsome nature of those who succumb to demonic transformation can one truly understand that demons must not be allowed to enter. Just as Shuejin was speaking, Ringe was distracted. Oh, senior sister, that pastry looks delicious. I'm discussing the necessity of keeping demons at bay. And you're off looking at pastries? Hee hee, but it really does look scrumptious. Chapter 83. The Sword of Heaven. In the bustling market, Shuejin was engaged in procuring talismans and medicinal herbs for their supplies, while Rindong's arms overflowed with delectable treats. Mo Fan, caught in the whirlwind, found himself indulged with an abundance of food. Little junior brother, I just noticed how profound your eyes are. You hardly resemble a youth, she teased, to which Mo Fan merely smiled in response. Little junior brother, eat up. It's truly delicious. Little junior brother, why do you seem disinterested in so many things? It's quite peculiar, Rendong remarked. Shuejian interjected, Rendong, perhaps you should moderate your chatter. Mo Fan, shaking his head, remained unfazed. Soon, their procurement was complete, and the two women bid farewell. Little junior brother, goodbye. On the street, Rendong waved enthusiastically, then turned and soared away on her flying sword. Spirit chicken, abundant in spiritual essence. Don't miss out as you pass by. Rock candy pills, exclusively developed to ensure delectable potency. With Rendong's exuberance fading, Mo Fan was left with only the clamor of vendors in his ears. Glancing at the candied hawthorn in his hand, he took a bite. Meanwhile, on the flying sword, Rendong queried, Sister, why didn't we bring little junior brother along? That demonic person slaughtered his entire village. Wouldn't it be better to have him seek revenge with us? Shuejian shook her head, avoiding a direct answer. Once a gap is formed, it cannot easily be filled. Rendong, confused, asked why not. It's revenge, after all. Shuejian smiled gently. Indeed, revenge can be exhilarating, but such exhilaration may only widen the void within one's heart. Perhaps 10 or 20 years from now, once he has achieved mastery, he may feel unsatisfied. His suffering will seem inadequate, and for that, he may descend into madness. Rendong tilted her head. Ah, I see. So, revenge is not an option, but neither is foregoing it. Does that make little junior brother useless? Precisely, Shuejian replied, glancing back towards the small town where the servant disciples resided. Once you become a servant, you are forever bound to that role. On the street, Mo Fan paused, overhearing their conversation and chuckling softly. The notion of becoming demonic piqued his curiosity. What type of person truly qualifies as demonic? The following day, before departing from the mountain gate, Shuejian meticulously checked her gear once more. After confirming everything was in order, she set forth, soaring into the sky on her sword, with Rendong closely trailing behind. This mission was not solely for the two of them. Other inner disciples accompanied them as well. In a short while, dozens of individuals exited the mountain gate. Unbeknownst to them, one person stealthily followed behind. While servants could not leave the mountain gate, Mo Fan was not bound by such restrictions. According to the intelligence gathered, he was located within this cave. Soon, dozens of flying swords hovered, with some on high alert, watching the cave's entrance. Among them, Shuejian possessed the highest cultivation level, and as expected, she took the lead in exploring the cave, while the others arranged formations at the entrance. There was no one inside. Shortly thereafter, Shuejian emerged from the cave with troubling news. No one. Sister, is that demonic person not inside? What do we do now? Rendong exclaimed, glancing around at the others. At the cave's mouth, Shuejian produced a circular disc, infusing it with the lingering essence from the cave, then began to spin it. There was a response, indicating that the target had not left long ago. A needle on the disc spun around and trembled, pointing in a specific direction. Follow me, Shuejian commanded as she ascended on her sword. Upon hearing this, the dozens of flying swords swiftly followed suit. Half an hour later, a strong scent of blood filled the air. Damn it, that demonic person has struck again. Curse be. During their flight, someone spotted something unusual ahead. Zipping down, Shuejian lowered her flying sword and quickened her pace. Soon, a village lay before them, in utter disarray. Following the needle's direction towards a modest dwelling, Shuejian announced, Everyone be alert. The demonic person is inside that wooden house. Form a formation. With Shuejian's command, dozens of flying swords swiftly spread out, encircling the wooden house. Inside, a figure clad in black held an elder captive. Sensing the disturbance outside, he hastened his actions, leading to the elder collapsing to the ground, from whose brow a blood-red orb emerged. Another one, he chuckled, turning to clutch the blood orb. You bothersome flies. I have no quarrel with you, yet you press so aggressively. A long sword appeared in his hand, its icy purple hue resembling that of a celestial blade, contrasting sharply with his dark attire. Fear not. They won't interrupt us. With a thunderous explosion, the wooden house splintered apart, a torrent of dust billowing forth as a streak of purple light surged out. Thunder fire calamity array. Crush. Boom. The incoming purple sword light met a dense formation, which coalesced into blue lightning flames. While the demonic figure sounded fearsome, His cultivation level was not particularly high, ranging from foundation establishment to nascent soul. Though he was at the nascent soul stage, under Shui Jian's leadership, bolstered by the formation, he would likely be overwhelmed effortlessly. However, the true terror of the demonic individual lay not in his cultivation, but in his intent, or perhaps it was his obsession. As the purple sword light dissipated, he grinned, swallowing a blood orb, as if he had glimpsed something, and smiled gently. How delightful! A mere thunderfire calamity array. We shall dismantle it together. Upon finishing his words, the purple sword light surged once more. He wielded the sword in one hand, while seemingly grasping at the void with the other, as if fighting alongside an unseen companion. Shui Jian's gaze sharpened. She was unaware of what he had perceived, but the myriad swords would come to an end here. Standing proudly amidst the formation, Shui Jian commanded, her spiritual essence erupting from the tip of her sword. With a flourish of her hand, over 20 talismans adhered to the blade. Her long dress billowed as she channeled the famed sword technique of Lingxiao sect. Heavenly might is overwhelming. Thunderfire empowered. My will is that of heaven. The sword of heaven. Slash. Wow, sister. That was so cool. Rin Dong was utterly mesmerized, her eyes sparkling with admiration. A blinding light consumed their vision. Moments later, as the white light faded, those manipulating the formation were drained of substantial spiritual energy, their faces pale. A large crater had formed on the ground, with residual blue flames flickering around its edge. Sister, is he dead? Rin Dong was the first to inquire. The others turned their gazes toward the crater, and upon discovering it was empty, they concluded he should be dead. That sword strike from Sister was truly invincible. As they spoke, a voice echoed ominously, "You all deserve to die. You shall all perish." The black-clad figure did not emerge from the pit, but instead staggered out from the opposite side, his clothes tattered. His gaze fixated venomously on the slight cracks in the purple sword. A surge of frenzied intent rapidly spread through the air. All of you must die. This is dire. Chapter 84. The Setting Sun, the Afterglow. Senior sister, is he like an indestructible cockroach? Huan Dong exclaimed in astonishment. How can he still be alive under the heavenly sword? Huan Dong, focus. As the figure clad in black was on the verge of madness, Shui Jian leaped down, engaging him in battle at once. In an instant, spiritual energy erupted around them. In just a breath, the two had exchanged nearly 100 strikes. Shui Jian had previously borrowed her fellow disciples' spiritual power, which meant her own reserves remained largely intact, all to prevent any unforeseen incidents. However, as the fight progressed, her anxiety only deepened. This individual had withstood a blow from the heavenly sword, and yet, astonishingly, he was able to match her in strength. Truly, he had darkened and grown threefold stronger. Senior sister, I shall assist you. Upon regaining their senses, her fellow disciples, along with Huan Dong, consumed a recovery elixir and joined the fray. The black-clad man stood resolute against dozens, his strength only intensifying with each clash. In the blink of an eye, he bore over 100 wounds, yet he seemed impervious to pain. The battle raged from dawn until dusk. The golden afterglow bathed the battlefield as he appeared tireless, relying on his blood energy to replace his depleting spiritual energy. As his blood energy waned, he drew upon his very flesh, and, as that too diminished, he leaned upon his willpower. Witnessing such a scene, Huan Dong felt a chill of fear. Her grip on her sword began to tremble. Huan Dong, steady yourself. At this juncture, victory is assured. The black-clad figure had become a mere shadow of his former self, his body withered. The group united to deliver a powerful blow, sending him crashing against a sturdy tree, for which he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Shakily, he rose again. Huan Dong, do not be swayed by his intent. This is the terrifying nature of a person possessed by darkness. Remember, our intent embodies the path, the righteousness of heaven and earth, the balance of the universe. He is but a practitioner of the demonic path, Shui Jian declared, unleashing a sword that pierced his chest, pinning him to the tree stump. Coughing violently, he expelled another mouthful of blood, yet he paid no heed to the sword embedded in his chest. Instead, his hand delved into his robe. At this moment, another senior brother struck, severing his hand, causing the sword energy to cleave through his chest, dislodging the last of his blood pearls. Give it to me. Give it to me. Previously, his prolonged endurance relied on these blood pearls. Alas, now only one remained, tumbling to the ground. Man Jianfei, are you not yet awake? Shui Jian gazed at him, her eyes filled with righteousness, observing his state of utter incapacity to fight. Why? Why? Man Jianfei mumbled, fixated on the blood pearl on the ground, struggling painfully, pushing against the sword piercing his chest, inching forward, desperate to escape his pinned position. Man Jianfei, do you not comprehend the countless sins you've committed? How many innocents have perished at your hands? Heh, are you here to judge me? Man Jianfei lifted his gaze. You are not worthy. Give it to me, give it to me. With an inexplicable surge of strength, he grit his teeth and, in a moment of desperation, managed to force the sword from the tree. Though the blade remained lodged in his chest, he ignored it, lunging for the blood pearl on the ground. Senior sister, Huandong's heart trembled. Shui Jian made no move to stop him. After all, it was merely the last pearl. Man Jianfei, like a ravenous beast, fell to the ground, consuming the blood pearl along with the surrounding earth and grass. In the golden afterglow, as he ingested it, a look of satisfaction crossed his face. He gazed up at the golden sun, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Huandong, do not follow in his footsteps. Look at this village. Observe the innocent lives he has turned into blood elixirs. He was once a member of the inner sect, but alas. Shui Jian stepped forward. Innocent? They are not innocent. No one is innocent. Junior sister Shui Jian, cease. From the day you succumbed to darkness, you no longer have the right to call me junior sister. She blocked the rays of the setting sun. As an inner sect member, you have witnessed the abhorrent fate of the outer disciples who fell into darkness. If your heart cannot withstand the trial, you should know that you must forsake your cultivation and join the ranks of the outer disciples. Yet you willingly chose to sink into depravity, and you dare say I lack the right to judge you? What qualifications do you have to utter such words? Despite the reprimand, Man Jianfei remained unfazed, smiling gently. He did not respond to Shui Jian's words, but muttered, I have no regrets. One day, you shall understand what it means to have no regrets. Stubborn and unyielding. Thank you. Suddenly, Man Jianfei inexplicably expressed gratitude, then picked up the purple smoke sword from the ground with his mouth, unsteadily rising to his feet. When the time comes, take my corpse back to the sect for a report. After standing, he brushed past Shui Jian, leaving a trail of blood on the ground as he staggered towards the setting sun, step by step. Purple smoke. Do you believe there are innocent people in this world? Are there? Indeed, I said so. Does it still hurt? Aye, how could it possibly hurt? Take it slow. Truly, you do not inspire confidence. By the way, the weather today is splendid. The afterglow is so warm, so warm. I told you to wait for me, yet you ran so fast. Slow down, slow down. As the afterglow dimmed, he staggered on with his severed arm, biting down on the purple smoke sword, gradually fading into the distance. Shui Jian, Huandong, and Jinghao Tsang. Had the mission been accomplished? In the Lingxiao sect, the elder of the Deacon Hall inquired, was it completed? Yes. Very well. Senior sister, he. Shui Jian patted Huandong's shoulder. Do not overthink. The path was wrong. No matter how we tread, it is all erroneous. Have you forgotten? He slaughtered the entire family of our junior brother. At her words, Huandong finally lifted her gaze. Yes, that fiend is utterly despicable, daring to slaughter the entire family of our junior brother. He deserves death. Shui Jian smiled. Indeed, he deserves to die. By the way, senior sister, are the outer disciples all potential practitioners of the demonic path? Indeed. Moreover, those who succumb to the demonic path are even more terrifying. Man Jianfei was once an inner disciple. After he fell into darkness, I could barely contend with him. As for them, Shui Jian gazed in a certain direction. The sect master said, once they leave the sect and fully succumb to darkness, they will cause the heavens to tremble. Man Jianfei's descent into darkness will stifle the Yuan Ying realm. Yet they, for reasons unknown, fail to withstand the heart's tribulation, yet can break through to the divine transformation, merge bodies, and enter the tribulation. Huh? Huandong exclaimed in surprise. So strong? Shui Jian turned back, yes. Huandong's eyes sparkled. If that is the case, then our junior brother would also be quite formidable, wouldn't he? What are you thinking? Do you wish to oppose our junior brother? She tapped Huan Dong's head lightly. They only need to reach the qi refining stage, and our junior brother is the same. By the way, you should have less contact with our junior brother. All right, okay. Huan Dong nodded, but for some reason, she thought of something and took out a red talisman from her pocket. The talisman seemed to radiate a mysterious glow, becoming increasingly enchanting. I always feel something is off about our junior brother. I'll go see him tomorrow. Concealing her intentions from Xue Jian, she thought. As for the senior sister's admonitions, must they truly be heeded? Clearly not. Not listening, I won't listen. Who told you to always reveal my shortcomings? Chapter 85. Enlightenment. As the sun descended, Mo Fan returned to his abode. Neither Pang Zhu nor Su Yinqing was home. He pushed open the door and, for reasons unknown, the encounter with the possessed person during his pursuit of Run Dongxue left him with a sense of perpetual vitality. It was an extraordinarily peculiar feeling, difficult to articulate in terms of right or wrong. All that mattered was the continuity of existence. Regardless of the world's state or the circumstances surrounding him, he was determined to endure. Damn it, is this the world of fantasy? He took out a talisman. This time, rather than drawing intricate symbols, he simply inscribed the 3 characters representing perpetual vitality. As the characters formed, the talisman's colors shifted. Although it was not a true talisman, it bore an uncanny resemblance to one. The next day, a tremendous explosion rang out. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. Pang Zhu emerged from the distant hill, smoke billowing from his mouth and his face smudged with soot. This was a failed alchemical attempt that had resulted in an explosion. After coughing out a few puffs of black smoke, he gazed at the dense smoke rising from the forest behind him. Oh no, my materials. I've lost everything. Hey, senior brother. Upon noticing Mo Fan at the door, Pang Zhu's eyes lit up. Suddenly, he flipped over, lying on the ground. Cough, cough, senior brother. I might not have long to live. Senior brother, my dear senior brother. I've always had a wish. Before Pang Zhu could finish, Mo Fan kicked him away. Get lost. Damn it. I'm not falling for your money-making schemes. Clapping his hands, Mo Fan made his way toward the back mountain. In this world, houses lacked courtyards, but that was no obstacle for him. On the back mountain, he had planted a small peach orchard, albeit still in its infancy. Initially, he had no intention of planting it, but during this journey into the world, he felt an inexplicable sense of disconnection, as if something was missing. What that something was, he could not identify. Perhaps, like the rainfall sword path, he lacked nothing at all. He merely found himself ensnared in a whirlpool of thoughts. The young peach trees stood only to his legs, yet they covered a substantial area. He envisioned that, given some time, this place would undoubtedly blossom into a picturesque sight. Mo Fan stepped into the grove. After a while, he heard a familiar voice. Hey, senior sister, what brings you here? Are you here to refine alchemy? That is splendid. Leave the alchemical matters to me, and I assure you there won't be any mistakes. Pang Zhu's voice echoed from afar. Yes, in the back mountain. By the way, senior sister, would you like to refine some elixirs while you're at it? Please just do a little bit. Hey, Dong. With a light step, entered the back mountain, completely disregarding Pang Zhu. Who would bother with alchemy when one could indulge in delectable treats? Moments latte. She spotted Mo Fan standing among the small peach saplings. Not searching. I insist on looking, she muttered. Little junior brother. She greeted him. After their exchange, she observed him amidst the saplings with curiosity. Little junior brother, are you setting up an array? Mo Fan turned to glance at her, captivated by Run Dong's adorable demeanor. Shaking his head, he replied, I'm merely waiting for the peach blossoms to bloom. Peach blossoms? Are these peach trees? Ren Dong peered at the saplings on the ground, then burst into laughter. It's too early, little junior brother. They're still saplings. Wait a moment. Little junior brother, don't play mysterious like senior sister. Are these blossoms real peach blossoms? Mo Fan smiled. Of course they are. Here, have some candied hawthorn. Ren Dong offered him a skewer of candied hawthorn. Wait a second. You seem a bit odd. By the way, little junior brother, you look so young, yet somehow you seem quite old. Biting into her candied hawthorn, Ren Dong spoke candidly. Earlier, Shuejian was right. You never hide your thoughts. Do I look old? Montag fin in kvilet. Look at you. How could you not look old? And it's not just ordinary old age. It's... Rendong's eyes rolled, searching for the right words. It was an indescribable kind of oldness. It's like... Like what? Mo Fan asked softly, observing her expression. Oh dear, I can't quite put into words. After pondering for a while, Rendong finally concluded. Forget it. She shifted the topic. Little junior brother, don't you find it dull here with just these saplings? As Rendong spoke, Mo Fan glanced down at the peach saplings. Is it dull here? He mused internally. Suddenly, he felt as if he had glimpsed his own sense of unreality. Little junior brother, why are you spacing out while talking? Rendong looked at him with surprise. What were you thinking about just now? Mo Fan raised his gaze. His sense of unreality felt like a lack of emotions. No joys. No sorrows. Observing the peach saplings should have been a mundane task, yet he found joy in it. What is unreality? This is unreality. I think I understand now. Are you all right, little junior brother? Rendong asked, noticing his dazed expression. Mo Fan snapped back to reality. He suddenly realized that from the moment he had bound himself to the system, he had been lost. In reality, he was an orphan, raised in an orphanage, where the greatest companion was solitude. Even when the children cried in their cribs, no one comforted or embraced them. They had to learn to be strong, and he had grown up that way. As he matured, he became engrossed in a busy life, with no friends, no family, and no dreams of love. He merely existed, propelled forward by the urgency of survival. Until the brain tumor, that was when he finally paused. Until the system binding, he had gained his own time. Until now, he realized that even with his own time, he was still unaccustomed to it. He consistently took that time, placing it in his hands, resting it upon the peach trees, silently observing. Little junior brother? Little junior brother? Rendong's voice broke through his thoughts. As he returned to the present, Rendong's image became clearer before him. Her soft, flowing hair was simply tied back. Her small face retained a touch of baby fat, and her pair of bright, clear eyes sparkled with life, interlaced with curiosity. Clad in a purple and white dress, she exuded an aura of ethereal beauty. Your purple and white dress is lovely, Mo Fan remarked involuntarily. Little junior brother, what is wrong with you? This is the sect's attire. So strange. Feng Dong replied. I'll wait. The token in my waist just flickered. Little junior brother, my senior sister is calling for me, so I must take my leave. By the way, the peach blossoms might take a while to bloom. Next time, I'll take you to have some delicious food. She summoned her flying sword, gracefully stepping onto it. Goodbye. Delicious food? When you come next time, I'll have even better treats for you. Mo Fan called out, his voice resonating through the air. After saying this, he felt as though the world had become clearer. The blue sky, the white clouds, and the misty array surrounding the sect unfolded before him as if seen for the first time. Better treats? Little junior brother, don't eat them all. Make sure to save some for me, came Rendong's echoed response. Hearing this, Mo Fan rested his head back. Eat them all? He would even want them. Instant noodles had long lost their appeal to him. Chapter 86. The path to immortality. Upon returning to his abode, Mo Fan activated his system panel. Personal information. Nama, Montag Fen. Realm, harmonization, first level. Time remaining to reach limit, 9 years. Path, rainfall path, level 2. Talents, ordinary body, black. Heavy pupil, purple. Supreme bone, purple. Master thief, blue. Bystander, a white. Diligence compensates for inadequacy, white. Copper skin, iron bones, green. Solitary sword body, blue. Refining efficiency, 720. Fortune, 20. Comprehension, 110. External skills, refining, intent, purple. Alchemy, intent, purple. Talismans, intent, purple. Arrays, intent, purple. Rainfall, sword technique, sword path, white. Eternal spring, sword technique, sword intent, blue. Green mountain, sword technique, sword intent, white. Peerless sword technique, sword intent, white. Ascendant sword technique, sword intent, light purple. External skill experience, 850,000. Internal skills, Great Sun Buddha scripture, gold. Internal skill experience, 72 billion. After reviewing the panel, Mo Fan thought, damn, why can't I exchange internal skill experience for external skill experience? With a flick of his wrist, a fruit appeared in his hand. Indeed, it was the crimson fruit he had obtained during his time with the heavy pupil. At the moment of acquisition, he had resolved to consume it only after achieving some cultivation. Yet, upon reaching that moment, he found himself devoid of desire, as if something was missing. Nevertheless, a smile crept onto his lips as he gazed at the fruit, and he took a hearty bite. Instantly, a spicy sensation filled his mouth, accompanied by an unusual sweetness. Ding! Consuming crimson fruit, external skill experience 10,000. The system notification flashed, and his external skill experience surged from 850,000 to 860,000. The crimson fruit actually enhances external skill experience. Montag van Pondat Zulmavat zo heist. The crimson fruit was a spiritual fruit, suggesting that external skill experience could not only be acquired through the disassembly of external skills, but also through the consumption of spiritual fruits. His eyes glimmered with realization. Furthermore, he wondered if spiritual stones might also provide similar benefits. Speaking of spiritual stones, he quickly opened his backpack. With a hundredfold capacity, he certainly had no shortage of spiritual stones. However, after extracting a single spiritual stone and attempting to absorb it, he found no increase in external skill experience. Forget it. Spiritual fruits are still quite good. Why are you here at the skill pavilion today? In the small town where the miscellaneous disciples gathered, aside from daily trading, there was also the skill pavilion. Naturally, there were places for alchemy, refining, and talisman exchanges as well. Upon entering the pavilion, Mo Fan was greeted by Steward Yanhua, who jested with him. Dressed in a flowing purple and white gown, her attire was adorned with cloud patterns, making her easily recognizable. "Hey, you seem a bit different. More youthful," she teased, stroking her chin. "What do you mean youthful?" "I am youthful," Mo Fan retorted, noticing the peculiar look she cast his way. So you can talk back now," she laughed. "So, what brings you here today?" "I desire all external skill techniques," Mo Fan declared boldly. For some reason, upon hearing this, Yanhua burst into laughter, her body shaking with mirth. "Ha ha!" After a moment, within the pavilion, Mo Fan perused the tomes. Of course, the act of perusing was merely a facade. The true intent was to copy them into his backpack. This time, however, he placed the original text back on the shelf. It was impressive, indeed. The world of the fantastical was abundant with external skill techniques, and his system interface displayed a remarkable spike in external skill experience. In a short while, it surged past 1.25 million, reaching 1.44 million. To attain the next level in a technique required 1.25 million, and without hesitation, Mo Fan elevated the eternal spring sword technique to the realm of understanding. Instantly, a wave of comprehension radiated from him. Although the system did not announce a breakthrough, the insight gained propelled him significantly forward. As this essence of the eternal spring path enveloped him, suddenly, within the grand hall of the Ascendant Palace, the languid figure of the sect leader, beneath the colossal statue, abruptly opened his eyes. This feeling, someone is comprehending the path. But how could that be? Wait, it flickered and vanished. The leader sat upright. Due to the shielding nature of the rainfall sword path, even at such close proximity, he could only sense a fleeting moment. Why did it disappear so quickly? Who is obscuring the heavenly secrets? The leader mused in confusion. Meanwhile, Mo Fan stepped out of the skill pavilion. "Didn't you want everything? Why did you leave empty-handed? Should I copy it for you?" Yanhua joked from behind. Ignoring her, he turned toward the marketplace. His visit to the skill pavilion not only yielded external skills, but also enriched his understanding of this world. The Ascendant sect was not particularly large in this territory and was situated on the fringes. Above it lay sacred grounds and paths, 3 major paths, 7 sacred grounds, 18 sects, and 333 immortal mountains, alongside 1 forbidden zone. The forbidden zone. Mo Fan found himself intrigued, though scant information about it seemed deliberately concealed. As he entered the marketplace, Mo Fan sought after swords and various other artifacts. After all, it was only fitting to acquire these in a world of the fantastical. The marketplace bustled with people, and the vendors were not the miscellaneous disciples, but rather those from the inner or outer sections. A mere glance allowed Mo Fan to discern the difference. The miscellaneous disciples exuded a certain tenacity. Contemplating this tenacity, Mo Fan felt a hint of perplexity. Logically, such resolve could be harnessed to enhance cultivation and, with sufficient talent, even to attain enlightenment. After all, the rainfall path was, in its essence, a form of singular intent. Yet, the ascendant sect chose to relegate these individuals to menial tasks and restrict their cultivation. Shaking his head, Mo Fan disregarded these thoughts. After a brief shopping excursion, he returned to his residence. "Senior brother, why are you interested in the top 10 talents list?" He unexpectedly encountered Su Yunqing at the entrance, who seemed astonished by Mo Fan's gaze on the list. Mo Fan did not explain, folding the list and turning to Su Yunqing, who was shouldering a pack, and remarked with surprise, "Going to the secret realm again?" "Yes, I need more talisman sketches," Su Yunqing replied. "Not enough." Mo Fan narrowed his eyes. If he recalled correctly, Su Yunqing spent his days drawing talismans, producing hundreds if not thousands in a few days. How could he possibly lack them? Before he could voice his confusion, Su Yunqing set off with his pack. Shaking his head, Mo Fan once again examined the top 10 talents list. Beyond the talents, the list featured divine weapons and artifacts. Most importantly, the inheritance list. First, the path to immortality, the method of the Forbidden Zone. Chapter 87. The instant noodles finally make their mark. As Mo Fan perused the heritage rankings, he quickly spotted his sect's cultivation method. The Lingxiao method, ranked 123rd, belonged to the Lingxiao sect. The Lingxiao method? Mo Fan mused, stroking his chin. He had not encountered this technique in the pavilion of methods earlier. However, it made sense. As a sacred text of the Lingxiao sect, it should remain confidential, known only to a select few. Perhaps there existed another pavilion of methods hidden away. To be ranked 123rd indicated that he should take some time to explore the sect further. Closing the rankings, Mo Fan contemplated this thought. Meanwhile, in the Lingxiao Great Hall, the statue of the sect leader felt a growing discomfort. What was amiss lately? He felt a persistent unease. How strange. Soon after, the following day, Mo Fan practiced the Changchun sword technique amidst the morning mist when Rindong arrived. She still came alone, leaping down from her flying sword, her lips curling into a smile. "Little junior brother, I'm here. What about the delicious food you mentioned?" Her large, twinkling eyes brimmed with curiosity. Mo Fan chuckled and led her to the small peach grove at the back of the mountain. The delectable treat he had in mind was, of course, instant noodles. Once, he had considered using this to bribe an unknown entity. Yet, here he was having reached the combined body realm in the blink of an eye. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before he could break through into the tribulation transcendence. Taking out a small pot, Mo Fan deftly retrieved the instant noodles from his sleeve, skillfully tearing open the packaging and placing the noodles into the pot to simmer. "Little junior brother, what is this strange thing?" Rindong exclaimed in astonishment. The next moment, a wave of rich aroma wafted through the air. Were these powders? How can they smell so delightful just as powders? She blinked in wonder. Observing her reaction, Mo Fan chose not to elaborate and mysteriously replied, "You'll find out soon enough." Just then, a small hand reached for the seasoning packet. "Not yet. It's not ready." Mo Fan quickly interjected. After his fingertip dipped into the crystalline powder and swiftly retreated, he grinned. "Hey, little junior brother, I'll just have a taste." Rindong put her pinky finger into her mouth. Upon savoring the rich flavor, her eyes sparkled with delight. Wow! Mo Fan laughed heartily. This was the true power of a culinary weapon. Last time, he had failed to deal with an unknown presence, but this time, dealing with a mere golden core should be a piece of cake. A few minutes later, Mo Fan announced it's ready. "You can start eating now." "Ah, little junior brother, you are the best." For a foodie, nothing is more torturous than watching delicious food bubble away, unable to partake. Just as Mo Fan finished speaking, Rindong had already picked up the small pot. As for it being hot, that was irrelevant. She was at least in the golden core stage. "Wow, I didn't see how much you put in, yet it smells so fragrant. The flavor is so rich. Ah, the broth is delicious." Montag smiedet silently. This was the marvel of technology. Soon after Rindong finished her meal, she gazed longingly at the small pot, clearly wanting more. However, Mo Fan declined a request. Instant noodles come with a downside. One packet is insufficient, but two would make anyone nauseous. Thus, for her own good, he refused. After she reluctantly departed, Mo Fan treated himself to a packet as well. Perhaps he had indulged too much in reality. After one bite, he thought, damn it, this is even worse than the signature dishes of Sha County or northeastern dumplings. The next day, Pang Zhu radiated with joy. A brief inquiry revealed the reason for his elation. The prices of elixirs and talismans had skyrocketed. The fog talisman that Rindong had gifted Mo Fan, which previously cost 2 spirit stones, now fetched 1 spirit stone each. Although it didn't seem like much, it represented a staggering 50% increase. Upon further inquiries, Mo Fan understood the cause behind the surge in prices for elixirs and talismans. The Lingxiao sect and the Hunyuan sect had clashed over a spirit stone mine. There existed a rule in the cultivation world. Such disputes ultimately depended on the younger generation of each sect. Consequently, the massive demand led to skyrocketing prices for elixirs and talismans. Senior brother, invest in me. I'll help you get rich. Pang Zhu chimed cheerfully. However, upon seeing Pang Zhu's excitement, Mo Fan didn't hesitate to refuse. What a joke. Did he need to get rich? Not at all. He was solely interested in discovering the color of the Lingxiao method. If it were golden, perhaps it could replace the Great Sun Buddha Sutra. As he pondered, Mo Fan's gaze fell upon the magnificent hall atop the distant mountain. Senior brother Yinqing? Oh, you're back? Yinqing's return was timely. I was just about to tell you that elixir prices have soared. Come, let me help you get rich. Pang Zhu's boisterous voice pulled Mo Fan from his thoughts. However, Yinqing appeared somewhat unwell. He didn't respond to Pang Zhu's words and simply retreated to his room, closing the door with a thud behind him. Pang Zhu was left standing there, confused and perplexed. Oh well, once I'm rich, don't you all envy me? With that, Pang Zhu busied himself seeking investments. After this brief interlude, Mo Fan turned his attention back to the Lingxiao sect's Grand Hall. The sect leader of the Lingxiao sect possessed no extraordinary power, being at the same combined body stage as Mo Fan. Such strength was clearly insufficient to deter him. Perfect, today would be an excellent day for exploration. As he spoke, Mo Fan took a step forward. With each step, his presence diminished, his aura, perception, visibility, footsteps, breaths, and even intellect all waned. One by one, he stacked layers of concealment upon himself. Although the Lingxiao sect's leader was at the combined body stage, which he deemed not particularly formidable, Mo Fan was aware that in the martial arts realm, even the most ludicrous existences like the Buddha could emerge, and there were undoubtedly other formidable figures in this world. Why did his heart feel increasingly unsettled? Could it be that the Forbidden Zone had encountered an issue? Underneath the Lingxiao sect, the languid figure stirred. Impossible. After the suppression, no one has dared to approach the Forbidden Zone for 1,000 years. It shouldn't be the Forbidden Zone. However, if it's not the Forbidden Zone, why does my heart feel so heavy? He was baffled, deeply perplexed. Just as he sat up, unnoticed, a figure had already wandered through the great hall. The figure left the hall and headed toward the buildings behind. At a certain halfway point up the mountain, Mo Fan spotted a withered black snake. Skirting past the serpent, he continued deeper. Where is it? Where is the Lingxiao method? Ultimately, Mo Fan paused before a cave. Expanding his perception, he found nothing within the cave except for a few stone statues. Unwilling to accept defeat, Mo Fan probed once more. All right, confirmed. There's truly nothing here. It seems the knowledge has been passed down orally. I just wonder if the inner sect can learn it. It appears I must wait until Rindong returns to inquire. Chapter 88. My feast the following day, Mo Fan awaited Rindong, but instead, the sect leader arrived. Had he been exposed? Mo Fan was taken aback, yet soon, he observed the sect leader escorting Fat Bamboo away. Watching the two ascend on their swords, Mo Fan stroked his chin, contemplating that Fat Bamboo was in for a rough time. This abduction was likely a consequence of the Longhu Dan incident from days prior. Chuckling, Mo Fan remained unfazed. After practicing the Changchun sword technique once more, it was not long before Rendong arrived. For a true foodie, particularly one experiencing instant noodles for the first time, the allure was undeniable. Thus, adhering to their usual routine, Mo Fan led her to the small peach grove. As the noodles cooked, with flames crackling, Mo Fan inquired, Rendong, as an inner sect disciple, you must know the Lingxiao technique, right? He cut to the chase, probing for information about the Lingxiao technique. Junior brother, you should call me senior sister. Rendong corrected him, her focus diverted as the noodles appeared to run low. Montauk Fen, easily grasping her intent to be addressed with respect, mused that little Rendong was still unworthy of such honorifics. Ah, junior brother, I'm not so petty. You may call me whatever you wish, she replied with a giggle. By the way, why are you asking about that? With the noodles on the brink of flying away, her curiosity took precedence over formalities. Can you perform it? Mo Fan toyed with the crackling fire. Of course. Well, not really. Junior brother, the Lingxiao technique can only be mastered by the most exceptional talents within our sect, she lamented. Exceptional talents? Mo Fan recalled the list of prodigies he had perused. Beyond the top 10, there were also the top 100. Yet, he had not encountered any members of the Lingxiao sect among them. Turning to Rendong, he asked, who is the prodigy of our sect? None, she replied, sheepishly. Not even Xue Jian, who is at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Montauk Fen Kvirit, surprised by her response. I don't know, Rendong admitted, her uncertainty evident. But even though I don't know the Lingxiao technique, I possess a formidable sword technique. For the sake of the noodles, I shall perform it for you. With that, she unsheathed her delicate sword and began to dance. Junior brother, call me when the noodles are ready. Rendong's swordplay was quite adept. Her violet and white gown flowed gracefully amidst the peach grove. The technique she demonstrated was called the six-character sword, its light weaving through the air like a dream. Ding! Learned six-character sword. Six-character sword, blue entry level. Though he did not glean any information about the Lingxiao technique, acquiring a sword technique was a worthwhile trade. Upon hearing the system's notification, Mo Fan deftly maneuvered his fingers. Soon, the six-character sword transformed into six-character sword, blue sword intent. How do you like it? Junior brother? Isn't it stylish? She exclaimed. Haha, actually, my senior sister Estition sword is even more impressive. Upon mentioning Xue Jian, Rendong recalled the day her Tion sword vanquished a demon. Do not be too enamored. Unfortunately, you were not present that day. Otherwise, you would have been utterly captivated by my senior sister. Mo Fan chuckled at her enthusiasm, knowing well that he had indeed been there. Although he chose not to disclose this fact. Before long, the noodles were ready, and it was time for a feast. Returning to the wooden cabin, dusk had already fallen. As Mo Fan stood before the door, he sensed something amiss and turned to see a stranger approaching, an unfamiliar woman clad in a simple, unadorned long dress, eschewing the sect's robes. Below the ranks of the disciples, there existed those of the outer circle, who were considered true errand disciples and not full members of the sect. Their attire need only be modest, avoiding ostentation. The woman approached, her face streaked with tears. Pausing before Su Yinxing's door. With a creak, Su Yinxing opened it. Something amiss, Mo Fan thought, suddenly intrigued. The woman, tears streaming down her cheeks, demanded, Why isn't he my brother returned? Su Yinxing remained silent, producing a thick stack of talismans. The harvest from this secret realm was meager. These are my additional compensations. Talismans. Ha, what use are these to me? She scoffed, swatting the talismans from Su Yinxing's hands, sending them scattering through the air. Are these my brother's? He is not some cold, lifeless talisman. Her eyes brimmed with resentment as she continued. What if you are an errand disciple? What if you were the sect's robes? Did my brother commit an error? Why isn't he returned? The secret realm is inherently perilous. This time, I provided him with a formation plate made by my senior brother. I do not know why he failed to bring it with him, Su Yinxing explained. At this, Mo Fan was taken aback. He turned to see a formation plate hanging around the woman's neck, the very one he had crafted. Her tears flowed even more fiercely as she touched the plate against her chest, gazing at the scattered talismans without uttering a word. After stomping on them vehemently, she spat. Su Yunqing, Su Yunqing. Ultimately, the woman shot a venomous glare at Su Yunqing before departing as dusk deepened, her silhouette elongated in the fading light. The next day, a new errand disciple joined the ranks, a female disciple named Shuang Shuang, specializing in formation arts. She resided on the opposite end of the errand disciple village. Although the sect was aware that her ambitions were tied to those of the inner disciples, they refrained from interfering too much. It seemed that everything was merely fate, all predestined. Perhaps due to these events, Su Yinqing ventured outside less frequently. With fat bamboo taken by the sect leader, Mo Fan enjoyed a measure of tranquility. 3 days later, Rendong returned, her face etched with concerns. Junior brother, senior sister, is not taking me along this time, why not? I am, after all, a golden core disciple, a rather significant one. Mo Fan prepared a bowl of instant noodles for her. Unlike before, when placed before her, she did not immediately dig in. Instead, she gazed sorrowfully into the void. Mo Fan rarely witnessed her in such a state. It was a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Perhaps there is danger, he pondered, uncertain how to console her. Isn't it precisely because there is danger that I should be included? Upon hearing this, Mo Fan fell silent for a moment. With her disposition, if he were in his shoes, he would not take her either. Yet he dared not voice this thought. The noodles will become overcooked if I let them sit too long. I'll have to dispose of them. This remark finally prompted Rendong to pick up her chopsticks, although she remained puzzled as she ate heartily. Junior brother, you're still the best. That detestable senior sister. While you're away these days, I shall reach the nascent soul stage and scare you senseless. If you don't take me along, then fine. I shall feast. I shall feast and feast. I shall indulge until I can't any longer. Chapter 89. Another void from that day forth. Rendong visited almost daily, sometimes practicing swordplay, sometimes tending to the peach grove, and at other times generously offering spirit stones for Mo Fan's indulgences. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, as Rendong danced with her sword, the little peach grove had grown an inch taller, now reaching her waist. Amid the graceful sword light, her talisman glimmered. Has my senior sister returned? She paused, ceasing her practice, and turned to Mo Fan. Junior brother, my senior sister is back. I must take my leave now. After Rendong departed, Mo Fan gazed into the distance. Indeed, Shuejian had returned, yet not in the usual manner. The following day, Rendong descended from the sword with a heavy heart. Why will my sister let me see her? What happened? Wasn't it just a mission? Why can't I even have a glimpse? Observing Rendong's melancholy, Mo Fan refrained from providing explanations. Another day passed, and Rendong learned the reason. Shuejian was burdened by a curse. As for the nature of this curse, she remained in the dark. Isn't it just a curse? Why won't she see me? Once the sect leader heals her, just wait until I have my chance. Another half-month slipped by. Shuejian left the mountain gate, her destination unknown to anyone. It was rumored that the sect leader was helpless against the curse. Perhaps she had ventured out in search of alternative solutions. Before her departure, she left behind many spirit stones in her cave, undeniably meant for Rendong. Junior brother, I don't know why, but your swordplay seems even more exquisite than my sister's. This time, Shuejian's departure was peculiar. She did not display her usual anger in front of Mo Fan. Instead, she cupped her face, watching him perform the Changchun sword technique. By the way, junior brother, what exactly is a yuanying? Her words echoed her previous sentiments. As she began to aspire to become a yuanying, Mo Fan sheathed his sword. This inquiry was rather misdirected. Yuanying? He understood the concept of a 9 tribulations infant, but was oblivious to what constituted an ordinary infant. Reflecting on his own yuanying condensation, there was a phrase he found difficult to articulate. The golden core, akin to a cell, incessantly differentiating. This, especially since it resided in his lower abdomen, was reminiscent of Ayist. Yuanying. Mo Fan glanced at the now significantly taller little peach grove. The muddled essence of humanity, defying fate with immense spiritual power. Reconstructing the spiritual body, this should embody the yuanying. Muddled? Rendong interjected, resting her chin in her palms. People are not muddled. This muddled essence is not the same as that muddled essence. Rindong's eyes twinkled. Whatever muddled essence you speak of, junior brother, why is muddled essence considered detrimental? The query left Mo Fan momentarily dumbfounded. Why is muddled essence deemed undesirable? It was self-evident. Muddled essence inherently connoted negativity. As he pondered, Rindong continued, Tonghalu osmanthus cake, sweet tofu, and instant noodles. These are all delicacies my sister mentioned, all worldly indulgences, all muddled, all detrimental to cultivation. But, junior brother, they are undeniably delightful. So delightful. Why are they muddled? Junior brother, you just said humanity's muddled essence. But, junior brother, my sister is wonderful, the sect leader is wonderful, the other senior brothers are wonderful, and you are wonderful too. I'm wonderful as well. With so much goodness, why is there muddled essence? Like a child? Rindong's innocent inquiry left Mo Fan momentarily speechless. He observed her propping her chin in contemplation. She seemed so naive, yet her words carried profound implications. Muddled essence, negative. Indeed, why does muddled essence symbolize negativity? Thoughts tangled. No more of this. Mo Fan gave Rindong a playful tap on the head. Why ponder so much? Bad is simply bad. Junior brother, how dare you hit me? You are finished. I will make you pay. Another month passed. In the southern barbarian lands, the immortal palace appeared in the world. As the formidable powers from the 3 realms and 7 holy lands gathered at its periphery, they announced a piece of news. 1 year hence, the restrictions of the immortal palace would be lifted. At that time, the younger generation below the divine separation could represent their sects to explore its resources. This news invigorated the disciples of Ling Xiao sect. The sect leader also declared that before the immortal palace opened, a grand sect competition would be held. The top 3 would represent the sect in the immortal palace. Upon hearing this, the disciples were thrilled, all eager to showcase their skills. Naturally, this good news had no bearing on the errand disciples. Junior brother, do you think my sister will go to the immortal palace? Upon receiving the news, Rindong sought out Mo Fan immediately. I think she will. Montag Fan replied. All right, I made my decision. This year, I will become a Yuanying. I will secure the top spot in the competition. Rindong clenched her fist, then happily indulged in instant noodles. The next day, junior brother, here are some spirit stones for my sister. I'm sharing some with you. Eat whatever you like. I must work hard now. Farewell, junior brother. Save the instant noodles for me. I will eat them once I become a Yuanying. Her farewell was succinct. After that day, Rindong departed, likely for the last time. Waving her hand, Mo Fan remained indifferent. The following day, Su Yunqing, perhaps feeling the weight of scrutiny from nearby, also chose to leave without a word. That day, a multitude of talismans surged forth, piercing through the sect's barriers and the dense, lingering mist. On that day, the sect announced that Su Yunqing had defected and turned to darkness. That same day, Fat Bamboo was also returned. Damn it, how did Yunqing become corrupted? Another void emerged. By the way, Mo Fan, did brother Yunqing leave any inheritance behind? Fat Bamboo seemed unfazed by the news, muttering a few words before inquiring about the inheritance. Hearing this, Montag Fan responded curtly, Sclem. All right then. Subsequently, life returned to its mundane rhythm, interrupted only by the occasional sound of Fat Bamboo exploding alchemy furnaces. Soon after, a month passed. A piece of small news circulated within the sect. Someone had spotted Shuejian. However, she was masked and appeared to be quite close to a prominent figure, Fu Tianyun, a top 10 prodigy from the Futian sacred land. This news garnered little attention, save for Rindong, who was particularly concerned. However, the information was scant, lacking details on location or direction, resembling mere gossip. Shortly after this news, a few days passed. Shuang Shuang. The new neighbor brought Fat Bamboo yet another potential source of wealth, making him exceedingly happy. However, Shuang Shuang, much like the former Su Yunqing, was reticent and reclusive. Unlike Su Yunqing, she specialized in formations, often gently caressing the array plate around her neck. Having experienced a change of neighbors, Mo Fan seemed to grasp certain truths, particularly regarding Shuang Shuang. She, too, was a reflection of Su Yunqing. Nothing had truly changed, save for the peach trees he had nurtured, which had grown significantly taller. In the blink of an eye, a year had elapsed. Within the sect, the spiritual energy surged. This was a sign of breakthroughs, and not at a low level. Chapter 90, Becoming a Servitor. Rendong has broken through, achieving the nascent soul stage. Perceiving her advancement, Mo Fan stroked his chin, pondering how she, who could not even grasp the murky, managed to attain such a breakthrough. Damn it, the child of fortune. To break through at will, if only he could utter the same. He whimsically thought of invoking the Ling Xiao technique. Soon, the turbulence of spiritual energy subsided, and Rendong completed her breakthrough. Unlike Mo Fan, her ascension was devoid of any heavenly tribulation. Initially, he expected that upon reaching the nascent soul stage, she would rush back to indulge in instant noodles. Yet she did not. 3 days later, she participated in the sect's grand competition. In the crowd, Mo Fan observed her on stage, appearing as an ordinary person. It seemed only a year had passed, yet she bore a hint of her senior sister's essence. Her swordsmanship was swift. The 6-character sword technique merely flashed white light, leading her opponents to defeat in an instant. She advanced into the top 10. From this point onward, her adversaries were all at the nascent soul stage, yet they could not deter her. Her 6-character sword, perhaps influenced by witnessing Mo Fan's Changchun sword, was remarkably distinct. While other nascent souls relied primarily on spiritual energy, she dominated with sword techniques. The blade moved like a serpent, weaving through her adversary's spiritual power, effortlessly repelling them with the 6-character sword. Junior sister Rendong, your swordplay is truly astonishing. However, it is unfortunate. During the top 5 duels, a senior brother unleashed a palm strike, infused with terrifying spiritual energy, which manifested as a colossal palm print descending from the heavens. This strike could obliterate ordinary mountains. Yet, Rendong drew her sword once more, employing the 6-character sword. Heaven, Earthman, Sun, Moon, Stars. Slash. The sword radiated with spiritual energy, its essence intertwining like silk, illuminating her like an immortal. This strike left the onlooking disciple spellbound. What a beautiful sword! Unbeknownst to her, envy began to blossom among the spectators. Ultimately, Rendong secured a place within the top 3. In the crowd, Mo Fan's gaze shifted slightly. Her 6-character sword had seemingly formed a cycle, an endless continuum heaven, earth, man, sun, moon, stars. As he contemplated, she fell from the stage, halting her progress at 3rd place. Though she was ultimately defeated, it was a source of pride. After all, she had only just entered the nascent soul stage, whereas the other 2 were at their peak. Now, she could boast a Shui Jian, my 6-character sword can be as striking as your Tian sword. Of course, this was merely a fantasy, as Shui Jian was no longer within the sect. Following her victory, Rendong earned a place in the Celestial Palace. Upon winning, she did not return to Mo Fan for instant noodles. 2 days later, the sect master summoned a flying vessel, and the distinguished disciples of Ling Xiao sect entered it. Akin to a multitude of butterflies flocking to a valley. Only 3 would enter the Celestial Palace, yet the other disciples were permitted to observe. In the servitor town, Mo Fan noticed that the steward Yunhua also boarded the vessel. As the flying craft set sail, the sect master remained behind, guarding the sect. 3 days later, Mo Fan prepared to embark on his journey. With his agility, he could reach the destination in the same time frame, even while deliberately slowing his pace. However, just as he was leaving his quarters, Shui Jian returned. Mo Fan paused, gazing into the distance where a figure rode back on a sword. After a year apart, she appeared as the rumors had suggested, wearing a veil, clad not in sect attire, but in a flowing, ethereal white gown. She entered the sect and headed straight for the grand hall where the sect master resided. After a while, an aura of spiritual energy surged, accompanied by a voice emanating from the grand hall. I shall not enter. Immediately following, not entering, the sect master struck effortlessly, sending her flying. She resembled a kite with its strings severed, crashing into a distant mountainside, sending dust swirling. The thudding noise startled the disciples who had not ventured outside, Mo Fan included. Observing the impact of Shui Jian against the mountainside, he scratched his head. What was happening? Was the sect master attacking Shui Jian? What transpired? The inner disciple, Shuejian, infatuated and oblivious, had half-stepped into madness. From today forth, her inner disciple status is revoked. She shall become a servitor. The languid sect master stepped out of the grand hall, his demeanor transforming from lazy to imposing, his voice resonating as if descending from the heavens, laden with authority. Servitor, I shall not enter. Shuejian's white attire stained crimson. She coughed blood amidst the ruins. Despite sustaining a blow, she still proclaimed. Upon hearing this, the sect master's gaze darkened. Thus, you have fully succumbed to madness. The sect master pointed. A divine light, imbued with a sense of annihilation, aimed to pierce through Shuejian. In a critical moment, bang, a long knife intercepted the strike. Before Shuejian stood an enigmatic figure. The figure, with cascading black hair and a slight lean, exuded an aura of invincibility. What wrong have I committed to warrant such undue oppression from one of your stature? The figure rested the knife upon their shoulder, bearing the sect master's pressure with ease. The sect master disregarded the figure and lowered his gaze upon Shuejian, his lips moving. It is merely a curse. If you are tainted, then so be it. I grant you one more chance. Join the ranks of servitors. Why? In this instance, Shuejian did not refuse, but inquired instead. A crack in the heart reveals the fate to come. If you do not join the servitors, you shall succumb to madness. I shall succumb to madness? How could I? I will not. Shuejian murmured. In response to her words, the sect master remained silent, turning his gaze toward the figure before Shuejian. He refrained from elaborating on this outsider. Within the grand hall, as the sword's edge resonated with a piercing sound, a large, ancient sword rushed forward. Upon its arrival, the sect master gestured with his sword, pointing to the heavens, the Tian sword. The ancient sword vanished. When it reappeared, the sky shattered, and a colossal sword blade, crimson as blood, ignited the clouds in flames. With the emergence of this sword, the figure that had previously stood before Shuejian